Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 4118 to Chapter 4169. I don't know about that. Maybe it's because those people can learn magic faster and cultivate faster. In fact, I also thought that mixed souls couldn't learn magic. But later on, I found a slave market in the Ice Ocean continent. There were a lot of mixed souls there. They were all captured slaves, some were second-generation slaves, some were third-generation slaves. I saw a child there. He was a grass soul cultivator. His mother had just died and the slave owner was still beating him. I bought him and treated his injuries. Later on, I tried to teach him some magic. I didn't expect him to actually learn it. That's when I found out that mixed souls can also learn magic. Zhao Hai explained in a serious tone. Bang! Yu Jinglin forcefully slapped the table and said, "Hateful, too hateful. There are still many slave ships in the 5 continents. They're like wolves eyeing our mixed spirit continent. Every year, a lot of people from our mixed spirit continent would be captured and turned into slaves. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely teach the people of the other continents a lesson." Sir, let's talk about this later. Let's talk about the matter of improving plants. It's best if those who want to learn from me are over 10 years old, but under 20 years old. Children at this age are most suitable for learning. What do you think? No problem. Everything will be as you said, sir. I will arrange for someone to learn from you right away. Please rest assured, sir. Zhao Hai nodded, then he stood up and cupped his fist towards Yu Jinglin. Then I'll be leaving. If there's any news, I'll immediately inform sir. Please rest assured. Then Zhao Hai walked outside. Yu Jinglin didn't sit in the room. Instead, he followed Zhao Hai out of the room. Then, he called Yu Quan over and said a few words to him. After that, he let Zhao Hai and Yu Quan leave. The situation of the mixed spirit continent was very special. The most important thing was that there were very few animals here. Horses, deer, and other animals were very rare in the other continents. However, the most common animal in the mixed spirit continent was actually a donkey. That's right, a donkey. Naturally, a donkey wouldn't be as tall as a horse. However, this donkey was also different from what Zhao Hai imagined. This donkey was much taller than the one in Zhao Hai's memory. It was also much stronger, and its strength wasn't bad. Zhao Hai and Yu Quan rode the donkey cart out of the city. After the two left, Yu Quan turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, where should we go?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he said, "There are mountains nearby. That mountain has a lot of plants. Let's go there." When Yu Quan heard Zhao Hai, he immediately said, "Wind Shelter Bay has a lot of trees. The other mountains are mostly made of stone. Aside from weeds, there's nothing else. Let's go to Wind Shelter Bay." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, then let's go to Wind Shelter Bay." "Let's go." Yu Quan nodded, then he drove the cart forward. After walking for 4 hours, Zhao Hai almost fell asleep in the cart. Only then did Yu Quan say that they had arrived. When Zhao Hai came out of the cart, he saw that they were already at the foot of a mountain. There were a lot of trees on this mountain. Zhao Hai had seen the most trees in the mixed spirit continent. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Yu Quan and said, "Mr. Yu Quan, I'm going up the mountain to pick some plants. If you don't want to follow me, then you can wait for me here. I'll be back before dark." When Yu Quan heard Zhao Hai, he quickly said, "Mister, what are you talking about? I'll follow you and help you carry your things." Zhao Hai didn't object, he just looked at the donkey cart and said, "What about the cart? Can we just leave it here?" Yu Quan replied, "Mister can rest assured. Leaving it here won't cause any problems. No one will come here, and there are no demon beasts either. The carriage is very safe here. Moreover, there hasn't been a case of theft in our Sea Spirit City for many years. Mister can rest assured." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, then we'll leave it here. Let's go." Then he went up the mountain. Yu Quan tied up the donkey cart and then quickly followed. After Zhao Hai and Yu Quan went up the mountain, they began to pick the plants on the mountain. Yu Quan helped them on the side. Naturally, it was impossible for the two of them to take so many plants. Zhao Hai didn't hide anything from Yu Quan, he directly put all the plants into the space. Naturally, Yuquan didn't know that Zhao Hai had his own space. He just thought that Zhao Hai put all the plants inside his spatial equipment. In just one day, the two managed to pick up a lot of things. Moreover, they also climbed all the way to the top of the mountain. At this time, Zhao Hai can go back. There was no need for him to pick any more plants. The environment of the mountain was similar, so there were only so many types of plants. After walking all the way, they had already picked enough. Even so, when the two reached the bottom of the mountain, the sky was already dark. However, Yuquan didn't have anything to worry about. He made a fire finger and lit it. Then he pulled the cart forward. Zhao Hai didn't enter the cart, he just sat in front with Yuquan. Looking at the surroundings getting darker and darker, Zhao Hai couldn't help but turn to Yuquan and said, "Mr. Yuquan, when it gets dark, won't we encounter beasts? I heard that there are a lot of beasts in the mixed spirit continent." Yuquan smiled and said, "Mister, you don't need to be polite with me. You can just call me Yuquan. Mister, you don't know, but there are a lot of beasts in the mixed spirit continent. However, there are very few beasts around the city that we live in. If we want to build a city, then the first thing we need to do is to clean up the beasts. Once we clean up the threatening beasts, then we can build the city. This is because we fought too many beasts in the past few years. Therefore, cleaning up the beasts has always been our top priority." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "So that's how it is. You're really amazing. The mixed spirit continent was slowly built by you. How many people have died? That's really amazing." Yuquan sighed and said, "What can we do about it? We're just trying to survive. If we don't fight, how can we survive?" According to the records of the mixed spirit continent, when we first arrived here, we died of sickness, starvation, and beasts. In the end, less than 1 in 10 of us survived. In this environment, we slowly developed the martial skills that we're learning now. We relied on the remaining people to slowly develop ourselves. Yuquan sighed and said, "What's the point of this?" Zhao Hai said, "That's why I said that you're amazing. You're really amazing. Old you, do you know why we came out this time?" "I don't know." Yuquan shook his head and said, "Since the city lord gave the order, then I'll do it. No matter what Mr. wants, I'll do it." Zhao Hai looked around and said, "What we're going to do this time might change the entire mixed spirit continent. The city lord trusts you, so he allowed you to come. Once we arrive, we still have a lot of things to do. Right, you need to recruit some literate people, they might be useful in the future." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Yuquan nodded and didn't ask anything. He didn't have any reaction to Zhao Hai's words about changing the entire continent. Towards such a person, Zhao Hai didn't know what to say. Because the sky was dark, they walked a lot slower. When the moon was high in the sky, they stopped outside a manor. In front of the manor's entrance, a person was standing there, looking around from time to time. Upon seeing them arrive, the person immediately greeted them and gave Yuquan a salute. "Uncle Quan, you're here. Why are you so late?" Yuquan nodded, then he said, "Third, this is Mr. Zhao Hai. We just came back from Shelter Bay. Have you prepared the food that Mr. asked you to prepare?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Third, this is Mr. Zhao Hai. Rest assured, Uncle Quan, the meal is ready. We've selected a total of 20 15-year-old children with soul implants. They're all arranged to stay in the manor. The hot water is also ready. You can go to the manor and rest for the night. If there's anything else, we can talk about it tomorrow." Yuquan nodded and said, "Good job. Call some literate people over." "Mister, how many people do you want?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he said, 10, at least 10. Yuquan nodded, then he turned to Third and said, "Did you hear that? Prepare 10 people who can write." "Right, do the children with soul implants know how to write?" "Yes, Uncle Quan. The Lord has already instructed us. All the children that were called can write. Uncle Quan can rest assured." Third nodded. Yuquan nodded, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, let's go eat first. After eating, we can take a bath. If there's anything else, we can talk about it tomorrow." Zhao Hai naturally didn't oppose, so he followed Yuquan into the manor. The manor wasn't big, but there were a lot of houses. It wasn't a problem for a few dozen people to live in. When the two entered the courtyard, Third immediately led them to a room. Inside the room, there was already hot water prepared for the two. After the two washed their faces, Third led them to the dining hall. Although the food prepared in the dining hall wasn't the best, it was still good. There were fish, rice, some seasonal vegetables, and even some wine. In the mixed spirit continent, these things weren't something that ordinary people could afford to eat. In Sea Spirit City, most people ate fish. Rice was very rare, and wine was even rarer. The wine here couldn't be made from grains. Every year, people would starve to death in the mixed spirit continent. If someone dared to use grains to make wine, then they would immediately be beaten to death. In the mixed spirit continent, there was actually only one country. However, it couldn't be considered a country, but rather an alliance. This alliance was made up of several large families in the mixed spirit continent. These families were the ancestors of the mixed spirit continent who first invented martial skills. The people of these families were in charge of a part of the continent. Then they would form an alliance and discuss matters with each other. The people of these families had a very high evaluation in the mixed spirit continent. They had been thinking of ways to improve the living standards of the people of the continent. However, they were helpless because the environment of the continent was too bad. Even if they wanted to do something, they were powerless. However, these families were very fair and treated the common people very well. The common people were very supportive of these families. Because of this, the people of the mixed spirit continent were very brave. Even if it was a woman or a child, if they were pushed too far, then they would still take out a sword and kill. Because of this, the officials of the mixed spirit continent didn't dare to do anything excessive. In the past, there was a family of a large family who was ruthless to the common people. In the end, the people under his rule united and slaughtered the entire family. Since then, the other families didn't dare to do anything excessive to the common people. Because of this, the people of the mixed spirit continent still had a lot of weight. Additionally, the environment of the mixed spirit continent was too bad. If the common people knew that they were drinking wine made from grains, then it would be strange if they didn't rebel. Because of this, all the wine in the mixed spirit continent was made from wild fruits. The quantity wasn't a lot. This was because it took time to pick wild fruits. The people of the mixed spirit continent were busy eating all year long, so they didn't have the time to think about other things. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. Looking at the situation in Sea Spirit City, he could almost guess what kind of life the people of the mixed spirit continent were living. Because of this, he wasn't dissatisfied with the hospitality. On the contrary, he enjoyed the food very much. After eating their fill, Zhao Hai and Yuquan went to rest. Their rooms were already prepared. There was also a large wooden tub for them to bathe in. This made Zhao Hai very happy. After taking a bath, he went to rest. The next morning, Zhao Hai woke up early. After washing his face and rinsing his mouth, Zhao Hai went to the courtyard and took out the plants that he collected yesterday. Then he carefully looked at them. At this time, Yuquan also woke up. He led 3 to Zhao Hai and saw Zhao Hai tidying up the plants. Yuquan immediately said, "Mr. woke up early. Let's go eat something and then tidy up the plants." Zhao Hai put down the things in his hand and looked at the two. Then he smiled and said, "All right, let's eat first. After eating, we'll tidy up the plants. When we're done, we'll call the children and the children over." Yuquan nodded and then followed 3 to lead Zhao Hai to eat. After having a simple breakfast, Zhao Hai went to the courtyard. There were already 30 people standing in the courtyard. Among these 30 people, 20 were children. Perhaps because they didn't have enough to eat, these children looked thin and weak. Besides these 20 children, there were also 10 people. These 10 people were all wearing clothes. In the mixed spirit continent, these people were already people with status. At the very least, they had clothes to wear. Yuquan looked at these people and then said, "This is Mr. Zhao Hai, the benefactor of the city lord. Mr. wants to do something. You must listen to Mr.'s instructions and don't neglect them." These people nodded and then looked at Zhao Hai, waiting for Zhao Hai's instructions. Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, "Today, I called you here to request the city lord. You came here to do one thing, and that is to learn from me. learn how to be a plant master. Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, don't worry. These people didn't speak, but each and every one of them looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, you'll know what a plant master is in the future. Right now, I'm going to teach you the first lesson of being a plant master, identifying plants. After he said that, Zhao Hai took out the plants that he collected yesterday and placed them on the ground. Then he turned his head to the group and said, to be a plant master, you need to be a soul plant master. No matter what kind of soul plant you have, you can still become a plant master. Because of this, the 20 of you will be specially selected to learn from me. As for the 10 of you, you need to record everything that I say. This is because these things will be used to teach other people later on. When the miscellaneous spirit continent has a lot of plant masters, the people of the continent wouldn't need to worry about food and clothing anymore. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Everyone didn't understand what Zhao Hai was talking about. However, they knew what Zhao Hai was talking about. For a moment, there was an uproar. This couldn't be blamed on them. In these years, the miscellaneous spirit continent had been worrying about food and clothing. Now that Zhao Hai said that as long as they learned from him, they wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing in the future. Naturally, they were surprised. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, all right, those in charge of recording, prepare a pen and paper. Come here. After saying that, Zhao Hai waved his hand to the children. The children timidly walked in front of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai pointed at the plants and said, these were collected from Shelter Bay yesterday. If we plant masters want to understand plants, then the first step is to understand them. However, plant masters are different from ordinary people. Ordinary people only need to know what a plant master is. But plant masters are different. The first step for a plant master to understand a plant is to understand its characteristics as well as the environment in which it grows. All of these things need to be observed for a long time. Naturally, by observing it like this, you can also see some things, such as this. After saying that, Zhao Hai took out a tree branch. Naturally, the people here didn't know what kind of tree branch it was. Therefore, they looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, do you see this tree branch? These leaves are very wide and thick. When the weather gets cold, these leaves will definitely fall to the ground. Moreover, these branches are very tender and the quality of the tree isn't very good. Therefore, although these trees can be used to make things, they aren't the best choice. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right, I'm going to use them to make something. Then Zhao Hai picked up several tree branches and explained them to the children. Although the children didn't understand the use of these things, they still earnestly followed Zhao Hai. On the other hand, Yu Quan and the others understood how important Zhao Hai's explanation was. Zhao Hai's explanation was to determine the most suitable use of these trees based on different tree species. They also knew some of these things, but most of them were based on experience. They didn't have a detailed division like Zhao Hai. On the other hand, the people who were taking notes were seriously recording Zhao Hai's words. Fortunately, their writing speed wasn't slow. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to write everything down. After discovering that Zhao Hai's explanation was indeed useful, even Yu Quan and Yu Sanzi began to study seriously. Moreover, Zhao Hai's explanation was very interesting. Because of this, the children didn't feel annoyed. Instead, they listened very seriously. The first day's lesson was like this. It lasted until the evening before it ended. The children had learned a lot of things. The person writing was so tired that he could barely lift his arm. Yu Quan and Yu Sanzi, on the other hand, were very shocked. That day, Yu Quan let Yu Sanzi enter the city and told Yu Jinglin about the situation here. The next day, Zhao Hai finished explaining all the plants as well as their uses. However, Zhao Hai talked about a lot of things that Yu Quan didn't know. For example, what kind of grass was suitable for making mats, what kind of grass was suitable for laying on beds, what kind of grass was suitable for making rushes, what kind of grass was suitable for making mats, what kind of grass was suitable for making mats, what kind of grass was suitable for making beds, and what kind of grass was suitable for making rushes. Only now did Yu Quan and the others know that these things that they thought were useless had a lot of value and uses. Naturally, the most important thing was that Zhao Hai also mentioned that some of these plants could be eaten. For Yuquan and the others, this was a pleasant surprise. The mixed spirit continent was lacking in food. Now that they suddenly knew that these things that they thought were trash could be eaten, it naturally made them very happy. It took 2 days for Yuquan to finish talking about the plants. On the 3rd day, Zhao followed Yuquan to choose a plot of land. The plantation was surrounded by large fields, but after Zhao looked around, he found that the fields here were all lean fields. There really wasn't much farmland. Yuquan wanted Zhao Hai to choose a good field, but Zhao Hai didn't want it. Instead, he chose a lean field. This field had some grains planted on it. This grain was the most common type of grain in the mixed spirit continent. It was called corn. However, this corn wasn't the same as the corn that Zhao Hai knew. This corn could only grow to the height of a person's waist. It was somewhat similar to a dwarf sorghum. The yield of this plant was very low. If one were to cultivate it in such a lean field, then the yield would naturally be even lower. Because of this, the mixed spirit continent didn't have enough food to eat. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the corn in the field, then he turned to Yuquan and said, "This corn isn't suitable for cultivation in such a field. It's best to raise it first and then cultivate it. But it's clear that the mixed spirit continent isn't suitable for this. So we need to find something that can fertilize the field and also have a high yield. Tomorrow, I'll talk to everyone about this. What do you think is the most suitable to grow in such a field?" Everyone stared, then they began to think. Zhao Hai did talk to them a lot yesterday, they also remembered most of it. However, they really couldn't think of a suitable plant to grow in such a short time. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "It doesn't matter. Everyone think carefully and see if you can think of something." At this time, a youth raised his hand. Zhao Hai looked at him and smiled. "Wu Yu, what do you think?" The young master called Wu Yu looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, I think that the most suitable plant to grow here isn't food, but alfalfa. Mister said yesterday that alfalfa is the best crop to fertilize the field. However, alfalfa can't be eaten by humans. But Mister also said that alfalfa is also something that herbivores like. Therefore, we can plant alfalfa here and use it to raise three-eyed rabbits. Three-eyed rabbits grow very fast and aren't picky about their food. Not only can they eat alfalfa, they can also eat other grasses. Wu Yu, your way of thinking is very correct. Farming is never a trivial matter. But in the eyes of ordinary people, farming is very simple. It's nothing more than planting the seeds in the field and harvesting them in autumn. But if you want to improve farming, you absolutely can't do it so simply. Otherwise, farming will never be able to develop." Wu Yu smiled. Wu Yu nodded and said, "You're right. Farming is never a small matter. But in the eyes of ordinary people, farming is very simple." At this point, Zhao Hai paused for a moment, then looked at the crowd and said, "Everyone only thinks that this land can only grow food, because the mixed spirit continent lacks food. Everyone grows food for the sake of eating. However, no one has thought that alfalfa is a very high-yield animal feed, and three-eyed rabbits are famous for their high yield. A pair of three-eyed rabbits can give birth to 3 to 4 litters in a year, and each litter can give birth to 8 to 12 rabbits. Moreover, the three-eyed rabbits only need 3 to 3 months to reach adulthood, and then they can give birth to more than 100 three-eyed rabbits in a year, and this is only one pair. If there are more three-eyed rabbits, then more rabbits will be produced." Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai looked at them, then he smiled faintly and said, "This way, everyone will feel strange. If three-eyed rabbits can really give birth, then why aren't there many three-eyed rabbits in the mixed spirit continent? If this is the case, then I'm afraid that the mixed spirit continent has already been occupied by three-eyed rabbits. Am I right?" Everyone nodded, this was what they thought. If they followed Zhao Hai's calculation, then the mixed spirit continent would be occupied by three-eyed rabbits. Then there would still be room for other animals to live. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Actually, this problem is very easy to explain. Because the three-eyed rabbits don't have any attack power, they can be eaten by both humans and beasts. In fact, if the three-eyed rabbits weren't able to reproduce so well, I'm afraid that they would have already been eaten by other animals. Raising three-eyed rabbits wouldn't be so smooth. Rabbits can get sick and die. Therefore, the previous calculation is just an armchair strategy, it isn't accurate. But one thing is certain, And that is if you plant alfalfa on the ground and use it to raise three-eyed rabbits, it would definitely be better than planting corn on the ground. At the very least, a family would be able to eat their fill. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Everyone nodded, then their eyes lit up. Looking at their expressions, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, after alfalfa fertilizes the fields, the lean fields would become fertile fields. At that time, you can plant grains and harvest a lot more. But in the case that the grain yield isn't high, I think that Wu Yu's method is the most suitable for the mixed spirit continent. However, this doesn't mean that the mixed spirit continent would immediately switch to alfalfa. This is impossible. This is because rabbits need time to grow. Moreover, rabbits can also get sick. If a rabbit gets sick, then it's possible that you wouldn't be able to harvest anything. Therefore, you must be careful in this matter. Yu Quan was already moved by Zhao Hai's words. He was prepared to report this matter to Yu Jinglin and have him popularize this method in Hailing City. But now that he heard Zhao Hai, he hesitated. Just like Zhao Hai said, three-eyed rabbits can get sick. Moreover, when an animal gets sick, it's very likely that it's contagious. It's just like how there are people in the city who raise chickens. Once one of them gets sick, the other chickens would be infected as well. In the end, all of the chickens would die. Because of this, Zhao Hai said that raising rabbits can cause them to get sick. This was something that couldn't be avoided. If everyone planted alfalfa and raised rabbits, and then a disaster happened, the rabbits would die. The alfalfa couldn't be eaten, then everything would be over. After thinking about this, Yu Quan couldn't help but sigh. Zhao Hai's method was very good, but it still had a lot of risks. It was better to farm. As long as there weren't too many disasters, then there would always be some harvest. Wu Yu, who spoke about this, had a look of panic on his face. Obviously, he was thinking about the same thing as Yu Quan. Although they weren't old, they grew up in hunger. Therefore, they were very sensitive to food. Naturally, they could also think about what would happen if the rabbits died. Zhao Hai looked at everyone, then he smiled faintly and said, "The reason why I said this is because I don't want everyone to be uncertain about this matter. The mixed spirit continent is already short on food. If we don't have any food because of this, then the mixed spirit continent would be in trouble." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right." Everyone nodded. The mixed spirit continent wasn't just short on food, they simply didn't have enough to eat. If because of this, then a lot of people would starve to death. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "But the matter of growing alfalfa and raising rabbits can be tested in Sea Spirit City. Here in Sea Spirit City, we can set aside some lean fields that don't have much yield and conduct an experiment. Since Sea Spirit City is close to the sea, most people eat fish for food. Some lean fields are planted with the mentality of trying it out. If they succeed, then everyone will be happy, but if they don't, then there won't be too much loss. Therefore, we can test it out and accumulate some experience. Later on, when we accumulate enough experience, we will know how to raise three-eyed rabbits to prevent them from getting sick and how to treat them. This way, we can popularize it on a large scale." Zhao Hai nodded. He felt that what Zhao Hai said was very reasonable. They can try this method that Zhao Hai proposed. If it succeeds, then it would be a good thing for the entire mixed spirit continent. Zhao looked at the crowd and said, "In addition to growing alfalfa and raising rabbits, what else do you think we can grow on the ground? Tell me." Everyone stared, but because of Wu Yu's words, everyone's thoughts were opened. For a while, everyone was thinking about what to plant. Before long, a child raised his hand and said, "Mister, I think we should plant some cotton. Although cotton can't fertilize the land, it's drought resistant. Moreover, it's not very picky about the land." Everyone nodded, they felt that this method was good. Cotton should be planted. Moreover, cotton was something that people needed. One must know that there were still a lot of people in the mixed spirit continent who didn't have any clothes to wear. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Cotton isn't a good choice. It's because it can't fertilize the land. The land that can be planted in the mixed spirit continent isn't a lot. If we lose some land because of cotton, then it wouldn't be worth it." Zhao looked at the crowd and smiled. "Actually, when I asked you what you want to plant, it was a trap. For a plant master, it doesn't matter where you plant. What's important is how we improve the plant. Take corn for example. In the hands of an ordinary person, 1 mu of corn can only yield about 200 pounds. But in the hands of a plant master, it's hard to say how much corn can be produced. Zhao smiled. Even if it's 1,000 pounds, it's still 10,000 pounds. That's right, Zhao said with a smile. When Zhao Hai said this, everyone was stunned. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would say this. 1,000 jin? 10,000 jin? Was he talking about corn? How was this possible? Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, the use of a plant master is reflected in this. Because of the power of a plant master, they can make plants grow quickly. And in the process, they can slowly improve the plants. This is the greatest use of a plant master. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, this is the power of a plant master. Everyone looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. They still didn't have a clear understanding of how a plant master could improve plants. Therefore, when they heard Zhao Hai, they were confused. Zhao Hai looked at everyone, then he smiled faintly and said, today, I'll show everyone what a plant master can do. Watch carefully. After he said that, Zhao Hai turned his head and walked towards the corn. Everyone stared at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, a plant master's main ability is to communicate with plants. This is something that the people of the tree spirit continent don't know. They only know how to use plants, they don't know how to communicate with them. But a plant master is different, a plant master can communicate with plants. We can feel the plant master's current situation, whether he's comfortable or uncomfortable. Naturally, this isn't enough, we have to use our energy to accelerate the plant's growth. This is the greatest use of a plant master. Everyone, watch carefully. After he said that, Zhao Hai's hand moved as a green light appeared in his hand. Then Zhao Hai slowly placed the green light on the corn. After the green light fell on the corn, it immediately seeped into the corn. The corn began to move even though there was no wind. It gently shook its body, just like a child who just ate something good and was happily jumping up and down. Then the corn began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, it grew to the height of a person. At the same time, the ears of the corn also became twice as big as a normal corn. One must know that this wasn't the time for corn to mature. Corn was only as tall as a person's calf. And in the tree spirit continent, even a mature corn could only reach a person's waist. A corn that was as tall as a person was something that they had never seen before. Everyone stared blankly at the corn. At this time, the corn was already mature. Moreover, looking at the appearance of the corn, one could tell that it was going to be a high-yield corn. At this time, they understood what Zhao Hai meant when he said that plant masters could speed up the growth of plants. They could also improve the growth of plants. They could even increase the yield of 100 caddies per mu to 1,000 caddies per mu, or even 10,000 caddies per mu. Zhao Hai casually broke the mature corn and then took the ears of the corn. Then he pinched the kernels with his hand. Then Zhao Hai handed the kernels to everyone and said, do you see it? The kernels of this corn should be bigger than normal corn. Actually, what we did just now was a simple improvement on the corn. This is the method that plant masters use to improve plants. Now that you've planted this seed, the corn that grows will naturally be bigger than the unimproved corn. Naturally, the yield will also be higher. And this is just an improvement. You should know that plants can be improved many times, just like this. After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as a shallow pit appeared on the ground. Zhao Hai took out a corn seed and threw it into the pit. Then he waved his hand as a ball of water appeared in the pit. Then Zhao Hai buried the soil again. Then he waved his hand again as a green light entered the soil. Then under everyone's gaze, a small seedling drilled out of the soil. Then this seedling slowly grew until it was as tall as a person before stopping. The ears of this corn were even bigger than the ears of corn that Zhao Hai made before. Naturally, the yield was also higher. Zhao Hai still broke off the corn and took out the kernels. Then he took out the kernels from the previous corn and took out the kernels from the new one. Then he put it in front of everyone and said, take a look, what's the difference? Everyone was attracted by the kernels in Zhao Hai's hands. Although the kernels weren't removed, everyone could see that the kernels in the back were bigger than the previous one. The color was also better. Zhao Hai said, actually, I didn't improve the corn in the back. I just wanted it to mature faster. If we plant it normally, then as long as the soil isn't too bad, we can grow this kind of corn. If we improve this corn, then I believe that the yield will be even higher. As soon as Zhao Hai's voice fell, everyone was in an uproar. Everyone looked at the kernels in Zhao Hai's hands with burning eyes. They were so excited that their faces were red. When Zhao Hai told them to plant alfalfa and raise rabbits, everyone was just thinking about it. After all, they couldn't see it and could only guess. But now, it was different. Zhao Hai directly improved a corn in front of their eyes. This was something they saw with their own eyes. How could they not be surprised and excited? Zhao Hai handed the 2 kernels to Yu Quan. Yu Quan carefully took them. But when he took them in 2 hands. He didn't mix the kernels in Zhao Hai's hands. Even when he put them away separately. Zhao Hai naturally knew why Yu Quan did this. Yu Quan wanted to take the corn back and show it to Yu Jinglin. But this wasn't a big deal. It was within Zhao Hai's expectations. Zhao Hai didn't care about it. Zhao Hai turned his head and looked at the 20 excited children. He smiled faintly and said, "Do you see? This is what a plant master is. Now, what you need to learn from me is how to become a plant master. As long as you learn it, you can improve your own plant master. Although a plant master can make plants grow faster, that is just a small path. How much energy can a plant master have in their body? Even if you can make a moo of corn mature at once, how many times can you do it? You can't use this method to solve the food problem of the mixed spirit world, so a botanist should focus on improving the plants. Once a botanist improves the plants, anyone can plant them. This way, the production of plants can increase, and the food problem will naturally be solved." Yu Quan was very excited. He was riding a donkey as he rushed towards Hailing City. Although the sky was already dark, this didn't affect Yu Quan's mood. This was because he saw a miracle today. It didn't take long for Yu Quan to reach the city walls of Hailing City. The gates of Hailing City were half closed at night. If you have any problems, the soldiers on the walls would confirm your identity and then hang you up in a bamboo basket. Of course, this didn't mean that no one could use their martial skills to rush up the walls. But if you do so, then the soldiers on the walls would think that you were plotting something. They would then deal with you with a fatal blow. After Yu Quan arrived at the city, he immediately jumped down from his donkey. At this time, the soldiers on the walls also saw him and were on alert. One of the soldiers shouted at Yu Quan, "Who are you? Why did you come to Hailing City so late at night?" "I'm the city lord's mansion steward, Yu Quan. I have an important matter to report to the city lord. Let me go up." Yu Quan looked at the soldiers on the walls and loudly said. When the people on the city wall heard Yu Quan's words, they were stunned. Then one of them looked at Yu Quan and said, "It really is Manager Yu. Quick, bring the bamboo basket over and put it down. Quick." Before long, the bamboo basket was put down. Yu Quan also sat inside the basket. Then the basket was pulled up little by little. When the basket reached the walls, a captain wearing leather armor and carrying a long saber came over. He looked at Yu Quan and said, "Steward Yu, what's the matter? Why did you come to the city so late at night?" Although Yu Quan was anxious, he still replied, "It's a little urgent." "You go ahead. I'll return to the mansion immediately." Then Yu Quan gave them a salute before turning around and leaving. Naturally, the captain didn't act arrogant in front of Yu Quan. He gave Yu Quan a salute. At this time, Yu Quan had already reached the walls and was heading straight towards the Yu mansion. Before long, Yu Quan arrived at the mansion. At this time, the gates were closed. Everyone was already resting. Yu Quan didn't care too much as he went up and knocked on the door. After knocking a few times, a voice was heard, "Who is it?" "Wang Dong, it's me." "Open the door," Yu Quan said loudly. When the people in the courtyard heard Yu Quan's voice, they quickly said, "Oh, it's Uncle Quan. Please wait, I'll open the door immediately." After he finished speaking, there was the sound of the door being bolted from the inside. Then, the door was opened from the inside. Yu Quan waited for the door to open enough for one person to enter before he immediately rushed through the door. Then, without saying anything to Wang Dong, he ran straight into the mansion. Wang Dong wanted to talk to Yu Quan, but before he could speak, Yu Quan had already run into the mansion. This made Wang Dong's mouth open in shock. After a while, he recovered and muttered, "Uncle Quan, what's going on? You're such a steady person, why are you so anxious today?" At this time, Yu Jinglin was already resting. In the past 2 days, he could clearly feel the changes in his body. Now that he could finally sleep for a few days, Yu Jinglin was very happy. Just as Yu Jinglin was about to fall asleep, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps. Yu Jinglin, who was about to fall asleep, suddenly woke up. He sat up and listened attentively. When he heard the footsteps, he couldn't help but stare blankly. This was because these footsteps belonged to Yu Quan. Yu Quan had been with him for many years, so naturally, he could hear Yu Quan's footsteps. But it was also because of this that he felt strange. This was because he was very clear that Yu Quan was accompanying Zhao Hai outside the city. Why would he run back to the city at this time? Yu Jinglin didn't relax his vigilance. On the contrary, he went to the wall and picked up a sword hanging on the wall, ready to fight at any time. At this time, Yu Quan's voice was heard, "Master, Master, are you asleep? I have something important to report to you, Master." When Yu Jinglin heard Yu Quan's voice, he felt relieved. Then he said, "Yu Quan, come in and talk." Yu Quan, who was outside the door, nodded. Then he pushed the door and entered the room. At this time, Yu Jinglin lit the lights in the room. Yu Jinglin looked at Yu Quan and said, "Yu Quan, weren't you accompanying Mr. Zhao Hai outside the city? Why did you come back? Is there something wrong?" Yu Quan's face was filled with excitement as he said, "Master, a miracle. I saw a miracle today. It was really a miracle. It was really miraculous, really miraculous." Then Yu Quan didn't wait for Yu Jinglin to ask, he poured out everything that Zhao Hai did in the past few days to Yu Jinglin. He also talked about how Zhao Hai improved the corn and accelerated the growth of the corn. Yu Jinglin listened quietly. The more he listened, the more excited he became. Finally, he looked at Yu Quan and said, "Yu Quan, is what you said true? Is Mr. Zhao Hai really that powerful?" "Yes, Master. Mr. Zhao Hai is indeed very powerful. In just 2 days, he has already thought of 2 ways to solve the food problem of the mixed spirit continent. One is to grow alfalfa and raise rabbits. The other is to improve the corn. Although there are some risks, I think it's still worth a try. And this improved corn is even more amazing. This is a major matter that can solve the food problem of the mixed spirit continent." Yu Jinglin stood up and kept stomping around the room. His face was also filled with excitement. After some time, he opened his mouth and said, "Yu Quan, you go rest first. Tomorrow, I'll go out with you. I want to see what Mr. Zhao Hai is going to teach tomorrow." Yu Quan nodded. Then he gave Yu Jinglin a salute before he turned around and left. Yu Jinglin returned to his bed, but he couldn't fall asleep. To be honest, when Zhao Hai said that he could solve the food problem of the mixed spirit continent, Yu Jinglin was very excited. But after thinking about it, he still couldn't believe it. This was because this matter didn't seem to be true. However, Zhao Hai was his benefactor. Since Zhao Hai mentioned it, Yu Jinglin didn't want to embarrass him. Moreover, he didn't lose anything from this matter. He just gave Zhao Hai a few dozen people and a piece of land. If Zhao Hai did well, then it would be good. If Zhao Hai didn't do well, then why not? It was precisely because of this that Yu Jinglin agreed to Zhao Hai's request. However, he didn't expect Yu Quan to bring back such a shocking news. This was too shocking. If Yu Quan wasn't his confidant, then he would have thought that Yu Quan was lying to him. However, Yu Jinglin was very clear that Yu Quan wouldn't lie to him. Therefore, this matter must be true. If this matter was true, then it was very important. This matter was related to the entire mixed spirit continent. He couldn't take it lightly. After an uneventful night, the next morning, after eating, Yu Jinglin led Yu Quan out of the city and went straight to his farm. When the two arrived at the farm, they found that there weren't many people inside. Yu Quan didn't need to ask to know that Zhao Hai must have gone to the field. Therefore, he immediately said, "Master, Mr. Zhao Hai and the others must have gone to the field. Let's go take a look." Yu Jinglin nodded, then he followed Yu Quan. Before long, the two arrived at the field where Zhao Hai was teaching. Sure enough, Zhao Hai and the others were standing there. However, today, Zhao Hai didn't lead everyone to do experiments. Instead, he had the children sit on the ground and close their eyes while he said something to them. When Yu Jinglin and Yu Quan arrived at the side of the field, they heard Zhao Hai say, "Everyone needs to concentrate and guide the natural energy that I've injected into your bodies. Then let this natural energy circulate in your bodies. You need to remember the path of the natural energy. You should be more than 10 years old, so I think that you should already know what's going on with the meridians in your body. Remember the path of the natural energy that flows through your meridians, remember the order in which the natural energy flows. Then keep repeating it until it becomes your instinct. If you want to circulate the natural energy, then you will be able to circulate it immediately. There won't be any mistakes." The children were sitting there with calm expressions. Yu Jinglin didn't know if they heard Zhao Hai's words, but he could feel that there was a natural energy circulating in the children's bodies. At this time, Zhao Hai turned his head and looked at Yu Jinglin. He smiled at Yu Jinglin and said, "City Lord, you're here. Today, I'll officially teach these children the cultivation method of a plant master. After they learn it, they can help me. It'll save me the trouble of punching and kicking them. To be honest, I'm not used to this." Yu Jinglin looked at the children and waved his hand at Zhao Hai. "Mister, let's talk somewhere else." Zhao Hai nodded, then he followed Yu Jinglin to the side. Yu Jinglin looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, please tell me the truth. Can you really improve corn?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he threw a mass of natural energy onto a corn. The corn matured in a blink of an eye. Moreover, it grew to the height of a person. This made Yu Jinglin dumbfounded. After a while, Yu Jinglin came back to his senses. Then he plucked the corn and rubbed it with his hand. The corn kernels fell to the ground. Looking at the plump corn kernels, Yu Jinglin's eyes turned red. His tears kept flowing down and he almost burst into tears. Zhao Hai looked at Yu Jinglin and said, "City Lord, don't get too excited. Don't make too much noise. If you disturb the children, they might be in danger." Zhao Hai's words were more effective than anything else. Although Yu Jinglin's eyes were still flowing, he still covered his mouth with his hand. He didn't make any sound. After some time, Yu Jinglin calmed down. He wiped the tears off his face and then cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "I've made Mr. laugh. I'm just too excited. If all the corn in the mixed spirit continent can grow like this, then we wouldn't have to worry about food in the future." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'm sorry." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he said, "City Lord, this isn't much. Yesterday, I had an idea. I want to improve other crops. I want to start with Sean bean." "Sean bean? Mr. isn't joking, right? Sean bean is very small. Moreover, it's buried in the soil. It doesn't taste good at all. It's generally used to feed livestock. Why would Mr. improve it? Could it be that Mr. wants us to raise more livestock?" Yu Jinglin looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. Yu Jinglin was very clear about the Sean bean that Zhao Hai was talking about. It was a kind of plant that grew in the mountains. The parts above ground were useless, they could only be used to make fire. However, the parts below ground could grow beads of Sean bean. Although the Sean bean was somewhat astringent, it could still be eaten by livestock. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Naturally, he wouldn't tell Yu Jinglin about his plan. In fact, these Sean beans were more like the potatoes that Zhao Hai saw on Earth. If he can successfully cultivate these Sean beans, then the problem of food in the mixed spirit continent would be solved. It wasn't that Zhao Hai didn't want to be lucky and directly take out the baobab tree. However, this wasn't possible. To be honest, the environment of the mixed spirit continent was very bad. Most of the mountains were made of stone, which would have a huge impact on the growth of the baobab tree. In the absence of plant masters in the mixed spirit continent, rashly growing baobab trees wouldn't necessarily be a good thing. This was because the baobab tree wouldn't be able to bear many fruits. Plant masters didn't only need to improve plant masters, they also needed to know the basic situation of the plain. They needed to know what was most suitable for growing in the plain. The mixed spirit continent wasn't suitable for growing those things. On the contrary, it was very suitable for growing potatoes. If Zhao Hai can really do it, then it would be great. In the future, the people of the mixed spirit continent would certainly like potatoes. But since Yu Jinglin asked, Zhao Hai couldn't help but say, City Lord can rest assured, I won't act recklessly. I just think that Shan beans have a lot of potential. If they develop well, then perhaps the problem of food in the mixed spirit continent can be solved. Wouldn't that be good? It's good, but mister, you said before that the method of growing alfalfa and raising rabbits is also good. Also, improving corn. Wouldn't this solve the problem of food in the mixed spirit continent? When Yu Jinglin heard Zhao Hai, he quickly opened his mouth. In his opinion, the previous two methods were very good. Both methods could be implemented. Zhao Hai smiled and said, of course those two methods are good, but there are still risks in raising rabbits. And for a plant like corn, its potential for development is very big. No matter how much it is improved, it can only yield 1,000 gene per mu. But mountain beans are different. In my opinion, mountain beans have great potential for development. If they can be improved, then they can solve the food problem of the mixed spirit continent. There might even be a lot of surplus left over. Zhao Hai smiled and said, of course, those two methods are very good. However, there are still risks in raising rabbits. How is this possible? Mister, are you telling the truth? Yu Jinglin looked at Zhao Hai with a shocked expression. Zhao smiled and said, right now, all of this is just a guess. It still needs to be tested before I can be sure. But I still have confidence in myself. I believe that I won't be wrong. The development potential of Shandou must be huge. Zhao smiled and said, yes. Yu Jinglin looked at Zhao Hai. He could see that Zhao Hai wasn't joking, he was very serious. Yu Jinglin couldn't help but take a deep breath, then he said, since Mr. said so, then everything will be done according to Mr.'s wishes. What does Mr. want to do? Zhao Hai replied, I need 1 mu of land. As for the other matters, there's no need to worry about them. I can take care of them myself. No problem. No matter what kind of land Mr. wants, I can immediately prepare it for Mr. When Yu Jinglin heard that Zhao Hai only needed 1 mu of land, he felt relieved. Naturally, he didn't care about what Zhao Hai wanted. It was just 1 mu of land. Even if he gave it to Zhao Hai, he didn't need to worry about it. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, then I'll have to thank the city lord. Just give me 1 mu of land. As for the other matters, I can take care of them myself. Yu Jinglin nodded, then he turned to Yu Quan and said, Yu Quan, cooperate fully with Mr. If Mr. needs anything, immediately get it for me. Even if the mixed spirit continent doesn't have it, we'll get it from the merchants we're familiar with. Understood? Yes, Master can rest assured. I'll certainly prepare everything for Mr. Yu Quan said with a dignified expression. Zhao Hai looked at the two and smiled faintly. Then he turned his head to the children and said, these children are seeds. After they become plant masters, they can study under me for a while. Then they can go out and teach other children. If there are more plant masters in the mixed spirit continent, then we wouldn't need to worry about food. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the two and smiled faintly. Yu Jinglin nodded, then he said, Mister, I wonder if plant masters have any fighting strength? If they don't, then they're very dangerous. The people of the other continents wouldn't be polite to them. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, don't worry, a plant master's fighting strength isn't a joke. City Lord doesn't need to worry about this problem. Right, some people have already comprehended natural energy. Let's go and take a look. After saying that, Zhao Hai walked towards the children. Among the children, there was a child whose body was faintly emitting a green light. Moreover, this green light was constantly coming in contact with the surrounding plants. Every plant that came in contact with this green light would be enveloped by it. Then the green light would enter the plant's body, and the plant would also emit green light. Both sides. This miraculous scene surprised Yu Jinglin. Zhao Hai looked at Yu Jinglin and said, this is what a plant master looks like. A plant master can exchange natural energy with a plant. In the process of this exchange, the plant will become healthier, and the plant master's natural energy will also increase. This is the coexistence between a plant master and a plant. In the past, when a plant master used natural energy to create a plant master, the plant master wouldn't use it easily except when improving a plant. At this point, Xianxia paused for a moment, then continued, plant master cultivation is not easy, and only in a place with a lot of plants can it be faster. Cultivating in a place with a lot of wild plants is much better than cultivating in a field. In fact, cultivating in a field is not much different from cultivating in a place where there are no plants. This is because the plants in the field are planted by people, and wild plants are two different things. Xianxia nodded, then continued, plant master cultivation is not easy. Yu Jinglin nodded, then he said, Mr. said before that having plant masters accelerate the growth of plants wouldn't be able to solve the food problem of the mixed spirit continent. Improving plants is the right way. Is it because every plant master has a certain amount of natural energy? Once it's consumed, it would take a lot of time to recover. In that case, the number of plants that a plant master can grow would be very limited. It would be better to improve plant masters so that everyone can grow plants. Xianxia nodded and said, that's right, that's what I meant. Plant masters have a lot of natural energy in their bodies, so it's easier for them to recover. However, once they reach a higher level, the natural energy in their bodies would increase, making it very troublesome to recover. Because of this, using one's natural energy to grow plants wouldn't increase the amount of food they get. However, if they use their natural energy to improve the plants and then plant them, then the effect would be completely different. Generation after generation, the plants would be able to grow more and more. And these plants can be grown by ordinary people, they don't need natural energy. Naturally, this would be the best result. Xianxia nodded and said, that's right. Yu Jinglin nodded, then he looked at Xianxia and said, I've never heard of a plant master. Even the tree spirit continent doesn't have one. Mr. has clearly been preparing for this for a long time. Otherwise, you wouldn't have such a detailed plan. Does Mr. really want to help us? Why? Xianxia looked at Yu Jinglin and said, there's no reason. I just feel that the 5 continents have been ruling the 5 spirit realms for too long. It's time for a change. Yu Jinglin stared, then he looked at Xianxia as if he was looking at a madman and said, Mister, are you joking? Xianxia shook his head and said, no, I'm not joking. I'm very serious. The people of the 5 continents have gone too far. Souls are innate. Are you saying that the elders were born to be slaves? I don't think so. This is just an excuse for those people. It's time for the miscellaneous spirit continent to make a comeback. Of course, I won't let the miscellaneous spirit continent go to war with the other 5 continents. However, changing the status of the miscellaneous spirit continent is what I want to do. Yu Jinglin sighed and said, I used to think that there are no good people among the 5 spirits. But after coming in contact with the Jian family, I slowly came to know that there are good people among the 5 spirits. However, these good people are too few. And Mister, you are one of the good people among the 5 spirits. Mister, if you can really do what you said, then everyone in the mixed spirit continent will remember you forever. Xianxia smiled faintly as he looked at the children. Now that there were several children who could communicate with nature's energy, Xianxia said, I've told people about plant masters before, but nobody paid attention to it. Now that I have these children, hee. This is a good thing. With these children, I can pass on my teachings and let everyone know about me. Xianxia smiled faintly as he looked at the children. Yu Jinglin smiled and didn't say anything. He now understood why Xianxia wanted to help them. It might be because he was angry with the people from the other continents, or it might be because he wanted his teachings to be passed on forever. Xianxia looked at Yu Jinglin. He knew that although he cured Yu Jinglin's illness, Yu Jinglin still couldn't completely trust him. After all, what Xianxia wanted to do was related to the entire mixed spirit continent. If Xianxia was really someone from the other continents, then Xianxia would be very excited and would contact the people of the mixed spirit continent to promote it. But in the end, they would find out that this was a trap. All of the food production would stop. At that time, Yu Jinglin would become the center of the mixed spirit continent. At the same time, the mixed spirit continent would also face an incomparably dangerous situation. It was precisely because of this that Yu Jinglin said those words to Xianxia. He wanted to see if Xianxia was sincere in helping them. Although Xianxia's answer was outside of Yu Jinglin's expectations, it wasn't wrong. Because of this, Yu Jinglin now believed in Zhao Hai. This was because if a person was willing to help you and didn't ask for anything in return, then this person could be your parents, your relatives, or your friends. However, if a person you haven't met before was willing to help you, then this person wouldn't be a saint. Zhao Hai didn't have any interaction with the people of the mixed spirit continent before. But now, he suddenly came to help them. This was very abnormal. At the very least, Yu Jinglin thought that this was very abnormal. Because of this, he wanted to know why Zhao Hai was helping them. Now, Zhao Hai gave Yu Jinglin an answer. This answer was very reasonable. A person can have their own ideals, they can have their own goals. If they don't have a goal, then they would be no different from a salted fish. Because of this, Yu Jinglin was able to accept Zhao Hai's reason. While they were talking, more and more children were able to communicate with natural energy. Actually, under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for all of them to communicate with natural energy. However, Zhao Hai used his own natural energy to help them. This was why they were able to communicate with natural energy so smoothly. When all of the children were able to communicate with natural energy, it was already noon. Zhao Hai woke all of the children up and told them some things that they needed to pay attention to in the future. After that, he had them stop training for the day. Then Zhao Hai led them back to the villa to eat something. Then he led the children to the carriage that was prepared by the villa and rushed towards Windy Shelter. Moreover, Zhao Hai also had Yuquan prepare some tents. He planned to spend the night in Windy Shelter. Yuquan didn't object and prepared everything that Zhao Hai needed. Then he led the children to the donkey cart and rushed towards Windy Shelter. Finally, after 4 days, they arrived at Windy Shelter. After arriving, Zhao Hai didn't let the children go up the mountain. Instead, he let them choose a place to set up camp. After a while, a small camp was finally established. After eating dinner, Zhao Hai had the children go down to rest. While the children went to rest, Zhao Hai didn't. He and Yuquan were on night watch. Although the surroundings of Hailing City had been cleared, there was no guarantee that a beast would come out of nowhere. One must know that beasts have always been the #1 enemy of humans in the mixed spirit continent. Therefore, it was best to be careful. Nothing happened that night. Because it was the first time for the children to live in tents, they felt that it was very novel. Therefore, they fell asleep in the middle of the night. Their sleep was very sweet. The next morning, after eating breakfast, Zhao Hai led the children up the mountain. This time, they only had one goal in mind, and that was Shan beans. They came here for Shan beans. Zhao Hai needed a lot of Shan beans for his experiments. Therefore, he came to Windy Shelter to dig them up. Naturally, digging up the mountain beans was only one aspect. Another aspect was that Zhao Hai wanted the children to get close to nature. Then he would take them to see the plants that he talked about the other day. Being a plant master was a profession that couldn't be taught by books all the time. You must get close to nature, not only because it would speed up your cultivation, but also because it would allow you to understand plants more. If a plant master couldn't understand plants, then he wouldn't be a good plant master. If you communicate with plants more often, then it would be easier for you to communicate with them. Because of this, besides digging up the mountain beans, Zhao Hai also wanted the children to communicate with the plants. Although these children hadn't communicated with plants before, they now had natural energy in their bodies. Although having natural energy didn't necessarily mean that they could communicate with plants, having natural energy made it easier for them to communicate with plants. This was the reason why they were able to do so. They stayed in the wilderness for 3 days. During this time, they spent 1 day digging up the mountain beans. Then Zhao Hai began to have the children communicate with the plants. At the same time, he also had them get to know all kinds of plants. After 3 days, the group returned to the manor. After returning to the manor, Zhao Hai immediately had Yuquan lead the group to flatten 1 mu of land. Yuquan flattened 2 mu of land. 1 mu was for Zhao Hai while the other was for alfalfa. Zhao Hai didn't stop Yuquan. In fact, Zhao Hai didn't think of this method that Wu Yu proposed. But after Wu Yu said it, Zhao Hai felt that this method was very feasible. After the land was flattened, Zhao Hai led the children to plant the mountain beans. As for the alfalfa, he didn't need to worry about it. After the land was flattened, Xianxia began to lead the children to plant the mountain beans. Then he taught them how to use their natural energy to improve the mountain beans. In this process, the mountain beans grew faster. Although the children didn't have a lot of natural energy in their bodies, their recovery speed was very fast. Therefore, in just a few days, all the mountain beans were harvested. And this time, the mountain beans had obvious changes. Each and every one of them was the size of a walnut, which was a lot bigger than before. Naturally, the yield was higher. In the past, the mountain beans were only a few hundred jin per mu. But now, the yield was a lot higher, almost reaching 1,000 jin. Xianxia and the others tasted the mountain beans. The astringent taste was a lot lighter, but it was still edible. Especially after being roasted, not only did the astringent taste become lighter, but it also revealed a trace of sweetness. This discovery made the children and Yuquan very happy. However, Xianxia wasn't too happy. The next day, he had Yuquan lead the group to the mountain bean field. Then he lit the withered stalks and sprinkled the ashes in the field. After that, they began a new round of sowing. This time, Xianxia didn't intervene too much. He just directed from the side. He mainly let the children be responsible and give them an opportunity to experiment. After a few days, the mountain beans were sown and the children began to improve the mountain beans. Naturally, the children were much slower in improving the mountain beans. It took them more than 10 days to improve the mountain beans. During this process, the children's understanding of natural energy became more thorough. After the mountain beans were harvested, everyone was shocked. This was because the mountain beans that were harvested were already as small as a child's fist. Moreover, a single mountain bean can bear several mountain beans. This time, the harvest was very big, the yield reached more than 2,000 jin. The yield of 2,000 jin per mu made Yuquan so happy that he almost went crazy. He immediately brought some mountain beans back to the city and had Yu Jinglin eat them. The current shandou was different from the previous ones. The current shandou didn't have any astringent taste. Especially after it was cooked, it didn't have any astringent taste. Instead, it had a sweet fragrance. This was very rare. The harvest of this 1 mu of land was almost equal to the harvest of several mu of corn. However, Xianxia wasn't satisfied. He followed the previous method and improved the mountain beans. After sowing them, the harvest doubled. The yield reached more than 3,000 jin per mu, almost 4,000 jin. When the yield came out, Yu Jinglin couldn't sit still. He directly ran to the villa and looked at the mountain beans. His face was flushed red, he was too excited. He didn't think that after the improvement, the yield would be so high. No wonder Xianxia said that the growth potential of the mountain beans was limitless. Xianxia stood beside Yu Jinglin and said, "City Lord, don't look at the high yield of the mountain beans. In fact, if people eat them often, they won't starve to death. Their nutrition won't be able to keep up, and they will become very thin. Therefore, the mountain beans can only be used as a transitional food. It can't be used as a regular food, unless it's supplemented with meat." Yu Jinglin didn't mind as he waved his hand and said, "What are you talking about? How many people starve to death every year? I don't have the mood to care about them. It's better to be thin than to starve to death." Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "City Lord, you can see that the nearby alfalfa has also sprouted. This alfalfa grows very fast, I believe that it won't take long before it can be used to raise rabbits. If we can raise rabbits, then the food problem of the mixed spirit continent would be solved. However, there is still some room for improvement. I want to have people try to plant it first. This time, I won't allow any plant master apprentice to participate, just let ordinary people try to plant it and see how it works. Now that we have harvested these alfalfa, we can plant about 1,000 mu of land. If the city lord agrees, then we can use 1,000 mu of land as an experiment and leave this 1 mu for improvement. What does the city lord think about this? What do you think?" Yu Jinglin stared for a moment, then he said, "Mister, is it right to plant it at this time?" Xianxia replied, "That's enough. There are still 4 months before winter, and it would take about 3 months for the beans to mature. As long as Sir can plant 1,000 mu of beans within a month, the beans would be harvested during winter." Xianxia nodded and said, "That's enough. Winter is still around. Yu Jinglin clapped his hands and said, "This official will do it. If this experiment is successful, then we can pave a new path. In the future, no one in the mixed spirit continent will starve to death. This official will immediately go back and gather people to plant these mountain beans." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "The mountain beans in the courtyard will be given to Mr. to plant. We only need 1 mu of seeds. There's one more thing that needs to be made clear to Mr. The planting of these mountain beans is actually very simple. As long as there's a hole in the mountain beans, you can cut the meat and use it as a seed. This way, 1 mountain bean can carry several mountain beans. Because of this, Mr. needs to have people cut the mountain beans first." When Yu Jinglin heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mr., is this method really possible? Can the mountain beans be planted after cutting them open?" "Of course, we've already tested this. Mr. can rest assured," Zhao Hai replied. Yu Jinglin nodded and said, "All right, then I'll immediately prepare it. Mr., I'll leave the matter of improvement to you." "Right, Mr., do you know how to treat diseases?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I do. Actually, as a plant master, treating diseases is part of my job. This is because the natural energy of a plant master is very gentle, it can be used to treat diseases." "Good, that's great. I'll have to ask Mr. to teach other people as well. In the future, when the rabbits are raised, I'll have to ask Mr. to take a look at them and teach the people who raise the rabbits. What do you think?" "No problem, this is a small matter. Mr. can rest assured." Yu Jinglin cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Then I'll have to thank Mr. Mr., I'll have to go back and arrange for the mountain beans to be planted. I'll take my leave first. Mr., please go back and rest." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, Mr., you don't need to worry about my people." Yu Jinglin cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai before turning around and leaving. When Zhao Hai returned to the villa, he had Yu Quan look for people to dig several large underground kilns. Yu Quan didn't quite understand what Zhao Hai wanted to do, but he still followed Zhao Hai's instructions and began to dig the kilns. The kilns were dug nearly 10 meters deep before they stopped. Zhao Hai had them reinforce the kilns so that they wouldn't break down. Then he had people move the beans into the kilns. After the beans were moved into the kilns, Zhao Hai told Yu Quan that although the yield of the beans was high, it wasn't easy to store them. If you don't store them well, then the beans would go bad. When that time comes, the beans can't be eaten. On the other hand, the Shan beans were different when placed in this big cellar. This cellar was very deep, but it was very dry inside. Moreover, it could be maintained at a very stable temperature. If the Shan beans were placed in this cellar, they could be stored for several months. When Yu Quan heard Zhao Hai, he was completely convinced. Zhao Hai had considered everything clearly. This was really rare. They thought that there wouldn't be any problems with storing the beans. But now it seems like they were thinking too simply. A few days after Zhao Hai and the others moved the beans into the kilns, Yu Jinglin personally brought people to the villa. Then they began to flatten the land. The half-dead corn on the land was directly cut down. Then they began to plow the land. This work took about 10 days. Then they began to cut the beans according to Zhao Hai's instructions. After cutting the beans, they began to plant them. This time, it only took 5 days for the 1,000 mu of beans to be planted. Although the people who followed Yu Quan didn't understand why Yu Quan cut down the fine corn, they still followed him. After all, this 1,000 mu of land belonged to Yu Quan. He could do whatever he wanted with it. This was also where Yu Quan was smart. If he dared to move the other lands to plant these beans, then there would be people who would rebel. Time passed little by little. Zhao Hai has been in the mixed spirit continent for nearly 4 months now. In these 4 months, Zhao Hai spent most of his time with the children. He has already taught them the most basic principles of being a plant master. These children can now be considered as qualified plant master apprentices. As long as they go through a period of training, they can become qualified plant masters. In the past 4 months, Zhao had not only improved the mountain beans that could produce 10,000 caddies per mu, but he had also improved the corn several times. He had also found several plants that could be used as food, and the yield was much higher than the unimproved corn. In these 3 months, besides improving the mountain beans and corn, Zhao Hai also paid attention to another matter, which was the reproduction of the three-eyed rabbits. In fact, three-eyed rabbits don't have three eyes. It's just that there's a pattern on their forehead that looks like a closed eye. According to legend, three-eyed rabbits used to have a third eye, and their temperament was very fierce. However, when they fought with other beasts, their third eye was injured. Since then, the three-eyed rabbits closed their third eye and never opened it again. Therefore, they became very docile three-eyed rabbits. And just as Zhao Hai thought, the three-eyed rabbit's reproduction speed was very fast. In 3 months, the 5 pairs of three-eyed rabbits had become 60 three-eyed rabbits. Moreover, the three-eyed rabbits' reproduction period was approaching, and their numbers would increase. What Zhao Hai wanted to do wasn't to improve the three-eyed rabbits, but to treat them. Because this was the first time that Yu Quan and the others raised three-eyed rabbits, they didn't have much experience. Therefore, many of the three-eyed rabbits were sick. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai looking after them, then these three-eyed rabbits wouldn't be able to live until now. However, Zhao Hai didn't only treat the three-eyed rabbits. At the same time, he also summarized a lot of experience in raising rabbits. For example, they can't eat grass that has dew on it, and they must clean it regularly. At the same time, he also listed some common diseases of three-eyed rabbits to be treated. With these common diseases, Yu Quan and the others can raise three-eyed rabbits themselves. This would play a big role in the promotion of three-eyed rabbits in the mixed spirit continent. Now, it was finally time to harvest the beans. This was because winter was approaching. Although Sea Spirit City was close to the sea, and the winter wasn't very cold, it wasn't suitable for crops to grow. Moreover, the beans were grown by the people of Sea Spirit City. This was completely different from what Zhao Hai had grown. Because of this, Yu Jinglin attached great importance to this matter. On this day, Yu Jinglin personally led some people from Sea Spirit City to the side of the bean field. Zhao Hai and the others were also present. Yu Jinglin looked at the withered bean plants and said, "Let's start. Everyone needs to be careful and dig slowly. Let's get started." Everyone nodded as they took their shovels and began to dig. Originally, Zhao Hai wanted Yu Jinglin and the others to use a plow to dig up the beans. However, Yu Jinglin didn't agree. For him, these beans weren't just beans. They were their hope, the hope of the entire mixed spirit continent. Because of this, he summoned a lot of people from Sea Spirit City and had them dig up the beans. Zhao Hai couldn't do anything about Yu Jinglin's approach. He was very clear that Yu Jinglin and the others were afraid of starvation. Now that such a high-yield crop had appeared, they naturally couldn't bear to waste it. This time, Yu Jinglin called over 2,000 people to dig up the beans. With so many people working, the beans were naturally dug up very quickly. In just one day, 1,000 mu of beans were dug up. Looking at the mountain of beans, everyone was stunned. Then they went crazy and rushed forward. Each and every one of them held on to the beans with tears streaming down their faces. They were too excited. Zhao Hai didn't make fun of him. Instead, he looked at them and let out a long sigh. The people of the mixed spirit continent were really bitter. Yu Jinglin looked at the piles of beans and couldn't stop his tears from flowing. After some time, he wiped his tears and then turned to Zhao Hai and gave him a big bow. "Thank you, mister. With these beans, the people of the mixed spirit continent won't starve to death." Zhao Hai quickly helped Yu Jinglin up and said, "City Lord is too polite. Let's count how many beans we have harvested this time. Moreover, storing these beans won't be easy. These beans can be planted tomorrow, but storage is also a problem. It's best to store them in underground kilns. But Sea Spirit City is close to the sea. If we want to dig underground kilns, we need to choose a good place. Otherwise, if we dig into a water vein, we will be done for. In this regard, it would be better for Mr. to make arrangements in advance. If the ground freezes in a few days, then it would be even more troublesome." Yu Jinglin finally recovered his calmness. He nodded and said, "All right, then we'll do as Mr. says. I'll immediately arrange it. I believe that everyone will be very motivated." "Right, I heard that Mr. has improved the production of 10,000 jin of beans per mu. Is there such a thing?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "There is indeed such a thing. But this kind of mountain bean requires a lot of land. Lean land can't produce that much, but 6 or 7,000 gene per mu can still be guaranteed. That's almost the limit. If there's more, then it would require the energy of a plant master, so it really wouldn't be of much use. Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes. Yu Jinglin replied, this is already very good. When we plant them next year, we'll have a separate plot of land to plant them. Once we harvest them, we can spread them throughout the mixed spirit continent. All of the beans we collected today will be used as seeds. Otherwise, I'm afraid that we won't even be able to grow enough land in Sea Spirit City next year. Zhao Hai frowned and said, does Mr. want to plant beans on all the land? That's not good. I think we should plant alfalfa on half of the land and raise three-eyed rabbits. Yu Jinglin shook his head and said, Mister, you don't know the situation in the mixed spirit continent. It's better here on the coast, we won't starve to death. However, the situation in the interior is different. Every year, a lot of people starve to death. There are even some people who have no choice but to go into the mountains and fight with demon beasts. Right now, the mixed spirit continent doesn't have the qualifications to ask for good food. As long as we don't starve to death, we don't need to care too much. When Zhao Hai heard Yu Jinglin, he couldn't help but sigh and said, all right, then we'll do as the city lord says. When winter comes, I'll take in some students. When spring comes, they'll be able to become apprentices. When the time comes, they'll be able to help and make the planting of the beans even smoother. Yu Jinglin let out a long breath and said, then I'll have to thank Mr. Mr. has done a lot for the mixed spirit continent this year. It's only right for us to thank Mr. However, Mr. can also see that the mixed spirit continent doesn't have anything worth showing. But Mr. can rest assured, I've already reported Mr.'s matter to the 7 great clans. They'll be bringing people over soon. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I don't care. If I can make sure that no one starves to death in the mixed spirit continent, then I'll be happy to do anything. Yu Jinglin nodded and didn't say anything else. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, Mister, I'll have to arrange tomorrow's work. I won't talk to Mister anymore. I'll remember Mister's kindness, so Mister can rest assured. Zhao Hai replied, Mister, you can go do what you need to do. I have nothing to do here. Yu Jinglin nodded, then he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai before turning around to make arrangements. With so many people present, it was naturally impossible for them to eat and sleep in the villa. Yu Jinglin had to lead everyone back to the city and then come back tomorrow to dig a kiln. Only when the mountain beans are stored would he feel relieved. At this time, Zhao Hai also led the children back to the villa. The children had been learning from Zhao Hai. Before, they only felt that the mountain beans could change the mixed spirit continent. However, this was just their imagination. Now that they saw the mountain beans piled up in the field, the children were very excited. It wasn't as good as having the facts in front of them. They were also children from poor families. Now that they saw so many mountain beans, they naturally understood what these mountain beans represented. They admired Zhao Hai even more. At the same time, they were also proud of their identity as plant masters. While Zhao Hai was busy improving the mountain beans in the mixed spirit continent, he suddenly received a letter from Tang Ming. At this time, the intelligence system of the 5 spirit realms was under Tang Ming's command. Zhao Hai rarely interfered, he also didn't have that much energy. Because of this, Tang Ming was the one who sent the letter to Zhao Hai. This time, Tang Ming's letter contained a lot of things. In fact, the most important thing was the ships in the 5 spirit realms that had accidents one after another. Zhao Hai already knew who was responsible for this, and Tang Ming also knew. However, Tang Ming and the others still haven't found out where the demon god was hidden by the ghost face people. In the beginning, Zhao Hai thought that the ghost face people had hidden the demon god on the main islands mentioned by the people on the devil's ship. However, when the people on the devil's ship went to the main islands, they didn't find the demon god's shadow. This made them feel very strange. Because of this, Zhao Hai and the others still haven't found the demon god's shadow. They didn't even know what the demon god looked like. However, from the way the ghost face people acted, the demon god shouldn't have recovered. Otherwise, the ghost face people wouldn't have continued to attack the ships. Zhao Hai didn't care much about this situation, he just let the ghost face people do what they want. At this time, the ghost face people's actions had already attracted the attention of the higher-ups of the various continents. The higher-ups of the various continents had already united. Obviously, these people were preparing to deal with the ghost face people. Although the ghost face people had been hiding very well, one shouldn't underestimate the strength of the higher-ups of the various countries. If they really wanted to investigate, then there was nothing that they couldn't find. Therefore, the ghost face people would be out of luck. Zhao Hai also sent Tang Ming a letter to the ghost face people that he subdued. He wanted them to hide as soon as possible so that the higher-ups of the various countries wouldn't be able to deal with them. Things were just as Zhao Hai expected. The ghost face people underestimated the strength of the higher-ups of the various countries. The higher-ups of the various countries were able to rule the 5 spiritual realms for so many years, so how could they not have some ability? At this time, the higher-ups of the various countries suddenly made a move. They conducted a thorough investigation of the ghost face people in the 5 continents. This investigation was different from the previous one. In the previous investigation, they only caught some small fish and shrimps. In fact, this was also a warning to the ghost face people. However, the ghost face people didn't care and still attacked them. This time, the higher-ups of the various countries naturally wouldn't be polite. Some of the ghost face's silver and gold masked messengers were found and were directly besieged by the experts of the various countries. As soon as this matter came out, some passenger ships on the continents immediately set sail. Although they were also attacked by the various countries' navies, their losses weren't very big. In the end, the passenger ships all fled to some islands. However, there were still a lot of ghost face people on these islands. The various countries' navies didn't manage to gain any advantage and temporarily retreated. But in this way, the matter of the ghost face people hiding on these islands was confirmed by the higher-ups of the various countries. However, when the various countries discovered that the ghost face people were hiding on these islands, they also discovered another thing. They didn't seem to have any good way to deal with the ghost face people. The islands had always been a blind spot of the various countries. In the past, the people of the various countries didn't take these islands seriously. But now, they discovered that they really didn't have a good way to deal with these islands. First of all, the various countries' navies weren't very familiar with the situation of these islands. This might seem strange to ordinary people. Navies like you aren't familiar with the situation of these islands? Then what do you do on the sea every day? Looking at the scenery? These islands were nominally the territories of the various countries. How could they just leave them alone? In fact, they really didn't want to do anything about it. This was because the higher-ups of the various countries didn't pay enough attention to this matter. Moreover, the route that the navies took was regulated. Sometimes, even if they wanted to visit the islands, they wouldn't be able to. This was because the defenses of the various countries were very strict. When a navy goes out to sea, the ship is like a small world. The captain of the ship is the king of this small world. If the captain has any bad ideas, then the ship would no longer belong to the country. It was precisely because of this that the various countries were very wary of their navies. Because of this, the navies simply didn't know about the situation of these islands. They didn't even know about the undercurrents and reefs outside the islands. In this case, it wouldn't be easy for the navies to attack these islands. When the higher-ups of the various countries discovered this, they immediately felt that this matter was troublesome. They immediately began to think of ways to attack these islands. But just as they were thinking about this, something happened on the continents. Juan City was a medium-sized city in the thick Earth continent. The city itself didn't have any special features, it was just one of the many medium-sized cities in the continent. However, Juan City was very close to the capital of the Rocky Mountain country. Moreover, it was also a gateway to the Rocky Mountain country. Because of this, the people here lived a good life. Because of this, the people in the city didn't have to worry about their jobs. Naturally, their lives were much more relaxed. On this day, the people in Juan City woke up early in the morning and began their busy lives. The poor worked hard to make a living while the rich worked hard to earn more money. Everyone was doing their own things. At the gate of Juan City, a group of soldiers had just changed shifts. They were about to open the gate and let the merchants in. But at this moment, a group of black-clothed men suddenly appeared at the gate. Before the guards could react, the black-clothed men had already launched an attack on them. The staffs in these people's hands were very good. Moreover, their movements were very unified. Most importantly, these people had killed people before. Because of this, their attacks were very powerful. They didn't give the guards any chance to retaliate, they directly killed them. Their actions naturally attracted the attention of the soldiers on the city wall. The soldiers immediately began to attack these people. But at this moment, 2 black dots suddenly flew in the sky. The 2 black dots waved their hands, causing the city wall to shake. The soldiers on the city wall couldn't even stand still, let alone fight. Just as the soldiers were about to stabilize themselves, earth spikes rose from the city wall and directly pierced them to death. Then the 2 black dots waved their hands and the city wall collapsed. Then the 2 flying figures and the black-cloaked people ran out of the city and disappeared into the woods outside the city. By the time the guards in the city reacted and rushed over, the black-cloaked people had already disappeared. This matter caused a huge reaction in the Rocky Mountain country. Juan City was the gateway to Rock Mountain City. Yet, someone had openly attacked the city's defenders and even destroyed a part of the city wall. This was definitely a big deal because everyone in Rock Mountain City knew that if the other party dared to act so brazenly in front of them, it meant that they were confident. What if one day, the other party attacked them in Rock Mountain City? What if there were enemies outside Rock Mountain City, and someone suddenly attacked in the city? This was definitely a very serious matter. But it was clear that the people of the Rocky Mountain City underestimated this matter. Not long after the news of Juan City being attacked, the thick Earth continent was also attacked for a few days. Finally, the other continents were also attacked. Moreover, the places that were attacked weren't far from the capital cities of the various countries. In an instant, the entire 5 spiritual realms was in chaos. The higher-ups of the various countries weren't fools. They immediately knew who did this. It must be the people of the Ghost Face. Some time ago, the various countries investigated the Ghost Face's people and killed a lot of their core members. Now, the Ghost Face's people must have come to take revenge. However, this matter didn't scare the higher-ups of the various countries. On the contrary, this matter made them very angry. They didn't expect the Ghost Face's people to be so bold as to fight back. The reason why the higher-ups of the various countries didn't kill the Ghost Face's people the first time was because they needed the Ghost Face's people. Sometimes, they needed the Ghost Face's people to do things that they couldn't see the light of day. The second time they attacked the Ghost Face's people was because the Ghost Face's people went too far. Under their attack, more than 10 passenger ships were lost. The direct casualties even exceeded 20,000 people. This made the merchants of the various continents panic. They didn't even dare to do business anymore. This was a huge loss for the various continents. Because of this, the second time they investigated the Ghost Face's people, the various countries put in a lot of effort and dealt with the core members of the Ghost Face. This caused the Ghost Face's losses to be very heavy. In the eyes of the higher-ups of the various countries, the Ghost Face was just a wolf that they allowed to exist. They were the ones who fed it. If they let the wolf bite people, then the wolf would bite them. If the wolf bit them back, then the higher-ups wouldn't be polite. But now, not only did the wolf bite them, but it also bit them more than once. How could the higher-ups of the various countries tolerate this? The higher-ups of the various countries took action and cleaned up the Ghost Face's people in their territory. This time, the cleanup was very thorough. Even the peripheral members of the Ghost Face weren't spared. They didn't even need a reason. As long as they found out that you might be a Ghost Face's person, then they would immediately take action. This time, more people were caught and more people died. But at the same time, the blow to the Ghost Face was also heavier. But after this matter, the Ghost Face's people finally became honest. These things happened within 2 months after Zhao Hai received Tang Ming's message. And in these 2 months, Zhao Hai has been training the new plant masters in the mixed spirit continent. This time, Zhao Hai took a breath and recruited 100 soul grafters. Every day, he would lead these soul grafters to the wilderness for training. Even the 20 people from before would follow along. The entire process was very smooth. At this time, all the people who were recruited were very serious. This was because they knew that if they learned these things today, then tomorrow, they would be able to change the entire mixed spirit continent. Everyone would be able to eat their fill and wear warm clothes. One shouldn't underestimate this simple wish. This was because this was the best wish in the mixed spirit continent. Also, one shouldn't underestimate a person's potential. When a person goes all out to do something, when a person's potential is stimulated, then they would be able to burst out with an astonishing amount of energy. These people were like this. These 120 people learned very quickly. They were even faster than some of the Hu clan's disciples that Zhao Hai had seen. One must know that the Hu clan's disciples were trained from childhood. Moreover, the Hu clan's disciples also knew about plant masters. Because of this, they were able to learn very quickly. However, he didn't expect these people to learn this quickly as well. This was really beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. However, Zhao Hai was very happy. It was good that they were able to learn quickly. Because of this, Zhao Hai taught them with all his might. Just like this, unknowingly, another month passed by. Hailing City was very close to the sea. Additionally, it was located in the southeast. Because of this, the weather was very hot. Because of this, winter only lasted for 3 months. If it was in the north, then winter would take at least 5 to 6 months. When spring came, Yu Jinglin couldn't sit still. He directly went to the villa and prepared for the spring plowing. The reason why he was so diligent was because he wanted to solve the food problem of the mixed spirit continent. He wanted to make sure that no one would starve to death. Secondly, he wanted to teach the 7 great families a lesson. 3 months ago, when the beans were harvested, Yu Jinglin sent a letter to the 7 great families. He told them about Zhao Hai's situation and how many beans they had harvested. However, the problem was with the beans. The 7 great families didn't believe Yu Jinglin at all. They even sent a letter back to Yu Jinglin and scolded him. They even almost removed him from his position as the city lord of Hailing City. This matter made Yu Jinglin very angry. One must know that people like Yu Jinglin who can become a city lord also have the opportunity to develop their family into a great family. Because the mixed spirit continent was an alliance, and the living environment here was very bad, everyone was focused on the same thing. The 7 great families were doing very well. However, Yu Jinglin was a city lord, so he had a very high status. Even the 7 great families wouldn't dare to make a move against him. Yu Jinglin was a city lord, so he had a very high status. Even the 7 great families wouldn't dare to move against him. Now, Yu Jinglin was being scolded by the 7 great families. Moreover, it was because they didn't believe him. How could Yu Jinglin not be angry? Because of this, Yu Jinglin wanted to plant the beans as soon as possible. After a few months, he would let the 7 great families take a look. Yu Jinglin wasn't lying. This time, Yu Jinglin was preparing to plant the beans all around Hailing City. Because of this, he mobilized the people of the city. Now, the people of Hailing City didn't have any resistance to planting the beans. This was because they had seen the beans harvested last year. Seeing such a high yield, they would be fools if they didn't plant them. The people of the city only took a few days to plant all the beans. Then Yu Jinglin began to organize people. These people didn't do anything else but patrol the fields every day. They weren't afraid that the beans would be stolen, but they were afraid that the beans would cause a disaster. If the beans were to fall ill, or if there was an insect plague, then they wouldn't even be able to find a place to cry. However, their worries were superfluous. The beans didn't fall ill. After a few days of planting, the seedlings sprouted, and they grew very well. Naturally, this couldn't be separated from Zhao Hai's efforts. These days, Zhao Hai had been leading the apprentice plant masters around Hailing City to check the situation of the fields. They hadn't rested in the house for many days. Generally, they would carry a straw mat with them and rest on it at night. It was very tiring. After Yu Jinglin learned of this matter, he personally ordered Yu Quan to prepare more food for Zhao Hai and the others. Even so, Zhao Hai and the apprentice plant masters stayed outside for a month. After the bean seedlings grew strong, they returned to the villa. As soon as Zhao Hai returned to the villa, Yu Jinglin came to look for Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw Yu Jinglin, he smiled and cupped his fist towards Yu Jinglin. "I have seen the city lord." "What brings the city lord here today?" Yu Jinglin cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said with a grateful expression, "Mister, this Yu really doesn't know what to say. If it weren't for Mister's hard work, then I'm afraid that the bean planting wouldn't have gone so smoothly. This Yu thanks Mister." Then he gave Zhao Hai a big bow. Zhao Hai looked at Yu Jinglin, then he smiled faintly and said, "The city lord is too polite." This time, the beans grew very well and didn't get sick. We just went around to take a look and didn't do anything. There's no need for the city lord to be so polite. Yu Jinglin shook his head and said, "No, I've already heard that if it wasn't for Mr., the beans wouldn't have grown so well. Mr. is worthy of this great gift." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "City lord, now isn't the time to talk about this. The beans have been planted for a month and will mature in about 2 months. Once they're harvested, we can plant another season." But has the city lord thought about this? After the beans are harvested, how much space do we need to store them? If we don't store them well, then the potatoes will quickly go bad. When that time comes, we can only watch as the beans are thrown away in vain. Yu Jinglin was stunned, and then his face changed. He suddenly thought of last winter, when the mountain beans were just harvested, but they had to pile them up outside and then dig a kiln. If they waited until the mountain beans were harvested, it would be too late, and they might miss the next season's planting of the mountain beans. After thinking about this, Yu Jinglin's expression changed. He immediately turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. is right. I've been negligent in this matter. I'll immediately arrange for someone to do it." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "There's no need for the city lord to be anxious. Actually, besides this matter, I also have something to tell the city lord. After this season's beans are harvested, how do you plan to deal with them?" Yu Jinglin stared, then he thought for a moment and said, "I'm going to keep them and use them for planting in the future." Zhao smiled and said, "This is the second thing that I wanted to talk to Darren about. Darren shouldn't keep all the mountain beans for planting. Although they are abundant, we still don't know if there will be any problems with eating them. So I wanted to ask Darren to take out some mountain beans and let some people try them. If there really is nothing wrong with them, then that would be the best. But if there is something wrong, then we can find a way to solve it." Zhao smiled and said, "Darren, this is the first thing that I want to talk to Darren about." When Yu Jinglin heard Zhao Hai, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Yu Jinglin knew that what Zhao Hai said was right. Anything new needs to be tried before they can know whether it's good or bad. If there's something wrong with eating the beans, then it would be troublesome. Yu Jinglin nodded and said, "All right, Mr. can rest assured. The beans harvested in the first season will be our Sea Spirit City's food. In any case, we don't have much food left. Even if we wait until the beans are harvested, I'm afraid that we'll have to rely on fish to survive for some time." Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled faintly and said, "Actually, the city lord doesn't need to worry. When we were outside, we saw several kinds of beasts. These beasts eat grass, so we can raise them on a large scale in the future." Yu Jinglin shook his head and said, "Now isn't the time to talk about this. The food in the mixed spirit continent isn't enough for people to eat, let alone beasts. Let's focus on the people first. When no one starves to death, then we'll think about this matter." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Of course I'll listen to the city lord. However, the city lord still needs to leave me 1 mu of land. We still need to conduct experiments on the plants." "Of course, that's not a problem. Is 1 mu of land enough?" Naturally, Yu Jinglin had no reason to disagree with Zhao Hai's request. If it weren't for Zhao Hai's experiments, then where would the harvest of beans come from? Because of this, Yu Jinglin decided to support Zhao Hai. He also wanted to see if Zhao Hai would bring him any surprises. After Zhao Hai thanked Yu Jinglin, he followed Yu Jinglin into the room. After the two sat down, Zhao Hai looked at Yu Jinglin and smiled. "City lord, this time we'll harvest the mountain beans. Next time, we'll plant that kind of mountain beans. Although it won't be able to reach 10,000 jin per mu, it should still be able to reach 6 or 7,000 jin per mu." Yu Jinglin nodded, then Zhao Hai nodded. Yu Jinglin nodded, then with an excited expression, he said, "Right, I also think so. Although we can't reach 10,000 jin per mu, 6 to 7,000 jin is already a huge number. Although our mixed spirit continent doesn't have a lot of land, as long as we can produce this much, then the food problem of our continent would be solved." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "That's right." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Naturally, this is the best. In fact, I also learned how to raise fish in the Arctic continent. However, it seems like it's not suitable for the mixed spirit continent. There are too many slave ships outside the continent. Even if we build a fish farm, it would be impossible to keep it. Therefore, I didn't mention this matter. But in the future, if the mixed spirit continent has a good harvest of beans, then I can think of ways to tame some beasts. Yu Jinglin stared, then he asked, Mr. Can actually tame beasts? Zhao Hai smiled and said, what I'm talking about is different from what you're talking about. What I'm talking about is raising some herbivorous beasts. Once they grow up, we can kill them and eat their meat. So it's like this. Haha, Mister's idea is good, but there's no need to rush. Zhao Hai nodded and didn't say anything. Instead, he opened his mouth and said, the improvement of corn has reached a certain stage. What I need to do next is to improve some other crops and see what kind of effect they have. Yu Jinglin nodded, then he said, Mister, please go ahead. I'll give you my full support, but Mister shouldn't be too tired. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I don't know much about what the city lord said about the great families. However, I heard that the great families are doing this for the good of the mixed spirit continent. The city lord shouldn't be too hard on them. Yu Jinglin smiled faintly and said, Mister is overthinking it. I don't have any enmity with the great families. Naturally, I won't be too hard on them. But this time, I want them to know that I'm telling the truth. When the time comes, they won't be angry with me. Zhao Hai chuckled and chatted with Yu Jinglin for a while. Then Yu Jinglin left the manor and returned to the city. In the following period of time, Zhao Hai was busy improving the plants in the villa. Yu Jinglin was also very busy. He led people to look at the mountains around Sea Spirit City. In the end, he chose 2 mountains and sent a large number of people from Sea Spirit City to chisel stones on the 2 mountains. They were preparing to make a few large caves in the mountains to store the harvested mountain beans. Moreover, the amount of work this time was relatively large, so the caves needed to be built were very large. Fortunately, the people of the mixed spirit continent had martial skills, so they weren't afraid of doing manual labor. Because of this, the progress of the project was very fast. These days lasted for nearly a month and a half. On this day, Zhao Hai was in the field looking at the improved products. This time, Zhao Hai wasn't improving food, but rather vegetables. At this time, a violent rumbling sound was suddenly heard from the direction of Ocean Sky City, followed by waves of battle cries. Upon hearing this sound, Zhao Hai stared. Then his expression changed. He was very clear that this sound wasn't a drill, but a real battle. Zhao Hai stood up, then he turned his head to the children and said, Everyone, return to the manor immediately. Don't come out, quickly. The children also heard the sound. Now that they heard Zhao Hai, they immediately followed Zhao Hai back to the manor. Yu Quan has been in the manor for the past few days. When Zhao Hai and the others returned to the manor, they saw Yu Quan preparing to lead them out. Upon seeing them come back, Yu Quan relaxed and said, Mister, you're back. Let's go inside the manor. Zhao Hai replied, Something seems to have happened in Sea Spirit City. Don't you want to go and take a look? Yu Quan shook his head and said, No need. It should be the slave ships. We experience this several times every year, so it shouldn't be a problem. Let's just wait here. Sea Spirit City should be fighting right now. It should be fine after a while. Zhao Hai frowned and said, Is it like this every year? Can't we deal with them properly? Yu Quan sighed and said, What can we do? Sea Spirit City is fine, but there are some places that simply don't have good defenses. Additionally, the ships of the mixed spirit continent aren't as good as the slave ships. We can't catch up with them even if we want to. If we really fight on the sea, then the losses would be even greater. Therefore, we can only shrink back on the shore and take a beating. Although there are ships patrolling the sea, they generally don't go too far. They're just there to act as a warning, they can't fight back. I'm afraid this situation won't change in a short period of time. Zhao Hai frowned and said, Are we just going to wait like this? Haven't you thought about stealing 2 ships to defend? It won't be that easy. Yu Quan smiled bitterly and said, Let's not talk about anything else. Let's talk about the dragon bones used on the ships. The dragon bones are made from a large piece of wood. In the mixed spirit continent, there are very few places that can grow this kind of wood. Even if there are, it would be very difficult to transport it here. Additionally, the craftsmen of the mixed spirit continent aren't as good as those of the other continents. Therefore, we've been at a disadvantage these past few years. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, so it's like this. I really can't help you with this, I don't know how to do these things. However, I can help you with big trees. Not to mention other things, I can cultivate some big trees in Shelter Bay. With big trees, we can make big ships. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, so it's like this. Yuquan stared, then his eyes lit up as he said, can trees be improved? Can it really be done? Zhao Hai replied, of course it can. As long as it's a plant master can improve it. The Wind Shelter Bay is a rare place with a thick layer of soil. Naturally, we can cultivate wood there. Yuquan's face was filled with excitement as he said, good. If it's really possible, then that would be great. We can make ships in the future. However, we still need to wait until the beans are harvested. Mr. can go to the Wind Shelter Bay and take a look. This matter isn't as important as the beans. I know, I can still distinguish the importance of this matter. Zhao Hai nodded. Just as they were talking, the sound of footsteps could be heard from outside. Then a voice could be heard, Uncle Quan, come out quickly. I don't know how a group of bandits got close to our village. Yuquan stared, then his expression changed. He opened the door and loudly said, quickly, gather all the servants and prepare for battle. Then Yuquan went outside. Zhao also stood up and followed Yuquan outside. I'll go out with you. I want to know what these pirates look like. Yuquan nodded and said, I want to see what these pirates look like. Yuquan quickly said, Mr. shouldn't go. If something happens to you, the city lord will skin me alive. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, you don't need to worry about that. Do you really think that I'm someone who can't resist at all? Let's go. Maybe I can be of some help. We can't let those guys destroy the mountain beans we planted. When Yuquan saw Zhao Hai's appearance, he knew that there was no way to stop him. He nodded and said, all right, let's go and take a look. It seems like the pirates were right this time. They actually bypassed Liar City and directly came here. Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, all right, let's go. We'll just kill them. After we solve the food problem, we'll develop in peace for a few years. Let's see what these guys can do. If they dare to come again, we'll just capture them and make them slaves. Yuquan smiled faintly and then followed Zhao Hai out of the room. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of the village. There were already a lot of servants gathered there, all of them holding weapons. Although the mixed spirit continent didn't have internal strife, the people of the 5 continents didn't let them off. Because of this, the people of the mixed spirit continent were very fond of martial arts. Weapons were a necessity. Now that an enemy had come, they naturally had to take out their weapons to resist. Yuquan looked into the distance. Sure enough, there were some shadows that were rushing towards the village. However, they didn't use any techniques. Zhao Hai looked at these people, then he coldly smiled and said, they don't know life from death. It's a pity that these children haven't learned the fighting methods of a plant master. Otherwise, we would have let them try it out. What a waste of an opportunity. When Yuquan heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but ask, the fighting methods of a plant master? Mister, what kind of fighting methods do you speak of? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, there are a lot of fighting methods of a plant master. Today, I'll let you take a look. After saying that, his hand moved and a vine suddenly appeared in his hand. This vine was dark green and looked very beautiful. Zhao Hai's figure moved as he went straight towards these people. Before long, Zhao Hai and these people were together. These people immediately used their techniques to attack Zhao Hai. However, the vine in Zhao Hai's hand was like a living snake, breaking the enemy's techniques. Sometimes, he would even command the nearby plants to help him fight. Most importantly, he would occasionally wave his hand and throw out seed-like things. After these seed-like things fell to the ground, they would immediately turn into plants. Then these plants would attack these people, causing them to be in a difficult situation. Yuquan looked at Zhao Hai's movements and muttered, this is the fighting method of a plant master? Why is this ship so strange? Zhao Hai didn't care too much about this. Once he made his move, he wouldn't show any mercy. Moreover, he was already very familiar with the fighting methods of a plant master. How could these people be his opponents? Before long, more than 100 pirates appeared. Half of them were killed while the other half were entangled by the plants that Zhao Hai released. After making those people lose their ability to resist, Zhao returned to Yu Quan and the others. He threw their magic staffs to the ground and said, "These guys have all fainted now. But once they wake up, I'm afraid that they will make a move. Do you have a way to make them unable to use their magic?" Yu Quan nodded and said, "Do you have a way to make them unable to use magic?" Yu Quan was now even more impressed with Zhao Hai. He immediately said, "Mister can rest assured about this. We've been fighting with the people of the 5 continents for a long time. Naturally, we have a way to make them unable to use their techniques. Just leave it to us." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Let's go, I'll go with you. Without my order, the plants won't let them go." After he said that, Zhao Hai led Yu Quan and the others to the battlefield. Then he had the plants release the people. Yu Quan and the others weren't polite. They grabbed one person each and brought them to the villa. At the same time, Zhao Hai turned the plants into seeds and stored them away. Although Yu Quan was carrying a person, he didn't seem to be affected. He looked at Zhao Hai with envy and said, "Mister, your plants are really useful. They can actually fight like living people." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "This is a fighting method that only plant masters can use. It requires plant masters to use their own strength to refine it. In a few days, I'll give the children a few seeds and then teach them how to refine it. When the time comes, they'll be able to use this method to fight." Yu Quan had an envious expression on his face as he said, "That's why I'm envious. However, your plant master's fighting method isn't like those warlocks. Those warlocks only use their techniques. However, your plant master's fighting method doesn't seem to be limited to techniques. When I saw you using those vines, it seems like you also have martial techniques?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's indeed like this. This is because plant masters can use their life source weapons. They can find a plant and turn it into a weapon. Moreover, they can store it inside their body. Because of this, they can also use martial skills to attack. Unfortunately, I'm not proficient in martial skills, so I can only try to use it myself." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Yu Quan nodded and said, "Actually, Mister's use of it is already very good. However, there aren't many people who use it here. This is something that I can't help Mister with." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "It's fine, I'll just use it by myself. Any martial technique is created by people." Yu Quan nodded. After entering the manor, he immediately ordered people to prepare some things. Before long, people came in with bowls of smelly things. Then they poured the things into the mouths of the pirates. Zhao Hai looked at Yu Quan's actions. Yu Quan said, "It's nothing, it's just some herbs. However, the primer of these herbs is a bit strange. It's human urine." Ha ha ha. When Zhao Hai heard Yu Quan, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he smiled bitterly and said, "You guys are really ruthless. You wouldn't use this to cook, right? If that's the case, then don't expect me to cook for you in the future." Ha 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 ha, that won't happen. Mister, you're thinking too much. We also need to eat. How could we use a cooking pot to cook? If that's the case, then we wouldn't need to eat. Yu Quan laughed. Zhao Hai looked at Yu Quan and the others, then he smiled bitterly and said, "I can see it now. What primer? You obviously don't want these guys to have a good time. You're doing this on purpose, right? Ha 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 ha, Mister can even see through this." "Right, that's what I meant." Zhao Hai shook his head and smiled bitterly. He looked at the pirates with sympathy. Sure enough, after the medicine was poured down their throats, all of them woke up. Then they all retched. Yu Quan looked at their appearance and laughed. When the pirates looked up, they naturally saw Yu Quan and the others laughing. Their expressions couldn't help but change. Their hands formed a seal and were about to chant an incantation. However, they discovered that they couldn't use their spiritual force, they couldn't use any spells. Yu Quan looked at the pirates and sneered. Then Yu Quan kicked the pirate to the ground and sneered, "After drinking the defiled spirit soup, you still want to use spells? Stop dreaming. Didn't you come here to capture people as slaves? I'll let you have a taste of what it's like to be a slave. When the pirates heard Yu Quan, their expressions changed. Zhao Hai didn't care about them. At the same time, Yu Quan tied them up and then locked them in an empty room. These people were just warlocks. Since they couldn't use spells, they were just ordinary people. Although they lived on the sea and had strong bodies, they were still ordinary people. Compared to Yu Quan and the others who practiced martial arts, they were too far behind. Additionally, these people were already used to using spells to fight. Once they found out that they couldn't use spells, their hearts were shaken and they were completely disheartened. At this time, they didn't have any thoughts of resistance. After dealing with these people, Zhao Hai and the others didn't return to the house. Instead, they stood outside the manor and looked towards the direction of Sea Spirit City. There were still sounds of fighting coming from the direction of Sea Spirit City, but it seemed to be much weaker than before. Zhao Hai turned to Yu Quan and said, "Yu Quan, get ready. We're going to head towards Sea Spirit City. Bring all the apprentice plant masters. Although they can't fight, apprentice plant masters can still save people. After this battle, there will be a lot of injured people. If we go, we might be able to save some people's lives." When Yu Quan heard Zhao Hai, he suddenly remembered that Zhao Hai relied on treating Yu Jinglin's illness to gain Yu Jinglin's trust. If Zhao Hai can really cure people, then that would be great. Moreover, Yu Quan could also hear the movements in Sea Spirit City. The movements there were getting smaller and smaller. It seems like the battle was over. In fact, this was the case. One must know that the Mixed Spirit Continent had an army stationed around Sea Spirit City. Although the slave ship owners dared to attack Sea Spirit City, they were only attacking. It was impossible for them to capture Sea Spirit City. The reason why they did so was to give the Mixed Spirit Continent a good look. They wanted to make the people of the Mixed Spirit Continent angry but unable to do anything about it. These pirates were all warlocks. Their specialty was long-range attacks. Because of this, even if they wanted to attack Sea Spirit City, there wouldn't be any problems. At worst, they could just run away before the people of Sea Spirit City could catch up to them. Because of this, they dared to attack Sea Spirit City. In fact, this kind of attack happened several times a year. Both sides were already used to it. When Zhao Hai and Yu Quan arrived at Sea Spirit City, the battle in Sea Spirit City had already ended. The pirate ships had already left Sea Spirit City and went far away. After Zhao Hai and the apprentice plant masters entered Sea Spirit City, they immediately began to treat the people of Sea Spirit City. However, there weren't many injuries in Sea Spirit City. This didn't mean that there weren't any battles in Sea Spirit City. In fact, there were still battles in Sea Spirit City. Even the walls of Sea Spirit City were damaged in several places. However, the people of Sea Spirit City were already used to dealing with the attacks of warlocks. Because of this, there weren't many injuries. On the other hand, the warlocks only dared to attack from a distance. Naturally, their attack power was weakened by a lot. Zhao Hai and the others spent 5 days in the city to stabilize the injured. Then Zhao Hai left Sea Spirit City. As for Yu Jinglin, he followed Zhao Hai all the way to the manor. When they arrived at the manor, Yu Jinglin immediately went to see the captives. The situation of the captives wasn't very good. Naturally, the people of the manor wouldn't give them enough food to eat. Giving them a bowl of porridge every day was already good enough. Although it had only been a few days, these people were already wrapped in skin and bones. They didn't even have the strength to speak. Yu Jinglin looked at the appearance of these people and coldly snorted. Then he ordered people to bring these people back to the city. Unlike what Zhao Hai and the others thought, Yu Jinglin didn't want to turn these people into slaves. Instead, he wanted to bring these people back to Sea Spirit City and kill them. This way, the people in the city would be able to vent their anger. This was something that couldn't be helped. Zhao Hai wasn't very clear about the situation in Sea Spirit City. In the past few years, Sea Spirit City had fought with the slave merchants more than once or twice. Because of this, the people in the city hated the slave merchants. Now that they finally caught them, they naturally wouldn't let them go. If they don't kill them, how can they vent their anger? Zhao Hai didn't care about how these people were punished. Therefore, he didn't say anything and just had Yu Jinglin take them away. Then they began to prepare. In a few days, this season's mountain beans would be harvested. They had a lot of things to do. Who would want to waste their energy on a few captives? In the following 10 days, Sea Spirit City was very busy. The people in the city had to repair the city walls as well as the caves. This time, they were really busy. Fortunately, the caves were almost finished. The damage to the city walls wasn't too serious. Therefore, the progress was very fast. It only took 10 days for the city walls to be repaired. After another 5 days, the caves were also built. After these things were done, the people in the city immediately shifted the battlefield. They directly brought shovels to the fields and prepared to dig the mountain beans. Although they could use plows, no one was willing to do so. Zhao Hai couldn't do anything about this situation. He could only watch. This made the city lively. Almost everyone in Sea Spirit City came. The men and women were responsible for digging the mountain beans. The elderly and children used baskets to pile up the mountain beans. There were also people who used donkey carts to transport the mountain beans to the caves. The entire area outside Sea Spirit City seemed to have turned into a huge farm. After half a month, the people finally finished harvesting all the mountain beans. Looking at the mountain beans piled up on the ground, Yuquan couldn't help but feel excited. Because of the importance of food in the mixed spirit continent, Yuquan could see that these mountain beans were enough to feed the people of Sea Spirit City for 2,000 years. When did Sea Spirit City become so rich? There was so much food that they couldn't eat it all. This made Zhao Hai feel like he was in a dream. After that, the mountain beans were put into the kiln and then new ones were planted. However, before planting the new ones, Zhao Hai had the branches and leaves of the mountain beans buried in the soil. Because of this, the speed of planting the new ones slowed down. It took a full month before the new ones were planted. But this time, the mountain beans they planted were not the same as the last time. This time, the mountain beans they planted were bigger. These were the ones that Zhao had improved, so the yield of these mountain beans was much higher. After the mountain beans were planted, Yuquan ordered the people of Sea Spirit City to prepare to dig kilns. Every family must have their own kiln to store the mountain beans. Because of the shortage of food in the mixed spirit continent, the land here has always been uniformly cultivated, and the food was also uniformly distributed. Now, it was the same. After the families finished digging the underground kilns, Yuquan began to distribute the mountain beans to each family. Each family would be given 50 jin of mountain beans, and after they finished eating, they would receive more. Although Zhao Hai told Yuquan to be careful and let the people eat the mountain beans for a while to see if they would get sick, nobody actually cared. Yuquan also didn't think that something bad would happen. This was because mountain beans were already present in the mountains. In the past, when people didn't have anything to eat, they would go to the mountains to dig them up. Although the mountain beans were very bitter at that time, it was still better than starving to death. At that time, people weren't poisoned to death by the mountain beans, let alone now. After roasting the mountain beans, they were really fragrant and sweet. The taste was very good, naturally very delicious. People didn't believe that this thing could poison people to death. Furthermore, ever since the day Sea Spirit City was founded, it had never been as exciting as it was now. Everyone was allowed to eat as much as they wanted. After all, they had plenty of mountain beans. Although Hailing City had a lot of mountain beans to eat, they still needed to fish and do what they needed to do. Everyone was afraid of starvation. Every day, they wanted to make more food. Even if they didn't eat the fish, they could still salt it and make it into salted fish. Sea Spirit City was near the sea, so there was no shortage of salt. It was also one of the main salt-producing areas of the mixed spirit continent. There were several salt pans here, and salt was one of the main sources of income for Sea Spirit City. Zhao Hai didn't say anything about this situation. In fact, he was happy to see it happen. If the people of Sea Spirit City didn't do anything else because of the mountain beans, then they would be looked down upon by Zhao Hai. After the second season of planting the mountain beans, Zhao Hai led the apprentice plant masters up the mountain. This time, he went to Shelter Bay. Shelter Bay was one of the few mountains around Sea Spirit City that had a thick layer of soil. When Zhao Hai arrived at Shelter Bay, he immediately began to make arrangements. He first looked at the trees on the mountain and then began to communicate with them. Finally, he selected several trees to improve. The trees that were improved by Zhao Hai were very tall trees. Zhao Hai wanted to see how tall they could grow. As for the other trees, Zhao Hai also improved them. But after improving those few trees, he began to improve the other trees. In nature, the law of the jungle prevailed. This law didn't only apply to animals, but also to plants. Take the trees in Shelter Bay for example. Originally, there weren't any tall trees here, but after Zhao Hai improved them, they became very tall trees. And after these trees grew taller, they would naturally absorb more sunlight. Naturally, the other trees would also be affected. In this case, when a tree grows taller, it would affect the surrounding plants. The other trees under its canopy wouldn't be able to grow taller, they might even wither and die. However, after Zhao Hai improved the small trees, they were able to live very well. This was because plants were also able to adapt to the environment. Because of this, the environment of Shelter Bay could be said to have some changes. But for the people of Sea Spirit City, this change was a good thing. Although the craftsmanship of the miscellaneous spirit continent wasn't as good as the other continents, it was still possible to build ships. However, they lacked wood. This was because the miscellaneous spirit continent was filled with stone mountains. Trees simply couldn't grow tall or big. Because of this, it was impossible for the miscellaneous spirit continent to use a large piece of wood as a keel to build a fast ship. It was precisely because of this that the shipbuilding skills of the mixed spirit continent couldn't be developed. In addition to the fact that the development time was relatively short, the lack of raw materials was also the main reason for this. Now that the Shelter Bay was able to grow large trees, these trees would be able to be used to make keels. When the time comes, they would be able to vigorously develop the shipbuilding industry. Naturally, there weren't many people who cared about this matter right now. Everyone's attention was focused on the second season of the Mountain Beans. Aside from fishing, the people of Sea Spirit City also had another thing to do, and that was to check the situation of the mountain bean field. Moreover, Zhao Hai also told them that after the second season of the mountain beans were harvested, they would plow the land. Then they would turn the mountain bean seedlings into fertilizer in the spring of next year. Naturally, the excrement of the people in the city, as well as the livestock, would also be gathered together. During the winter, they would be piled together to ferment. Then after spring, the excrement would be used to increase the fertility of the land. If there were mountains around Sea Spirit City, then Zhao Hai would have people go to the mountains to collect some leaves and other things. After the mountain beans are harvested, they would also go to the mountains to collect them. However, there were no such places around Sea Spirit City. The mountains were filled with rocks, so it was impossible to have many leaves. There were some in the Shelter Bay, but not many. Moreover, Zhao Hai didn't want to destroy the environment of the Shelter Bay. Therefore, he didn't touch it. While everyone was busy, another 3 months passed by. It was already autumn in Hailing City. The second season of mountain beans was about to be harvested. The entire Hailing City was preparing for another big harvest. Everyone was ready to welcome another big harvest. During this time, Zhao Hai had been observing the situation of the other 5 continents. In the end, the ghost face couldn't resist the attacks of the higher-ups of the 5 continents. Now, the ghost face couldn't move in the 5 continents. They didn't dare to attack the cities of the 5 continents. However, they still firmly controlled the islands. If the passenger ships of the 5 continents wanted to go out to sea, they would need at least a few Navy warships to escort them. If the Navy didn't escort them, then they would be attacked. It can be said that the 2 sides had entered a stalemate. However, it was clear that both sides weren't satisfied with this situation. Both sides made some preparations. The people of the continents strengthened the blockade of the islands. Although they couldn't go to the islands, they could still have their navies roam the sea, making it difficult for the ships on the islands to go out to sea. However, this method wasn't safe. This was because the ghost face controlled a lot of ships. Additionally, the ghost face also had a lot of experts. From time to time, they would send experts to attack the Navy's ships. Therefore, the 2 sides engaged in a tug-of-war on the sea. However, Zhao Hai believed that the ghost face's people were accumulating strength. This was because they still had a trump card that they haven't used yet. This trump card was the demon god. At this point, Zhao Hai didn't know what the demon god was. However, the demon god was able to fight to the death with the people of the spiritual realm. It can be seen that the demon god wasn't easy to deal with. Once the demon god recovers, then there wouldn't be many people in the 5 spiritual realms who could deal with him. However, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of him. However, the 5 spiritual realms didn't have people like Zhao Hai. Therefore, once the demon god recovers, it would be hard to say if the people of the 5 spiritual realms would be able to deal with him. In addition to this matter, there was another thing that Zhao Hai needed to do. It was time for Xiaoyu to come to the secret realm. Zhao Hai also needed to prepare to return to see Xiaoyu. This matter was very important for Zhao Hai. Although no one from the Lost Soul continent had ascended in the past 2 years, it wouldn't be long before that happens. According to Wen Hai, there were already people in the Lost Soul continent who were preparing to break through to the Ascendant realm. Moreover, it was very likely that they would succeed. This was good news for Zhao Hai. Once these people ascend, the Lost Soul continent's influence in the Sword Spirit realm would become stronger. But at the same time, these people were still very weak when they first arrived in the Sword Spirit realm. They needed Xiaoyu to take care of them. Therefore, it was necessary to have a good relationship with Xiaoyu. Because of this, Zhao Hai needed to see Xiaoyu when he arrived in the secret realm. This was to prevent Xiaoyu from discovering the abnormalities in the Lost Soul continent. Next, Zhao Hai wanted to ask Xiaoyu if he knew about the spiritual realm. Zhao Hai felt that he should ask Xiaoyu about this matter. The realm that Xiaoyu and the others were in was called the Sword Spirit realm. But after ascending from the 5 spiritual realms, they went to a realm called the Spiritual realm. This was definitely a matter worth asking. If the Sword Spirit realm and the Spiritual realm were related, then it would be better to ask clearly. Besides meeting Xiaoyu, Zhao Hai also wanted to return to the Spiritual Weapon realm to take a look. Although the evil spirit sect didn't appear, Zhao Hai still needed to guard against this. If the evil spirit sect took advantage of this, then it wouldn't be good. Naturally, Zhao Hai's main purpose was to return to the Soul realm and see when the destroyer would appear. Zhao Hai stood in front of Yu Jinglin, then he cupped his fist and said, "City Lord, I might need to leave for some time to take care of some matters. It might take a few years, or at least a few months before I return." Yu Jinglin thought that Zhao Hai came to see him for something. But now that he heard Zhao Hai, Yu Jinglin suddenly stood up. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Why does Mr. want to leave? But what did I do wrong? If there is, then I ask Mr. to tell me. I'll certainly correct it. Mr., please don't leave. The Mixed Spirit Continent can't do without Mr. Now that the Mixed Spirit Continent has Shan beans and the alfalfa method of raising rabbits, it would be impossible for these methods to change the situation of the Mixed Spirit Continent in a short time. Shan beans need to be promoted, and the alfalfa method of raising rabbits needs to be promoted as well. This way, even if I'm not here, it would still be impossible for the Mixed Spirit Continent to do anything. Because of this, it doesn't matter if I'm here or not." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Actually, I'm not here to do anything. Because of this, even if I do something in a short time, it would still be impossible for the Mixed Spirit Continent to do anything. Because of this, it doesn't matter if I'm here or not." Zhao Hai paused for a moment, then he looked at Yu Jinglin and said, "City Lord, I went out this time because of the Mixed Spirit Continent. When I was traveling in the Ice Ocean continent, I saw a spatial rift in the depths of the continent. After passing through the rift, I appeared in another world. In that world, I found a country, an incomparably powerful country. The people of this country weren't orthodox 5 spirits, they were mostly mixed soul cultivators, soldier soul cultivators, and tree soul cultivators. Although there were a lot of other soul cultivators, there were still a lot of other soul cultivators. However, such a country was incomparably powerful. My plant master technique was actually learned from them. This time, I want to go to that country and see if I can learn something from them. If possible, I also want to have the people of that country help our Mixed Spirit Continent." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Actually, I went out this time for the sake of the Mixed Spirit Continent. Is there really such a place? Mr. isn't joking, right? Why would I joke about this kind of thing? City Lord, have you heard of anyone on this continent who has used the techniques of a plant master?" "Of course, I'm telling the truth. That country is really powerful. If we can establish a relationship with them, then it would be very beneficial for us. Is there really such a country? How strong is this country compared to the other 5 continents? There's no comparison. If that country wants to destroy the other 5 continents, wouldn't it be as easy as turning their hand? Ha ha ha, Mr. must be joking, right? How can there be a force that can destroy 5 continents so easily? Are they immortals? I'm afraid that even the spiritual world can't destroy 5 continents so easily. I'm not joking. Moreover, they have a lot of large artifacts. One of them is a ship made of metal that can transport more than 1,000 people. Of course, this isn't the most special thing about it. The most special thing is that this ship doesn't travel on water, it can fly in the sky. It can be said that the strength of that place isn't something that our 5 spirit realms can compare to. Zhao Hai smiled and said, I'm not joking with the city lord. That country is really strong. They had several battles with the upper realm. Although the upper realm isn't a spiritual realm, it's almost the same as a spiritual realm. However, the people from the upper realm weren't able to do anything to them. Instead, they were beaten back more than once. The people from the other 5 continents are indeed very strong. They have transmission formations as well as other formations. However, that country also has formations and transmission formations. Moreover, there are even more transmission formations in that country. There are even portable transmission formations that can transport people at any time. Moreover, they also have a lot of large artifacts. One of them is a ship made of metal that can transport more than 1,000 people. Mister, are you kidding? Is there really such a place in the world? Of course, this one is definitely not joking. Otherwise, where did this one learn all these skills from? In fact, I have a portable teleportation formation with me. I can leave the mixed spirit continent at any time. But in order to not worry you, I didn't leave. You can leave at any time? Can you leave now? Yes, I can leave now. Moreover, I can come back at any time. If you don't believe me, please take a look. Then Zhao Hai's body flashed and disappeared from the room. When Yu Jinglin saw Zhao Hai disappear, he couldn't help but stare. At this time a white light flashed and Zhao Hai came out again. But this time, he was holding something in his hand. Yu Jinglin recognized this thing because it was a small flag in front of a cave that he dug to store beans. Naturally, Zhao Hai couldn't carry this flag with him. Now that he took it out, it was to show Yu Jinglin that he went to the cave. Yu Jinglin stared at the small flag for a long time before he said, Mr. just went to the 5th cellar? Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, I just went to the 5th cellar. If the city lord doesn't believe me, then I can take the city lord there. This is because the coordinates of the transmission formation can be adjusted. As long as the coordinates are correct, you can go anywhere in the world. Naturally, if you want to use the transmission formation, you can also directly teleport to other people's rooms. However, when you teleport, there would be a white light that would alert people. When you first appear, you would have almost no defensive ability. When you get attacked, only death would await you. The most important thing is that the coordinates must be accurate. Even if it's just a little bit off, it could be 100,000 miles away. Therefore, we must remember the coordinates. Zhao Hai nodded and said, the city lord didn't say anything. Yu Jinglin didn't pay attention to this. Instead, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, you can take me there? Really? Zhao Hai smiled and said, of course it's true. Please come with me, city lord. I'll take you back to the manor. Yu Jinglin nodded, then he walked to Zhao Hai's side. Zhao Hai took out a teleportation formation and adjusted it. Then a white light flashed as he and Yu Jinglin disappeared from the room. In the next moment, the two appeared in the manor. Yu Jinglin stared blankly at his manor. This was his manor, so he was naturally very familiar with it. Therefore, he could tell that this was his manor at a glance. Zhao Hai calmly looked at Yu Jinglin and said, although this transmission formation looks small, its transmission energy isn't bad. It can send people directly to the acute gold continent. However, it's impossible to send people to the thick earth continent or the other continents. This is because the distance is too far. Yu Jinglin nodded and said, all right. Yu Jinglin suddenly turned his head, his eyes were red as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Mister, can this teleportation formation really send us directly to the Ruijin continent? What if we teleport from the Ruijin continent to other continents? Can we do that? Of course it can. However, it can't go too far. It can be sent to the thick earth continent, the Arctic continent, and the volcanic continent. However, it can't be sent to the tree spirit continent. It's enough, it's enough. As long as we can teleport from the Ruijin continent to other continents, we can kill our way to the other continents. When Zhao Hai heard Yu Jinglin, he stared. He didn't think that Yu Jinglin would have this idea. However, he didn't say anything, he just smiled faintly and said, it's indeed possible. However, it's better not to use this method in general. Although the teleportation formation doesn't make any sound, it still emits light. Therefore, it would attract people's attention. When the time comes, it's hard to say. The other 5 continents already have their own teleportation formations. Can't they send people to other continents? Actually, it's possible. But why hasn't anyone used it yet? It's because the other 5 continents have a type of array formation that can make teleportation formations useless. Therefore, if you really want to use a teleportation formation to launch a surprise attack, you won't succeed. The excited expression on Yu Jinglin's face slowly faded. Now that he heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but sigh. Then he didn't say anything else. Zhao Hai looked at Yu Jinglin's expression and smiled faintly, City Lord, let's go back. Yu Jinglin nodded. Then Zhao Hai activated the teleportation formation. Then the two returned to Yu Jinglin's mansion. After returning to the mansion, Zhao Hai looked at Yu Jinglin and said, City Lord, do you believe me now? I really want to go there this time. I want to learn some skills there. At the same time, I want to see if we can get those people to ally with us. As long as those people are willing to ally with us, the mixed spirit continent wouldn't need to fear the other continents. Yu Jinglin looked at Zhao Hai and said, would they be willing to ally with us? Zhao Hai replied, they're certainly willing. However, they have a rule. Every time they occupy a place, that place would have to join their empire. However, they can also allow the people of that place to govern themselves. In other words, if the mixed spirit continent wants to join the Lost Soul Empire, then we would have to join them first. Then the Lost Soul Empire can have the 7 great families manage the mixed spirit continent. However, the mixed spirit continent's military power would have to be handed over. Moreover, the Lost Soul Empire's command would have to be unified. Lost Soul Empire? They're called the Lost Soul Empire? Why do they have such a name? Yu Jinglin frowned. This name sounded very uncomfortable. Zhao Hai replied, this isn't a big deal. The reason why they have this name is because the Lost Soul Empire started out in a place called the Lost Soul Mountains. Later on, it expanded and became the Lost Soul City-State and then the Lost Soul Empire. This doesn't mean that the people of the Lost Soul Empire use bewitching spells. In fact, there aren't many people in the Lost Soul Empire who use magic. What they use are all martial skills. However, their martial skills are something that I've never seen before. Their martial skills aren't any worse than their magic techniques. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai. The reason why Zhao Hai told Yu Jinglin this was to give Yu Jinglin an impression of the Lost Soul Empire. This was to give Yu Jinglin a heads up. Sooner or later, the Lost Soul Empire would enter the 5 spirit realms, and the mixed spirit continent would be their first stop. However, the people of the mixed spirit continent were very valiant. Moreover, the people of the mixed spirit continent had always been bullied by the people of the other continents. This made their character staunch. If Yu Jinglin wasn't told about this in advance, then the people of the Lost Soul Empire might come into conflict with the people of the mixed spirit continent. Once there was a conflict, then it wouldn't be easy to resolve it peacefully. Zhao Hai has now returned to the Lost Soul Empire from the mixed spirit continent. Only Tang Ming and the others were left in the 5 spirit realms. Tang Ming and the others began to extend their tentacles to the other continents. Because of the cooperation of Zhao Hai's slaves, their progress was very smooth. This time, Zhao Hai came back mainly to see Xiaoyu. The other matters were just to deal with. Therefore, after returning to the Lost Soul Empire, Zhao Hai discovered that there was nothing to do in the Lost Soul Empire. Therefore, he went directly to the Soul Realm to see if the destroyers had appeared. Obviously, the destroyers hadn't appeared yet. However, this made Zhao Hai very worried. When the destroyers appeared in the Soul Realm, Zhao Hai thought that it was the descendants of the destroyers who stayed in the Soul Realm. If that was the case, then the destroyers would soon attack the Soul Realm. For this reason, Zhao Hai was very careful. However, the destroyers still hadn't appeared. This made Zhao Hai very puzzled. If the destroyers didn't appear, then they would always be a threat to the Soul Realm. This was also one of the things that gave Zhao Hai the most headache. Although the current strength of the Lost Soul Empire was very formidable, and even if the destroyers appeared, they would still be able to deal with them. However, if the destroyers suddenly appeared while they were fighting the other continents, then it would be troublesome. Although it wouldn't do anything to the Lost Soul Empire, it would still bring a lot of casualties to the Lost Soul Empire. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't want to see. Therefore, no matter what Zhao Hai did, he would leave a part of his strength behind in order to guard against the destroyers. Zhao Hai really hoped that the destroyers would appear soon. After he completely destroys the destroyers, he would be able to do his own things. After returning to the Soul Realm and seeing that there was nothing to do, Zhao Hai returned to the Secret Realm and took charge of the 3 realms. Although there wasn't any trouble in the Lost Soul Empire, there were still a lot of people. Fortunately, although Zhao Hai stayed in the 5 spiritual realms, he still used the transmission formation to remotely control everything in the Lost Soul Empire. Because of this, the Lost Soul Empire's development was still very good. Now that the Lost Soul Empire was in a frenzy of exploration, naturally, after the spatial passage to the 5 spiritual realms was discovered, the entire Lost Soul Empire was in an uproar. Everyone wanted to explore and discover a new continent. Not only could they obtain endless benefits, they could also leave their names in history. Because of this, the number of people exploring the other continents increased. Among them, the Secret Realm was the most popular, followed by the Spiritual Weapon Realm, and the Soul Realm was the least popular. There weren't a lot of people exploring the Soul Realm. This was mainly because the Soul Realm had already been explored, there was nothing left to explore. Zhao Hai was also happy to see this situation. If they were willing to explore, then maybe they would be able to discover something. When the time comes, the Lost Soul Empire might be able to expand once again. 2 months after Zhao Hai returned to the Lost Soul Empire, Xiaoyu came to the Secret Realm. As before, Zhao Hai personally received Xiaoyu. When he saw Xiaoyu this time, Zhao Hai could feel an imposing aura coming from Xiaoyu. It was the aura of a superior. However, Xiaoyu was very polite to Zhao Hai. After the two arrived at Zhao Hai's room and sat down, Zhao Hai looked at Xiaoyu and smiled faintly. It seems like I have to congratulate Mr. Xia. It seems like Mr. Xia has been promoted. When Xiaoyu heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Brother Zhao, you're too polite. My family has indeed arranged a new position for me. It's not too busy, but it can be considered as having some authority." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Congratulations, Brother Xia. Our Lost Soul Empire also has a few people who might ascend. When they ascend to the Sword Spirit World, I'll have to ask Brother Xia to take care of them." Xiaoyu smiled and said, "Of course. If I didn't have Brother Zhao's support, then I wouldn't be where I am today. Rest assured, as long as they ascend to the Sword Spirit World, then I'll definitely take good care of them." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Xiaoyu and said, "But Brother Xia shouldn't be satisfied. Although Brother Xia has been promoted, it's still your strength. If Brother Xia's strength isn't enough, then you won't be able to keep your position. But as long as you're strong enough, then you'll be able to occupy a higher position." Xiaoyu nodded and said, "Yes, that's the truth. Originally, I was happy to be promoted to this position. But later on, I discovered that after being promoted to this position, the amount of time I have to cultivate has decreased. My strength also increased very slowly. This made me understand that authority is fake, only strength is real. If I'm strong enough, then everything will be fine. If I'm not strong enough, then I'll go back to the forest." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, that's what I meant. In the future, more and more people from the Lost Soul Empire will ascend. I'll also ascend in the future. Once we reach the upper realm, we'll be able to form a group. We'll be a force that can't be underestimated. When the time comes, we'll be able to provide more support to Brother Xia." The reason why Zhao Hai said this was because he discovered that Xiaoyu wasn't as close to him as before. Zhao Hai understood that this was because of Xiaoyu's change in status. Because of this, Xiaoyu's relationship with him wouldn't be the same as before. Zhao Hai said this because he wanted to give Xiaoyu some pointers. Now that Xiaoyu's position has been promoted, how could there be no struggles in the great clans? If Xiaoyu can ascend, then others wouldn't be able to. How could those who couldn't ascend be convinced? Xiaoyu didn't have any status in the past, so he naturally didn't have many useful people by his side. If those people obeyed his orders on the surface but disobeyed him in secret, then his position as an official wouldn't be so happy. Because of this, Zhao Hai tested him. Sure enough, Xiaoyu wasn't happy in his position. If he was happy in his position, then he wouldn't have said that strength was everything. After all, power was the most likely thing to blind people's eyes. After discovering this point, Zhao Hai immediately pointed out that the Lost Soul Empire had a lot of potential. If more people ascended in the future, then they would become a force. No matter how big or small this force was, it would still be able to help Xiaoyu. Zhao Hai wanted to use these words to make Xiaoyu understand that the Lost Soul Empire wouldn't only help him in cultivation, it would also help him in the future. Although Xiaoyu didn't think as much as Zhao Hai, he still understood the meaning behind Zhao Hai's words. Because of this, his eyes lit up and he said, "Brother Zhao, you're right. Don't worry, I'll handle this matter well." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Xiaoyu and said, "Right, Brother Xia, there's something I want to ask you. Have you heard of the spiritual realm?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Xiaoyu couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Zhao, where did you hear about the spiritual realm?" Zhao Hai replied, "When I was organizing the spiritual weapon realm, I inadvertently saw this name." Is it another name for the spiritual sword realm? Otherwise, why would their names be so similar? One is called the sword spirit world, and the other is called the art spirit world. Xiaoyu shook his head and said, "The art spirit realm and the sword spirit realm are actually the same realm, but they can't be called the same anymore. Legend has it that the sword spirit realm and the art spirit realm used to have a unified name. However, a war broke out between the two realms. Half of the sects in this realm believed that martial arts was the Tao while the other half believed that magic arts was the right path. Because of this, the dispute between the two realms slowly escalated into a war where all the sects on both sides participated. I heard that countless experts fell in this war, causing the entire martial spirit realm to be plunged into misery. In the end, the two realms felt that things were getting out of control. If the two sides continued to fight, then the martial spirit realm would be finished. In the end, several of them gathered together and used their life force to divide the realm into two. One was the sword spirit realm and the other was the art spirit realm. So the art spirit realm you speak of isn't the sword spirit realm, but they are actually one. However, neither side has a way to contact the other. They only know that the other exists, but not where. Xiaoyu shook his head and said, "The art spirit realm and the art spirit realm are actually the same realm. Because of this, the art spirit realm you speak of isn't the sword spirit realm." At this point, Xiaoyu paused, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Nowadays, very few people in the sword spirit realm talk about the spiritual realm. People have deliberately forgotten about it. In any case, there's no way to contact it. What's the use of remembering it? When I was sent to watch the mountains, I was bored so I read a lot of books. Now, if you go to the sword spirit realm and ask, I'm afraid a lot of people wouldn't know about the existence of the spiritual realm." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "I'm afraid the spiritual realm doesn't exist." Zhao Hai let out a long breath and murmured, "So that's how it is. I thought it was a place. By the way, Brother Xia, are you going into seclusion this time? Is there anything else you need? Please don't hesitate to ask." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Xiaoyu quickly replied, "I'm still going into seclusion this time. However, I still want to bring some herbs back." "Right, Brother Zhao, I brought some seeds from the upper realm. I don't know if I can plant them here. If it's successful, then that would be great. If not, then it's fine as well." When Zhao Hai heard this, his eyes couldn't help but light up as he said, Of course. Brother Xia, you can give the seeds to me. I'll arrange for people to try it out. If there are any results, I'll certainly inform Xiaoyu." Xiaoyu nodded, then he took out a jade box and handed it over to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai received the jade box and opened it. The jade box was divided into 5 pieces, each of which contained a seed. Zhao Hai nodded, then he received the jade box and said, "I'll prepare some herbs for Brother Xia. Brother Xia, you can rest assured in your seclusion." Xiaoyu nodded, then he received the jade box and said, "Later on, I'll prepare some herbs for Brother Xia." Xiaoyu thanked Zhao Hai before he went into seclusion. For the current him, every minute was precious, especially in the secret realm. The natural vitality of the secret realm had benefited Xiaoyu a lot. He couldn't wait to go into seclusion as soon as he arrived here. However, he still needed to see Zhao Hai. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to go into seclusion with peace of mind. Before Xiaoyu became an official, he didn't feel anything. He only felt that Zhao Hai was very awe-inspiring. Now that he was the Lord of 2 realms, it was natural for him to feel awe-inspiring. But when he became an official, he understood how great Zhao was for him to be able to sit in this position. He had only been promoted a little, but there were so many things that happened. The people below him were not obedient, and they had to fight with those people. Zhao was in charge of 2 different realms, and the people below him were still loyal to him. This kind of scheming, this kind of means, this kind of means, this kind of thing, 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 this kind of thing. Zhao Hai felt that Xiaoyu's relationship with him had become estranged. Actually, it wasn't estrangement, it was just that Xiaoyu admired him too much. He couldn't help but feel that he couldn't compare to Zhao Hai. Because of this, they couldn't talk and laugh like before. However, Xiaoyu still had his own dignity. In his opinion, he was a person from a higher realm, so he had to maintain his dignity. Because of this, he was forced to maintain an equal status with Zhao Hai. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai felt that Xiaoyu was estranged from him. After Xiaoyu went into seclusion, Zhao Hai immediately planted the seeds in the space. These seeds were definitely from the sword spirit plane. Moreover, Zhao Hai could feel a strong vitality coming from these seeds. Zhao Hai could even feel special energy fluctuations coming from these seeds, but he didn't know what it was for. Zhao Hai didn't know what it was for. Naturally, Zhao Hai was very concerned about these new seeds. Because of this, he immediately planted these seeds in the space. He wanted to see what these seeds would grow into. However, what Zhao Hai didn't expect was that after the seeds were planted, they immediately grew. The 5 seeds were gourd seeds, a tree-like plant seed, a watermelon-like plant seed, a grass seed, and a vine seed. This made Zhao Hai surprised. However, Zhao Hai discovered that something was wrong. The gourd seeds and the tree-like plants actually contained sword intent. As for the watermelon-like seeds, the energy inside the melon was very unstable, as if it would explode at any time. As for the grass seed, the grass that grew had a very special smell. It wasn't a fragrance, but a stench. As for the vine, it was even more strange. The vine was completely white, but when it grew, it looked like strands of hair. Zhao Hai stood there quietly. In fact, he was communicating with the plants. After communicating with them, Zhao Hai learned that the gourd and the tree were born from sword intent. Because of this, the gourd was called the sword intent gourd and the tree was called the sword dancing tree. The gourd and the tree grew in a very special place in the sword spirit world. This place was called the Sword Valley. According to legend, during the war between the sword spirit world and the sword spirit world, a powerful swordsman slashed out this valley with his sword intent. This sword intent lingered in the valley for a long time, without dissipating. Not even a blade of grass grew inside the valley. However, slowly, gourds and trees began to grow. These gourds were born with sword intent. As long as they were picked and refined, they could become swords. Swords weren't necessarily swords. Sword scabbards and sword pellets could all be called swords. The same was true for gourds. As long as a cultivator refined the gourd, the cultivator would be able to nurture the gourd. The gourd would then give birth to more sword intent. In the future, when encountering an enemy, the cultivator would be able to use the sword intent inside the gourd to injure them. You could even store some flying swords inside the gourd and nurture them. Not only would this make the flying sword stronger, but when encountering an enemy, the cultivator would be able to release the flying swords to injure them. Moreover, the gourd wouldn't just store one flying sword, but 999 flying swords. The tree was also born with sword intent. As long as it was planted in an important place, no matter if it was a human or beast, as long as they approached, they would be attacked. It could be said that it was a good defensive weapon in the upper realm. As for the watermelon-like fruit, it had a name in the sword spirit world. This fruit was called the lightning melon. It could grow to the size of a basketball. It contained two types of energy, fire and water. Because of this, the energy inside the melon was very unstable. As long as it was shaken violently, it would immediately explode. Moreover, the power of the explosion was very great. It was a very good one-off weapon. This grass was called 100 Beasts food. Just by hearing this name, one would know that this grass was something that many demonic beasts liked to eat. Even those carnivorous demonic beasts liked this grass very much. Using this grass to raise demonic beasts could make them more powerful. Therefore, it was given the name 100 Beasts food. The last kind of vine had a very romantic name. It was called 3,000 feet of white hair. It was said that this vine could grow up to 3,000 feet long, and each root was like white hair. Thus, it got its name. This vine was a very good material for refining weapons. Not only could it be refined into weapons, it could also be refined into clothes. This was because this vine was not only very soft, but also very tough. It was definitely the best material for refining weapons. These things didn't exist in the lower realm, they could only be found in special places in the upper realm. For Zhao Hai, these things were very useful. Not only did they increase the number of plants in the space, they also increased the number of spells he could use. This was definitely a good thing. Zhao Hai came out of the space and was about to deal with some matters in the Lost Soul Empire when he suddenly heard footsteps. Zhao Hai stared. This was because he could hear that these footsteps belonged to Stonemer. This made Zhao Hai puzzled. Stonemer should know that he shouldn't be disturbed at this time. While Zhao Hai was puzzled, Stonemer's voice was heard. "Young master, there's an important matter." Zhao Hai said, "Come in and tell me. What's going on?" Stonemer pushed the door and walked in. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Uncle, something big happened. Today, an explorer came back and reported that he found an island in the sea of the spirit weapon realm. There seems to be traces of buildings on the island. Moreover, it seems to be a formation. Moreover, it seems to be a sealing formation. He didn't dare to destroy it, so he immediately came back to report." When Zhao Hai heard Stonemer, he couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes lit up as he said, "There's a formation there? That's interesting." "That's right, why did they run so far away? Didn't they say that the destruction force would invade the ship? Isn't it because of the erosion of the destruction force that they went so far?" Stonemer smiled and said, "Those guys are smart now. I heard that in addition to the formation, they also brought a lot of soil on their ship. They planted some plants that can absorb the destruction force in the soil. They're the ones you got from the Soul Realm. The destruction force that invaded the ship wasn't much to begin with. Once the plants on the ship absorbed it, it would be gone. Naturally, it wouldn't have any effect on them." "Ha ha ha, they're smart. Let's go and see what's going on. After saying that, Zhao Hai stood up and followed Stonemer outside. In fact, Zhao Hai had always felt that there should be something in the sea of the spirit weapon realm because of the existence of the destroyers. Those destroyers lived in the destruction force, and the sea of the spirit weapon realm was filled with the destruction force. If the destroyers could survive in the destruction force, then could there be something that could survive in the spirit weapon realm? Therefore, Zhao Hai had always thought that there might be living things in the sea of the spirit weapon realm. However, Zhao Hai had been busy with this and that before, so he didn't explore the sea of the spirit weapon realm. Now that someone else discovered it, it was a pleasant surprise. Stonemer led Zhao Hai to the front. There was a person sitting there. This person looked to be around 30 years old. He was very handsome, but his figure was very good. At a glance, one could see that he practiced martial arts all year round. When the person saw Zhao Hai and Stonemer coming in, he immediately saluted the two and said, "I have seen your majesty. I have seen General Stonemer." Stonemer was now leading an army, so he was called General Stonemer. Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled and said, "There's no need to be so polite. Let's sit down and talk." Then he sat down first. Stonemer also sat beside Zhao Hai. The person nodded and then carefully sat down. Zhao Hai looked at him, then he smiled faintly and said, "What's your name? I heard that you found a sealing formation on the sea of the spirit weapon realm. Tell me more about it." The person nodded and said, "Yes, your majesty. This lowly one is called Xianxia. Because I'm ranked 7th in my family, I'm called Xianxia. I started exploring 3 years ago. This lowly one's family does business and has several decommissioned ironclad warships as transport ships. Later on, this lowly one's father passed away and we split up. This lowly one got a warship. Although the armor on the warship has been removed, it has no problem storing things. This lowly one has always been cautious and wasn't good at business. However, I'm very interested in exploration, so I started exploring. Although this lowly one has been separated from my family still took good care of me. The money for my exploration was also provided by my family. This time I went out to sea 6 months ago. For this trip, I prepared for nearly a year. Not only did I prepare several spatial equipment to store food, but I also installed the best formation on my ship. Moreover, I went out to sea many times to test it out. But even if I installed 3 layers of formations on the ship, the destructive force could still invade the ship. In the end, I thought of a way to put some soil on the ship and then plant some mutated herbs on it to let the herbs absorb the destructive force. This method was really effective. The destructive force that invaded the ship was all absorbed by the herbs, but it didn't have any effect on the people inside. Xianxia paused for a moment and said, "In the end, I went out to sea. In these 2 months, although we passed by several small islands, there wasn't a single living thing on those islands. However, we didn't give up and kept going forward. One day, after 2 months, the positioning disc on my ship suddenly had a problem. We couldn't see anything on it. We panicked. If there was a problem with the positioning disc on the sea, then we would be in trouble, so we immediately retreated and planned to go back the way we came. The positioning disc that Xianxia was talking about was the result of 2 years of research in the Lost Soul Empire. It was a positioning formation for people who were sailing overseas. As long as you have the positioning disc, you can know where you are and easily return to the place where you came from. Of course, the positioning disc was different for different interfaces. The positioning disc was based on the position of the stars and some latitude and longitude lines. Therefore, it was very convenient to use. It can be said that it was a product of the combination of technology and formations. It was a very convenient thing. Naturally, the positioning disc wouldn't go wrong under normal circumstances. Therefore, when Zhao Hai heard Xianxia say that there was a problem with the positioning disc, he became curious. Xianxia continued, "But something strange happened at this time. When we retreated a few hundred meters, the positioning disc immediately recovered. This made me feel very strange. I told them to move forward a few hundred meters and the positioning disc failed again. I guessed that there might be a situation here, but we didn't dare to move forward. This was because our positioning disc would be useless. If we really couldn't get out, then we would be trapped there. Therefore, I let the ship retreat bit by bit. Finally, when we retreated about 300 meters, the positioning disc was restored. I immediately had the ship turn around and go sideways to see if we could bump into anything. There were trees, grass, and even some birds, but these things were all black. Moreover, there were several large pillars on the island. Although the pillars looked like stone from a distance, they didn't look like stone because there were iron chains in the middle of the pillars, so I thought the pillars might be made of iron. I have also learned some formations, so I could see that the pillars were nailed down in a certain direction. The pillars and iron chains seemed to form a set of formation talismans. We wanted to go to the island to have a look, but whether it was the grass, trees, or the birds on the island, they were very difficult to deal with. As soon as we got on the island, they would attack us. As soon as we came out, they didn't care about us. In the end, we had no choice but to retreat. It's precisely because we discovered this island that this lowly one thought that it was a sealing array. This lowly one had studied the array runes formed by the pillars and chains on the island many times, and it seemed to be a commonly used array rune in sealing arrays. Furthermore, the location disk lost its effectiveness, so this lowly one boldly guessed that it might be a huge sealing array, and the island we saw was only one of the array runes of the sealing array. Xianxia was a smart person. Moreover, he wasn't timid. His ability to organize his words was also good. Therefore, he easily explained the ins and outs of this matter. Xianxia and Xianxia nodded as they listened. Xianxia nodded, then he said, "Good. How about this, you go back and prepare. In 2 days, we'll set off to take a look. You lead the way." Xianxia replied, "Your Majesty, we've already recorded the coordinates of that place. Moreover, we built a transmission formation there. Your Majesty can use the transmission formation to go there at any time." Xianxia stared, then he laughed and said, "Good kid, good job. Then it's settled. Alright, you go back and rest. I'll have someone call you in 2 days." Xianxia nodded, then he turned around and left. After Xianxia left, Xianxia returned to his room. Then he called Wenwenhai and the others over. After Wenwenhai and the others arrived, Xianxia looked at them and said, "You should already know about the news that Xianxia just sent. Tell me, do you have any thoughts?" Wenwenhai thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Boss, I think we should be careful about this matter. According to Xianxia, the sealing formation isn't small. A single formation takes up an entire island. What could be sealed in such a large sealing formation? If we rashly release the thing inside, then the consequences would be unimaginable." The others also nodded. They thought that Wenwenhai's words were reasonable. After knowing how powerful formations were, they also knew that the more powerful a formation was, the more strength it represented. It was the same this time. For the other party to be able to arrange such a large formation was enough to show their strength. Xianxia looked at the group and said, "What you said makes sense. But we still need to go underground and look for more sealing talismans to see what's going on. If possible, I want to take a look at this formation and see what they're sealing." Xianxia nodded and said, "You're right. But we still need to go underground and look for more sealing talismans." "Boss, it's too dangerous. You can't go." Wenwenhai immediately said when he heard Xianxia's words. "It's fine. I'll go there and take a look. If I really can't go in, I won't go in. You don't have to worry." Xianxia smiled at Wenwenhai. When the others heard Xianxia, they knew that it was useless to persuade him. Therefore, they didn't say anything. Wenwenhai said, "Alright, you take more people with you. I won't go this time." Xianxia nodded, then he said, "Prepare for 2 days. Then we'll set off." The others nodded, then they turned around and went to make arrangements. 2 days passed by quickly. Xianxia and the others were also prepared. This time, they didn't bring a lot of people, but all of them were experts. The weakest among them was a Void Realm expert. The group sat on the transmission formation. Then Xianxia adjusted the formation. Then a white light flashed as the group disappeared. In the next moment, they appeared on the surface of the sea. Xianxia looked around, then he nodded and said, "Yes, it's here. Your Majesty, please take a look. We built a wooden platform with a transmission formation on it. Then there's an anchor below to fix the platform. Jiao Hai nodded. Then he looked around and saw the shadow of a small island not far in front of him. Jiao Hai pointed at the shadow of the island and said, "Is it there?" Xianxia nodded and said, "Yes, it's there. That island is where I found the formation talisman. There are stone pillars on it. Your Majesty can see it from the sky." Jiao Hai nodded. Then he waved his hand as a ship appeared beside him. Then the Ghost King ship appeared in front of Jiao Hai. Jiao Hai led everyone on the ship and flew straight to the island. Standing on the Ghost King ship, Xianxia was surprised. He didn't think that Jiao Hai would carry the Ghost King ship with him. The Ghost King ship was so big, how much space equipment would it take to fit it? However, when he thought about Jiao Hai's strength, he felt relieved. Although he didn't have much experience in battles, he knew that the Lost Soul Empire was conquered by Jiao Hai. How could his strength be bad? Before long, the Ghost King ship approached the island. Jiao Hai looked at the island and nodded. Then he said, "Good, it's a good place. If there's no destructive force, the scenery on this island would be very good. The formation talisman looks like a sealing talisman, but it seems like there are other formations inside. Let's go to other places to take a look." After he said that, Jiao Hai directed the Ghost King ship to move forward. The Ghost King ship kept flying forward, but Jiao Hai didn't do anything. Although everyone was puzzled, they didn't say anything. Jiao Hai's strength was there. With Jiao Hai here, it wasn't up to them to make a decision. The Ghost King ship flew for about 5 days before they saw another small island. This island wasn't very big, but it didn't have any plants or living creatures. Rather than calling it an island, it would be better to call it a big rock that protruded out of the sea. However, on this big rock, there were several stone pillars. In the middle of these pillars, there were thick iron chains that connected them. It looked very strange. Jiao Hai looked at the island carefully, then he nodded and said, "Good, let's go." The others didn't know what Jiao Hai meant, but they still followed Jiao Hai. It took them more than a month to travel. During this time, they encountered 7 islands. Including the previous 2, they saw a total of 9 islands. On each of these 9 islands, there were several stone pillars that were connected by iron chains. After seeing these, they went forward and returned to the island that Xianxia discovered. At this time, the Ghost King ship stopped. Jiao Hai called everyone into the Ghost King ship's room, even Xianxia followed. After entering the room, Jiao Hai looked at everyone and said, "I think everyone is very curious about what is going on. Today, I will tell you all about it. Sit down." The group nodded and then sat down. This is indeed a sealing formation. This sealing formation is called the Nine-Child Soul Locking Formation. It's a very insidious formation. Not only can this formation seal people, but it can also make people's bodies smaller and smaller. This kind of formation can't be regarded as a traditional formation. It should be regarded as a refining formation. Jiao Hai nodded and said, "That's right, this is indeed a sealing formation. This sealing formation is called the Nine-Child Soul Locking Formation. It's a very insidious formation. This formation can't be regarded as a traditional formation." Everyone looked at Jiao Hai in confusion. They didn't know how the sealing formation was related to refining formations. Jiao Hai looked at their expressions and smiled faintly. This Nine-Child Soul Locking Formation wasn't originally used for sealing, it was used for refining. However, this refining process is completely different from the refining process that you know. The materials used for refining are actually living people. Jiao Hai nodded, then he said, "The Nine-Child Soul Locking Formation wasn't used for sealing, it was used for refining artifacts." Everyone stared, then their faces were filled with horror. They didn't think that Jiao Hai would say that the materials used for refining were living people. This was really surprising. Jiao Hai looked at the crowd and said, "This Nine-Child Soul Locking Formation was invented by a devil cultivator. The main reason he invented this formation was to refine devils, which is how the Nine-Child Soul Locking Formation got its name. When this formation is laid out, it requires the blood of 99 babies. If it's like the formation we're looking at, then each formation needs the blood of at least 999 babies." Jiao Hai looked at the crowd and said, "This formation is called the Nine-Child Soul Locking Formation." Everyone's expression was very ugly. This was because what Jiao Hai said was really surprising and horrifying. Who could actually invent such a terrifying formation? Zhao Hai looked at them and said, because the blood of babies has a strong resentment, coupled with the power of this formation, the human body will slowly be stimulated. Their bodies will slowly shrink. Finally, when they are successfully refined, an adult will become the size of a baby. After Zhao Hai finished speaking, he continued, but although these people have shrunk, their bodies have become more powerful. This is the ultimate goal of the devil cultivator. These refined people will eventually become devils. Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and said, the devil cultivator who invented this method was killed in the end. This method is too cruel. They use living people as materials. During the refining process, those who are refined would suffer endless pain. After they are refined, they would have lost their spiritual wisdom and would only know how to kill. This method is unacceptable to others, so the devil cultivator was killed. Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and said, the devil cultivator who invented this method was killed. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, later on, this method was learned by other people. They turned this method into a sealing formation, but it was modified. The people who were sealed were generally evil people. After being sealed, their bodies would slowly shrink, but their bodies wouldn't become stronger. On the contrary, their bodies would become weaker and weaker until they were the size of a baby, but their strength would only be the size of a baby. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, later on, this method was learned by other people. They turned this method into a sealing formation. However, after being sealed, their bodies would slowly become smaller and smaller. Xianxia looked at Zhao Hai and said, young master, you mean to say that this is the modified 9-child soul locking formation? Zhao Hai nodded and said, right, this is the modified 9-child soul locking formation. Moreover, looking at the scale of this formation, it seems like the area sealed inside isn't small. I just don't know who was sealed inside. Someone actually used this method to deal with it. Moreover, from the appearance of this formation, it seems like it wasn't built in just a day or two. No matter what was sealed inside, I'm afraid that it's already dead. It seems like our worries were unnecessary. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. Xianxia frowned and said, young master, we should be careful. If the person sealed here isn't very strong, then the other party wouldn't use this method to deal with him. We should be careful. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I know. Rest assured, I'm telling you this because I know what the sealing formation is. I can safely go in and out. So wait for me here, I'll go in and take a look. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, don't worry. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone couldn't help but stare. Then they smiled bitterly and didn't speak. They now understood what Zhao Hai meant. When Wen Hai was against Zhao Hai entering the sealing formation. But now that Zhao Hai told them about the formation, it meant that Wen Hai had an incomparable understanding of it. Naturally, Wen Hai would be able to go in and take a look. Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, young master, if you want to go in, then go. Is there a need to do this? Zhao Hai smiled and said, if I don't make it clear, would you let me go in? Alright, there's no need to worry. You wait here, I'll be going. Then his figure moved and disappeared from the ship. Xianxia and the others could only smile bitterly. Xianxia and the others understood why Zhao Hai did this. Zhao Hai did this to make them feel at ease. One must know that Zhao Hai was now the emperor of the Lost Soul Empire. His safety was related to the entire empire. Because of this, everyone opposed Zhao Hai entering the sealing formation. As for Zhao Hai entering the 5-spirit realm, they weren't worried at all. They had a general understanding of the 5-spirit realm's situation. It was impossible for the people of the 5-spirit realm to hurt Zhao Hai. However, this sealing formation was different. With how big it was, its might wouldn't be small. Because of this, everyone was worried about Zhao Hai. But now it seems like their worries were superfluous. Zhao Hai actually knew about this sealing formation. This made them very surprised. In fact, the reason why Zhao Hai knew about this sealing formation was because he used his thought force to communicate with the 9-child soul locking formation. He hadn't heard of this formation before. This 9-child soul locking formation was very strong. It was the first time that Zhao Hai heard of a formation that could shrink people. However, this wasn't a problem for Zhao Hai. After his thought force communicated with the 9-child soul locking formation, He became the nine-child soul locking formation, and the nine-child soul locking formation was him. Naturally, he wouldn't be in any danger inside the formation. Zhao Hai moved forward inside the nine-child soul locking formation. At the same time, he was also paying attention to his surroundings. But in the end, he didn't find anything. This made Zhao Hai be surprised. This place was filled with the power of destruction. Moreover, this power of destruction seemed to be denser compared to other places on the sea. There was nothing here that could survive. This made Zhao Hai even more curious. He really wanted to know what was sealed here. After walking forward for 5 days, Zhao Hai finally stopped. This was because in front of him was a very large island. No, it couldn't be called an island. It should be called a huge machine. The entire structure was like a huge machine. There were gears moving everywhere, and bursts of magic light were constantly flashing. Most importantly, inside this huge machine, one could see a lot of people. These people were busy inside the machine, just like ants on a tree. This machine was really big. Zhao Hai noticed that the height of this machine wasn't less than 10,000 meters. Moreover, it had an irregular shape. It looked like a huge tree. The entire machine looked like a huge machine tree. It was really spectacular. Zhao Hai stared for a moment before he immediately dived into the water towards the huge machine tree. It didn't take long before he knew that the water was also part of the machine tree. This machine tree was really amazing. Zhao Hai slowly dived towards the machine tree. Then he used his spiritual force to explore the machine tree. When his spiritual force entered the machine tree, Zhao Hai stared. Then his face was filled with shock. He didn't think that he would see such a scene. Inside this machine tree was a huge kingdom. It was nearly 10,000 meters long, and the thickest part of the tree had a diameter of 5,000 meters. And inside this tree, there were living areas and working areas. It was like a huge machine kingdom. Of course, this wasn't the reason why Zhao Hai was surprised. What really surprised Zhao Hai was the people in this machine kingdom. They looked like people at first glance, but when Zhao Hai scanned them with his spiritual force, he quickly discovered that they weren't people at all. They were skins, and inside those skins were the destroyer that Zhao Hai had been looking for but couldn't find. Was it actually here? Looking at the number of destroyers here, Zhao Hai was sure that this was the destroyer's lair. There was no mistake, this was the destroyer's lair. This was really surprising. Zhao Hai took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Then he smiled silently. It was great to be able to find the destroyers here. Zhao Hai was worried that he wouldn't be able to find the destroyers. Now, he finally found them. Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai didn't immediately attack. Instead, he slowly retreated. He knew that now wasn't the time to deal with the destroyer. He needed to wait for a while. When Zhao Hai returned to the Ghost King ship, Stonemer and the others were already worried. When they saw Zhao Hai return, Stonemer immediately greeted him. Stonemer even said, "Young master, why did you come back so late? We were worried to death." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I encountered something interesting, so I came back late." "Alright, let's go to the cabin and talk." Everyone nodded and followed Zhao Hai into the cabin. They also wanted to know what Zhao Hai said was interesting. After everyone sat down in the cabin, Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Do you know what I saw?" Zhao Hai nodded and said. Everyone looked at Zhao Hai in confusion, waiting for Zhao Hai to continue. Zhao Hai looked at everyone, then he smiled faintly and said, "You certainly didn't expect that I saw the destroyer there. Ha ha ha. Inside this ceiling formation is the destroyer's lair. Ha ha ha. This is really interesting." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone stared. Then they looked at Zhao Hai with astonishment. They didn't expect that Zhao Hai would see the destroyer inside this ceiling formation. Moreover, this was the destroyer's lair. How was this possible? Didn't the destroyer attack the soul realm? How could it be related to the spirit weapon realm? Zhao Hai looked at everyone, then he smiled faintly and said, "You don't believe me, right?" "I didn't believe it at first, but later I believed it because I saw a huge machine there. There were a lot of people in the machine, but when I used my spiritual force to look at them, I found that they weren't people at all. They were just skins." The ones commanding these skins were the destroyers. There were a lot of destroyers there, so I'm sure that this is the destroyer's nest. There's no mistake about it. After being stunned for a moment, Xianxia immediately recovered. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, you haven't been looking for the destroyer, right? Now that you've finally found them, what do you want to do? Do you want to destroy them immediately?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "There's no hurry. What's the point of destroying them now? Ha ha ha, let's go back first. Mr. Xia is about to come out. After Mr. Xia leaves, we'll find a way to deal with these destroyers." Ha ha ha, I really didn't expect that Xianxia's expedition would have such a harvest. When Xianxia heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but shine as he said, "Your Majesty is too polite. It was just a misunderstanding." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Isn't exploration just a coincidence? You've already done a good job. I'll reward you when we get back." "Alright, let's go back. I don't think these destroyers will do anything for a while. After a while, we'll come and destroy them. Let's go." After saying that, everyone felt a white light flash beside them. In the next moment, they returned to Plant City's transmission formation. After returning to Plant City, Zhao Hai rewarded Xianxia. Then he told everyone about the destroyers that were found in the Sea of the Spirit Weapon Realm. After hearing this news, everyone was stunned. Then they became very happy. They knew what the destroyers meant to them. Now that they've found these destroyers, as long as they destroy them, their safety can be guaranteed. Then they can go and deal with the other realms. However, Zhao Hai still followed the previous plan. He had everyone prepare before the battle and fight the destroyers. The most terrifying thing wasn't the destroyers, but the power of destruction. The power of destruction was the most terrifying thing. Because of this, even with the strength of the Lost Soul Empire, they still had to be careful. There are a lot of things that need to be prepared for an expedition, but for the Lost Soul Empire, it's not a big deal. All kinds of military equipment and all kinds of materials are directly transported to the warships using space equipment. And since the warships have their own storage space, they can store a lot of things. So it doesn't take a long time to prepare these things. After a month passed, Xiaoyu also came out of seclusion. Zhao Hai and the others sent Xiaoyu back and prepared a lot of herbs for him. As for the seeds that Xiaoyu took out, Zhao Hai said that he couldn't grow them. However, he already had some experience. If Xiaoyu can come again next time, then he can bring some more and they might be able to grow them. Xiaoyu naturally agreed. Although these seeds were very precious, as long as they can be grown, it would be worth it even if the seeds were wasted. After sending Xiaoyu away, Zhao Hai and the others began to prepare for the attack on the destroyers. This time, Zhao Hai decided to go first and then build a large transmission formation. Then he would have the other ships use the transmission formation to go over. Zhao Hai used the transmission formation to arrive at the island. Then he built a large transmission formation there. Then the Lost Soul Empire's warships used the transmission formation to arrive outside the 9-piece soul locking formation. After all the warships arrived, Zhao Hai led the fleet towards the 9-piece soul locking formation. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the periphery of the machine tree. However, Zhao Hai didn't order them to attack immediately. Instead, he had the warships spread out and surround the machine tree. Then he had the warships take out their formation talismans. These formation talismans were already prepared by Zhao Hai and the others, so they could be used directly on the warships. Under Zhao Hai's command, he adjusted the positions of the warships. Slowly, a large formation appeared around the machine tree. Zhao Hai also discovered that the destroyers seemed to be very slow inside the 9-piece soul sealing formation. When he used his spiritual force to scan the destroyers, they didn't notice him. This showed how slow the destroyers were. Moreover, it might be because it hasn't been attacked before. Therefore, the robot tree that the destroyers built didn't seem to have any defensive capabilities. Besides the various battleships produced by the robot tree, there were no other defensive capabilities. For Zhao Hai and the others, this was a good thing. Without any defensive capabilities, it would be easier for Zhao Hai and the others to attack. At the same time, their casualties would also be smaller. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai was bold enough to bring a large number of warships and set up a large formation outside the destroyer's machine tree. Zhao Hai set up an illusionary formation outside the destroyer's machine tree. This illusionary formation was just like its name. It was a combination of an illusionary formation and a killing formation. Moreover, this killing formation also had a trapping formation that could trap the enemy. The formation that Zhao Hai set up this time even included a Buddhist formation. The destroyer was already used to the environment of the power of destruction, and the Buddhist array formation was the nemesis of the power of destruction. As long as the Buddhist array formation was activated, the destroyer would be able to use at most 60% of its power. In addition to the other array formations, it would be considered not bad to be able to use 20% of the destroyer's power. And the most powerful formation in Zhao Hai's formation was the magnetic formation. Inside the destroyer's machine tree, not only were there battleships, but there were also humanoid bags. These things couldn't be separated from metal. And this magnetic formation was mainly aimed at these metals. As long as the magnetic formation is activated, then the metals would be affected by the magnetic force. It's possible that there wouldn't be a lot of them that could be used. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's battleships weren't participating in the attack. The weapons of the other battleships were equipped with formations that allowed their weapons to be less affected by the magnetic formations. This way, they would be able to gain a huge advantage in the attack. Because of this, the destroyers would be in a difficult situation this time. Just preparing this took Zhao Hai and the others more than 10 days. During this time, they had been setting up the formation. This formation was very complicated, and it was all set up on the warships. Just adjusting the positions of the warships took a long time. After adjusting the positions of the warships, Zhao Hai and the others rested for 2 days before preparing for the attack. Zhao Hai was quietly standing on the Ghost King ship. In front of him was the Golden Book. At this time, the Golden Book was filled with light spots. These light spots had already formed a formation. Zhao Hai was making a final confirmation to see if there were any errors in the light spots. One must know that in the Golden Book, if there was a slight error, then in reality, the difference would be tens of meters, or even hundreds of meters. In that case, the formation wouldn't be able to activate. Zhao Hai calculated for a while and finally found that there were no errors. Then he opened his mouth and said, "Send my order, activate the formation. Everyone, get ready." Along with Zhao Hai's order, all the light spots lit up. As the light spots lit up, Zhao Hai also felt a burst of power that enveloped the machine tree. The machines that seemed to never stop suddenly slowed down. Some places even started to smoke. As soon as this happened, the destroyers in the robot tree panicked, but they soon found that it was very difficult for them to even move. When Zhao saw this situation, he immediately said, "Attack. Remember my previous order. Break their skin, but don't kill their people. Of course, if they don't have the strength to resist, just kill them. If they don't have the strength to resist, just directly kill them." Everyone nodded and rushed forward with their swords. Naturally, Zhao also followed. The destroyers never thought that they would have a day like this. They also didn't think that someone would be able to kill their way here. One must know that the destruction energy here was very strong. Ordinary people simply wouldn't be able to reach this place. Zhao Hai didn't care too much about this. After leading his people in, all of the destroyers that they encountered had their skins broken. This made the destroyers unable to move. Although it could be said that the destroyers had good spiritual force, they didn't know how to cast spells. Even if they did, they would need to use their skins to cast spells. Because of this, the destroyers that had their skins broken were no longer a threat to Zhao Hai's group. Zhao Hai and the others went all the way to the machine tree. At this time, the machines in the machine tree had basically stopped. Only a few of them were still running. Zhao Hai went all the way through the machine tree. From time to time, he felt the changes in his surroundings. After some time, he stopped and went in a certain direction. In the end, he found an elevator. However, the elevator had already sunk to the bottom. There was only a passage left. Zhao Hai's body moved and directly entered the passage. Then he went straight down. Before long, he reached the bottom. Then he walked out of the elevator and entered a large room. This room was very large. There were all kinds of machines in the room. In the middle of the room was a huge glass tank. Inside this glass tank was a black liquid. Inside this liquid was a huge human brain. This human brain was connected to countless wires. It looked like the biological brain that Zhao Hai saw in the Great Demon Sword. However, this thing that looked like a human brain was much bigger than those biological brains. It was about 10 meters in diameter and was soaked in the huge glass tank. Zhao Hai looked at this thing and slowly walked over. What was strange was that there was nothing here to stop him. The machines in the surroundings were also dim. It was as if this place had completely stopped working. Zhao Hai looked at the human brain and slowly walked over. Then he slowly extended his hand towards the glass tank. Then he used his spiritual force to explore the tank. He wanted to see if this thing was still alive. Zhao Hai's spiritual force quickly penetrated the glass tank. However, when his spiritual force came in contact with the human brain, Zhao Hai's heart couldn't help but sink. This was because he felt a deathly aura. It seems like there was no life in it. This made Zhao Hai very disappointed. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly felt an incomparably powerful spiritual force rushing towards his brain from the human brain. This spiritual force was very powerful. Zhao Hai immediately reacted. If he were to resist it, then he might be seriously injured. Therefore, Zhao Hai's spiritual force withdrew from his brain and directly entered the biological brain. At this time, Zhao Hai understood that this was the human brain's plan. Obviously, the human brain didn't know how to use magic. Although it had spiritual force, it could only use spiritual force to attack. Moreover, its range wasn't very far. Because of this, it came up with this idea. When Zhao Hai used his spiritual force to investigate it, it would use its spiritual force to attack Zhao Hai's spiritual force. This would disperse Zhao Hai's spiritual force and finally kill Zhao Hai. However, it didn't expect that when its spiritual force rushed into Zhao Hai's brain, it would find that Zhao Hai's brain was already empty. This made the human brain very curious. But at this time, Zhao Hai's spiritual force fiercely rushed back. The human brain's spiritual force was directly dispersed. Then Zhao Hai's spiritual force entered the brain. Then the spiritual force of both sides spread out inside the brain-like thing. However, the spiritual force inside the brain-like thing was already being attacked by Zhao Hai. Naturally, it fell into a disadvantage in the spiritual force battle. However, it wasn't that it didn't have any ability to fight back. It kept attacking Zhao Hai, and the battle between the two became more and more intense. It must be said that this battle of spiritual force was much more dangerous than an ordinary battle. The loser would either die or become an idiot. Therefore, both sides went all out. If Zhao Hai knew his identity, then he definitely wouldn't be a match for this brain. This was because at that time, his spiritual force was still lacking. Although he knew his identity, his body wasn't his original body. Therefore, his spiritual force didn't recover. But now, it was different. Zhao Hai had a biological brain. His biological brain was constantly growing, and his spiritual force was constantly increasing. Moreover, after recovering his memories, Zhao Hai began to cultivate his spiritual force. Therefore, his spiritual force was now very powerful. However, the brain-like thing's spiritual force wasn't much worse than Zhao Hai's. That thing's spiritual force was very formidable. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai's divination, then its spiritual force would be even more formidable, making it even more difficult to deal with. While the two were fighting, the people outside were also cleaning up the destroyers. If the destroyers didn't have their warships, then their fighting strength wouldn't be very strong. Moreover, they were suppressed by the formation. Therefore, they weren't a match for Stonehammer and the others. The people of the Bewitching Soul Empire were able to clean them up like cutting vegetables. Now, there were not many destroyers in the entire machine tree. Although the destroyers had been attacking the soul world, their population was actually not very large. If their population was really large, the soul world would have been taken down by them long ago, and they would not be the ones being repelled. The battle between Zhao Hai and the brain monster was slowly approaching its end. Zhao Hai's strength was incomparably strong. Moreover, he had the upper hand before. Needless to say, the brain monster was slowly being defeated by Zhao Hai. In the end, Zhao Hai squeezed all of the brain monster's spiritual force together and launched a final attack. When the brain monster found that it couldn't defeat Zhao Hai, it decided to go all out. It wanted to explode its spiritual force. However, Zhao Hai discovered the brain monster's intentions. Zhao Hai's spiritual force returned to his mind. Then with an intention, the huge glass tank was directly absorbed into the space. This time, Zhao Hai's movements were very fast. When he withdrew his spiritual force, the brain monster was stunned. Then Zhao Hai absorbed the brain monster into the space. But when the brain monster entered the space, it exploded. Originally, this explosion could blow up the brain monster. But since the brain monster was inside the space, Zhao Hai's words were in charge. Therefore, the explosion was directly controlled. The brain monster's spiritual force dissipated. Other than a small part of its body that was destroyed, most of its body was intact. Zhao Hai didn't plan on releasing the brain monster. He directly had his biological brain approach the brain monster. When the biological brain approached the brain monster, it immediately absorbed the brain monster. Then Zhao Hai's biological brain also obtained a lot of the brain monster's memories. This brain monster was actually someone from the sword spirit realm. He was from a sect called the Wind Sword Sect. His sect was famous for their wind sword technique. The technique he used was very strange. In the sword spirit realm, it could be said that this technique had its own uniqueness. But later on, when the people of the Wind Sword Sect went out for training, they saw a demonic cultivator killing people. They couldn't stand it, so they stretched out their hands and taught the demonic cultivator a lesson. In the end, the demonic cultivator managed to escape. But who would have thought that the demonic cultivator would join the Sword Spirit Plains demonic sect? His strength increased and he became a famous demonic cultivator. Because of this, the Wind Sword sect was unlucky. The demonic cultivator crazily retaliated against them. In the end, the demonic cultivator captured everyone from the Wind Sword sect. Then he found an opportunity to throw them down to the lower realm and arrange the 9-seed soul lock formation. The people of the Wind Sword sect were constantly refined by the 9-seed soul lock formation. They suffered unspeakable pain as they died one after another. Those who didn't die were turned into babies. But this wasn't the end. They didn't know what happened, but after turning into babies, they didn't stop. Their bodies continued to shrink. In the end, all of them turned into tiny dots. They were on the verge of death. At this time, a Wind Sword sect member's head began to grow and eventually returned to the size of a normal person. However, his body was still very small. In the end, this person used his spiritual force to control the corpse of a Wind Sword sect member and made the corpse do things for them. Because that person was already dead, his body didn't shrink and was still the size of a normal person. There were many corpses like this in the Wind Sword sect back then. That Wind Sword sect member commanded the corpse and began to transform the other corpses. He wanted to shrink the other Wind Sword sect members who were still alive and put them into the corpses to protect them. This was something that couldn't be helped. They didn't have anything back then and couldn't do it. But then that person discovered that the shrunken Wind Sword sect members weren't unable to do anything. Once they entered the corpses, they could command the corpses to move like normal people. They could even use a portion of the corpse's strength. This discovery made him overjoyed. But soon, he discovered that he was happy too early. Those people couldn't cultivate at all and couldn't use too much time. But that person thought of another method. He had learned some demonic cultivation methods and learned how to refine corpses. Therefore, he began to refine a portion of the corpses. In the end, he refined those corpses into dried corpses. This way, although the shrunken Wind Sword sect members weren't comfortable, they could still command the dried corpses to work. Perhaps because of the mutation in his brain, that Wind Sword sect member became very smart. He began to use the formations he learned to carry out some basic construction. This was the predecessor of the machine tree. As he became smarter, more and more things were invented. The first thing he invented were those skins. Those skins were actually made from the flesh of the dead Wind Sword sect members. They were slowly cultivated and refined. Therefore, they could only be considered skins and not humans. They couldn't even be considered dried corpses. As the skins were made, they could do more and more things. Slowly, all kinds of artifacts were invented. Biological brains were invented, and the machine tree grew bigger and bigger. But at this time, the smartest Wind Sword sect member discovered a problem. The shrunken Wind Sword sect members would grow old and die. Moreover, they would become more and more violent and want to destroy things. Of course, this wasn't the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that his brain was still growing, but his head wasn't growing anymore. If it continued to grow, his brain would be crushed by his cranial cavity. In the end, he thought of a way. Under his command, some people from the Wind Sword sect who had bodies put him in a huge glass jar and added his special potion inside. This way, his brain could continue to grow. However, they also found a weakness. After he came out of his body, he couldn't use spells anymore. He could only use his spiritual force. He lived for hundreds of thousands of years before he finally built the destroyer into what it was today. However, he only grew to his current size before he stopped growing. In fact, this brain monster was the entire destroyer's central processing unit. After so many years, the person who sealed them here didn't appear again. They didn't know why, but they could only live here generation after generation. But he really wanted to leave this place, so they began to think of ways and experiments. In the end, they really found a way. They could open the space barrier to the Soul Realm, so the battle between the Soul Realm and the Destroyer began. But the population of the Destroyers was too small. Every time they fought with the Soul World, they would be defeated and retreat. This was something that the human brain monster couldn't control. Because the Destroyers could slowly reproduce, but they were born from human fetuses and became oviparous. Moreover, they had become more and more destructive. In the end, the human brain monster could no longer control those Destroyers. In other words, those Destroyers no longer listened to the human brain monster's words. After so many years, Zhao Hai finally found this place and wiped them all out. The Destroyer officially became a name and the brain monster died. After Zhao Hai received these memories, he slowly opened his eyes. Then he glanced around and found that no one was here yet. But he wasn't in a hurry. He left the room and went outside. When Zhao Hai went outside, he immediately felt that the entire robot tree was under their control. This time, Zhao Hai dispatched a lot of people to deal with the destroyer. 2,000 battleships, each with 1,000 people. In this way, there were as many as 2 million people participating in this operation. Among these 2 million people, more than 1 million people attacked the robot tree. As for the destroyer, although they had adapted to the power of destruction was still too strong. Every year, there would still be a large number of destroyer eggs. Before they hatched, they would have already died. In this case, the number of destroyers had always been small. At most, there were only about 1 million people. In this way, the number of people on both sides should be about the same. In addition, the destroyer's close combat power was very weak. Naturally, it was impossible for them to be the opponent of Zhao Hai's army. As for why the descendants of the destroyer who stayed in the Soul World were so strong and had stronger close combat power, this was mainly because the destroyer's descendants who stayed in the Soul World lived in a place where the power of destruction was not as strong as here. In addition, they combined with the local animals, which was why they had such strong combat power. The reason why those people combined with those animals was mainly related to the situation of the destroyer. Here, the destroyer's goal was to survive. It was precisely because this idea was deeply imprinted in the destroyer's soul that the destroyer showed such strong adaptability in a new environment. They could let their eggs combine with those animals and finally control those animals. This was a kind of parasitism and also another way of survival for the destroyer. No matter how the brain monster developed the destroyer, the ultimate goal was to let the destroyer survive. This was why the destroyer was so strong. But after so many years of development, in addition to survival, the destroyer also had another goal, and that was destruction. They suffered a lot in the Nine-Child Soul Lock formation, so they wanted to destroy everything. It was precisely because of this that they became the destroyer. Stonehammer quickly came to see Zhao Hai. When he saw Zhao Hai, he immediately bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, the people here have been cleaned up. According to what you said, they've been given their skins. Now, they can't move." Zhao Hai nodded and said, good job. You can all go back. I'm going to arrange a formation to take the robotic tree away." Stonehammer nodded, then he turned around and left. After Stonemer and the others left, Zhao Hai went down from the machine tree. He wanted to see what was under the tree. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived at the bottom of the tree and found a hole. The hole was very small, only about 1 meter in diameter. However, there was a cloud of black gas coming out of the hole. This black gas was definitely the most concentrated type of destruction energy. Zhao Hai didn't expect this black gas to be so dense. When Zhao Hai saw this hole, he immediately understood that this was the most important place in the robotic tree. It was also the source of the destructive force. Zhao Hai thought for a moment before his figure moved and entered the hole. Upon entering the hole, Zhao Hai felt an incomparably strong destructive force rushing towards him. However, Zhao Hai remained unmoved. The destructive force didn't seem to cause any harm to him. Zhao Hai flew forward in this space. Before long, he discovered that this space wasn't very big. Zhao Hai didn't care as he slowly searched the space. He knew that the destructive force must have its source. Sure enough, it didn't take long before Zhao Hai found the source of the destructive force. However, when he saw the source, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because the source of the destructive force was actually a black crystal skeleton. This black crystal skeleton wasn't very big, it was only the size of a fist. However, a lot of destructive force came out of the crystal skeleton. The destructive force was like smoke that filled the entire space. Zhao Hai frowned. Then he slowly closed his eyes and moved his mind towards the skeleton. As his mind continued to adjust, it finally connected with the skeleton. The strength of the skeleton's mind was definitely on the same level as the nature's heart. Before long, Zhao Hai knew the origin of the skeleton. The origin of the skeleton was very similar to the nature's heart. These two things were naturally formed. One was in charge of life while the other was in charge of death. One was in charge of the path of nature while the other was in charge of the path of destruction. The two of them were originally one entity. However, one day, due to an external force, they were forcefully separated. If the heart of nature and the skeleton of destruction were always together, nothing would happen in the world. However, they were separated, so they formed a secret realm, a soul realm. In fact, if the soul realm didn't have a passage that led to the secret realm and was more or less affected by the natural energy in the secret realm, then the spiritual weapon realm wouldn't exist at all. Although an external force separated the destruction skeleton and the heart of nature, they weren't separated very far. Instead, they directly landed in these two places. One landed in the secret realm while the other landed in the spirit weapon realm. They weren't very far from each other. Zhao Hai slowly recovered his thought force. Then with an intention, he received the destruction skeleton into the space. When the skeleton entered the space, it seemed to have felt the presence of the nature's heart. It immediately flew towards the space. Then the skeleton slowly integrated itself into the jade doll and stopped by the jade doll's scabbard. The scabbard looked very beautiful, it also made the jade doll's murderous aura more intense. When the destruction skeleton entered the jade doll, the unbalanced yin and yang formation immediately returned to normal. At the same time, the entire space shook. The air inside the space seemed to have become fresher. At the same time, the spiritual energy inside the space became richer. All the animals inside the space cried out in joy. At the same time, Zhao Hai also felt that the animals inside the space were in awe of him. Zhao Hai stared for a moment, then he understood why the animals would have such an attitude towards him. This was because the destruction skeleton was in charge of death. In Zhao Hai's previous space, there was more natural energy than destruction energy. The animals inside Zhao Hai's space were close to him. Although they were in awe of him, they weren't in awe like now. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Then he left the space and returned to the machine tree. At this point, Zhao Hai had some understanding of the machine tree. One shouldn't underestimate the space. The destructive energy inside the space was actually the machine tree's power source. The destroyers relied on this destructive energy to drive everything inside the machine tree. Zhao Hai came out of the space and looked around the machine tree. In the end, he arrived outside the machine tree. Looking at the incomparably huge machine tree, Zhao Hai decided to send the machine tree to the space and have the destroyers cleanse it with natural energy. He wanted to see what changes would happen to the destroyers. The destructive energy wasn't suitable for living. Although the destroyers were able to survive for a long time, they were still able to reproduce. However, in Zhao Hai's opinion, this wasn't normal. He wanted to see what would happen to the destroyers after being cleansed by natural energy. They wouldn't be able to kill and destroy like they were now. Zhao Hai arrived outside the machine tree and began to make arrangements. He needed to arrange a formation outside the machine tree. This would make the machine tree an independent existence. When the time comes, Zhao Hai would be able to receive the machine tree into the space. After a long time, Zhao Hai arranged a huge formation outside the machine tree. This formation enveloped the entire machine tree. Then Zhao Hai activated the formation. The formation enveloped the machine tree as well as everything inside the space. Then with a thought, Zhao Hai directly received the machine tree into the space. After the machine tree entered the space, Zhao Hai immediately found a place to settle it down. Then Zhao Hai began to use natural energy to slowly invade the machine tree as well as the destroyers inside. This process was very slow. This was because the destroyers were already used to the destructive energy. If Zhao Hai suddenly used natural energy to cleanse them, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. Because of this, Zhao Hai was very slow. At first, he used destructive energy. Then he slowly reduced the amount of destructive energy. Finally, the destructive energy became smaller and smaller. Then he added natural energy. This was a very slow process. Zhao Hai handed this process over to the biological brain. Then he looked at the place where the machine tree was. This place was originally a small island. But since it was covered by the machine tree, the island was now exposed. Just as Zhao Hai was about to leave, he suddenly froze. This was because he took away the machine tree. There shouldn't be anything here, but Zhao Hai saw something. It was an ore vein. In this ore vein, there were crystal-like stones everywhere. But when Zhao Hai saw these crystal-like stones, his eyes couldn't help but shrink. This was because these stones were traction crystals. Traction crystals were good things. When Zhao Hai was in the Soul Realm, he obtained several traction crystals on the destroyer's ship. Then he placed the traction crystals in the space, allowing them to slowly form ore veins. Although there were a lot of traction crystals in the space, Zhao Hai was still reluctant to use them. In a lot of places, he used traction crystals that were as small as a thumb. He didn't use any of the bigger ones. Now that he found a traction crystal vein, this was truly amazing. Then Zhao Hai looked at the brain monster's memories and finally found out about this ore vein. This ore vein was only one of the traction crystal veins on the island. There were a total of 8 traction crystal veins on the island. But the other 7 had already been mined, leaving only this one unmined. Zhao Hai sighed. Then he went down and received the traction crystal vein into the space. Then Zhao Hai looked at the brain monster's memories to see if there were any good things nearby. Not to mention, he found a lot of good things. Most importantly, there was an iron ore vein in the sea. Moreover, this iron ore vein was very rich. The destroyers relied on this iron ore vein to build the machine tree as well as the spaceships. However, Zhao Hai didn't care too much about this iron lode. For the Lost Soul Empire, having such a large iron lode was a good thing. Seeing that there was nothing else here, Zhao Hai returned to the warship. Stonehammer and the others were waiting for Zhao Hai. Upon seeing Zhao Hai return, Stonehammer immediately greeted him and said, "Young master, what do we do now? Do we go back?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Don't go back yet. Although I've taken away the robotic tree, there's still an iron ore vein here. This iron ore vein is at the bottom of the sea, but because of the destroyer's mining, it wasn't too difficult to mine it. But now that there's a seal here, it would be difficult to mine the iron ore vein. If I'm not here, the people who work here might be affected by the seal. Therefore, I need to break the seal first. Let's go out and then I'll break the seal." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, All right. Stonehammer nodded and immediately gave the order. All the warships left the formation. The group arrived outside the Nine-Child Soul Lock Great Formation. Then Zhao Hai arrived at the island that Shi discovered. Upon arriving at the island, Zhao Hai discovered that the iron pillars and chains on the island were surprisingly large. Moreover, these iron pillars were in one piece. Below the iron pillars was an iron platform. This iron platform looked like an altar. the iron pillars were connected by iron chains. The outer iron platform was dozens of mago, its length was close to 10,000 meters, and its width was about 2,000 meters. Each iron pillar was about 100 meters high, and the chains were very long and thick. Not to mention anything else, just making this iron platform and iron pillars would take a lot of time. However, Zhao Hai still slowly sent his thought force into the iron platform. When his thought force entered the platform, he immediately understood what was going on. In fact, the pillars on the 9 islands were actually a set of artifacts. Moreover, these artifacts weren't limited in size, they could be enlarged and shrunk at will. The largest one that Zhao Hai could see was the one that he was looking at. The smallest one could be directly received into one's hand, forming a miniature 9-soul lock. When it was used, it could be used directly, it was very convenient. Through the formation, Zhao Hai knew where the core of the formation was. The core of the formation wasn't on this island, but on another island. However, this island also had a secondary core. If he wanted to use the formation for himself, then he would need to refine all of the cores. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, all right. All right, all right. All right." Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite. He immediately began to refine them. After refining one, he used the transmission formation to go to the other island. First, he refined the secondary formation eyes, then he refined the main formation eye. This was one of the major characteristics of this formation. If you refine the main formation eye first, then the formation eye would counterattack. You have to refine the secondary formation eyes first, then the main formation eye. In addition to the order, the refining method was also very special. If Zhao Hai didn't use his thought force to communicate with the formation, then it would be impossible for him to know about this refining method. It didn't take long for Zhao to finish refining the subcores. Finally, he went to the main core and began to slowly refine it. The main core wasn't easy to refine. If he didn't refine it well, then the other 8 cores would be wasted. The main core would then gather the power of the 9-child soul lock formation to deal with him. It took Zhao Hai 10 days to refine the main core. Then with a thought, the 9-child soul lock great formation suddenly flew up and flew towards Zhao Hai's island. Then it shrunk and fell into Zhao Hai's hand. After Zhao Hai placed the 9-child soul lock great formation into the space, he returned to the ship. Stone Hammer and the others didn't leave, they were waiting for Zhao Hai. After arriving on the ship, Zhao Hai looked at the destructive force on the sea and couldn't help but knit his brows. Then he turned to Stone Hammer and said, "After we go back, send an energy collection ship to collect the destructive force. The source of the destructive force has already been dealt with by me. The destructive force here is nothing more than rootless duckweed. Collect all of it and turn it into our weapons." Stone Hammer nodded. Zhao Hai looked around and said, "Don't waste the transmission formation that I built. Let's use it. Leave a warship here and keep watch. Let's go." Stone Hammer nodded and then immediately went to pass the order. After the order was passed down, the warships entered the sea formation one by one. The last one was Zhao Hai's Ghost King ship. After Zhao Hai and the others returned to the secret realm, Zhao Hai told Wen Hai and the others about the situation in the spirit weapon realm. After Wen Hai finished, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "I think the spirit weapon realm wasn't like this before. There should be sunlight there, but it was blocked by the destructive force. Now, as long as we clear out the destructive force, sunlight would appear there. For the spirit weapon realm, this is a good thing. At the same time, give Shirchi a reward. Tell him that he will get half of the iron ore in the mechanical tree. This way, his family will be able to enjoy riches for generations to come." Naturally, Wen Hai and the others didn't object. Then Zhao Hai turned to Wen Hai and said, "Prepare some food, especially weapons, armors, and other things. Also, prepare some formations. Right, prepare some cloth as well as some sword boats, I'll be taking them with me." Wen Hai nodded and said, "Don't worry." When Wen Hai heard Zhao Hai, he immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, are you going back to the 5-spirit realm?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, I still need to return to the 5-spirit realm. Moreover, when I ascend in the future, I want to ascend from the 5-spirit realm. This is because I can directly ascend to the spirit realm. If you can ascend in the future, you can directly ascend to the sword spirit realm and build a transmission formation there. When the time comes, the spirit realm and the sword spirit realm would be under our control. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Zhao Hai already told Wen Hai and the others that the spiritual realm and the sword spirit realm were originally one entity. Because of this, Wen Hai also understood what Zhao Hai meant. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, Boss, you mean, whether it's the spiritual realm or the sword spirit realm in the future, we'll have to take them both? Zhao Hai looked at Wen Hai and laughed. If Xiaoyu heard this, he would certainly be scared to death. Even if he wasn't scared to death, he would also laugh to death. We haven't even ascended yet we're going to take the sword spirit realm and the spiritual realm. How could they not laugh when they hear this? Wen Hai smiled faintly and said, no matter how they laugh, I feel that boss has the strength to take the sword spirit realm and the spiritual realm in the future. I believe that we can do it. As long as boss wants to do it, we can do it. Zhao Hai's face was calm. After some time, he said, I also believe that we can do it. Therefore, you guys need to work hard in your cultivation. When we ascend in the future, we'll go to the immortal realm and make a name for ourselves. I want the people in the immortal realm to know about the existence of the Lost Soul Empire. I want them to know that the Lost Soul Empire doesn't only exist in the lower realms, but also in the immortal realm. Wen Hai had an excited expression on his face as he said, yes, we'll certainly follow boss and establish a huge empire. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he said, all right, now isn't the time to talk about this. Go and prepare the things that I want. There's no need to prepare too many sword plates, just 10. Go. Wen Hai nodded before he turned around and left. After Wen Hai left, Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Then he slowly focused his spiritual force on the space. He could feel that the destroyers were almost done with their cleansing. There was no more destructive energy in their bodies, only natural energy was left. However, this process was almost complete. Zhao Hai wanted to see what changes would happen to the destroyers. As time passed, the last bit of destructive energy disappeared from the destroyers. The destroyers were immediately surrounded by green light. Zhao Hai stared at the green light nervously. The green light slowly disappeared. Then the destroyers that appeared in front of Zhao Hai had completely changed. Their appearances were much more beautiful, their figures were also more beautiful. They looked like people that had been shrunk. They weren't as strange as before. The most important thing was their clothes. Their clothes had completely changed, they were now silver in color. They also had 2 wings on their backs. However, their wings were strange, they were made of metal. Their feathers were also made of metal. When they opened their wings, they looked very beautiful. At the same time, the destroyers flew up. There was no longer any ruthlessness on their faces. Instead, a smile could be seen on their faces, making them look very beautiful. Speaking of which, these destroyers didn't look like destroyers at all. Instead, they looked more like little elves. Moreover, they had wings that could fly and were very flexible. This was a very strange thing. At this time, the elves flew up and arrived in front of Zhao Hai. Then they said to Zhao Hai, we have seen Master. When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he smiled and said, just call me young master from now on. Right, do you need anything? Do you have any abilities? One of the elves replied, young master, we don't need anything. There's a lot of food here. We can control metal and refine it completely. When Zhao Hai heard this, he stared for a moment before he nodded and said, being able to control metal is good. I'll call you golden elves from now on. You should first repair the machine tree and further improve it. If you need anything, just tell me. But don't worry, go. The golden elves nodded before they flew back to the machine tree. Zhao Hai looked at the appearance of the golden elves and didn't say anything. Instead, he withdrew his spiritual force from the space. After withdrawing, Zhao Hai slowly understood that the reason why the golden elves became like this was because of the obsession that was left in their bones. If the destroyers weren't able to control metal, then they would have already died. Because of this, metal wasn't just a simple tool for them. Because of this, after the destroyers were cleansed by natural energy, they turned into golden elves. This was a good thing for Zhao Hai. This was because Zhao Hai looked at the golden elves. These golden elves were truly worthy of their name. They were very good at controlling metal. Metal can be changed according to their wishes. When Zhao Hai saw the abilities of the golden elves, he felt relieved. Then he began to make other plans. At this time, he was preparing to return to the 5 spirit realms. Speaking of which, it has been a few months since he left the 5 spirit realms. Naturally, Zhao Hai was also chatting with Tang Ming to understand the situation in the 5 spirit realms. At this time, the 5 spirit realms were still calm. The people of the Ghost Face continent had been hiding in their islands. Even their attacks on the ships had lessened. But seeing the Ghost Face continent's people being obedient, the people of the 5 spirit realms began to relax. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. The Ghost Face continent's matter was very big. Moreover, they were now occupying the islands. Logically speaking, the people of the 5 spirit realms should be paying attention to them. But now, because of the Ghost Face continent's actions, the people of the 5 spirit realms didn't pay attention to them. However, after understanding the situation, Zhao Hai couldn't do anything about it. In the past, the Ghost Face continent was a threat to the kingdoms of the 5 spirit realms. Naturally, these kingdoms joined forces to deal with the Ghost Face continent. But now that the pressure from the Ghost Face continent was gone, these kingdoms began to make their own plans. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai didn't know what to say. However, he didn't care about it. He knew that the Ghost Face continent's people wouldn't be so obedient. They wanted to unify the 5 spirit realms, so how could they be so obedient? On the other hand, Zhao Hai didn't receive any news from the Mixed Spirit continent. This was because Zhao Hai didn't receive any slaves in the Mixed Spirit continent. Naturally, there was no news from the continent. This made Zhao Hai somewhat regretful. In the past, he wanted to help the people of the Mixed Spirit continent and forgot about the matter of receiving slaves. Because of this, he couldn't receive any news from the Mixed Spirit continent. 3 days later, when Wen Hai prepared everything that Zhao Hai wanted: food, daily necessities, cloth, and 10 sword boats. Zhao Hai also arranged the matters at hand. Then he directly activated the transmission formation and returned to the Mixed Spirit continent. When Zhao Hai left, he left in Sea Spirit City's City Lord's mansion. Here, Yu Jinglin arranged a separate courtyard for Zhao Hai. He didn't allow anyone to get close to him and told everyone that Zhao Hai was in seclusion. Because of this, Zhao Hai appeared in this courtyard. As soon as Zhao Hai arrived at the courtyard, he heard the door open. Zhao Hai stared, then he pushed the door and walked out. When he came out, he saw Yu Jinglin. Yu Jinglin also saw Zhao Hai. Upon seeing Zhao Hai's appearance, he couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately became ecstatic as he said, "Mister, you're back. That's great." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I just came back. The city lord came in a minute earlier, so I haven't come back yet." "Why did the city lord come here at this time?" Yu Jinglin laughed and said, there's something, and it's a good thing. The people from the 7 great families came and insisted on seeing you. And now, Shan Do is finally going to be promoted in the Mixed Spirit continent. Ha ha ha. When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but stare, then he nodded and said, "That's a good thing. Are the 7 great families still alive?" "Yes, they're in the mansion. I just told them that you're in seclusion. When you come out, you can go see them." "Let's go now," Yu Jinglin anxiously said to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, let's go now." After he said that, he followed Yu Jinglin outside. When the two left the courtyard, it didn't take long for them to arrive at the mansion's main building. Then they went straight to the mansion's living room. Yu Jinglin had already sent people to invite the 7 great families. Just as Zhao Hai and Yu Jinglin arrived at the mansion's living room, a group of people came in from outside. There were more than 10 people in this group, and the leader was an old man. This old man looked to be around 70 years old. He had snow-white hair and a face full of wrinkles. However, his face was very serious, and his eyes were bright. When Yu Jinglin saw the old man, he immediately went forward and gave a salute. "I've seen Old Wu. Old Wu, this is Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai, this is Old Wu, the special envoy for this inspection." Zhao Hai didn't care if he was a special envoy or not. However, he still needed to show respect to such an old man. Therefore, Zhao Hai also gave a bow to old Wu and said, "I've seen old Wu. Zhao Hai is very polite." Old Wu sized up Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's appearance was very ordinary, there was nothing surprising about him. Old Wu couldn't help but be disappointed. But then his expression became more and more dignified. This was because he could feel a different temperament from Zhao Hai, it was very special. Old Wu cupped his fist to Zhao Hai and said, "This Wu would like to thank Mr. Mr. has done so many things for the mixed spirit continent. We have been neglecting Mr. I hope Mr. can forgive us." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Old Wu, I wouldn't believe this easily. City Lord Yu also took care of me, how could I neglect him? Old Wu is too polite, I don't deserve it." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Old Wu, you're too polite." Old Wu chuckled. Then Yu Jinglin immediately said, "Everyone, sit down. Sit down and talk." The living room of the city lord's mansion was very big. There were a lot of tables and chairs inside. There was also a long table with 2 chairs on both sides. Generally, the main seat would be there. Yu Jinglin was obviously very respectful to old Wu, so he invited old Wu to sit at the head of the table. Zhao sat on the left side of the table, while the others also sat down. After everyone sat down, a servant immediately served them tea. After everyone took a sip, old Wu put down the teacup and turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, now that the Shanbin has been promoted, would it be appropriate to promote it at this time?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's appropriate, of course it's appropriate. The sooner the Shanbin is promoted, the sooner the people of the mixed spirit continent won't starve. This is a good thing, how could it not be appropriate?" Old Wu said, "But there are no plant masters in the mixed spirit continent. What if the Shanbin has some pests and diseases?" Zhao Hai replied, "There's no need to worry about this. Under normal circumstances, pests and diseases rarely appear on the Shanbin. Moreover, even if there are some pests and diseases, it doesn't matter. I've already written some methods to prevent pests and diseases and compiled them into a booklet. When the time comes, you can just look at the booklet. This booklet should be able to solve most of the pests and diseases. As for the rare ones, it's not like there's no way to solve them. When the time comes, I can go and take a look." Old Wu nodded and said, "Then I'll have to thank Mr. However, this Wu still has something to ask of Mr. Right now, the mixed spirit continent is really lacking in plant masters. I wonder if Mr. can help us train more plant masters?" "Of course there's no problem. I've already trained more than 100 apprentices. Although I've been in seclusion for the past few months, the first 20 apprentices have already learned very well. With the addition of some teaching materials that I've written, it's enough for them to study for a while. At this time, they should already be able to deal with some simple pests and diseases. If there are new apprentices, they can also help guide them. This way, the new apprentices will be able to learn faster. Can't Mr. establish a school dedicated to teaching plant masters?" "Of course, this is also possible. However, plant masters are different from other professions. Plant masters are mainly focused on practice. Moreover, they need to stay in the wilderness for a long time. The time they spend in the school isn't very long. If we really establish a school, I'm afraid it wouldn't be very useful. So that's how it is. Then I'll have to trouble Mr. May I know what Mr. plans to do next? Is there anything else that we need to do?" "There's nothing else. I'll be going around the mixed spirit continent to see if there are any special plants. If there are any plants that can replace mountain beans, then I'll do my best to find them and improve them. After all, mountain beans can't be considered as a staple food. If people eat a lot, then they won't gain strength." When old Wu heard Zhao Hai, he quickly said, "Does Mr. mean that we can't eat too much mountain beans?" "That's not the case. Although the mountain beans don't increase one's strength like rice, they can still help people survive. If you eat more meat, then there won't be a problem. So, I still hope that planting alfalfa and raising rabbits can be promoted in the future. That way, everyone won't have any problems." Old Wu relaxed, then he nodded and said, "I'll tell them about this. But right now, Mr. should focus on growing mountain beans. Once we solve the problem of food, then we'll talk about other things." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Some time ago, I improved some trees in Shelter Bay. I'll be going to other places to see if I can find more trees that can be improved. This way, we'll be able to build more ships in the mixed spirit continent. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, all right. Old Wu's eyes lit up, then he said, then I'll have to thank Mr. If we can build bigger ships, then the mixed spirit continent would be much safer. Then Mr.'s merit would be boundless. Zhao Hai looked at Old Wu, then he turned his head to Yu Jinglin and said, City Lord Yu, where did I learn about plant masters? Did you mention it to Old Wu? When Yu Jinglin heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he nodded and said, I did, but I didn't mention anything about your seclusion this time. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Old Wu. Old Wu also looked at Zhao Hai with an expressionless face. Obviously, he also understood that Zhao Hai and Yu Jinglin had other things that they didn't tell him. Zhao Hai turned to Old Wu and said, Old Wu, I'm sure you already know where my plant master skills came from, right? Old Wu nodded and said, Mr. said that he learned it from another world. A person from one of the 7 great clans couldn't help but laugh. Obviously, he didn't believe Zhao Hai's words. Zhao Hai looked at the person, then he turned to Old Wu and said, yes, that's what I said. This time I didn't go into seclusion. Instead, I went to the other world and brought back some things. Today, I'll let Old Wu take a look. Old Wu nodded and said, that's right. After he said that, Zhao Hai stood up, then he turned his head to Yu Jinglin and said, City Lord, let's go to the manor outside the city. I brought back a lot of things, I'm afraid the City Lord's mansion won't be able to hold them all. When Yu Jinglin heard Zhao Hai, he immediately nodded and said, all right, then I'll immediately arrange it. Then Yu Jinglin stood up and prepared to leave. Zhao Hai quickly reached out his hand to stop him. Yu Jinglin looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai smiled faintly at Yu Jinglin and said, there's no need to prepare anything. I brought several portable transmission formations. Everyone can use them. Then Zhao Hai took out several portable transmission formations and gave them to Old Wu and the others. Old Wu and the others received the portable transmission formations. They looked at the small formations that were smaller than their palms and looked very delicate. They really didn't know how to use them. Zhao Hai changed the coordinates of the transmission formation and said, as long as you transfer your energy into the transmission formation, it will send you to the coordinates. The current coordinates are at the village outside the city. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, I'll take you to the transmission formation. I'll take you to the coordinates. Old Wu and the others curiously looked at the portable transmission formation. Then after they sent their energy into the formation, a white light flashed before they disappeared from the room. Then they appeared in the manor outside the city. Zhao Hai and Yu Jinglin also arrived. When Old Wu and the others appeared in the manor, they immediately looked around. Naturally, they were very curious about this place. But what made them even more curious was the transmission formations in their hands. Zhao Hai looked at Old Wu and the others, then he smiled faintly and said, I'll give these transmission formations to you. In a while, I'll tell you how to use them. Everyone, let's go to the warehouse behind the manor to talk. Before long, the group arrived at the warehouse behind the manor. Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, this time I went to the Lost Soul Empire and obtained a lot of things. They don't recognize Bell, they only recognize gold and silver. Naturally, if we take Bell, they would accept it. However, they would treat Bell as a commodity, not a currency. Because of this, I bought a lot of things with gold coins. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he said, this time, I bought some food and other things, as well as some daily necessities. Naturally, the most valuable thing was the 10 retired sword boats that I bought from their army. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he said, this time, I bought some food, cloth, and daily necessities. As Zhao Hai spoke, he took out the food and other things. Finally, he took out the 10 sword boats. The food and other things made Old Wu and the others' eyes shine. But when they saw the sword boats, they couldn't help but stare. This was because the sword boats weren't very big, they could only seat 20 people. Although there were cannons in front of the sword boats, Old Wu and the others didn't know what they were. Zhao Hai looked at everyone, then he smiled faintly and said, this sword boat is made of metal. It can seat 20 people. Do you see the one in front? This is a cannon that can shoot energy to attack the enemy. We can use Bell as a power source. Moreover, the sword boats can fly. After saying that, Zhao Hai walked towards the sword boat. Then he poured energy into the sword boat's formation. The sword boat immediately flew up. But because it was inside the room, the sword boat didn't fly very high. Then Zhao Hai had the sword boat land on the ground. At this time, Old Wu and the others looked at Zhao Hai with surprise. Then they looked at the sword boat with fiery eyes. Zhao Hai came down from the sword boat and said, "There are 100 tons of food, 10,000 bolts of cloth, and 12,000 daily necessities. I bought all of these things from the Lost Soul Empire." Then Zhao Hai led the group to the food. Zhao Hai pointed at the food and said, "This is mainly rice. There are 30 tons of rice in total. These grains are called baobab. They can be roasted or steamed. These are noodles that grow on a tree called noodle tree. You can pick these noodles and dry them in the sun. They can be stored for a long time. When you want to eat them, you can cook them with fire." Then Zhao walked over to the cloth and pointed at it. There are coarse cloths, cotton cloths, silk cloths, and other daily necessities. These daily necessities all use magic formations, so they are very convenient. Zhao nodded and said, "You can see that there are some cloths here, some are cotton cloths, and some are silk cloths." Old Wu and the others followed behind Zhao Hai. Every time Zhao Hai introduced something, their eyes lit up. Finally, when Zhao Hai introduced the last item, Old Wu and the others' eyes lit up like lamps. After Zhao Hai finished his introduction, he turned his head to the others and said, "These things are nothing to the Lost Soul Empire. Any merchant can take them out. But for us, these are good things." Old Wu looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I heard Jing Lin say that the Lost Soul Empire will let us join. Moreover, we will be autonomous? Is this really the case?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, the Lost Soul Empire is a huge empire that spans across the 3 realms. This empire is composed of countless states, each state has a governor. Each state can legislate independently, the governor is the highest official in their state. However, all states must respect the Lost Soul Empire's emperor. Moreover, each state has no military power, all military power belongs to the empire. However, the governor of each state has the opportunity to become the emperor. This is because the Lost Soul Empire's emperor can be elected in the future. Naturally, this is impossible right now. This is because the current emperor is the one who established the Lost Soul Empire. Nobody can shake his position." Old Wu waved his hand and said, "We don't want to become a king. As long as we can maintain our autonomy, that's enough. But this matter isn't something that I can decide. I need to go back and discuss it with the others. We can't give you an answer." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "You don't need to answer me. You can slowly discuss it. If you can make sense, then that would be the best. If you can't, then forget about it. But I must say, joining the Lost Soul Empire would only bring benefits. Moreover, the Lost Soul Empire is a very aggressive country. Once they know about the existence of the 5 spiritual realms, they would certainly send their troops to them. When that time comes, the other 5 continents would be conquered by the Lost Soul Empire. To be honest, if that happens, then it would be troublesome. Forget it, let's not talk about this. In any case, nobody from the Lost Soul Empire knows that we are here, so we don't need to worry about anything." When Old Wu heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he said, "Is the Lost Soul Empire really that strong?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Strong, very strong. Those sword boats are just small boats used by the Lost Soul Empire for reconnaissance. Their real warships are large warships that can carry 1,000 people. They have several thousand of those ships. And with the addition of their other artifacts, they have almost reached mass production. Everyone in the army uses artifacts. To be honest, even if the people of the 5 continents were to join forces, they still wouldn't be a match for the Lost Soul Empire. Not to mention, the other continents are currently in a state of disunity." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Yes." Old Wu nodded and said, "If you can go to the Lost Soul Empire, then sooner or later, the Lost Soul Empire will also come to the 5 spiritual realms. If what you said is true, then the 5 spiritual realms will be in danger in the future. I will talk to the higher-ups about this." Zhao Hai nodded and didn't say anything. He knew that old Wu already understood what he meant. In fact, Zhao Hai's words also contained a hint of threat. It's just that he didn't say it out loud. Old Wu was also an understanding person, he didn't say it out loud, but it was clear that he understood. Although Zhao Hai's words were threatening, he didn't really want to do anything to the mixed spirit continent. If he really wanted to deal with the mixed spirit continent, then there would be no need for him to go through so much trouble. He was just pressuring the people of the mixed spirit continent to make the right choice. Although Zhao Hai hasn't been in the mixed spirit continent for a long time, the things he did for the continent were certainly not small. Mountain beans, trees, and this time all of them belonged to Zhao Hai. As long as the higher-ups of the mixed spirit continent weren't idiots, then they should understand how important Zhao Hai was to the continent. Because of this, they would pay great attention to Zhao Hai's opinion. From the reaction of old Wu and the others, Zhao Hai can see that they also wanted the mixed spirit continent to join the Lost Soul Empire. However, this was a big matter after all. It was impossible for them to just listen to Zhao Hai's empty words and agree. Later on, old Wu and the others might tell Zhao Hai that they wanted to go to the Lost Soul Empire to take a look. This was something that Zhao Hai would certainly agree to. Zhao Hai looked at old Wu and the others and said, "Old Wu, everyone, let's go to the sword boat and have a look. This sword boat can fly in the sky. Moreover, its speed is very fast. How about we give it a try?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, old Wu and the others immediately nodded. Then Zhao Hai led the group to the sword boat. Then he controlled the sword boat to fly out of the warehouse. This warehouse was an important warehouse outside of Sea Spirit City. Every year, a large portion of the food harvested from the fields outside of Sea Spirit City was stored here. Because of this, the warehouse was very big. It was precisely because of this that it was able to store the things that Zhao Hai brought. Otherwise, the things that Zhao Hai brought wouldn't be a small amount. Ordinary places wouldn't be able to store them. Everyone rode the sword boat out of the warehouse and then flew up. Before long, the sword boat was already flying very high. Although Yu Jinglin and the others were able to fly, flying on a sword boat was completely different from flying on their own. Because of this, they curiously looked at the scenery below. Zhao Hai turned to Yu Jinglin and said, "Castellan, why don't we go to the sea and have a look? If we encounter a slave ship, we can pick them up and test the power of this sword boat." Yu Jinglin immediately nodded and said, "Good, that's great. Mister, you don't know, but while you were gone, the slave ships attacked Sea Spirit City again. Although we repelled them, we also suffered some casualties. If we can meet them and give them a good beating, that would be the best." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, watch me." Then with an intention, the sword boat flew towards the sea. Since Sea Spirit City was by the sea, it didn't take long for Zhao Hai and the others to reach the sea. After reaching the sea, Zhao Hai immediately flew towards the sea. After flying for about 1,000 miles, they began to fly horizontally. With the speed of the sword boat, 1,000 miles took about 10 minutes to reach the sea. It didn't take long at all. After flying horizontally for about half an hour, they saw a slave ship. This slave ship was heading towards the mixed spirit continent. Moreover, the ship's draft was quite shallow. At first glance, one could see that there were only a few people inside. It should have just arrived in the mixed spirit continent. Yu Jinglin and the others also noticed the ship. After carefully looking at it, Yu Jinglin immediately said, "Great, there shouldn't be any slaves on this ship. Mr. Zhao Hai, how should we deal with them?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "That's simple. Watch carefully." After he said that, Zhao Hai controlled the sword boat to rush towards the slave ship. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the ship. Then Zhao Hai adjusted the formation cannons and fired towards the slave ship. The formation cannons installed on the sword boat weren't very powerful, but they weren't small either. Moreover, the formation cannon's attack power was very concentrated. Its range was also quite long, and its attack power wasn't bad. On the other hand, the ships of the 5 spirit realms didn't have any defensive formations. Even if they did, their power would be very small. After all, they didn't have a spirit gathering formation, nor did they have a powerful energy source. Therefore, their defensive formations weren't very useful. Now that Zhao Hai's formation cannons continuously fired, several holes appeared on the slave ship. The people on the ship immediately panicked. The sailors on the ship immediately took their staffs and prepared to fight back. However, this time it was the sword boat that attacked them. The sword boat was flying in the sky and was very far away from them. Their spells simply couldn't reach the sword boat. In this case, they could only take a beating. Zhao Hai looked at the people on the ship and couldn't help but sneer. Then the sword boat lowered its bow and crashed into the ship. When the people on the ship saw Zhao Hai and the others, they couldn't help but be startled. They immediately used various techniques to attack the sword boat. However, the sword boat was protected by a transparent shield that blocked all of the attacks. Zhao Hai and the others didn't dare to do anything to the sword boat. At this time, the sword boat collided with the slave ship. How could the slave ship be a match for the sword boat? When the sword boat was designed, the front and the back of the boat were very sharp. When the sword boat collided with the slave ship, it was like using a knife to pierce through a paper boat, piercing through the ship in an instant. There weren't any experts on the slave ship, but there were still 2 people who could fly. They wanted to fly to attack the sword boat, but they didn't have a machine. This was because the sword boat took the initiative to hit their ship. Now that the slave ship had started to sink, the people who could fly had also started to fly. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't let them go. He rammed them with the ship or used the cannons to attack them, knocking them all down. In the end, Zhao Hai's team stood on the sword boat and watched the slave ship sink into the sea. None of the people on the ship were able to escape, all of them died. Great, this is great. Ha ha ha. Yu Jinglin shouted with a face full of joy. He had never felt so happy before. The slave ships that were usually swaggering in front of them had actually gone deep into the sea in the blink of an eye. This really made him feel very happy. Old Wu and the others were also very happy. But at the same time, they also had to admit that the sword boats were very formidable. And according to what Zhao Hai said, the sword boats were just scouting ships for the Lost Soul Empire. Their main battleships were huge battleships that could carry 1,000 people. Just how formidable was the Lost Soul Empire? This was something that people couldn't imagine. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Let's go back. In any case, the sword boat will be yours in the future. City Lord, you can go back and make the arrangements. I think that with the sword boat, the slave ships wouldn't be so arrogant. But at the same time, if the people of the other 5 continents were to know about the sword boat, I'm afraid they wouldn't be willing to accept it." Old Wu nodded and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai is right. If the people of the other 5 continents were to know about the sword boat, they wouldn't be willing to accept it. They might even attack us." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he commanded the sword boat to fly back. Before long, they returned to Hailing City. Then they went straight to the manor and parked the sword boat in the manor's warehouse. Zhao Hai and the others finally came out of the warehouse and arrived at the manor's living room. There were a lot of people in the manor. They saw the sword boat fly out before, so they were very nervous when it came back. But when they saw Zhao Hai and Yu Jinglin, they relaxed. However, they were very curious about the sword boat. Yu Jinglin also told them not to spread the news about the sword boat. After the group sat down in the living room, Old Wu opened his mouth and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, we'll be going back tomorrow. After we've discussed it, we'll talk to Mr. about it. When the time comes, we'll need Mr.'s help." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "That's not a problem. Leave this matter to me. I've already dealt with the people of the Lost Soul Empire for a long time. I'm very clear about their style of doing things. If you think it's necessary, I can take you to the Lost Soul Empire and see their situation. Then we can make a decision." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." When Old Wu heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes lit up as he said, "Can we? Can we go to the Lost Soul Empire to have a look?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Of course. As long as you agree, then there's no problem." Old Wu nodded and said, "All right, then we'll give Mr. an answer as soon as possible. Mr. can rest assured." Zhao Hai nodded and didn't say anything. Yu Jinglin looked at them and saw that Zhao Hai had nothing else to say. Then he turned to Old Wu and said, "Old Wu, I think you should take the transmission formations back. The sword boat will stay here. I'll prepare to send it to the Navy and use it to deal with the slave ships. Old Wu said, don't be in a hurry to send the sword boat to the Navy. If the other continents know about the sword boat, then they would certainly covet it. When that time comes, I'm afraid that the flames of war would rise again. Yu Jinglin wasn't a fool, he understood what Old Wu meant. He was just too happy before, so he didn't think about this. Now that he heard Old Wu, he calmed down. After pondering for a while, he reluctantly said, all right, then we won't send the sword boats to the Navy. Yu Jinglin nodded. Old Wu nodded, then he said, I won't be taking the things that Mr. Zhao Hai brought back. I can't take them back. You can deal with them yourself. Jinglin, you've made a fortune this time. Yu Jinglin smiled faintly and didn't speak. The things that Zhao Hai brought back might not be much in the mixed spirit realm, but for Sea Spirit City, they were very useful. Moreover, these things weren't small in number. Now that they were given to Yu Jinglin, Old Wu's heart ached. However, he couldn't do anything about it. Zhao Hai looked at them but didn't say anything. He could have prepared a space for each of them, but he didn't want to do so now. He'll think about it later. Old Wu wasn't a person who would drag his feet. Now that the discussion with Zhao Hai was over, they were about to leave. Therefore, they stood up and gave Zhao Hai a salute before turning around and leaving. After Old Wu left, Yu Jinglin looked at Zhao Hai with an excited expression and said, Mister, I didn't think that things would go this smoothly. This is great, this is really great. If Mr. wants to go to the Lost Soul Empire in the future, can you take me there? I also want to see what the Lost Soul Empire looks like. Zhao Hai smiled and said, of course, I can. When I go to the Lost Soul Empire in the future, I'll take you there. City Lord, what should we do next? What should we do with these materials? Yu Jinglin frowned and said, I really don't know what to do now. Mister, do you have any opinions? Yu Jinglin didn't expect that this question would make Yu Jinglin stumped. Yu Jinglin frowned and said in a deep voice, I really don't know what to do. Zhao Hai replied, I think we should send some of these things to those who died defending Sea Spirit City. Then we should send some to the Navy of Sea Spirit City. This is to commend them for their contributions to the city. What does the city lord think about this? Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. Yu Jinglin slapped his thigh and excitedly said, Mr. is right. But these things can't be given to the Navy of Hailing City. Too many people have died in battle for Hailing City. If we give them to each family, I'm afraid that these things will be gone. I'm afraid the Navy won't be able to get them. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, I didn't think that so many people would die in Sea Spirit City. Naturally, this matter will be left to the city lord to decide. I'm going to start training these apprentices. If a plant master wants to learn something, then they must go to the wilderness. Therefore, I'll be taking them out for a while. If there's anything, then City Lord can use the transmission formation to send me a message. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, that's right. When Yu Jinglin heard Zhao Hai, he quickly said, Mr. wants to go out. All right, I'll immediately arrange it. How many days does Mr. want to go out? I'll have people prepare supplies. When Zhao Hai heard Yu Jinglin, he couldn't help but laugh and said, City Lord, you're making fun of me. I'm a planter master. When a planter master goes out, how can I bring food? However, there's one thing that I need the city lord's help with. I'll ask the city lord to find some craftsmen and get some wood. The wood doesn't need to be too good, I want to make some boxes. I'll need some pens and paper, but I don't need anything else. What Zhao Hai wanted to make were wooden boxes for planter masters. These wooden boxes were a necessity for planter masters in the Soul Realm. But now, there was no need for them. This was because space preparation was now very common in the Lost Soul Empire. Planter masters had their own space preparation, so naturally, they didn't need these wooden boxes. However, there were still some planter masters who would bring some wooden boxes with them. This was because they would sometimes pick up some seedlings and put them inside the wooden boxes. In the mixed spirit continent, Zhao Hai couldn't give every apprentice planter master a space preparation. So naturally, they would need to use these wooden boxes. Naturally, Yu Jinglin didn't have any reason to refuse. He immediately agreed and then had someone arrange it. Then he looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression and said, Mr. said that planter masters don't need to bring food when they go out. What does this mean? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, this matter starts with the Emperor of the Lost Soul Empire. The Emperor was a plant master. In the beginning, plant masters would bring food when they go out. Because of this, plant masters were divided into combat plant masters and medicine masters. However, the Emperor learned both. His fighting strength was very strong, but he was also very good at saving people. It can be said that he had saved countless people. The Emperor also improved the seeds of many plants, turning them into mutated seeds. The bread tree was one of them. Because of this, when plant masters went out, they didn't need to bring food, they just needed to bring some mutated seeds. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, because of this, plant masters didn't need to bring food when they go out, they only needed to bring some mutated seeds. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, because of this, plant masters didn't need to bring food when they go out, they only needed to bring some mutated seeds. So it's like this. The Emperor of the Lost Soul Empire is really good. Amazing, really amazing. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, it must be said that the Emperor of the Lost Soul Empire is also a mixed spirit cultivator. His soul is a grass, an ordinary grass. Mister, are you serious? The Emperor of an empire is actually a mixed spirit cultivator? Yu Jinglin looked at Zhao Hai with a surprised expression. He really couldn't believe what Zhao Hai said. Mixed spirit cultivators like them were pushed aside by the 5 spirit realms. In the end, they were brought to the mixed spirit continent and were taken as slaves. Now, Zhao Hai suddenly told them that the emperor of a huge empire was just like them, a mixed spirit cultivator. How could they not be surprised? Zhao Hai smiled and said, of course it's true. Moreover, there are a lot of people in the Lost Soul Empire who are all mixed spirit cultivators. Even the generals of the Lost Soul Empire are soul beast masters. There's nothing strange about this. In fact, the thing that surprised Zhao Hai the most in the 5 spirit realms was that soul beast masters were very powerful in the soul realm and other realms. But in the 5 spirit realms, they were actually considered the lowest level of mixed spirit cultivators. Naturally, in the mixed spirit continent, nobody would laugh at soul beast masters. But in other places, soul beast masters were the lowest level of mixed spirit cultivators. Even if they were sold as slaves, they would still be cheaper than other mixed spirit cultivators. When Yu Jinglin heard Zhao Hai, he was startled. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, Mr. isn't joking, right? Soul beast masters can become generals? Zhao Hai shook his head, then he smiled bitterly and said, that's why I said that the 5 spirit realms are really strange. In the Lost Soul Empire, people practice martial arts. And soul beast masters are much more talented in martial arts compared to other soul beast masters. Therefore, it's not strange for soul beast masters to become generals. Yu Jinglin sighed and didn't speak. He really didn't know what to say. According to Zhao Hai, the Lost Soul Empire was an incomparably powerful empire. But this incomparably powerful empire was actually established by a soul beast master. Nobody would believe it if they heard about it. At this time, a voice was heard from outside, Master, the craftsmen have arrived. Yu Jinglin quickly said, have you prepared the things I asked you to prepare? Replying to the master, the wood has been prepared and can be used at any time. Yu Jinglin nodded, then he said, Mister, let's go out and take a look. Zhao Hai nodded, then he followed Yu Jinglin outside. When the two arrived at the courtyard, they saw a lot of craftsmen. These craftsmen were holding tools in their hands as they stood there with respectful expressions on their faces. Yu Jinglin looked at the craftsmen and said, today, Mr. Zhao Hai wants you to help him make something. You must listen to Mr. Zhao Hai's instructions and do it with all your heart. When the craftsmen heard Yu Jinglin, they immediately responded. They were very clear that Zhao Hai was the benefactor of Sea Spirit City. It can even be said that he was the benefactor of the entire mixed spirit continent. Naturally, they would be willing to help Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the craftsman, then he smiled faintly and said, actually, what I want you to make isn't anything difficult. It's just some wooden boxes. These boxes need to be strapped to the back. The layout of the boxes should be like this. As Zhao Hai spoke, he drew the layout of the boxes. After he finished drawing, Zhao Hai turned his head to the craftsman and said, "Alright, it's like this. The straps should be made of leather or cloth. You can make it as you see fit. We need 120 of these boxes. How long will it take to make them?" The craftsman looked at the boxes and said, "These boxes aren't difficult to make. But if you want people to carry them, then the back needs to be made more comfortable. Therefore, the process might take a bit longer. It would take 10 days to finish." Zhao Hai nodded and said, 10 days is fine. Go and make them." The craftsman nodded and immediately left. Zhao Hai and Yu Jinglin returned to the living room and sat down. Then Zhao Hai looked at Yu Jinglin and said, "City Lord, are there any mountains nearby that have a lot of plants? Aside from Shelter Bay?" When Yu Jinglin heard Zhao Hai, he thought for a moment before replying, "Southeast of Sea Spirit City, there's a mountain that we call the 10,000 Beast Mountains. There are a lot of beasts in the 10,000 Beast Mountains, but at the same time, it's also a place with a lot of plants. The beasts there are very strong. Very few of us dare to go there. Of course, there are some people who go there to hunt the beasts, but their numbers aren't that many." Speaking up to here, Yu Jinglin paused for a moment, then he sighed and said, "Actually, the beasts in the mixed spirit continent are the same as us. They are very pitiful. In such a harsh environment, they have no choice but to fight. At this time, there aren't many beasts in the mixed spirit continent, but all of them are very fierce. This is because they grew up in the midst of battle, so naturally, they are very fierce. The 10,000 Beast Mountains can be said to be the place where all the beasts live. Because of this, the beasts are very strict. We can only move around the periphery of the 10,000 Beast Mountains. As long as we want to enter the mountain, we will be attacked by the beasts. We have also organized people to enter the 10,000 Beast Mountains to kill the beasts, but the number of beasts in the mountain is just too high. We've attacked several times but all of us have returned empty-handed. But right now, the periphery of the 10,000 Beast Mountains can be considered safe. Moreover, there are a lot of plants there. If Mr. wants to see the plants, then you can go to the 10,000 Beast Mountains." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, then we'll go to the 10,000 Beast Mountain. In these 10 days, I'll have to ask the city lord to prepare some brushes and ink. When we go out, we'll need some paper as well." Yu Jinglin nodded and said, "Alright, no problem. I'll go prepare it." Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled faintly and said, "I'll have to trouble the city lord this time. 10 days later, we'll set off. If there's any disease in the beans, then please tell us, this isn't a trivial matter." Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled faintly and said, "I'll have to trouble the city lord this time." Yu Jinglin's expression turned serious as he said, "Mr. can rest assured, I'll be careful. If there's any change, then I'll immediately contact Mr." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Yu Jinglin and smiled, "Actually, the city lord can also use the sword boats. You can put them on the ships and use them as lifeboats. I don't think anyone would be suspicious. Once we encounter an enemy, we can put the sword boats on the water. Not only can the sword boats fly, they can also sail in the water. Moreover, their speed is very fast. As long as we can ensure that the people on the slave ships are killed, then there shouldn't be any problems." Yu Jinglin shook his head and said, "No, old Wu is right. Now is not the time to let those people know about this. If the other continents know about the sword boats, then it wouldn't be good for the mixed spirit continent. Let's wait and see." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't say anything, he just nodded and said, "City Lord, I'll be staying in the manor. In the next few days, I'll be teaching the children how to survive in the wild. Otherwise, if they go to the 10,000 Beast Mountains, they would die." Zhao Hai nodded. Yu Jinglin nodded and said, "Alright, then I'll leave this place to Mr. I'll be heading back first." Then Yu Jinglin went outside and activated the transmission formation before returning to Sea Spirit City. For the next few days, Zhao Hai stayed in the villa. At the same time, the apprentice plant masters were also in the villa. They were learning about wilderness survival from Zhao Hai. Time passed day by day. Zhao Hai also received some news. He knew that Old Wu and the others had left and that Shan beans had been promoted throughout the mixed spirit continent. Moreover, the growth of the Shan beans was very good. This made Zhao Hai feel relieved. 10 days passed in a blink of an eye. The wooden boxes that the craftsman made were also delivered. These wooden boxes were very beautiful. According to Zhao Hai's request, they weren't painted, they were just made of wood. The outside of the wooden boxes were polished very smooth, there weren't even any burrs. There was also an arc on the back. Not only did it not hurt one's back, it was also very comfortable. It can be seen that the craftsmen were very attentive. After Zhao Hai looked at the wooden boxes, he nodded and said to the craftsman, "You've done very well. You've worked hard." Then an old craftsman gave Zhao Hai a big salute and said, "It's our honor to be able to do something for Mr. Mr. has done so many things for the mixed spirit continent. You've also made the people of the mixed spirit continent worry about food. In the future, no one will starve to death in the mixed spirit continent. This is a great merit. To be able to do something for Mr. is something that we can't even ask for. Mr.'s words are too much for us." When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "All right, then I won't be polite with you. I'm not afraid to tell you that these boxes are for my apprentices. Although they aren't plant masters yet, they might become plant masters in the future. With the boxes that you made today, they might be able to use them to become plant masters. They would become people who would contribute to the mixed spirit continent. Therefore, your contributions would be huge." When the craftsmen heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but feel excited. They didn't think that the wooden boxes they made would be used by Zhao Hai's apprentices. If these people really become plant masters in the future and make contributions to the mixed spirit continent, then the craftsmen would have a lot of faith. At this time, Zhao Hai called the apprentice plant masters over. After they arrived, Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Let's come over and give a salute to the craftsmen. They worked hard to make these wooden boxes for you. In the future, you must study hard. The earlier you finish your studies, the more you can do for the mixed spirit continent." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." The apprentices nodded, then they gave a salute to the craftsmen. The craftsmen were somewhat embarrassed. The old craftsman waved his hand and said, you can't. All of you will become great people in the future. How can you give us a salute? This old man doesn't deserve it." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Why can't we? Everyone in the mixed spirit continent is a mixed spirit continent. Everyone is equal. Don't think that becoming a plant master makes you superior. If they really have such thoughts, then what's the difference between them and the other 5 continents?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone stared. They didn't think about this point. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Everyone must remember, we are all people of the mixed spirit continent. We are all the same. Without you, we plant masters have no way to change the continent. If we want to make the continent stronger, then we need everyone to work together. You must also remember, don't be arrogant just because you are a plant master. Do you understand?" "Yes, Mr. We understand." The apprentices replied in unison. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the sky and said, "The city lord has already delivered paper, brushes, and ink to everyone. Everyone should take one as well as some other tools. Tomorrow, we'll leave for the 10,000 Beast Mountains." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the sky and said, "All right." Everyone nodded, then the apprentices took their boxes and left. After they left, Zhao Hai also sent the craftsman away. Then he took Yu Quan back to his side. Although Yu Quan was Yu Jinglin's housekeeper, he had been with Zhao Hai for a long time. He was now stationed in the manor. Unless Zhao Hai wasn't here, then he would return to the city. Seeing Yu Quan arrive, Zhao Hai nodded to him and said, "Old Yu, we'll be leaving tomorrow. This time, we'll be walking. You don't need to follow us. I want the children to train themselves." When Yu Quan heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but hesitate for a moment. In the end, he nodded and said, "All right, I'll listen to Mr. I won't follow you." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Old Yu, I want to give you a gift. Close your eyes." Although Yu Quan didn't know what Zhao Hai wanted to do, he still closed his eyes. At this time, Zhao Hai's mind moved as a formation was imprinted on Yu Quan's body. Yu Quan couldn't move immediately. But before he could react, Zhao Hai threw another formation onto Yu Quan's body. Zhao Hai wanted to turn Yu Quan into his slave. This was because Zhao Hai didn't have any slaves in the mixed spirit continent. In other words, he didn't have any information in the mixed spirit continent. This was very inconvenient. The last time he returned to the Lost Soul Empire, all kinds of information were sent to Zhao Hai from the other continents. However, there was no information in the mixed spirit continent. This made Zhao Hai very disappointed. He also felt that the mixed spirit continent was an unstable factor. Because of this, he wanted to establish his own information system. Yu Quan was the most suitable person for Zhao Hai. This was because Yu Quan had known him for a long time. Moreover, they had been together for a long time. Yu Quan didn't have any vigilance towards Zhao Hai, making it easier for Zhao Hai to make a move. Moreover, Yu Quan's status wasn't low. He was Yu Jinglin's most trusted person. Yu Jinglin wouldn't hide anything from him. In other words, Yu Quan knew a lot of things that the higher-ups of the mixed spirit continent knew. Yu Quan didn't expect Zhao Hai to use a slave formation on him. Because of this, his resistance wasn't very strong. But even so, he still fainted twice before returning to normal. Then Zhao Hai removed the formation on Yu Quan's body. Yu Quan immediately gave a salute to Zhao Hai and said, "I've seen Master." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "In the future, call me Mister in front of outsiders." Yu Quan, I didn't recruit you to deal with the mixed spirit continent. I really want the mixed spirit continent to peacefully return to the Lost Soul Empire. However, I don't have anyone in the mixed spirit continent that can send information to me. This is very disadvantageous for me. Therefore, your main task is to collect information about the mixed spirit continent, especially about the 7 great families. After you collect the information, use the transmission formation to send it to me. Understood? Yu Quan nodded and said, "All right. I don't have anyone in the mixed spirit continent." Yu Quan nodded and said, "Yes, I understand. Young Master can rest assured." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "All right, you just need to pay attention. Go and rest." Yu Quan nodded before he turned around and left. Zhao Hai also took a good rest. At the same time, he met with Laura and the others. Although he couldn't talk to them, he could still see them clearly. It was as if there was a layer of glass between them. Although this feeling made people angry, it also made them happy. After all, their current situation was much better than before. Although they couldn't talk, they could still communicate through writing. Zhao Hai was finally able to get in touch with Laura and the others. However, when he looked at Laura and the others carefully, Zhao Hai discovered that they looked very haggard. But after seeing Zhao Hai, their complexion became better. This made Zhao Hai feel relieved. The next morning, Zhao woke up early. After eating breakfast, he led the plant master apprentices who were already prepared to leave the farmstead. They went straight towards the direction of the 10,000 Beast Mountains. This time, they didn't bring anyone with them, and no one came to see them off. They just walked. Fortunately, these apprentice plant masters were just ordinary people. Moreover, they had practiced martial arts before, so their bodies were quite good. Therefore, walking wasn't strenuous for them. As Zhao Hai walked forward, he said to the apprentice plant masters, "Being a plant master is a very special profession. If you want to be a good plant master, you need to go to the wilderness and observe plants. You need to look at their growth process and remember their growth process. This is very important." The apprentices all nodded. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Although it seems that plant masters deal with plants every day and their fighting strength isn't strong, this is actually a very wrong idea. Although plant masters mainly observe plant masters, deal with plant masters, and even ask for help, plant masters' fighting strength is also very strong. No one would dare to underestimate a plant master's fighting strength. Do you know why?" Zhao Hai looked at the apprentices and said, "That's right." Everyone shook their heads, their understanding of plant masters was still too little. Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "This is because plant masters have 2 treasures. First, weapons. Plant masters' weapons are different from other people's weapons. Plant masters' weapons are alive, they can be stored in your plant master space. Since you already have a plant master space, you should have a certain understanding of the plant master space. Let me tell you, the plant master space still has a lot of secret realms. You need to study them a lot. Plant master's weapons can be stored in the plant master space. I call these weapons life source weapons because they are stored in the space to be nurtured. They are closely related to you and are the most convenient weapon for you to use. Therefore, when choosing a life source weapon, you need to be very careful. You need to choose one that has a lot of potential. Don't just pick one that you like, you need to choose one that you think is the most suitable and has a lot of potential. Everyone nodded, then Zhao Hai continued, the second treasure of a plant master is the variant seed. A variant seed is actually a kind of plant seed made by a plant master. However, these seeds need to be refined using the plant master's natural energy. Although the refined variant seed looks like an ordinary seed, as long as you activate it, it would immediately grow to its peak state. Moreover, it would also help you in battle, it would be like a soldier that you can command. Moreover, it wouldn't be afraid of death, it wouldn't feel any pain. When everyone heard Zhao Hai, their eyes couldn't help but light up as they stared at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at their expressions and knew what they were thinking. They just wanted to see the variant seed. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, actually, variant seeds are divided into two types. One is for combat, and the other is for logistics. Seeing the puzzled look on everyone's faces, Zhao explained the difference between the two types of mutant seeds. Today at noon, I'll let everyone see what these mutant seeds can do. We'll eat breadfruit and drink water from the Aquarius tree. Everyone nodded. Zhao nodded, then said, today at noon, I'll let everyone see what these mutant seeds can do. When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but cheer. Although they were plant master apprentices, they weren't very old. They were still children. When they encounter something new, they would naturally feel happy. Regardless of whether the breadfruit was delicious or the water from the Aquarius tree was tasty, as long as they could see something new, they would feel happy. Zhao Hai looked at their expressions and smiled. He taught these children so diligently because he wanted to let the people of the mixed spirit continent see that he really wanted to do something for the continent. Moreover, these children were also very hardworking. They were very serious when it came to plant master apprentices. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with them. Naturally, these children also did some good things. They helped treat some plants in Sea Spirit City. On the other hand, they wanted to let the people of Sea Spirit City know that Zhao Hai was teaching them diligently. This made them feel even more grateful towards Zhao Hai. From Sea Spirit City to the 10,000 Beast Mountain, if one were to ride a carriage, it would take about 10 days. But since Zhao Hai and the others were walking, it was naturally much slower. It took them nearly a month to reach the 10,000 Beast Mountain. Along the way, they didn't encounter any problems. Even when they passed by some villages, when the villagers heard that they were going to the 10,000 Beast Mountain and that they were plant masters, they respected them very much. This was because with the promotion of the mountain bean, the people of the 10,000 Beast Mountain knew about the role of plant masters. Naturally, they respected plant masters even more. Along the way, Zhao Hai was also doing two things. One was to have the apprentices carefully observe the plant masters and treat the sick plants. The other was to have the apprentices learn how to refine variant seeds. Mutated seeds were a very important method for plant masters to use in battle. Currently, these apprentices only had this method of fighting. Therefore, when it came to refining mutated seeds, these apprentices were very serious about it. When they arrived at the foot of the 10,000 Beast Mountain, they were shocked. The 10,000 Beast Mountain was worthy of being a place where the beasts of the mixed spirit continent lived. The vegetation here was very rich. As far as the eye could see, there was an incomparably huge forest. It was impossible to see anything inside. There were all kinds of trees, tall ones, short ones, thick ones, and thin ones. Moreover, the forest was dark, just like a normal rainforest. Zhao Hai wasn't unfamiliar with this forest. When he saw the trees, he had already established a connection with them. Because of this, he knew that there were no beasts in the vicinity that could threaten them. Zhao looked at the apprentices who were staring blankly at the forest and said, "Plant masters like to be close to nature, and plant masters are almost invincible in the forest. This is because plant masters can command plants to help them fight, and they can also use plants to help them monitor their surroundings. But this is something that you need to learn slowly. You need to learn how to communicate with plant masters. Right now, your communication with plants isn't very good, So if you want plants to help you monitor your surroundings, it won't be easy. The apprentices all nodded. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly. When plant masters go out, they don't need to bring food, just some salt is enough. We all brought a lot of salt, enough for us to eat. But today, we can be considered as having a good meal. The apprentices nodded. After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand. Everyone didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he walked forward. After passing through a few trees, he arrived under a tree. Upon seeing the things under the tree, everyone couldn't help but stare. This was because several pheasants were lying under the tree. The pheasants' bodies were wrapped tightly by grass, they couldn't move at all. Although the apprentices wanted to eat pheasants, they were more surprised by Zhao's strength. If they weren't a plant master, they might not have felt anything when they saw Zhao's move. They might have just thought that it was a plant master's technique. But when they really understood plant masters, they knew how plant masters got along with plant masters. They knew how plant masters fought, and they knew how plant masters fought. Only then did they realize how difficult this move was. First of all, they were so far away. How did Zhao Hai discover the pheasants? Actually, they were so far away. How did he command the grasses to help them fight? Although these apprentices couldn't be considered as official plant masters, after a month of teaching by Zhao Hai, they had learned a lot of things. For example, how to use plants to help them fight, how to command plants to fight, and how to use mutated seeds to fight. They had learned all of these things. However, what they learned was one thing, but it wasn't easy to make good use of what they learned. First of all, they had to command the plants to fight. Most of them could only use their hands to touch the plants and then have the plants help them fight. If they didn't touch the plants, then they wouldn't listen to them. But what about Zhao Hai? He was so far away, yet he was already able to make the plants help them fight. Although they were just grasses, this kind of control, coupled with such a long distance, made them very surprised. After Zhao Hai handed the pheasants to the apprentices, he led them further in and harvested a goat and a few three-eyed rabbits. Then he led them out of the forest and cleared an open space, preparing to make it their camp. These days, Zhao Hai had been leading them outside. Because of this, each of them brought a piece of animal skin and spread it on the ground. Then they could sleep on the ground. Fortunately, it didn't rain these days, so they didn't have to worry about getting wet. Seeing the apprentices spread the animal skin on the ground, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. Then he said, "Actually, these days, I've been leading everyone to camp in the wilderness. I wanted to see if you've thought about using your own strength to change your lifestyle. But it seems like you don't understand what I mean." This made me a bit disappointed. When the apprentices heard Zhao Hai, they were all stunned. Then their faces showed a trace of panic. Everyone looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai looked at them and discovered that only one of them had a thoughtful expression. This person was Wu Yu, a student that Zhao Hai thought highly of. He was also the one who proposed the plan of planting alfalfa and raising three-eyed rabbits. However, Zhao Hai didn't let Wu Yu say what he thought. Instead, he directly said, "You know the abilities of a plant master, but you also need to know what the most important task is. Fighting is never the most important task of a plant master. Although a plant master also needs to fight, fighting isn't the strongest aspect of a plant master. The strongest aspect of a plant master is actually the ability to improve people's lives. If a plant master can't even use his ability to improve his own life, then how can he use his ability to improve the lives of others?" The apprentices stared at Zhao Hai. They understood what Zhao Hai meant, but they still didn't understand what Zhao Hai's words had to do with them camping here. Zhao looked at the crowd and said, "We plant masters really don't need to go through so much trouble when building a camp. Take this time, for example, the place I chose has a lot of grass. Most people who want to build a camp must first remove the grass, because there may be snakes, insects, rats, ants, and other things hidden in the grass. I'm afraid no one would be willing to sleep on it. Am I wrong?" Zhao nodded and said, "I'm not wrong, right?" Everyone nodded. Zhao looked at them and said, "But for plant masters like us, plants are not our friends. Grass is our best friend. Although grass is very common, it is the most widely distributed plant in the entire continent. Therefore, if you use it well, it will bring you a lot of unexpected gains. Just like building this camp, look carefully. Zhao nodded and said, but for plant masters like us, plants are not our friends. Grass is our best friend. After he said that, Zhao Hai walked towards a piece of grass. Then with a wave of his hand, the grass began to grow wildly. It didn't take long before the grass grew to a meter tall, almost 2 megometers tall. Then the grass began to intertwine together and slowly formed a grass tent. Zhao Hai went straight in and saw that there was actually a straw mat inside the tent. After Zhao Hai went in, another row of grass quickly grew in front of the tent, blocking the entrance of the tent. This way, the tent was completely blocked. Not only could it block the wind and rain, it was also very convenient and warm. Then Zhao Hai pulled the grass that acted as the door and walked out. He looked at the stunned crowd and said, even if you can't do this, you can still use the grass to make a straw mat. You can even use the grass to make a sleeping bag. Moreover, the grass can also block the wind and rain. How good of a choice is this? But you actually didn't think about it in the past few days. Now, you're still sleeping on animal skins. As plant masters, don't you think that this is very shameful? Let me tell you, when you enter the forest, it's definitely not a good choice to bring animal skins. Animal skins are generally from wild beasts. Even if it's tanned, it would still have the smell of the wild beast. If it's a herbivore skin, it might cause the beasts to attack. If it's a ferocious beast's skin, then it would be even more troublesome. Although the smell of the ferocious beast might scare away a lot of beasts, it would also attract the attacks of the beasts in this territory. Because of this, plant masters generally don't use animal skins before entering the forest. At this point, Zhao looked at the apprentices and said, sometimes, in order to understand a plant, plant masters may stay in the wild for a few months. For such a long time, they have to prepare all of their own living supplies. They have to make good use of every plant, grass, tree, vine, everything. Even if necessary, they have to collect salt themselves. At this point, Zhao couldn't help but sigh. Being a plant master is a very boring profession, at least in the eyes of some people. This is because a plant master can spend more time with plants than with their family. So you have to be mentally prepared for this. Zhao sighed and said, plant master is a very boring profession, at least in the eyes of some people. Not only were the apprentices not scared, instead, they resolutely saluted Zhao Hai and said, yes, mister. We will remember this. Rest assured, we will certainly work hard. Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled and said, actually, what I said today might be a bit too much. You might not have fully adapted to your identity. You are plant masters, and plant masters can endure hardships. But in the process of suffering, we need to make ourselves as comfortable as possible. Let's not talk about other things, just take this grass tent as an example. For many plant masters, this might be a superfluous thing, but it can make me more comfortable. When I'm in the tent, I don't need to worry about the wind and rain affecting me. I can rest better, and when I'm well rested, I can work better. So don't underestimate this kind of environment, it might directly affect your work and cultivation. Everyone, try to use the grass to make yourself a more comfortable place to live. Over time, you will get used to it. Moreover, in this process, you can also improve your control of natural energy. The apprentices nodded, then they began to use the grass to make themselves a more comfortable place to sleep. Naturally, they didn't have the ability to make a tent like Zhao Hai, but it was still possible for them to live more comfortably. When they used the grass to make something, they immediately felt the difference. If you want the grass to move according to your will, then the requirements for your control of natural energy would be very high. Because of this, almost all of the things that they made in the beginning couldn't be used. Most of them only made the grass grow taller, but they didn't make anything else. But even so, they still found some benefits. They discovered that they were closer to the grass. Moreover, after the grass grew taller, the insects inside the grass ran away. Even those that didn't have time to run away were now running away. Most importantly, they could clearly feel the movements of the insects inside the grass. Seeing this, the apprentices became even more happy. They rested for a while and restored their energy before they started the second construction. This time, the situation was better than the previous time, at least they were able to make the grass twine together. Then they started the third construction. Zhao Hai looked at the apprentices who were in high spirits as they experimented. He couldn't help but faintly smile. He didn't care about them. Instead, he picked up some dead branches and cleaned up the pheasants, wild goats, and three-eyed rabbits. Then he made a fire and made some coarse salt. After that, he rubbed it on the meat and began to roast it. This time, Zhao Hai didn't use his spatial equipment very often. Although everyone knew that he had a spatial equipment and that there were a lot of things inside, Zhao Hai also told them that he brought them out to train. Because of this, he wouldn't provide them with too much help. He would only teach them how to survive in the wild. Because of this, although Zhao Hai had a lot of good things inside the space, he rarely took them out. He only took out some salt and used it to roast the meat. He didn't even take out an iron pot, he just roasted the meat. He didn't make any soup at all. However, after walking for a day, the hungry apprentices were quickly attracted by the aroma of the roasted meat. Zhao Hai looked at the apprentices who were swallowing their saliva and couldn't help but smile. Plant masters are generally good cooks. This is because most of the food they eat is made by themselves. If you want to eat better, then you need to learn how to cook. You need to learn how to do this in the future. After all, I can't follow you all the time. You need to go out and train on your own. Alright, prepare some breadfruits as well as some water, we're going to eat. The apprentices nodded, then they immediately went to prepare some breadfruits. At this time, each of them had several breadfruit seeds on them. Moreover, these seeds had already been refined into mutated seeds, allowing them to grow into a bread tree. Zhao Hai had already brought these apprentices to the periphery of the 10,000 Beast Mountains for nearly a month. At this time, these apprentices finally understood what Zhao Hai meant when he said that being a plant master was a very difficult profession. Indeed, looking at the current situation, this profession was indeed a very difficult one. In this month, not only did these apprentices need to understand plants, they also needed to know which ones they can eat and which ones they can't. They also needed to learn how to use plants to make a comfortable place for themselves, allowing them to sleep peacefully. When they sleep at night, they also need to arrange the plants to be on guard, lest they get attacked by beasts. Although they didn't encounter any powerful beasts in this month, there were still some attacks. However, Zhao Hai didn't intervene too much. He only told the apprentices what to do and what to do, he didn't directly make a move. In this process, 2 apprentices were injured. Zhao Hai didn't extend his hand to save them, instead, he told them how to save themselves and how to use their own natural energy to save them. The apprentices also slowly adapted to this matter. They learned a lot of things, even their fighting strength became a lot stronger. At the same time, Zhao Hai was also preparing to return. For example, these apprentice plant masters just understood what a plant master was and what a plant master should help with. Therefore, they shouldn't stay in the wilderness for too long. They should go back and summarize what they've learned. Once they've digested what they've learned, they'll be able to go back and do their own trials. Naturally, these apprentices didn't have any other intentions. Therefore, a month and 10 days after Zhao Hai and the apprentices arrived at the 10,000 Beast Mountains, they finally returned. Zhao Hai and the other plant master apprentices didn't go beyond 10 li of the 10,000 Beast Mountains. They only moved about 10 li around the periphery of the 10,000 Beast Mountains. Even so, they had already seen a lot of demon beasts. The reason why Zhao Hai didn't let them go too deep into the 10,000 Beast Mountains was because it was too dangerous. The apprentices didn't know this, but Zhao Hai was very clear. As long as they went within 30 li of the 10,000 Beast Mountains, they would be able to see powerful beasts. These beasts were very powerful, it was impossible for the apprentices to be a match for them. In the past month, Zhao Hai also received several reports from Yuquan. These reports showed that the people of the 7 great families were having an intense debate about whether or not they should join the Lost Soul Empire. Some of the people of the 7 great families believed that they shouldn't join the Lost Soul Empire. If they joined the Lost Soul Empire, then it would be no different than surrendering to the other continents. They might as well surrender to the other continents. Why would they surrender to an outsider? They didn't even know what kind of people they were dealing with. If these outsiders turned their backs on them, then wouldn't it be more troublesome? On the other hand, some of the people of the 7 great families believed that they should join the Lost Soul Empire. If the Lost Soul Empire allowed them to become autonomous people, then joining the Lost Soul Empire wouldn't be a problem. At this time, they had deep hatred towards the other continents. It was impossible for them to surrender to the other continents. If they surrendered to the other continents, then they would only be enslaved by the other continents. On the contrary, they could go and see the situation of the Lost Soul Empire. If the situation of the Lost Soul Empire was like what Zhao Hai said, then there was no reason for them to not join the Lost Soul Empire. Both sides continued to argue about this issue. But no matter what, they were very respectful towards Zhao Hai. This was because the promotion of the Shan bean was very smooth. Shan beans were planted everywhere, and the growth of the Shan bean was very good. If the Shan beans could be harvested this time, then they wouldn't have to worry about food in the future. In the future, no one in the mixed spirit continent would starve to death. Not to mention anything else, just this matter alone made Zhao Hai's merit immeasurable. The people of the 7 great families wouldn't do anything unreasonable to Zhao Hai. Moreover, after a period of discussion, the matter would soon come to a conclusion. It would take some time for Zhao Hai and the others to return to Sea Spirit City. By the time they returned to Sea Spirit City, the 7 great families would have already received the news. On the way back from the 10,000 Beast Mountains, Zhao Hai and the others treated people and plant masters along the way. Along the way, they practiced. It took them nearly a month to get back to Sea Spirit City. By the time they got back, Old Wu and the others were already waiting for them. After Zhao Hai settled the plant apprentices, he followed Yu Quan to Sea Spirit City. At this time, the materials that Zhao Hai brought back, with the exception of the 20 sword boats, had already been distributed. Just as Zhao Hai said before, these things were all distributed to the families of those who died defending Sea Spirit City. When Zhao Hai and Yu Quan returned to Yu Jinglin's mansion, Yu Jinglin led Old Wu and the others to greet Zhao Hai at the gate. After letting Zhao Hai in, everyone went to the conference room of Yu Jinglin's mansion. Upon arriving at the conference room, Yu Jinglin introduced the person next to Old Wu to Zhao Hai. This person was a middle-aged man around 40 years old. He had a serious expression on his face and wore a black warrior suit. He had broad shoulders and a broad back. It was clear that this person was very strong. Yu Jinglin pointed at the man and said to Zhao Hai, "Mr. Zhao Hai, this is the representative of the Lu family of the 7 great families, Lu Ziyu. He's the younger brother of the Lu family's current patriarch. Brother Ziyu has a nickname, Tiger Blade." Zhao Hai looked at Lu Ziyu. His sole object was a tiger. Moreover, his aura was very imposing. At a glance, one could see that he was an expert. According to Zhao Hai's estimation, his strength should be at the river-breaking realm. Zhao Hai kept his fist towards Lu Ziyu and said, "I've seen Mr. Lu." Zhao Hai gives his greetings. Lu Ziyu had a serious expression as he said, "Mr. is too polite. Ziyu doesn't deserve Mr.'s greetings. Mr. improved the mountain beans in the mixed spirit continent. Moreover, you've also made great efforts to promote the mountain beans. Ziyu should be the one thanking Mr." Zhao Hai led the apprentice plant masters to the myriad beast mountains for training. This round trip took 3 months. When Zhao Hai returned from the Lost Soul Empire, the mountain beans had already been planted in the mixed spirit continent. Because of this, the mountain beans in the mixed spirit continent have already been harvested. Needless to say, the mountain beans this time were a bumper harvest. The people of the mixed spirit continent discovered that they didn't need to worry about food anymore. Although the mountain beans weren't as good as real food, they were still able to fill the stomach of the people of the mixed spirit continent. No one would starve to death. It was also because of this bumper harvest that the 7 clans decided to send a group of people to follow Zhao Hai to the Lost Soul Empire. They wanted to see if the Lost Soul Empire was as good as Zhao Hai said. Because of this, Lu Ziyu came to Sea Spirit City. Zhao Hai politely said a few words to Lu Ziyu. Then everyone sat down. After everyone sat down, Lu Ziyu looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I heard Old Wu say that Mr. can take us to the Lost Soul Empire. I wonder how many people Mr. can take? Do you have any requirements for these people?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I don't have any requirements. As for how many people I can take, there's no limit. However, I only have a portable transmission formation. I can only take 5 people at a time. Moreover, if we take too many people, it might attract the attention of the Lost Soul Empire. Therefore, I think it's best if we don't take too many people. Around 30 people should be enough. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Lu Ziyu nodded. He could accept the number that Zhao Hai proposed. After all, if too many people go at once, it would attract attention. However, if too few people go, that wouldn't be good. 30 people, although not a lot, wasn't a small number either. Lu Ziyu looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Then I wonder when Mr. can take us there?" Although the Lost Soul Empire doesn't prohibit people from carrying weapons, the people there generally don't bring their weapons outside. The only weapon they carry with them is a large sword. This sword is very large, but it isn't their main weapon. They use it to travel, they can fly by stepping on it. Their other weapons might be other things, but these things are generally stored in their spatial equipment. Spatial equipment is very popular in the Lost Soul Empire, so they wouldn't carry their weapons everywhere. Everyone's weapons are custom-made, so it's best not to bring them outside. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "You'll be able to do so at any time, as long as you're ready. In fact, I don't need to tell you that I bought a house in a remote place in the Lost Soul Empire. After we arrive there, we will directly enter the house and then leave in batches. This way, we won't attract attention. But you must pay attention to one thing: after you arrive, it's best not to carry your weapons outside." Although the Lost Soul Empire doesn't prohibit people from carrying weapons, the people there generally don't carry their weapons outside. The weapons they carry with them are very large, but this isn't their main weapon. They use it to travel, they can fly by stepping on it. When he heard Zhao Hai, Lu Ziyu stared, then he knit his brows and said, "Mr. won't bring any weapons after arriving there?" Zhao Hai chuckled and said, "Of course we don't need to. However, I have a large sword at home. Although it's very big, it's very light. Anyone can use it, and it's very easy to buy. When we get there, I can buy a large sword for each of you. You don't need to carry your own weapons." Zhao Hai chuckled and said, "Of course we don't need to." Lu Ziyu nodded, then he said, "We'll listen to Mr. After all, we don't know anything about the Lost Soul Empire. So I ask Mr. to make arrangements as soon as possible. We want to go there as soon as possible." Zhao Hai's expression turned serious as he said, "Since you want to go to the Lost Soul Empire, then I'll make it clear to you. Once you arrive there, you must be careful. This is because the Lost Soul Empire is a place with very strict rules. Once you make a mistake, you'll attract attention. Then we'll be in more trouble, we might even be in danger. Because of this, I ask you not to act rashly." Everyone nodded. Naturally, there was no reason to disagree. In a room in a very remote courtyard in the Mystic Realm's plant city, a white light suddenly flashed. However, because it was daytime, no one noticed it. Then, a person pushed open the door and walked out. He looked around the courtyard and found that there was no change, so he returned to the room. This courtyard wasn't small, but it was in a very remote place. Very few people would come to live in a place like this. Most people would live in a sky-supporting tree. Courtyards like this were generally used as warehouses. Even the people who lived here were those who had a hard time. It was reasonable to say that in a country like the Lost Soul Empire, there were very few poor people. This was because there was a lot of food and there was no lack of food. Naturally, no one would starve to death. Naturally, there wouldn't be any poor people. In fact, it was almost the same. There weren't many poor people in the Lost Soul Empire. However, there would be some lazy people and some hardworking people. There would be rich people and there would also be poor people. The Lost Soul Empire was the same. However, the poor people in the Lost Soul Empire were only relatively poor. Of course, the wealthiest people would also live in a courtyard. However, it was usually a very large courtyard. This area belonged to the poor. Although the houses here were all made of plants and were very large and spacious, it was still quite far from the center of Plant City. The scenery wasn't good either. Naturally, the rich wouldn't come here to live. However, some poor people would live here because this place was big enough. If there were a lot of people in their families and they couldn't find a good place to live, they would live here. This courtyard was something that Zhao Hai had arranged before he went to the Mixed Spirit Continent. It was prepared for the people from the Mixed Spirit Continent to come here and take a look. The person who just came out of the room was Zhao Hai. He took a look outside and saw that there were no changes. Everything was normal. Only then did he return to his room. In fact, Zhao Hai did this for Lu Ziyu and the others to see. This was because Zhao Hai had already instructed Wen Hai and the others to know about the courtyard. Moreover, Wen Hai had arranged for people to pay attention to the courtyard. Because of this, nothing would happen to the courtyard. In fact, when Zhao Hai came out of the room, he sent a letter to the surrounding families, telling them that he had returned. At this time, Lu Ziyu, Old Wu, and the others were in the room. After Zhao Hai entered the room, he looked at them and smiled faintly. Nobody has come to the courtyard. You don't need to worry about anything. I've already invited people to clean the courtyard every few days, so it's not dirty. You can familiarize yourself with the courtyard first. I'll go back and pick up the others. Lu Ziyu and the others nodded. Then Zhao Hai's body flashed with white light before he disappeared from the room. After Zhao Hai disappeared, Lu Ziyu and the others came out of the room. This was a very large courtyard. There were houses on 3 sides of the courtyard. Moreover, all of the houses were connected. Only one side had no houses, but that side had a gate. However, the gate was currently closed. However, Lu Ziyu and the others were very surprised when they saw the courtyard's walls and houses. The courtyard's walls and houses were all made of vines. It was airtight, but it was very beautiful. Moreover, the vines were all green. One could see that they were still alive and were growing very well. Such a place was really beautiful. Lu Ziyu and the others were surprised as they looked around. After a while, someone opened his mouth and said, "The courtyard is actually made of plants. This must be the work of a plant master." Lu Ziyu and the others nodded. Old Wu looked around and said, "There are a lot of rooms in the courtyard. It seems like it should be enough for us to live in. Everyone, take a look at the situation in the rooms. And try to understand the courtyard as much as possible." Everyone nodded and then immediately went to check the rooms. At this time, a white light flashed in the room as the second group arrived. They also went to the courtyard to take a look. Zhao Hai then went to pick up the others. This was a total of 6 times. Zhao Hai brought all of the people who wanted to come to the Lost Soul Empire to the courtyard. Then he led them to take a careful look around the courtyard. Because no one had lived in the courtyard for a long time, there wasn't much food in the courtyard. After taking a look around the courtyard, Zhao Hai arranged rooms for everyone. Then he led Lu Ziyu and Old Wu to the courtyard's living room. After inviting the two to sit down, Zhao Hai said, "Because no one has lived in this courtyard for a long time, there isn't much food here. I'm going to buy some food. Who wants to come with me? Anyone can come with me, but one person has to stay behind. Otherwise, I'm afraid that there will be trouble." Lu Ziyu and Old Wu nodded. If the two of them and Zhao Hai leave, then only the people who came with them would be left in the courtyard. If there was an emergency, then it wouldn't be good if no one made a decision. Although these people were elites, it was still better to be careful. Lu Ziyu looked at Old Wu and said, "Old Wu, let me go this time. How about you look after the house?" Old Wu nodded and said, "All right, I'll stay. You should also pay attention to your safety." Zhao Hai stood up and said, "All right, then we'll go out. Old Wu, you don't need to be too careful. As long as you don't leave the courtyard, nobody will come. The people living here are either commoners or merchants from other places. Nobody will pay attention to us. Brother Lu, please come with me, we'll go get the swords." Lu Ziyu nodded, then he followed Zhao Hai out of the room and went to a room next to his. There was a cabinet in this room. Zhao Hai opened the cabinet and saw 5 swords inside. These swords were very large, they were about half a meter wide and 1.5 meters long. They looked like huge iron plates. However, Lu Ziyu didn't dare to look down on these swords. This was because the edges of these swords were covered with a layer of cover. This cover was made of wood and iron, and it was clamped to the edge of the sword. Lu Ziyu himself was an expert in using swords. Therefore, he had a good understanding of weapons. He was very clear that there was only one possibility for such a method, and that was that the swords were very sharp. Zhao Hai took out 2 swords and handed one to Lu Ziyu, then he said, "These swords are a necessity for almost everyone in the Lost Soul Empire." Just put some energy into the sword and it will fly. Then you can stand on the sword and control the direction and speed of the sword. It's very convenient. Let's go to the courtyard and try it out. Lu Ziyu nodded, then he followed Zhao Hai to the courtyard. Zhao Hai poured some energy into the sword, and the sword immediately floated up. Then it slowly descended until it was about 20 centimeters above the ground. Zhao Hai lifted his foot and stood on the sword. Then he controlled the sword to fly a bit higher. Then the sword began to fly around the courtyard. Its speed wasn't very fast, but it still sucked in the energy of everyone in the courtyard. After 2 laps, Zhao Hai stopped beside Lu Ziyu. He looked at Lu Ziyu and said, "Brother Lu, you should give it a try. It's very simple, don't be too fast at the beginning." Lu Ziyu nodded. Lu Ziyu nodded, then injected a bit of energy into the sword, and the sword immediately floated up. Lu Ziyu tried to slowly control the sword, and the sword slowly descended until it was 20 centimeters above the ground. Then, he stood on the sword and slowly controlled it to fly. At first, he was flying very slowly. Moreover, he wasn't very flexible when making turns. However, it didn't take long before he got used to it. After all, he also knew how to fly. The problem now was how to control the sword. Once he gets used to it, he would be able to use it. Actually, using the sword was very simple. It was much simpler than using the original sword. In the beginning, one had to use their own energy to control the direction of the sword. This was because at that time, people's understanding of spiritual force was very low. They didn't know how to use spiritual force. However, with the continuous development of the Lost Soul Empire, the current sword was completely different from before. Now, as long as you pour a bit of energy into the sword would activate. After activating, the energy-gathering formation inside would absorb energy for the sword to use. Moreover, there was also an energy storage formation inside. Normally, the sword would be able to absorb energy from its surroundings and store it in the energy storage formation. Because of this, when the sword starts to move, there was no need to pour energy into it. And when you pour energy into the sword to activate it, the sword would remember your spiritual force fluctuations. Controlling the sword to fly didn't require a lot of spiritual force. You wouldn't even feel your spiritual force consumption. Because of this, controlling the sword became very simple. As long as you're on the sword, you can control it with just a thought. However, the sword couldn't do the same as a real flying sword. It could take a life from 100 miles away. This was because the people in the Lost Soul Empire didn't have strong spiritual force. As long as the sword's owner was 2 meters away from the sword, then they wouldn't be able to control it. Naturally, if one's spiritual force was strong, then they would be able to control the sword from a distance. Using the sword as a real flying sword wasn't impossible. Lu Ziyu wasn't able to do this. However, it wasn't a problem for him to control the sword to fly. At this time, the sword in his hand could only be used as a flying tool, it was impossible for it to do anything else. After flying around the courtyard a few times, Lu Ziyu slowly adapted to the sword's speed. He also slowly adapted to controlling the sword, allowing it to fly faster and faster. Seeing Lu Ziyu's appearance, Zhao Hai finally felt relieved. Lu Ziyu stopped by Zhao Hai's side and said with a happy expression, "Brother Zhao, how is it? Can we do it now?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Yes, of course. Let's go buy some things. Old Wu, there are 3 more swords in the house. Let's give them a try. We'll be back soon." Old Wu nodded. Then Zhao Hai and Lu Ziyu left the courtyard. Zhao Hai and Lu Ziyu stood on their swords as they flew out of the courtyard. They didn't open the door and just directly flew out. This was very normal in Plant City. Zhao and Lu Ziyu were very close to each other, so they weren't flying very fast. While they were flying forward, Zhao said to Lu Ziyu, "In Vegetable City, there are 10 markets. The closest one to us is a place called Green Vine Market. It's a huge shed with a lot of places to sell things. You can buy anything, from weapons to books, from food to vegetables and meat. Moreover, the things there are relatively cheap. Of course, the things you can buy there are relatively low-end, but we can use them." Lu Ziming nodded, but his eyes weren't looking at Zhao Hai. He was already attracted by other things. He saw towering trees, people flying in and out of the trees. he saw a middle-aged woman standing on a sword with a basket in her hand, chatting as she flew forward. He also saw a black dot flying in the sky. All of these things were beyond his imagination. While Lu Ziming was looking around in a daze, he suddenly felt a darkness above his head. He quickly looked up and saw a huge ship flying over his head. It was a wooden ship, but it was bigger and more imposing than the ships used by the mixed spirit continent. Moreover, this ship looked like a battleship. For such a big fellow to fly in the sky, it gave people a sense of shock. It wasn't an ordinary kind of strong. Lu Ziming stared blankly as the ship flew away. When he recovered, he turned his head to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Lu Ziming and said, "That's a merchant ship. It might have been a battleship, but now it has been retired. A ship like that is no longer suitable for the Lost Soul Empire, so it became a cargo ship. Such a ship is very expensive, ordinary people wouldn't be able to afford it." Lu Ziming stared blankly, then he said with a look of disbelief, "Why would such a good ship be retired? From what I can see, that ship is very new." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That ship is very new. In fact, it was originally covered with iron armor. But now, the battleships used by the Lost Soul Empire are all made of iron, just like the sword boats. Because of this, the ship was retired. Although these wooden battleships aren't bad, they are still far from being completely made of metal." Completely made of metal? How big are those new battleships? Lu Ziming felt that his brain wasn't enough. Although Zhao Hai had told them about the Lost Soul Empire, when he saw the retired battleships and heard Zhao Hai say that they were all made of metal, he couldn't help but feel shocked. Zhao Hai said, "It's bigger than the wooden ship that just passed by. It's not a problem to carry 1,000 people at a time. If you want to carry more, you can still carry more." Lu Ziming didn't say anything, he really didn't know what to say. Although he thought that the Lost Soul Empire would be very powerful, when he arrived here and saw the situation, he couldn't help but feel shocked. This was because the Lost Soul Empire was much stronger than he imagined. Lu Ziming didn't say anything, he didn't know what to say. Zhao knew what Lu Ziming was thinking, so he didn't say anything. He just pointed to a green place in the distance and said, "That's the Green Vine Market. This time, we're going there to buy things. I'll buy everyone a spatial equipment, a big sword, and some food and necessities." Lu Ziming nodded. Then he said, "Do we use gold coins here?" "I brought a lot of gold coins, it should be enough, right?" When Zhao Hai heard Lu Ziming, he immediately said, "Don't use gold coins from the 5 spiritual realms. Although the Lost Soul Empire has a lot of autonomous regions, the currency of the empire is unified. If you take out gold coins from the 5 spiritual realms, then you'll be noticed. In the end, people will come looking for you. When I came here for the first time, I almost suffered a loss. Later on, I turned the gold coins from the 5 spiritual realms into gold nuggets and then exchanged them for gold coins. Because of this, you can't take out gold coins from the 5 spiritual realms." When Lu Ziyu heard Zhao Hai's serious words, he also became serious. He nodded and didn't say anything. However, he firmly remembered Zhao Hai's words. It didn't take long for the two of them to arrive at the Green Vine Market. This was a huge shed with green vines entwined together. This shed was very tall, nearly 10 meters high. It was divided into 3 floors, and the battlefield area was also very large. In this Green Vine Market, there were a total of 5 passageways. Each passageway went from the ground to the roof. Between the passageways, there were houses made of green vines, and these houses were all businesses. Although the Green Vine Market was very tall, it didn't have a staircase. Everyone was walking on their swords. Buying things in the Green Vine Market was very special. Zhao Hai led Lu Ziyu into the Green Vine Market. Lu Ziyu couldn't help but stare. Then he smiled bitterly and said, "This place is really lively. In the mixed spirit continent, there isn't a single place that has such a market." Zhao Hai looked around, then he smiled faintly and said, "This is just one of the markets in Plant City. It's not very eye-catching. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Let's go buy some things. First, let's go to First Micro and buy some swords." Lu Ziyu nodded, then he followed Zhao Hai and flew forward. Before long, the two arrived at the first street. There were a lot of people here, but Lu Ziyu didn't pay attention to them. He was completely attracted by the shops on both sides of the street. The shops on both sides of the street were selling swords, weapons, armor, and other things. Lu Ziyu saw a shop selling mail armor. Then he whispered to Zhao Hai, "Do the people here also wear armor?" Lu Ziyu couldn't be blamed for asking this. After arriving at the Lost Soul Empire, he had seen a lot of things. Not to mention anything else, even if he was standing on a sword, if the sword really hit him, then what would be the use of armor? Because of this, he thought that the people of the Lost Soul Empire didn't wear armor. One must know that even in the mixed spirit continent, there weren't many people who wore armor. First, they didn't have armor. Second, they were warriors. Sometimes, armor's defense was limited. After wearing it, it would also affect their movements. As for the people of the other continents, there were also very few people who wore armor. After all, the people of those continents were warlocks, and warlocks rarely wore armor. Zhao Hai looked around and said, "These armors aren't ordinary armors, they have formations on them. The more formations there are, the stronger the defense. Moreover, after wearing them, you wouldn't feel any discomfort. It's very good." In the Lost Soul Empire, all the soldiers wear armor. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's not the case." Lu Ziyu nodded, but his expression became more dignified. Zhao Hai led Lu Ziyu and flew directly to a shop. Then the two entered the shop. Throughout the entire process, the two didn't come down from their swords. The shop owner was also standing on his sword. Upon seeing the two come in, he immediately went to greet them. The shopkeeper looked like he was in his 30s. Although he was also standing on a greatsword, his greatsword was somewhat different from Zhao's. His greatsword wasn't so much a sword, but it was more like a shovel. His greatsword was shorter than the average greatsword, but it was a lot wider. Moreover, this greatsword didn't seem to have a sharpened edge. The shopkeeper could stand or sit on the sword, he looked very comfortable. The shop owner arrived in front of Zhao Hai and Lu Ziyu, then he cupped his fist and said, "I've seen the two of you. What do the two of you want?" Zhao Hai replied, "There are a few people in our caravan who have broken swords. We're planning to buy a few more, but we only need ordinary swords. How much do you want for one?" Zhao Hai nodded. When the shop owner heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but smile. "So it's a friend from the caravan. Our swords are very good. 1 gold coin for one, and I guarantee the quality. If the sword is broken within a year, I'm willing to compensate you 100 times the price." Zhao Hai nodded his head and said, "So it's a friend from a caravan." Zhao Hai nodded, then he took out 10 gold coins and said, "I want 10 swords." The shop owner nodded and received the money. Then with a wave of his hand, 10 swords appeared in his hand. These swords didn't have anything special about them, they looked like ordinary swords. Then the shop owner handed the swords over to Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai received the swords, he looked at each of them. Then he nodded and received the swords into his spatial equipment. After that, the shop owner warmly sent them off before they left the shop and flew to the side. After the two flew a few dozen meters away, Zhao Hai turned his head and saw that the shop owner had already entered the shop. Then he led Lu Ziyu to another shop and bought 10 more swords. Then they went to another shop and did the same thing. After buying 30 swords, Zhao Hai left with Lu Ziyu. Although there were a lot of armor here, Zhao Hai didn't buy them. There was no need for them. Moreover, in Vegetable City, if you were to walk around while wearing armor, it would be very conspicuous. The Lost Soul Empire allowed private weapons, but in the city, only soldiers were allowed to wear armor. Even if it was a soldier, when they leave the barracks, they would still need to take off their armor. If you were to casually walk around the city while wearing armor, then you wouldn't be allowed to do so. Zhao also explained these things to Lu Ziyu. Naturally, Lu Ziyu didn't say anything. On the contrary, she thought that it was necessary to do this. Rules sometimes seem troublesome, but without rules, it would be a big mess. Zhao Hai explained these things to Lu Ziyu. Zhao led Lu Ziyu to the second street, where they entered a clothing store. As soon as they entered the store, Zhao felt Lu Ziyu's body stiffen. He was surprised to see a tiger standing on a big sword. The shopkeeper was holding a tape measure, measuring the tiger's body. Lu Ziyu's eyes were filled with excitement. She looked at Zhao and Lu Ziyu, who was standing on top of a big sword. Zhao Hai naturally knew that these beasts were originally from the secret realm. But now, these beasts had become part of the Lost Soul Empire. There were even a few beasts that were serving in the Lost Soul Empire's army. Moreover, these beasts can also spend money, they can also make money. They can also wear clothes. Besides having the appearance of a wild beast, they weren't much different from humans. However, Lu Ziyu didn't know about this. Therefore, when she saw the old shop, she couldn't help but stare. In the mixed spirit continent, all beasts were enemies of humans. When humans encounter beasts, they would fight to the death. Therefore, Lu Ziyu's reaction was reasonable. Zhao Hai was afraid that Lu Ziyu would make a move, so he quickly stood in front of Lu Ziyu. Then he cupped his fist towards the shopkeeper and said, "Shopkeeper, I want some ready-made clothes. Do you have them here?" At this time, the shopkeeper finished measuring the old shop. He smiled at Zhao Hai and said, "I do. Mister, please wait a moment." Then the shopkeeper turned to the tiger and said, "Tiger Lord, I've finished measuring. You can come and pick up the clothes later. It's a total of 3 gold coins. You can pay a gold coin deposit first. As for the rest, you can pay when you come to pick up the clothes." The tiger nodded, then it waved its claw as a gold coin fell into the shopkeeper's hand. Then the shopkeeper went to the side and put on a set of coarse clothes. Then he stepped on his sword and flew out of the shop. Zhao Hai looked at the departing tiger, but he didn't have any expression. On the other hand, Lu Ziyu looked at the back of the tiger in surprise. From time to time, she would look at the gold coin in the shopkeeper's hand. This gold coin was given to the shopkeeper by the tiger. After the shopkeeper received the gold coin, he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. wants ready-made clothes? We have all kinds of ready-made clothes here. Moreover, we have all kinds of ready-made clothes. How many does Mr. want?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, 100 pieces of ready-made clothes. We're all merchants, so the clothes don't need to be too good. We need to focus on sturdiness. It doesn't matter if it's a bit big, but it's not good if it's too small. How about this, I'll give you 100 pieces according to this brother's figure. While Zhao Hai was speaking, he pushed Lu Ziyu to the front. The shopkeeper sized up Lu Ziyu, then he nodded and said, "This mister's figure is quite tall, so I'll need 5 ready-made clothes." Right now, the number 5 ready-made clothes in the shop have 5 colors. Mister said that you're a merchant, so you can't have too dark a color. It should be mainly black and gray. How about this, I'll give you 50 sets of each color. What does Mister think? Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, then we'll do as you say. Prepare 100 sets of clothes for us. Also, shoes, size 4 and size 5, give me 50 pairs of each. How much is it in total?" The shopkeeper nodded, then he said, "Because the clothes and shoes are ordinary, the price isn't too expensive. Altogether, you can give me 30 gold coins. If you want leather boots, then it'll be 50 gold coins." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Cloth shoes are fine. 30 gold coins. Take them and prepare the things for me." Then he waved his hand and gave the shopkeeper 30 gold coins. The shopkeeper happily received the money and nodded before he went to prepare the things. Zhao Hai took the clothes and went out of the clothing store with Lu Ziyu. Seeing that no one was paying attention, he opened his mouth and said, "Don't make a fuss. In the Lost Soul Empire, there are a lot of beasts. I heard that these beasts were originally creatures of this realm. Later on, the Lost Soul Empire entered this realm and fought with these beasts, defeating them completely. However, the Lost Soul Empire's emperor didn't want to kill them all. Moreover, he discovered that these beasts were also intelligent, so he thought of a way. He can give these beasts identities and even give them jobs. These beasts can join the Lost Soul Empire and become its people. Therefore, it's not strange to see beasts in the city. So when you see beasts in the city, you mustn't show any hostility. Beasts are very sensitive to killing intent. If you show any hostility towards them, they might make a move." Lu Ziyu stared blankly at Zhao Hai's words. When he saw the tiger giving money, he was already very surprised. He didn't expect that the Lost Soul Empire would actually give these beasts identities. Lu Ziyu looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Do these beasts really coexist peacefully with them?" they didn't resist? Resist? Why would they resist? What do they have to resist? Now, those beasts have their own things to do, and they can eat and drink well. Even in the Lost Soul Empire, there are some cultivation methods that are specially made for those beasts to cultivate. Those beasts can even transform into human form. Do you think those beasts will resist? Lu Ziyu was completely dumbfounded. He didn't think that things would turn out like this. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Why is it like this? Weren't these beasts enemies before?" Zhao Hai replied, "So what if they're enemies? Didn't both sides suffer casualties? Moreover, if they reconcile with the beasts, then there's no need for war. This way, the Lost Soul Empire won't have to suffer casualties. Isn't this good? Of course, if you betray the Lost Soul Empire after surrendering, then the Lost Soul Empire wouldn't be polite to you." Lu Ziyu was stunned for a moment before asking, "How did you know?" Zhao Hai replied, "I saw it in the books. There are a lot of history books in the Lost Soul Empire. These things were written in the history books. The beasts of the mystic realm also rebelled. In the end, the Lost Soul Empire's army led by the Lost Soul Emperor personally exterminated them. Not a single one of them was left alive. They have always treated traitors like this." Lu Ziyu let out a long breath and said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect that the bewildering Soul Empire would be so ruthless." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "If I wasn't ruthless, how could I have built such a large empire? Let's go shopping." Afterwards, the two of them went to another street and bought some grains, meat, and various vegetables. Finally, Zhao Hai went to some equipment stores and bought some spatial equipment before following Lu Ziyu back to the courtyard where they lived. When the two of them entered the courtyard, they couldn't help but stare. Everyone was standing in the courtyard. 3 of them were standing on their large swords, flying up and down in the courtyard. They looked very skilled. The people on the side were all cheering them on. When they saw Zhao Hai and Lu Ziyu return, they immediately went to greet them. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and smiled, "All right, let's go. I'll distribute the things I bought to everyone." After he said that, Zhao Hai led everyone into a room and gave everyone a space to prepare. Then he gave everyone a large sword as well as a few sets of clothes before letting everyone leave. After everyone left, Zhao Hai, Lu Ziyu, and Old Wu sat in the living room. Zhao Hai turned his head to Lu Ziyu and said, "Brother Lu, you should already know the general situation. There are a lot of rules in the bewildering Soul Empire. In the future, everyone should be careful. We'll go out in batches and look around the city. After we're done looking around, we'll go to other places. In any case, all the cities in the bewildering Soul Empire can be reached through transmission formations. It's very convenient." Lu Ziyu nodded, then he said, "The bewildering Soul Empire is really tough. If we can join them, it would be a good choice." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he said, "Let's talk about this later. I'll go put down the food and then prepare some food for everyone. You can sit down." Then he turned around and left. After Zhao Hai left, Old Wu turned his head to Lu Ziyu and said, "Ziyu, what's wrong with you today? Why did you suddenly talk about the bewildering Soul Empire? Weren't you opposed to joining them before?" Lu Ziyu smiled bitterly and said, "That was then and this is now. After going out for a walk, I was deeply moved. I didn't expect the bewildering Soul Empire to be this strong." After that, he told Old Man Wu about what he had seen, heard, and experienced. Old Man Wu had never imagined that he would be able to see, hear, and experience all these things. After some time, Lu Ziyu finished speaking. Then he looked at Old Wu and said, "Old Wu, do you know why I think that the bewildering Soul Empire is worth joining?" Old Wu didn't know how to react. This was because he didn't think about what Lu Ziyu said before. Now that Lu Ziyu asked, he naturally didn't know how to react. Lu Ziyu said, "I think that the bewildering Soul Empire is worth joining mainly because of the beasts. If the bewildering Soul Empire can accept beasts, then there's no need to talk about us. Moreover, just like what Zhao Hai said, most of the people here are miscellaneous spirit cultivators. These people are living very well here. This is the reason why I think that the bewildering Soul Empire is worth joining." Old Wu nodded, then he looked at Lu Ziyu and said, "Then what should we do next?" Lu Ziyu thought for a moment, then she said, "Let's observe for a while. To be honest, when I saw the wooden ship flying in the sky today, I was dumbfounded. Such a big wooden ship can fly in the sky, and it's actually just a cargo ship. The strength of the Lost Soul Empire is definitely stronger than what Zhao Hai said. Lu Ziyu nodded, then she looked at Zhao Hai. Old Wu looked at Lu Ziyu and said, the bewildering Soul Empire being strong isn't necessarily a good thing for us. If they're strong, then we're weak. If we join them, then we won't be valued by them. Therefore, I think that we should wait and see. Lu Ziyu nodded, then he said, there's still time. Let's wait and see first. Old Wu nodded, then he smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Zhao Hai is a great benefactor of our mixed spirit continent. The bewildering Soul Empire is indeed a good choice for our mixed spirit continent. Lu Ziyu nodded, then he looked at the spatial equipment in his hand, then he smiled bitterly and said, for so many years, our mixed spirit continent hasn't had any formations. Needless to say, spatial equipment doesn't have any. We always thought that formations can only be used by warlocks. But now it seems like we were wrong. We can also use formations, it's just that we didn't think about it before. Old Wu nodded, then he sighed and said, we're all miscellaneous spirits, yet the bewildering Soul Empire has developed to this degree. But we're still struggling for food and clothing. Lu Ziyu shook his head and said, we can't be blamed for this. Although we're all miscellaneous spirits, our experiences are very different. We've always been treated as slaves by the other 5 spirits. In the end, we were thrown to the mixed spirit continent. We didn't rely on ourselves to have what we have today. But the bewildering Soul Empire isn't the same. There are no 5 spirits in the bewildering Soul Empire. Therefore, the status of miscellaneous spirits isn't low. So it's not surprising that they're miscellaneous spirits. Old Wu sighed, then he said, forget it, let's take a good rest. Starting tomorrow, we'll take a look at the bewildering Soul Empire in batches and see how strong it is. Just as they were talking, Zhao Hai's voice was heard, everyone, let's eat. Old Wu chuckled as he stood up. Then he turned to Lu Ziyu and said, let's go and eat. I heard that Mr. Zhao Hai's cooking skills are very good. Lu Ziyu also smiled and said, I also heard about it. I heard that when he was teaching his disciples, he said that a good plant master is likely to be a good cook. Hee, I'm even more curious now. While talking, the two walked outside. Before long, everyone arrived at the dining hall. Although it was called a dining hall, it was actually a room outside the kitchen. There were 2 tables inside. On the tables were toast, a large plate of mixed noodles, some vegetables, and some barbecued meat. There weren't many dishes, but it wasn't too much. Zhao Hai stood in the kitchen, then he smiled and said, everyone, I'm sorry. I can only make these things. I can't say how they taste, but they can fill everyone's stomachs. Come, let's eat. Everyone laughed. One must know that although these things weren't good, they weren't bad either. In the mixed spirit continent, even people with high status like them wouldn't be able to eat these things every day. They were very satisfied with this kind of waiter. Nobody was polite as they cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai. Then they took their food and ate. Zhao Hai, Lu Ziyu, and Old Wu sat together. While eating, Zhao Hai said, tomorrow, everyone will wear the same clothes. This way, everyone will look like a caravan. This way, no one will suspect you. After you go out, you can also look around. However, you must speak less and listen more. Moreover, you must observe how the people in the city do things. Don't act recklessly, otherwise, it wouldn't be good if you were discovered by the people in the city. In the Lost Soul Empire, the rules of the cities were almost the same. Therefore, when you go to other cities, you won't feel too unfamiliar. If you don't know anything about this place, you will be suspected. Lu Ziyu nodded and said, don't worry, I'll explain it well. How about this, you lead everyone to familiarize yourself with this place for a few days. Then you can let everyone act alone. What do you think? Zhao Hai knit his brows and said, I can, but this will take too much time. There are still a lot of things to do in the mixed spirit continent. If we stay here for too long, I'm afraid it won't be good. Lu Ziyu said, sharpening the knife won't delay the chopping of firewood. This matter needs Mister's help. What do you think? Zhao Hai looked at Lu Ziyu, then he smiled bitterly and said, all right, I'll listen to you. boss, the people from the mixed spirit continent have already arrived at Plant City. What should we do? Don't worry, they went out to take a look today. They should have already made their move. How about this, you arrange for the fleet to perform a martial arts drill in 3 days. Let everyone in the city watch. Yes, boss. I understand. I'll immediately arrange it. Zhao Hai put down the transmission formation in his hand and smiled faintly. In Plant City, Lu Ziyu's every move couldn't escape Zhao Hai's eyes. Zhao Hai already knew that Lu Ziyu and the others were tempted. In fact, when Zhao Hai took Lu Ziyu and the others to see a market in Plant City, the abundance of goods made Lu Ziyu sigh. But in Plant City, there were more than a dozen such markets. How prosperous could Plant City become? Zhao Hai's eyes lit up. How could Plant City be so prosperous? There was no such place in the mixed spirit continent. Because of this, Lu Ziyu was naturally envious. When he saw the iron-armored battleships flying in the sky, and the fact that these battleships were decommissioned, Lu Ziyu was even more shocked. He felt that having the mixed spirit continent join the Lost Soul Empire was definitely a good thing. But they still wanted to see more. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't oppose it. Zhao Hai knew what they wanted to see. They wanted to see if the other cities in the Lost Soul Empire were the same. Regarding this, Zhao Hai wasn't worried at all. If they wanted to see more, then let them. But before that, Zhao Hai wanted to do something. He wanted to let these people see the might of the Lost Soul Empire's army. He wanted Lu Ziyu and the others to understand what the Lost Soul Empire's army was like. Now that when Wen Hai knew that Zhao Hai led the people from the mixed spirit continent, he naturally wanted to contact Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also made arrangements. Everything was under Zhao Hai's control. The next morning, after Zhao Hai and the others had breakfast, Zhao Hai took Old Wu and the others and left the courtyard. Now that they could use large swords, they weren't afraid of being discovered by others. Zhao Hai took them around the plant master's place today. He even went to the sky supporting tree to take a look. Then he went to the commercial streets of Plant City to take a look. A place like the Green Vine Market was a place where everyone would go to buy things. The commercial streets were relatively less crowded. Generally, people with status would go there to buy things. After going around these places, a day passed. When Zhao Hai and the others returned to the courtyard, Old Wu and the others were very excited. For them, the Lost Soul Empire was too prosperous. If they could rely on such a force, then it would be a good thing for the mixed spirit continent. While they were eating dinner, a voice was suddenly heard from the sky, "Residents of Plant City, pay attention. Residents of Plant City, pay attention. Our Plant City's garrison army will be conducting a martial arts drill in 2 days. If the residents of the city want to see it, they can go outside the city to watch. 2 days later, Plant City's garrison army will be conducting a martial arts drill. If the residents of the city want to see it, they can go outside the city to watch." Upon hearing this voice, Lu Ziyu and the others stared. Then they looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Everyone is blessed this time. We're able to catch up with the plant master's garrison army. This is a grand occasion." Lu Ziyu and the others stared. Lu Ziyu looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What's going on? What martial arts drill?" Zhao Hai replied, "In the Lost Soul Empire, each city has its own garrison army. These garrisons are very formidable. Plant City seems to have more than 1,000 beast battleships. The garrisons of the Lost Soul Empire would perform martial arts exercises from time to time. However, some of these exercises aren't allowed to be seen, while others can be. This time, they're actually going to perform martial arts, and they're even allowed to watch. This is definitely a good thing. We can go and take a look after 2 days. Speaking of which, I've seen the Lost Soul Empire's martial arts exercise once. It was spectacular, too spectacular." Lu Ziyu frowned and said, "Isn't this a waste of manpower and resources? Why are you doing this?" Zhao Hai laughed and said, "You don't know that the Lost Soul Empire is too formidable. They haven't had an enemy for a long time. If the army doesn't have an enemy, then they would slowly slack off. This isn't a good thing. But the Lost Soul Empire is rich in goods and materials. The people's lives are very rich. For them, the consumption of military exercises isn't a big deal. Because of this, they often hold military exercises in order to prevent problems from occurring. You should know that the military exercises are very strict. If something goes wrong during the exercises, then the general of the garrison army would be severely punished. Because of this, the Lost Soul Empire's army has always maintained a high level of training. Naturally, their fighting strength is also very formidable. Zhao Hai laughed and said, "You should know that the military exercises are very strict. If something goes wrong during the exercises, then the general of the garrison army would be severely punished." Speaking up to here, Zhao Hai paused for a moment, then he continued, "The martial arts drills that people watch are generally similar to military parades. There aren't too many movements, it's just to let people see the army's appearance. They also use some weapons to let people know the power of those weapons. As for the martial arts drills that people aren't allowed to watch, I heard that the opponents are the garrisons of other cities. Naturally, there wouldn't be any casualties, the loser would be punished while the winner would be rewarded. Because of this, these martial arts drills have become a form of competition for the army of the Lost Soul Empire." Zhao Hai looked at Lu Ziyu and the others, then he said, "The garrisons are incomparably strong, each one of them is very strong. Moreover, there's a rule that you can't get too close. If you get too close, then you'll be punished severely. So when the time comes, everyone must be careful." Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai let out a long breath, then he said, "Don't blame me for being long-winded. The military law of the Lost Soul Empire is very important. No matter how high your status is, as long as you violate the military law, then the military law will be merciless. So when the time comes, everyone must be careful." Everyone felt a chill in their hearts, then they nodded. In this unfamiliar place, they didn't dare to act recklessly. If something really happened, then they wouldn't be able to go back. Not being able to go back was a small matter, but if they messed up the matters of the mixed spirit continent, then even if they died, they would still be letting down the millions of people of the continent. On the second day, Zhao Hai changed the group and took them out for a stroll. He also explained the rules of the Lost Soul Empire to them. The third day was the same. Like this, everyone who came to the Lost Soul Empire knew the rules. In the future, even if they were to walk around the Lost Soul Empire, they wouldn't have any problems. On the fourth day, it was the day of the martial arts demonstration. Zhao Hai and the others had an early breakfast before they left the courtyard. They planned to go out of the city to watch the demonstration. However, when they came out of the courtyard, they immediately saw the people of Plant City moving. Everyone was standing on their swords as they flew out of the city. Some people were very anxious, so they flew very fast. There were also some women who gathered together and chattered from time to time. It was very lively. Upon seeing this situation, Lu Ziyu and the others couldn't help but bitterly smile. They didn't think that it would be like this. In their opinion, the people of the city wouldn't go and watch the martial arts demonstration. However, they didn't expect that the entire city would be as lively as a festival. The group followed the crowd outside the city. Outside the city, there were already sword boats parked there. Lu Ziyu and the others had seen these sword boats before. Zhao Hai had brought 20 of them to the Alan continent, but they didn't dare to use them. But here, they saw countless sword boats. These sword boats were parked in a row and then went up layer by layer. All the people of Plant City who arrived outside the city didn't go past the sword boats. They all stood behind the sword boats. At the same time, people would come out from the sword boats to maintain order and instruct everyone to line up. Everything seemed to be in order. Naturally, Zhao Hai and the others also lined up. Their position wasn't the best, they weren't in the first row, but it wasn't bad either. Moreover, the people in front of them were shorter than them, and the people behind them were taller than them. This way, the people in front of them wouldn't block the line of sight of the people behind them. Everyone stood there. Although there were a lot of people talking, their voices weren't loud. However, there were still some buzzing noises. However, nobody cared about this. In any case, as long as you don't cross your position, it's fine. Zhao Hai and the others were also standing there, calmly looking at the front. At this time, there was nothing in front of them. They were surrounded by people that they didn't know. These people were discussing in high spirits. Lu Ziyu and the others weren't used to this. Each and every one of them had a nervous expression. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Everyone, don't be nervous. For the people in the city, every military exercise is a happy event. This is because they might have important people in the army, so when they see the army perform well, they would also be happy. In the Lost Soul Empire, the status of soldiers is very high." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Don't worry." Lu Ziyu and the others nodded. However, they were still looking around. With so many people gathered here, Lu Ziyu and the others weren't used to this situation. Most importantly, they still haven't seen the army of the Lost Soul Empire. This made them very anxious. Zhao Hai wasn't anxious. He just stood there and looked at the people around him. These people were all from the Lost Soul Empire. Although they were standing there, talking and chatting, nobody moved. Why was this? Discipline. The Lost Soul Empire's requirements for discipline were very high. In the previous war, the results of the military management were shown. With so many people gathered together, although it was a bit chaotic, nobody moved. This was because they were very clear about the importance of discipline. It was precisely because they knew the importance of discipline that they were able to behave like this. This discipline was already deeply ingrained in their bones. Although they couldn't see it during normal times, once a war breaks out, the importance of discipline would be revealed. At that time, the entire Lost Soul Empire would be like a huge machine. And whether this machine would work well or not, it would depend on discipline. In the past few years, the Lost Soul Empire had been very peaceful. Therefore, everyone had relaxed. Discipline wasn't as good as before. In the past, the entire Lost Soul Empire was like a huge military camp. Everyone had their own duties, nobody dared to mess around. Although the Lost Soul Empire wasn't like before, discipline was still there. Because of this, it wasn't a problem for everyone to line up. In the beginning, Lu Ziyu and the others didn't notice this point. But slowly, they discovered this point. Because of this, their expressions turned solemn. The Mixed Spirit Continent could be considered to have carried out some military management. However, this was mostly done in the cities. Moreover, it was the cities that were easy to attack. The other cities weren't like this. But in the Lost Soul Empire, it was different. Vegetable City didn't seem to be a place that would be attacked. But here, there was still discipline. This made people very surprised. At this time, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. Lu Ziyu and the others stared. Then they looked forward and were stunned. In the distant sky, a row of battleships was flying over. This row of battleships was densely packed. It was impossible to count how many of them there were. All of the battleships were lined up in a neat formation as they flew straight towards them. Soon, the battleships became stronger and stronger. Seeing the shining silver hull and the ferocious ghost face on the battleships, everyone was shocked. Most importantly, the battleships were lined up in a straight line. They were moving forward at an even speed. The mountain-like pressure that came from the battleships made them very surprised. While Lu Ziyu and the others were in a daze, the battleship finally came to a stop. Then, the battleship turned around, from facing them to facing them from the side. The fleet was still in formation, passing by in front of them. Lu Ziyu and the others could even see the soldiers on the battleship. These soldiers were all wearing armor and had large swords on their backs. They stood there with a serious expression, showing their true colors. The fleet slowly passed by everyone. Everyone couldn't help but cheer. Each and every one of them was crazy. On the other hand, the soldiers on the battleships didn't have any expression. However, there was a trace of pride in their eyes. However, Lu Ziyu didn't pay attention to this. He was counting the battleships. He estimated that there were about 1,500 battleships. This number really surprised him. He heard from Zhao Hai that this army was just a garrison of a plant master. How could he not be surprised when he saw so many battleships? Zhao Hai didn't care about him. He just looked at the battleships and the soldiers on them. All of them were his subordinates. How could he not be happy? How could he not be excited? However, Zhao Hai didn't show his emotions. After the battleships passed by, they began to move in front of everyone. Then the battleships began to change their formation. After the formation changed, sword boats flew out from the battleships. these sword boats flew straight forward. At the same time, the sword boats also formed a formation. These sword boats weaved back and forth without making any mistakes. Then the sword boats and battleships were ordered to aim their weapons in one direction. Then all the energy cannons on the battleships were fired. When the energy cannons fired, a small mountain disappeared. The people in Plant City once again cheered. On the other hand, Lu Ziming and the others' expressions changed. They didn't expect the battleships to have weapons. Moreover, these weapons were very powerful. Old Wu and the others had seen Zhao Hai use the energy cannons on the sword boats to deal with the 5 Spirit Realm slave ships. But at that time, there was only one energy cannon. Therefore, although its power wasn't great, it wasn't very shocking. But now, it was different. With so many energy cannons firing at the same time, the might of the energy cannons was completely revealed. The mountain that was hit by the energy cannons wasn't small. However, it disappeared in an instant. It was as if the mountain was made of snow and was melted by the sun. Afterward, the battleships carried out some drills. They scattered the shields and formations on the battleships. Although the people in the city had seen these things before, the first time the battleships showed them, they still attracted a lot of cheers. This made Lu Ziyu and the others even more shocked. After the hill was destroyed, a large crater appeared on the ground. It was hard to say how big the crater was. But at this time, spring water gushed out from the bottom of the hill. Rivers flowed into the crater from all directions. Slowly, water began to fill the crater. From the looks of it, it wouldn't take long for the crater to turn into a lake. At this moment, Lu Ziyu heard a person beside him say, "So they want to build a lake." Ha ha ha, no wonder. Some time ago, I heard those farmers in the city say that farming in the wild is good and everything except for the lack of water. Although there are rivers around, there aren't any large lakes to draw water from. Today, there is a lake. Ha ha ha, this is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Your Majesty is wise. After that person finished speaking, there was another burst of laughter. The others also laughed. Lu Ziyu was stunned when he heard this. He really didn't know whether he should believe the words of those people or not. Even if he didn't believe them, there was clearly a huge pit here. And from the looks of it, this pit would turn into a lake sooner or later. This was exactly what those people were talking about. However, Lu Ziyu had no way of believing his words. Could it be that such a large-scale martial arts exercise was just for the sake of building a large lake? Wasn't this a bit too childish? Then the fleet arranged itself in a formation before slowly retreating. At this time, the cheers of the people reached its peak. It wasn't until the fleet disappeared that the people excitedly flew towards Plant City. On the other hand, Zhao Hai and Lu Ziyu also flew towards Plant City. Before long, they returned to the courtyard. Along the way, no one spoke. They were still immersed in the previous matter. They didn't know what to say. Zhao Hai and Lu Ziyu flew towards Plant City. After arriving at the courtyard, Zhao Hai let the others rest while he went to the living room with Lu Ziyu and Old Wu. After the two sat down, Zhao Hai looked at the two and smiled. How was it? Shocking, right? Ha ha ha, this is the first time I saw them perform. I was also shocked. Lu Ziyu looked at Zhao Hai and said, Mister, can I ask you a question? How many cities like Plant City are there in the bewildered Soul Empire? Zhao Hai replied, there are 12 secret realms here. There are 9 in the spirit weapon realm. Naturally, these are just the large cities. There are also a lot of big cities in the Soul realm. However, I don't know how many there are in the Soul realm. Lu Ziyu continued, do all the large cities have such a garrison? What's the number of troops? Zhao Hai smiled and said, all the large cities have such a garrison. The number of troops should be about the same. Last time, I saw a martial arts performance in another mountain city. The number of battleships was about the same as here. Lu Ziyu let out a long breath and said, with such strength, it's just as Mister said. It's as easy as turning one's hand to take over the mixed spirit continent. Not to mention the strength of the entire bewildered Soul Empire, just the strength of Plant City's army is enough. If they really invade the mixed spirit continent, then we wouldn't have the ability to resist. Zhao Hai nodded and said, it's because of this that I don't dare tell anyone about my identity. This is because once the Lost Soul Empire knows about the Mixed Spirit Continent, then the continent would be finished. They would certainly invade. You should know that their invasion and our surrender are two different matters. Jiao Hai nodded and said, all right. Old Wu, who had been silent all this time, said, if they really invade, then we will certainly resist. When the time comes, how many people will be left in the Mixed Spirit Continent? Lu Ziyu nodded and said, it seems like surrendering to them is the best choice. However, the Bewildered Soul Empire is so powerful. If we really surrender, then I'm afraid that we won't be valued. At that time, will they still allow us to govern ourselves? What if they don't allow us to govern ourselves? Jiao Hai replied, I know a little about this. The Bewildered Soul Empire is very lenient towards those who take the initiative to surrender. Generally, they would allow them to govern themselves. Moreover, the two of you shouldn't forget that we aren't completely useless. Although we're strong, we shouldn't forget that we're not the only continent in the 5 spirit realms. Surrendering to the Bewildered Soul Empire is tantamount to telling them that there's a new plane with several huge continents. This is a great merit. Do you think that the Bewildered Soul Empire will treat us well? Upon hearing Jiao Hai, Lu Ziyu, and Old Wu's eyes lit up. They didn't have any psychological burden about betraying the other 5 continents. They knew how the other 5 continents treated them. They wanted to see the other 5 continents die, so how could they have any psychological burden? Jiao Hai nodded. Lu Ziyu and Old Wu's eyes lit up. Jiao Hai looked at the two and smiled faintly. We've finished watching the martial arts exhibition. In the past few days, we've also finished looking at Vegetable City. Tomorrow, we'll go look at other places. There's no need to look at small places. Let's look at the other big cities in the secret realm. What do the two of you think? Lu Ziyu nodded and said, all right, we'll set off tomorrow. But if we go around like this, wouldn't we attract the attention of the Bewildered Soul Empire? What if we do attract their attention? Jiao Hai shook his head and said, they won't. There's no need to worry. There are a lot of people from the Bewildered Soul Empire going to other cities every day. They don't have the heart to care about that. Also, we're just going to look around the city, we're not going to spy on them. There's nothing wrong with that. I'll go get something to eat and then I'll tell everyone about it. Lu Ziyu nodded and said, all right, then I'll have to trouble Mr. Jiao Hai nodded, then he stood up and walked outside. On the other hand, Lu Ziyu and Old Wu didn't get up. The two were still in the living room. After Jiao Hai left, Lu Ziyu turned to Old Wu and said, Old Wu, based on the current situation, joining the Bewildered Soul Empire is the best choice. Otherwise, if the Bewildered Soul Empire discovers us and sends troops, then we'll be finished. With the situation of the Mixed Spirit Continent, I'm afraid that even if we develop a few hundred people, we still wouldn't be able to compare to the Bewildered Soul Empire. Not to mention us, even the people from the other 5 continents wouldn't be able to compare to them. Old Wu nodded and said, right, it's not only us, the people from the other continents wouldn't be able to match up to the Bewildered Soul Empire. They're really too strong. If we join them, then it would be a good thing for them. Their empire can expand while we can govern ourselves. Also, if we join the Bewildered Soul Empire, then even if the Mixed Spirit Continent can't have its own army, we can still join the army. With the support of the Bewildered Soul Empire, the suffering of the Mixed Spirit Continent would be over. Lu Ziyu understood what Old Wu meant. They also heard from Jiao Hai that the Mixed Spirit Continent could be autonomous, but they couldn't have their own army. This was something that Lu Ziyu and the others were disgusted with. However, after seeing the Lost Soul Empire's military display, their disgust had completely disappeared. Compared to the Lost Soul Empire's army, the Mixed Spirit Continent's army simply couldn't be considered an army. If the two sides were to fight, then they would only be slaughtered. But if they joined the Lost Soul Empire, then they would be part of the Empire's army. Later on, the people of the Mixed Spirit Continent would also be able to join the Lost Soul Empire's army. This was a good thing for them. Old Wu let out a long breath, then he said, when Mr. Jiao Hai told us this, I didn't believe him. I thought that he was lying to us. How can there be such a powerful empire in this world? I thought that the Bewildered Soul Empire existed, but it's impossible for it to be this powerful. But now, it seems like I was wrong. The bewildered soul empire is much more powerful than what Mr. Zhao Hai said. Lu Ziyu looked at Old Wu, then he suddenly whispered, Old Wu, don't you think that Mr. Zhao Hai is strange? He doesn't look like someone from the five spirit realms. There are no plant masters in the five spirit realms, but the bewildered soul empire does. Moreover, isn't he too good to us mixed spirit continent? This isn't the style of a great elder from the five spirit realms. Old Wu looked at Lu Ziyu and said, I understand what you mean. But even if Mr. Zhao Hai is someone from the bewildered soul empire, so what? Do we have a better method than joining the bewildered soul empire? We don't. Moreover, if Mr. Zhao Hai is really someone from the bewildered soul empire, then we should be grateful to him. We should even be grateful to the bewildered soul empire. This means that the bewildered soul empire already knew about our existence, but they didn't make a move against us. They wanted to use a peaceful method to make us join the bewildered soul empire. This might be because the bewildered soul empire also has mixed spirit continent members, but for us, this is a good thing, right? Lu Ziyu nodded and didn't say anything. However, he agreed with Old Wu's words. If this is the case, then they should really thank Zhao Hai. The next morning, after eating breakfast, Zhao Hai led everyone to Plant City's transmission formation. Then they directly took the transmission formation to another city in the secret realm. This was the first time Lu Ziyu and the others took a transmission formation. Since the Lost Soul Empire's transmission formation was free, they didn't think too much about it. They just felt that the transmission formation was very convenient. In the following days, Zhao Hai took Lu Ziyu and the others to visit the secret realm. The cities in the secret realm really didn't have much to visit. This was because in the current Lost Soul Empire, only the secret realm had the best environment. Of the 12 main cities of the secret realm, there were some residences outside. However, these places weren't used for permanent residences. They could only be regarded as temporary residences. Although the population of the Lost Soul Empire had increased in recent years, the increase wasn't a lot. Therefore, the main cities could still accommodate people. Even if they couldn't, they could still expand. There was no need to build new residences. Zhao Hai didn't take Lu Ziyu and the others to the new residences. He just looked around the city before taking them to the spirit weapon realm. The spirit weapon realm was now very different from before. Ever since Zhao Hai subdued the destroyers and took away the black crystal skeleton, the spirit weapon realm didn't have any new destructive energy. On the contrary, there were now a lot of ships in the spirit weapon realm that were collecting destructive energy. Because of this, the sky of the spirit weapon realm wasn't as dark as before. Although it wasn't as dark as the secret realm, it wasn't bad. However, when Lu Ziyu and the others arrived at the spirit weapon realm, they were startled by the sky. This was because the sky here was gray, it looked very scary. Because of this, when everyone appeared in the spirit weapon realm, Lu Ziyu looked at the sky and said to Zhao Hai, Brother Zhao, what's going on with the spirit weapon realm? Why is the sky here this color? Zhao Hai looked at the sky of the spirit weapon realm, then he smiled faintly and said, This place is already very good. In the past, this place was covered in destructive power. Recently, they destroyed the source of the destructive power and absorbed it. Because of this, the sky has become much better than before. Right, this is where the Lost Soul Empire started. Now that we're in Lost Soul Mountain City, it's the place where the Lost Soul Empire started. Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, Lu Ziyu and the others couldn't help but be curious. In fact, they already knew a lot of things. Zhao Hai had found a lot of history books about the Lost Soul Empire. Moreover, many of these history books were made from jade slips. Because of this, they were able to see a lot of history books about the Lost Soul Empire. Because they knew about the history of the Lost Soul Empire, they were very clear about what the destruction energy was. Because of this, when they heard Zhao Hai, they didn't ask any more questions. After that, Zhao Hai led them to tour the Lost Soul Mountain City. Then they went to other mountain cities to have a better understanding of the spirit weapon realm. Finally, Zhao Hai brought them to the Soul Realm. Compared to the secret realm and the spirit weapon realm, the Soul Realm was much more normal. It was more similar to the mixed spirit continent. Naturally, it was only similar. The environment of the Soul Realm was much better compared to the mixed spirit continent. Moreover, there were a lot of cities in the Soul Realm that were still in use. Because of this, there were a lot of places to visit in the Soul Realm. Additionally, this was Zhao Hai's hometown. Naturally, this place was filled with legends. Zhao Hai led Lu Ziyu and the others to tour the Soul Realm for a long time. He also specifically went to look at the several Plant Master Academies. These Plant Master Academies were opened later. They reformed the various Plant Master Academies in the Soul Realm. Then they expanded and became Plant Master Academies. Moreover, anyone can visit the Plant Master Academies. Even if you weren't a Soul Plant Master, you can still come and listen. The entire tour took about 3 months. To be honest, Zhao Hai didn't think that the tour would take this long. However, Lu Ziyu and the others seemed to have lost track of time. They looked at every city in the Lost Soul Empire very carefully. Therefore, Zhao Hai could only accompany them. After 3 months, Zhao Hai looked at Lu Ziyu and the others who didn't want to go back. Then he called them over and said to Lu Ziyu and Old Wu, "Brother Lu, Old Wu, it's been 3 months since we left the Mixed Spirit Continent. Shouldn't we go back? If we don't go back, then I'm afraid that the Mixed Spirit Continent would think that something happened to us. Moreover, the Mixed Spirit Continent is about to receive the second batch of mountain beans. Shouldn't we go back and take a look?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Lu Ziyu and Old Wu stared. Lu Ziyu exclaimed, "It's been 3 months? I didn't expect it to be this fast. It's time to go back." Old Wu nodded and said, "Right, it's time to go back. It's been 3 months. Unknowingly, we've been out for so long. Little Hai, make some arrangements. We'll go back immediately." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I'll make the arrangements. We'll go back immediately. You too, tell everyone that we'll leave tomorrow. What do you think?" The two nodded and didn't raise any objections. Zhao Hai also went to prepare. One must know that in the past 3 months, they bought a lot of things. There were all kinds of sundries, grains, and other things. These things added up to a lot. Because of this, they bought a lot of things. After preparing for a day, the next morning, Zhao Hai took everyone to the transmission formation and returned to Vegetable City. Then they returned to the house and used the transmission formation to send everyone back to the Mixed Spirit Continent. Actually, although Zhao Hai left the Mixed Spirit Continent in the past 3 months, Zhao Hai was still aware of what happened in the continent. He turned Yu Quan into his slave. And when Zhao Hai wasn't in the Mixed Spirit Continent, Yu Quan was Yu Jinglin's steward. He was also Yu Jinglin's most trusted person. Because of this, Yu Quan was able to obtain a lot of information about the higher-ups of the Mixed Spirit Continent. Because of this, Zhao Hai was aware of everything that happened in the Mixed Spirit Continent. Just like what Zhao Hai said, a lot of people in the Mixed Spirit Continent believed that Lu Ziyu and the others had met with an accident. They also lost confidence in Zhao Hai. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted everyone to return to the Mixed Spirit Continent. When everyone returned to the Mixed Spirit Continent, they immediately used the transmission formation to return to the Yu Mansion. Yu Jinglin's days weren't very good. This was because the people who went with Zhao Hai to the Lost Soul Empire were the elites of the 7 great families. Now that they've been gone for 3 months without any news, the 7 great families thought that Lu Ziyu and the others were harmed by Zhao Hai. This gave Yu Jinglin a lot of pressure. However, Yu Jinglin was very confident in Zhao Hai. He had been in contact with Zhao Hai for a long time. He can feel that Zhao Hai wasn't a sinister villain. He wouldn't harm Lu Ziyu and the others because there was no need to do so. Although Lu Ziyu and the others were elites of the 7 great families, they weren't indispensable existences. Even if they were harmed, it wouldn't affect the 7 great families. So why would Zhao Hai harm them? Although Yu Jinglin was confident in Zhao Hai, he didn't know why they didn't return for 3 months. What he was afraid of wasn't Zhao Hai harming Lu Ziyu and the others. What he was worried about was that Zhao Hai and the others were harmed. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others suddenly arrived at Yu Jinglin's residence. As soon as Yu Jinglin was notified, he immediately ran out of his room and arrived at the courtyard where Zhao Hai and the others appeared. The Yu Mansion had a courtyard that was specially prepared for Zhao Hai and the others. Because they couldn't let too many people know about the transmission formation, a courtyard was specially prepared for them. Because of this, when Zhao Hai and the others returned, Yu Jinglin immediately knew that they were there. When Yu Jinglin arrived at the courtyard, he saw that Lu Ziyu and the others were all present. Moreover, everyone's clothes were very bright. Yu Jinglin felt relieved. Then he cupped his fist and said, "Everyone, you're finally back. If you didn't come back, then I would have been in danger." Upon hearing Yu Jinglin, Lu Ziyu and the others couldn't help but laugh. Old Wu opened his mouth and said, "Jinglin, I'm really sorry. This time, our visit was too good and we forgot about the time. If it weren't for Zhao Hai chasing after us, we wouldn't have come back. I'm really sorry." Yu Jinglin smiled bitterly and said, "You also forgot about the time. Do you know how anxious we are right now? They said that Mr. Zhao and I worked together to harm you. Don't you think I'm being wronged?" Upon hearing Yu Jinglin, Old Wu and the others couldn't help but laugh. Yu Jinglin directly invited Zhao Hai to the living room. After they sat down, someone naturally served them tea. Then Yu Jinglin looked at everyone and said, looking at everyone's complexion, "It seems like you've had a good time in the past few months. Tell me, how was your time in the Lost Soul Empire? What did you see?" Hearing Yu Jinglin's words, Lu Ziyu couldn't help but sigh. Then he put down his teacup and said in a deep voice, "I've seen too many things. I don't know where to start. Brother Jinglin, after arriving at the Lost Soul Empire, I realized that there really is a paradise in this world." Yu Jinglin looked at Lu Ziyu with a puzzled expression. Then he turned to Old Wu and said, "Old Wu, did you see something good? What's the strength of the Lost Soul Empire?" Old Wu smiled bitterly and said, "I don't want to ask, it's just too embarrassing. Before, Zhao Hai said that the Lost Soul Empire could easily deal with the other 5 continents. At that time, I didn't believe him, but after seeing the Lost Soul Empire, I began to believe him. If the Lost Soul Empire wants to deal with the other 5 continents, then it would be very easy." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "But now that I've seen the Lost Soul Empire, I believe him." Jade Jiaolong wasn't having a good time at the moment. He had been sitting in his courtyard for the entire day, unable to do anything. It wasn't that he didn't want to do anything, but that he didn't have the opportunity. He was under house arrest. Jade Jiaolong separated from Zhao Hai because of Ghostface's people. He attached great importance to this matter because only he and Zhao Hai knew that Ghostface had created a demon god. Therefore, he attached great importance to this matter. After separating from Zhao Hai, he returned to the Ice Jade country as fast as he could and went straight to the Imperial Palace to see his father. He told him about Ghostface's matter. However, his father didn't pay much attention to this matter. In his father's opinion, this matter was already known by the entire 5 spiritual realms, so there was no need to mention it. Moreover, his brothers began to attack him because of this matter. They said that he didn't want to go to the trial, so he took this opportunity to return. They also said that he was greedy for life, lazy, and wasn't a descendant of the Yu family. Although his imperial father favored him, he didn't show any outstanding performance over the years. As more and more people attacked him, his imperial father gradually became annoyed with him. In the end, he simply put him under house arrest, not allowing him to leave his courtyard. Jade Jiaolong knew very well that although Ghostface had caused a lot of trouble in the past, he didn't give in. On the surface, it seemed that the various countries had joined forces to drive Ghostface out of the continent and let him fend for himself on the island. However, Jade Jiaolong knew that this was just an opportunity for Ghostface to recuperate. As long as the time was right, Ghostface would immediately launch a counterattack on the continent. When that time comes, the continents would be in danger. But the problem was that no one believed him. He had told his father about this before, but because of the previous incident, his father thought that he was exaggerating and was looking for an excuse for him to return home for no reason. His father didn't believe him at all, which left Jade Jiao Dragon at his wit's end. Now, he had no other choice but to sit in his room every day. He ate and slept. If he didn't go out, if he didn't see so many interesting things, if he didn't meet Zhao Hai, and if he didn't know about Ghostface, perhaps Jade Jiaolong would be very happy. But now, it was different. He couldn't eat or sleep. His fat body had become thin and haggard. Apart from a eunuch who had been with Yu Jiaolong since he was a child, there were only 2 palace maids around him. These 2 palace maids had grown up with him and were already his concubines. He planned to build his own mansion in the future and promote these two palace maids to his concubines. But now, he couldn't do anything about it. Today, Jade Jiaolong sat in his courtyard and drank alone. However, the way he drank was somewhat special. There were 2 cups in front of him. He drank 1 cup first before finishing the other. At this time, a eunuch in his 40s came out of the room. He glanced at Jade Jiaolong, who was drinking in the courtyard, and couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Then, he walked towards the courtyard. When he was a few steps away from the courtyard, the eunuch heard Jade Jiaolong's drunken voice, "Brother Zhao, come, let's have another drink. Your alcohol tolerance has increased recently. It's rare, really rare." The eunuch sighed and went to the courtyard. He told Jade Jiaolong, "Your Highness, don't drink anymore. Alcohol is harmful to the body. Your body won't be able to take it. Don't drink anymore." Yu Jiaolong glanced at the eunuch and burst into laughter. "Great mate you, do you know that wine is really a good thing? Why didn't I realize it before? I always thought that food was the best thing, but now I know that wine is better than food. Ha ha ha, come, great mate, have a drink with me." In the palace, eunuchs who grew up with the princes were usually called great companions. This great companion Yu grew up with Jade Jiaolong, so Jade Jiaolong called him great companion. Great companion Yu looked at Jade Jiaolong and sighed, "Your Highness, you can't drink anymore. I heard that the palace is discussing about you leaving the palace to build a mansion. Because you didn't finish the trial well, you can only build a small mansion outside the royal mansion. Moreover, you won't be given any jobs. I'm afraid you'll have to rely on the salary given to you in the future. Your Highness, you should make plans as soon as possible." "Plans? What plans? Even if I leave the imperial palace, will I not be able to eat or drink anything less? I don't have to worry about food and drink. Great companion Yu, don't worry, I won't die. At most, I'll be a rich man," Jade Jiaolong said in a low voice. Hearing this, great companion Yu couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately understood what Jade Jiaolong meant. He looked around and saw that nobody was around. Then he let out a long breath and looked at Jade Jiaolong. Jade Jiaolong was still drinking 1 cup after another as if he didn't know anything. It was as if he didn't say those words. Just as great companion Yu was in a daze, the door to their courtyard was suddenly pushed open. Great companion Yu stared blankly before he turned his head to look at the door. One must know that the door to Jade Jiaolong's courtyard had not been opened for a long time. Because great companion Yu suddenly returned to the palace, Jade Jiaolong had lost the king's favor. Naturally, those forces in the palace wouldn't visit Jade Jiaolong's courtyard. In addition, Jade Jiaolong was under house arrest in the palace and couldn't go out. Therefore, great companion Yu's courtyard could be said to be the most deserted courtyard in the palace. Now that someone suddenly came to visit, great companion Yu didn't feel happy. Instead, he was shocked. This was because this person came in without notifying him. This person's intention was definitely not good. Under great companion Yu's gaze, an old eunuch in his 60s led several eunuchs and palace maids into the courtyard. Great companion Yu's heart skipped a beat when he saw this old eunuch. This was because he knew this old eunuch. He was the king's most favored eunuch, Xianxia. Xianxia was the emperor's most favored eunuch. In the palace, he naturally had unparalleled power. Even if several princes saw him, they had to salute him and call him Eunuch Xiang. Companion Yu naturally didn't dare to neglect him. He immediately stepped forward and saluted Xianxia. "Greetings, Eunuch Xiang. What brings you here today? Do you have any orders? If there's anything, just ask Eunuch Xiang to send someone to inform me. There's no need for you to come here personally." Xianxia glanced at great companion Yu and then at Jade Jiaolong, who had fallen in the courtyard. He couldn't help but shake his head and sighed, "Old Yu, I watched you grow up. So did the 8th prince. If the 8th prince didn't come back by himself, he wouldn't have fallen into this situation. Today, I'm here because His Majesty asked me to deliver the decree. Let the 8th prince receive it." Great companion Yu quickly complied. He went over and helped the drunk Jade Jiaolong up and then helped him kneel on the ground. Xianxia looked at Jade Jiaolong and sighed, "His Majesty's decree. The 8th prince, Jade Jiaolong, is now an adult. He is allowed to leave the palace and build a mansion for 20 people. Tomorrow, he will leave the palace without delay. Yudaban's body couldn't help but tremble after hearing Xianxia's decree. He didn't expect that the king would let the jade serpent leave the palace to build a mansion at this time. Moreover, it was a small mansion for 20 people. This was too shabby. One must know that in the Ice Jade country, there were rules for each prince to go out of the palace to build a mansion. You couldn't build as big as you wanted. When a prince went out of the palace to build a mansion, the largest mansion couldn't exceed 100 people, then 80 people, then 60 people, 50 people, 30 people, 20 people. A 20-person mansion was already the smallest mansion. Naturally, when a prince goes out to build a mansion, the number of people in the mansion wouldn't be the same as the regulations. However, this regulation limited the size of the mansion. Moreover, for a mansion with more than 50 people, the prince would have a job to do outside. In other words, they had real power. But for a mansion with less than 50 people, they didn't have any real power. Aside from the salary given by the palace, they didn't have any income unless they started their own business. If someone was watching you, then even if you started your own business, you wouldn't be able to do it. This was because of the Ice Jade country's regulations that it was impossible for the imperial family to do business. In the past, Jade Jiaolong was very favored by the king. Everyone thought that after he leaves the palace, he would build a mansion with at least 80 people. It might even be possible for him to build a mansion with 100 people. That way, he would have his own job. With a job, he would have more power and income. Moreover, there was a very special rule in the Ice Jade country. If you want to inherit the throne, then you must have a job. In other words, if you don't have a job when you leave the imperial family, then you wouldn't have a chance to inherit the throne. But now, Jade Jiaolong's mansion was built with 20 people, which was the smallest mansion. This meant that he wouldn't be able to inherit the throne. In other words, he had completely lost his power. In the future, he could only be an idle prince and live on his salary. Although he wouldn't starve to death, he wouldn't be rich either. Yudaban had a sad expression as he looked at the sleeping Jade Jiaolong. With tears in his eyes, he said, "Yes, your Majesty's decree." Xianxia looked at Yudaban and sighed. Then he led the eunuchs and maids away. After they left, Yudaban accompanied Jade Jiaolong into the room and placed him on the bed. The only 2 maids in the courtyard also came to serve. However, they only helped Jade Jiaolong take off his clothes before being driven out by Yudaban. Yudaban covered Jade Jiaolong with a quilt. Then he sighed and was about to leave the room. At this time, Jade Jiaolong, who seemed to be sleeping, suddenly opened his mouth and said, "The sea is wide for the fish to leap, the sky is bright for the birds to fly." Then he turned over and went back to sleep. Yudaban clearly heard Jade Jiaolong's words. He stared blankly for a moment before looking at Jade Jiaolong in surprise. Seeing that Jade Jiaolong was still sleeping soundly, Yudaban's eyes couldn't help but narrow. Then he smiled faintly and cupped his fist towards Jade Jiaolong before turning around to leave. Naturally, Yudaban knew what Jade Jiaolong meant, so he was relieved. Speaking of which, Yudaban was the most loyal to Jade Jiao Dragon. This was because the eunuchs in the imperial palace were equivalent to the servants of the imperial family. However, these servants were also assigned. Yudaban was assigned to Jade Jiao Dragon's side and grew up with him. Naturally, he became one of Jade Jiao Dragon's people. When Jade Jiao Dragon soared, his status would also rise along with it. If Jade Jiao Dragon lost his power, then he would have no hope. Moreover, a eunuch like Yudaban couldn't change his master. This was because he watched Jade Jiao Dragon grow up. The other princes also had their own eunuchs. Naturally, they wouldn't want him. Therefore, Yudaban was very loyal to Jade Jiao Dragon. The 2 maids in Jade Jiao Dragon's courtyard were also very loyal to Jade Jiao Dragon. Their situation was similar to Yudaban's. They were now Jade Jiao Dragon's people. If Jade Jiao Dragon was good, then they would be good. If Jade Jiao Dragon wasn't good, then they wouldn't have a good life. Therefore, they were people that Yudaban could rest assured about. Because of this, Jade Jiao Dragon said those words to Yudaban. Yudaban also listened to Jade Jiao Dragon and believed it. Therefore, after he left Jade Jiao Dragon's room, he had the 2 maids pack up their things. They would leave the imperial palace tomorrow. In fact, the prince's mansions outside the imperial palace were built by the imperial palace. The princes didn't have to build them themselves. Sometimes, they didn't even need to build them. Instead, they just gave some good mansions to the princes as their living quarters. The princes only needed to take their things and move into their mansions. However, because of the rules of the imperial palace, the number of permanent residents in the imperial palace couldn't exceed the number of people that the imperial palace gave them. Of course, if the princes managed their mansions well, then they could take in more people. However, those people couldn't live in the imperial palace. In other words, for a 20-person imperial palace like Jade Jiao Dragon's, the number of permanent residents in his imperial palace couldn't exceed 20. Even if he took in more people, those people could only live in other places and not in the imperial palace. For example, there are some princes who need to use a lot of people. Therefore, the people left in their palaces, except for some servants, are generally stewards. They are in charge of management and have a lot of influence. Jade Jiaolong, on the other hand, was not in a good situation. He had lost his power, and he had built the smallest mansion. Naturally, no one paid attention to him. Therefore, when he left the palace the next day, other than 2 eunuchs who led him to his mansion, no one else paid him any attention. On the other hand, Yu Jiaolong's mansion was very small. It was made of ice and looked a bit shabby. One must know that other mansions were generally made of wood. Even if they weren't entirely made of wood, the main house would still be made of wood. Unfortunately, Yu Jiaolong's mansion wasn't made of wood, it was entirely made of ice. Although the people of the Ice Jade country were used to living in ice houses were still cold. People with status would want to live in wooden houses. Not only would it be more comfortable, but it would also show their status. Even if they couldn't live in ice houses, they would still need to lay wooden boards to block the cold. However, Jade Jiaolong's imperial palace didn't have any of these. It was made of ice. Although there were a lot of animal skins inside, it wasn't very comfortable. However, Jade Jiaolong was still very happy. After leading Yu Dayton and the 2 maids into the house, he immediately had the 2 maids close the door. Then he let out a long sigh of relief. Then he led the 3 of them to look around the mansion. This imperial palace wasn't very big. It only had a courtyard with 3 entrances. It was very spacious for 20 people to live in. However, an imperial palace with only 3 entrances was too small. Yu Jiaolong didn't care about this. After looking around the courtyard and making sure that no one was hiding in it, he let out a sigh of relief. Then he called Yu Dayton and the 2 maids to the living room. After sitting down, he looked at Yu Dayton and the 2 maids and said, "For me, leaving the mansion this time isn't necessarily a bad thing. To be honest, I'm not going to stay here for a long time. I'm going to leave the Ice Jade country and look for my friend Zhao Hai. Would you like to follow me?" Yu Dayton and the 2 maids nodded and said, "I'm going to leave the mansion this time. To be honest, I'm not going to stay here for long." When Jade Flood Dragon said this, Yu Dabin and the others stared. Yu Dabin quickly said, "Your Highness, why do you want to find Zhao Hai? Now that you're in the Ice Jade country and under the watch of Her Majesty, the other highnesses won't dare to do anything to you. But if you leave the country, the other highnesses will be able to do something to you. Your Highness will be in danger. Please reconsider." Jade Jiaolong waved his hand and said, "Dayton, I went out and came back. Did you really think that I couldn't bear the hardships outside and came back in advance?" When Yu Dabin heard Jade Jiaolong, he couldn't help but stare. Then he shook his head. He watched Jade Jiaolong grow up. Naturally, he knew that Jade Jiaolong wasn't that kind of person. Jade Jiaolong had been patient all these years, how could he just go out and come back in advance? Yu Dabin knew that Jade Jiaolong didn't want to stay in the imperial palace. Yu Dabin thought that Jade Jiaolong wouldn't come back this time. Because of this, he was surprised that Jade Jiaolong came back early. Now that Jade Jiaolong asked, Yu Dabin shook his head in disbelief. This time, Ghostface was indeed exposed. However, they also managed to rescue a demon god. It said that this demon god was in the upper realm and fought with the spirit realm for the rule of the spirit realm. However, this demon god didn't attract people's attention. "I came back to tell Imperial Father about this matter, but I didn't expect that Imperial Father didn't believe me. He thought that I couldn't bear the hardships and ran back. Along with the attacks from my brothers, I lost Imperial Father's favor. This is also good. Imperial Father has always been good to me, this was the only reason I wanted to come back. But now that this reason is gone, I naturally want to leave. If I don't leave the Ice Jade continent, I'll never know how big the world is. I like to go out, so I want to look for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai nodded and said, but I didn't expect that Imperial Father wouldn't believe me. He thought that I couldn't bear the hardships and ran back. Along with the attacks from my brothers, I lost Imperial Father's favor. This is also good. Imperial Father has always been good to me, this was the only reason I wanted to come back. But now that this reason is gone, I naturally want to leave. If I don't leave the Ice Jade continent, I'll never know how big the world is. I like to go out, so I want to look for Zhao Hai. Yu Daban looked at the Jade Flood Dragon and said, but Your Highness, you've been separated from Zhao Hai for a long time. How can you find him? Do you know where he went? The Jade Flood Dragon shook its head and said, of course I don't know where he went. But I believe that there's a place where we can find him, the Ruijing continent. As long as we go to the Ruijing continent, we'll definitely find information about Zhao Hai. I've been back for a long time and Zhao Hai has been saying that he's going to the miscellaneous spirit continent. He wants to travel through the 5 spirit realms and finally go to the miscellaneous spirit continent. And if we want to go to the miscellaneous spirit continent, we'll have to go to the Ruijing continent and then go to the miscellaneous spirit continent. As soon as Yu Daban heard the Jade Flood Dragon, he became anxious and quickly said, Your Highness, we can't. We have an irreconcilable enmity with the people of the miscellaneous spirit continent. How can we go to the miscellaneous spirit continent? If we go to the miscellaneous spirit continent, I'm afraid we'll be killed by the people there. Your Highness, you mustn't go to the miscellaneous spirit continent. The Jade Flood Dragon looked at Yu Daban and thought for a moment before nodding, all right, then I won't go to the miscellaneous spirit continent. But I still want to leave the Ice Jade country. There's no point in staying in this mansion. Are you willing to leave with me? Hearing this, Yu Daban knew that the Jade Flood Dragon still wanted to go to the miscellaneous spirit continent. But since the Jade Flood Dragon said that he wouldn't go, Yu Daban couldn't say anything. He was prepared to persuade the Jade Flood Dragon later. Therefore, Yu Daban quickly said, this old servant is willing, this old servant is willing. The Jade Flood Dragon then turned his eyes to the 2 maids. The 2 maids simultaneously bowed to the Jade Flood Dragon and said, we are willing to follow Your Highness. The Jade Flood Dragon nodded. Then he turned his head to the courtyard and said, we just came out of the palace, there are still countless eyes on us. They won't let us leave. Therefore, we need to behave for a while and then find a way to leave. Yu Daban, make the arrangements. We still need to prepare the food and necessities in the mansion. No matter what, we need to stay here for a while. Yu Daban nodded. Then he left a maid to take care of the Jade Flood Dragon while he left with the other maid. The Jade Flood Dragon stood up and walked to the courtyard. He looked at the sky above his head and let out a long breath before muttering, let's wait for a few more days. Just like the Jade Flood Dragon said, he just came out of the Imperial Palace and was being watched by countless people. Although he had lost his power, there were still cases where a prince who suddenly did something that caught the king's eye and then regained his power. Because of this, the Jade Flood Dragon's brothers were keeping a close eye on his mansion. They absolutely wouldn't give him a chance to rise again. But no matter what, the Jade Flood Dragon was still a prince. There were still some merchants who wanted to get close to him. Even if he had lost his power, he was still a prince. As long as they had a good relationship with him, they would be able to do business in the future. Having a prince in front of them was better than nothing. Moreover, in the eyes of the merchants, the Jade Jiao Dragon's loss of power was a good opportunity for them. Normally, it was impossible for these merchants to have a relationship with the princes. Therefore, many merchants came to the Jade Jiao Dragon's door to ask for an audience. The Jade Jiao Dragon kindly received these people and also received a lot of gifts. His behavior made the other princes feel relieved. In the eyes of the other princes, the Jade Jiao Dragon had begun to focus on wealth. Naturally, there was nothing to worry about. Moreover, the other princes also investigated the merchants and found that they didn't have any great background. They just made some money and wanted to seek shelter. Because of this, the princes felt relieved and stopped investigating them. The reason why the Jade Flood Dragon received these merchants and received their gifts was because he wanted the princes to feel relieved about him. They thought that he wouldn't have any ambitions. This way, it would be more convenient for him to do things. A month after the Jade Flood Dragon left the imperial palace, another merchant came to see him. The Jade Flood Dragon was very polite to these merchants. Under the guidance of a servant, the merchant entered the Jade Flood Dragon's room. After entering, the merchant immediately gave the Jade Flood Dragon a salute and said, "This humble one, Lei Jun, greets your highness." Yu Jialong looked at Lei Jun. Lei Jun was young and looked very ordinary. He couldn't see anything special about him. Therefore, Yu Jialong nodded and said, "Lei Jun, why did you come to see this prince?" Lei Jun nodded. Lei Jun looked at the Jade Jiao Dragon and said in a deep voice, "This lowly one owns a green jade warehouse in Ice Jade City. Today, this lowly one has come to visit your highness. I just want to see your highness and kowtow to your highness." Lei Jun's words were appropriate. The Jade Flood Dragon was very happy. He smiled faintly and said, "All right, get up and talk." Lei Jun nodded and got up. However, he still stood there respectfully. The Jade Flood Dragon looked at Lei Jun and smiled. "You came to see this prince? Just to give me a salute? Ha ha ha, that's interesting. Alright, you're here and this prince has seen you. If you don't tell me why, then you don't need to say anything. You can go back." When Lei Jun heard this, he quickly said, "Your highness is really smart. What I want to say is very important. Your highness, please report it to your servants." "How dare you?" Before the Jade Flood Dragon could speak, Yu Dabin, who had been standing next to the Jade Flood Dragon, suddenly said, "You're just a small merchant. What confidential matter do you have to discuss with his highness? He's really rude. Men, beat him out of here." If the Jade Flood Dragon wanted to act like he was living in Ice Jade City, he couldn't just have Yu Dabin and the others. Therefore, he had 20 people in his residence, including servants and maids. Hearing Lei Jun's words, Yu Jialong's face didn't look good. He looked at Lei Jun with a gloomy face and didn't say anything. Seeing that the servants were about to attack, Lei Jun hurriedly said, "Your highness, this lowly one has something to tell you." While saying that, he caressed a jade pendant on his body, intentionally or unintentionally. The Jade Flood Dragon didn't notice the jade pendant at first, but when Lei Jun touched it, it couldn't help but look at it. It was a Kuan whale jade pendant with a Kuan whale carved on it. The Kuan whale was a sea beast, so it wasn't strange for someone to use it as a jade pendant. However, the Kuan whale jade pendant's shape was very strange. The Jade Flood Dragon recognized it at a glance. It was the Kuan whale staff that Zhao Hai obtained from Captain Long, there's no mistake about it. The appearance of the Kuan whale staff was different from an ordinary Kuan whale jade pendant. After traveling with Zhao Hai for a long time, Jade Flood Dragon was very familiar with the Kuan whale staff. Therefore, when he saw the jade pendant, he immediately thought of Zhao Hai. Coupled with Lei Jun's special behavior, Jade Flood Dragon immediately realized that something was wrong. He immediately turned to the servants who were pulling Lei Jun away and said, "Stop." The servants stopped and looked at Jade Flood Dragon. Jade Flood Dragon curiously looked at Lei Jun. He smiled faintly and said, "This guy is interesting. He's the first one who dares to talk to me like this in a long time. I want to hear what he has to say to me. You can all leave." The servants nodded before they turned around and left. However, Yu Dabin didn't leave, he just stood by Jade Flood Dragon's side. Jade Flood Dragon looked at Lei Jun and said, "Tell me, why are you looking for me?" Lei Jun glanced at Yu Dabin. Jade Flood Dragon waved his hand and said, "Yu Dabin is someone I can trust. If you have something to say, just say it." Lei Jun nodded. He glanced at Jade Flood Dragon and said in a low voice, "Someone asked me to bring a message to your highness. Fatty, it seems that you're not doing well. Come and find me quickly. Let's eat and drink together." "That's it." Hearing Lei Jun, Jade Flood Dragon's eyes lit up as he asked, "Where is he now?" Lei Jun replied, "He's in the miscellaneous spirit continent." Moreover, he has a very high status there. The people of the continent treat him as an honored guest. Jade Flood Dragon nodded, then he said, I'll go and find him. But not now. I'll have to wait for a while before I can. Lei Jun smiled and took out a portable transmission formation. He held it with both hands and said, Your Highness, this is what that person asked me to give you. This is a portable transmission formation. After activating this transmission formation, you can directly teleport from here to the miscellaneous spirit continent. This portable transmission formation can only be used by 6 people at most. The coordinates on it have already been set. Jade Flood Dragon was stunned. Then it suddenly stood up and walked towards Lei Jun. After receiving the teleportation formation, it looked at it and nodded before putting it away. Then it turned to Lei Jun and asked, What's your relationship with him? Lei Jun smiled and said, He is my boss. We are working for him. The Jade Flood Dragon was stunned for a moment. That's not right. I heard that he only has one staff shop. Didn't you just say that you are a warehouse? Lei Jun looked at the Jade Flood Dragon and said, Originally, there was only one magic staff shop. But now, it's big. Moreover, we also manage a lot of other things. We have branches in many places. Later on, he told us to pay attention to Your Highness. When Your Highness leaves the Imperial Palace, we'll come and beat you. Hearing Lei Jun, the Jade Flood Dragon couldn't help but ask, What ability does he have? He's been gone for so long. Why are you still so loyal to him? Lei Jun smiled and said, Your Highness doesn't need to ask about this. In short, we owe him a great favor. We won't betray him. When you see him, he will naturally tell you. Jade Serpent nodded and said in a deep voice, You can leave now. I understand. Also, I won't be leaving anytime soon. I'll wait for a month or so before I leave. Otherwise, people will suspect you. Lei Jun nodded, then he bowed to the Jade Flood Dragon and said, Your Highness, then I'll take my leave. Then he bowed to Lei Jun before turning around and leaving. After Lei Jun left, Yudaban opened his mouth and said, Your Highness, who is this person talking about? Is it Zhao Hai? Are you sure he was sent by Zhao Hai? The Jade Flood Dragon nodded. Then he smiled faintly and said, In this world, besides Zhao Hai, I'm afraid no one would talk to me like Zhao Hai did. Hee, don't you find it strange? Yudaban nodded and said, I didn't expect him to call Your Highness fatty. This way too is too rude. The Jade Flood Dragon waved his hand and said, It's nothing. It would be strange if he didn't call me that. Alright, let's not talk about this. Yudaban, get ready. We'll leave in a month. Inform Yu and Inger to get ready. Yudaban looked at the Jade Flood Dragon and knew that it was useless to persuade him. Therefore, he just nodded and went to prepare. In fact, Yudaban also wanted to leave this place. This was because there was no point in staying here. He can see that the Jade Flood Dragon's brothers wouldn't let him be favored. He can only be an idle prince for the rest of his life. Most importantly, it would be difficult for him to be an idle prince in the future. This was because the Ice Jade country's old king was still alive. The Jade Flood Dragon's brothers wouldn't dare to do anything to him. Once the old king was gone, the Jade Flood Dragon's brothers wouldn't let him go. Even if they don't kill him, they would at least imprison him in the mansion. Of course, old Yu didn't want to live such a life. He had spent most of his life in the Imperial Palace. Now that he had the opportunity to go out, he was happy to do so. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, 1 month had passed. During this period, Yu Jiaolong and his subordinates didn't show any abnormality. Because Yu Jiaolong was very clear that there were spies among the servants in his mansion. His every move might be under the surveillance of those spies. This morning, after breakfast, Yu Jiaolong called Yu and Inger to his room. He also called Yu Dayton in before closing the door. The people in the mansion were already used to this. They knew that Yu Jiaolong must have given them some orders. Therefore, they didn't pay much attention to it and just did what they were supposed to do. However, as time passed, they didn't come out. At this time, a guest came and asked to see the Jade Flood Dragon. The servant went to the Jade Flood Dragon's room to report but didn't receive any response. Finally, the servant mustered up his courage and pushed the door. However, he found that the door was locked. He shouted outside but there was no response. The servant was now scared. He immediately notified the stewards of the mansion. When the stewards came, nobody responded. In the end, the steward became anxious and opened the door with a spell. Only after opening the door did they discover that the jade flood dragon and the others weren't in the room. But if they weren't in their rooms, where would they go? The servants in the mansion immediately understood and began to look for them everywhere. However, they couldn't find them. Soon, the news reached the other brothers of the jade flood dragon. They immediately sent people to search the entire Ice Jade City, but they still couldn't find them. Finally, they searched the entire Ice Jade country, but they still couldn't find them. Finally, the news reached the king. The king also sent people to look for them but still couldn't find them. At this time, people guessed that the jade flood dragon and the others must have run away. The king finally gave up and didn't send people to look for them. However, the brothers of the jade flood dragon still sent people to look for them. The brothers of the jade flood dragon also sent people to investigate the merchants. But in the end, they couldn't find anything. In the end, they had to give up. At this time, the jade flood dragon had already arrived at the villa outside the sea spirit city of the mixed spirit continent. At this time, the villa belonged to Xiao Hai. Not long after Xiao Hai returned from the Lost Soul Empire, he received news from the jade flood dragon. Then he had the Thunder Army contact the jade flood dragon and deliver the news to the jade flood dragon. The Thunder Army also brought back news about the jade flood dragon. Xiao Hai has been waiting for the jade flood dragon in the villa. Today, the 2 seasons of mountain beans in the mixed spirit continent were harvested. There wasn't enough time to plant one more season. Therefore, the people planted some ordinary vegetables and prepared to eat them in the winter. Xiao Hai didn't have anything to do at this time. After Old Wu and the others returned to the mixed spirit continent, they immediately went to see the patriarchs of the 7 great families. They wanted to discuss the matter of the Lost Soul Empire with them. But after a long time, there was still no news. Xiao Hai wasn't in a hurry. Every day, he taught the apprentices in the villa. His life was very relaxed. One day, just as Xiao Hai was teaching the apprentices, a white light suddenly flashed in the courtyard. Then Xiao Hai sensed the jade flood dragon's aura. Xiao Hai's face lit up as he turned to the apprentices and said, "There's no class today. Everyone can go do their own thing. I have some things to take care of. Go." The apprentices nodded, then they turned around and left. Meanwhile, Xiao Hai quickly walked towards the courtyard. At this time, Jade Flood Dragon and the others were looking at the courtyard. For them, the courtyard was very simple. This was because it was made of stone, there was nothing to look at. At this time, the courtyard's door was pushed open. Xiao Hai walked in and saw Fatty and the others. He couldn't help but stare before he laughed and said, "Ha ha ha. Fatty, you actually became thinner. When I heard the news, I didn't believe it. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect you to lose so much weight. It seems like you're not used to it." Although Jade Flood Dragon was a bit fatter than when he left the palace, he was a lot thinner compared to the time when he separated from Xiao Hai. His face still looked a bit handsome. However, Xiao Hai could still see from his face that this was Jade Flood Dragon. Because of this, Xiao Hai couldn't help but laugh. When the Jade Flood Dragon saw Xiao Hai and heard his laughter, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Old Xiao, you're making fun of me as soon as we meet. I haven't eaten or slept well in the past few days. You have to treat me well." Xiao Hai nodded and said, "Good, good." Xiao Hai smiled and said, "All right, let's go. Come with me, I'll arrange a place for you to stay." Then he led Jade Flood Dragon and the others out of the courtyard. Xiao Hai had already informed Yu Jinglin about Jade Flood Dragon and the others. Naturally, Yu Jinglin wouldn't object. Xiao Hai had helped the mixed spirit continent a lot, so it wasn't a big deal for him to bring a few people over. Moreover, after learning about the Lost Soul Empire, Yu Jinglin didn't think that the other continents were a threat to them. Because of this, Yu Jinglin had no reason to disagree. After arranging a place for the Jade Flood Dragon to live, Xiao Hai led the dragon out of the courtyard. It was now late autumn in the mixed spirit continent. The surroundings were yellow and withered, there wasn't much scenery to see. However, the Jade Flood Dragon was very happy to see this. He pushed the field and said, "This is the mixed spirit continent? Didn't you say that there's very little land for farming? That many people don't have enough to eat and some even starve to death? I see that there's a lot of fields here." Zhao Hai gave the Jade Flood Dragon an angry look and said with disdain, "Fatty, you're worthy of being a prince. You really don't know the hardships of the world. You only see that there's a lot of fields here, but you don't see how many people there are in the mixed spirit continent. In the past, the people in the mixed spirit continent really didn't have enough to eat. Every year, there would be people dying of hunger. This is because compared to the population of the mixed spirit continent, there really isn't a lot of land for farming." The Jade Flood Dragon looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Our Arctic continent has even less land for farming. But didn't people starve to death?" Zhao Hai looked at the Jade Flood Dragon and said, "It's easy for you to say that. How can the Arctic continent be compared to this place? To put it bluntly, the ice ocean continent was built on water, and there were countless fishes that could be caught. However, what did the mixed spirit continent have? The land is barren and the fishing industry isn't developed. Everything is poor. In this case, it's natural that they don't have enough food to eat." The Jade Flood Dragon didn't care about what Zhao Hai said. He turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Hey, how come you have such a big manner now? Are you swindling people again?" Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "Why would I need to swindle you? Look at who I am. I'm loved by everyone. I'm much more likable than a fatty like you. Even your own family doesn't like you. I heard that your prince's mansion only has 20 people. Fatty, didn't you boast to me that your imperial father likes you a lot? How did he end up like this?" Jade Flood Dragon coldly snorted and said, "This prince is dedicated to the public and doesn't try to please others. Naturally, I won't make them happy. What's wrong with that? I'm no longer a prince, so I'll be relying on you to support me. Get away from me. You're not my wife. Why should I raise you? Wouldn't I be looking for trouble if I fed you fat?" Zhao Hai scolded. Yu Dabin, and Inger stared blankly at the two. They had never seen the Jade Flood Dragon talk to anyone like this. Moreover, they had never seen anyone talk to the Jade Flood Dragon like this before. The two seemed to be bickering with each other, but Yu Dabin could hear the deep friendship between the two. The reason why they talked to each other like this was because they knew that the other party wouldn't get angry even if he talked to them like this. This was their friendship. Yu Dabin didn't say anything. At this time, Yu Dabin understood why the Jade Flood Dragon trusted Zhao Hai so much. It was because Zhao Hai didn't regard him as one of the five, but as a friend, a good friend. Yu Dabin looked at the two bickering and couldn't help but smile. At this time, several people came over from afar. They were carrying bundles of firewood on their backs. Before long, these people were chatting and laughing as they arrived in front of Yu Dabin. When these people saw Yu Dabin and the others, their expressions couldn't help but change. This made Yu Dabin nervous. He knew that the people of the mixed spirit continent didn't have a good impression of him. If they don't handle things well, they might even have a conflict. "Jiao Lu, where did you go?" Zhao Hai didn't seem to notice Yu Dabin's expression. Instead, he spoke first. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, one of the people who were collecting firewood quickly saluted Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, we went to chop firewood. Did we disturb you?" Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Don't disturb me. Go and take the firewood home. These are my friends. They'll be living in the manor from now on. Go and tell the others that I'm leaving." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Jiao Lu's gaze towards the Jade Flood Dragon changed. He smiled and said, "So you're Mr. Zhao Hai's friends. Welcome, welcome. If you have any problems in the future, don't hesitate to look for me. I'll help you if I can. Mister, we'll be heading back first." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Go." "Right, I haven't seen you go out hunting in the past few days. When are you going out to hunt? Let me know, I want to hunt some game as well." "What are you talking about, mister? If you want to eat game, just let us know. We'll bring it to you, you don't need to do it yourself. Mister can rest assured, I'll send some game to your home tomorrow." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Alright, there's no need to send it to my home. I don't lack food. If you go hunting tomorrow, I'll go with you. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Jiao Lu immediately understood what Zhao Hai wanted to do. Because of this, Jiao Lu immediately said, "Alright, if you go hunting tomorrow, I'll let Mr. know. We'll go together." Then he bowed to Zhao Hai before he turned around and left with the others. Zhao Hai looked at Jiao Lu and smiled. He didn't say anything as he watched them leave. After Jiao Lu and the others left, Jade Flood Dragon turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Old Zhao, I didn't expect you to be respected here. What happened? Did you treat their illness?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, they're in good health. I didn't need to treat them. I just did them a favor." Jade Flood Dragon looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Don't lie to me. If you just did them a favor, why would they be so grateful to you? Tell me, what happened?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I helped them improve a plant that can produce 6,000 gene per mu. Moreover, it was a success. Now, the people of the mixed spirit continent don't have to worry about food anymore. They don't have to starve to death. Don't you think that I've done them a favor?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Alright, 6,000 gene per mu? Are you kidding me? What did you do? How can the yield be so high?" Jade Flood Dragon looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. Although he was a prince, he didn't know much about farming. However, 6,000 gene per mu was too frightening. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's true. Let's go back and eat something. Today, we'll be eating mountain beans. Although the taste is ordinary, the yield is high. It can fill people's stomachs. That's enough. Let's go." Then he led Jade Flood Dragon and the others back to the villa. There were still some people in the villa. At the same time, the apprentices were also living in the villa. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't need to worry about food. Moreover, Yu Jinglin was very good to Zhao Hai. No matter what good things he had, he would send them to Zhao Hai first. Because of this, Zhao Hai's villa could be said to have the best food in Sea Spirit City. Zhao Hai would usually eat with the apprentices. But now that Jade Flood Dragon and the others were here, he naturally had to accompany them. Today, the food they ate was very simple. It was nothing more than mountain beans, fish, and shrimp. There wasn't even any meat. However, the Jade Jiao Dragon had also adapted to this kind of food. Fish was a staple food for the people of the Arctic continent, so they were already used to it. As for the mountain beans, it was their first time eating them, but they ate a lot of them. Yu Dabin, Ing and the others also ate a lot. After eating, Zhao Hai led them out for a stroll. After looking at the scenery around the villa, they returned to the villa. In the evening, Zhao Hai took out some wine and had a few drinks with Jade Flood Dragon. Then he arranged for them to sleep. Jade Flood Dragon and the others slept well today. In the past, they didn't sleep well inside or outside the imperial palace. They were always afraid that someone would come and harm them. But now, they didn't have to worry about anything. Therefore, they were able to sleep well. The next morning, Jade Flood Dragon and the others woke up early. When they went outside, they saw that Zhao Hai had already woken up and was stretching his body. Upon seeing them, Zhao Hai smiled and said, "You're up. Although there are a lot of people in the villa, they all have things to do. Therefore, you'll have to rely on yourselves to wash your face and rinse your mouth. Someone has already prepared water for you, you can go and get it." Jade Flood Dragon waved his hand and said, "That's enough. We'll do it ourselves when we're outside." "Right, why did you wake up so early?" Zhao smiled. "Every day, I have to teach some children how to treat and improve plants. This class usually takes the whole morning. If you have nothing to do, you can walk around. When we have time in the afternoon, we can go out and play." Jade Flood Dragon smiled and said, "What fun can there be here? You can do your own thing. Don't worry about us. We'll go have breakfast and see how you teach. You're not deceiving us, right?" Zhao Hai laughed and said, "You'll know when the time comes. Go and wash your face and rinse your mouth. Otherwise, you won't have breakfast." Hearing Zhao Hai, Jade Flood Dragon nodded and then went to wash his face and rinse his mouth. At this time, Yu Dabin came over with a wooden basin in his hand. When he saw Jade Flood Dragon, he immediately said, "Your Highness, you're up. Come and wash your face and rinse your mouth." Jade Flood Dragon smiled and said, Dabin, we've already left the palace and the Ice Jade country. There's no need to call me your highness in the future. I'll do it myself. Dabin smiled and said, It's all right, your highness. This old servant is already used to this. Let me do it. Jade Flood Dragon smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. Then he took the basin and went to wash his face and rinse his mouth. However, Dabin didn't follow. Instead, he stood there and gave Xiao Hai a salute and said, Young Master Xiao Hai, His Highness always mentions you. Thank you for taking us out. Xiao Hai smiled and said, Fatty is my friend. If I can help, then I'll naturally help. You don't need to thank me. Life in the miscellaneous spirit continent is hard. You might not be used to it, but you should try to get used to it in the future. Also, I think that your spells will be of great help to the people of the continent. If there's a chance in the future, I hope that you can teach them. Dabin quickly replied, Of course. If young Master Xiao Hai needs anything, please don't hesitate to ask. Breakfast was very simple, it was nothing more than mountain bean porridge and pickled vegetables. While eating the porridge, Xiao Hai turned to Jade Flood Dragon and said, Fatty, think about it. You're no longer a prince, you're just an ordinary person. Moreover, you're in a place like the mixed spirit continent. In the future, you can only eat mountain beans. I'm afraid that you won't be able to get fat in the future. Moreover, I'll be arranging work for you in the future, so you can't be lazy. Jade Flood Dragon nodded and said, You're not a prince anymore. Jade Jiao Dragon didn't take it seriously and said, What's so good about being a prince? I'm afraid of being schemed against every day. It's better to live a happy life like this. As for what to eat, this place isn't far from the sea. Do you think I'll starve? In the future, you'd better find a place by the sea and set up a fish farm. Although the yield of the mountain beans is high, if you eat it often, you will lose weight. The people of the mixed spirit continent mainly practice martial arts, so it's not enough to just eat the mountain beans. You can set up a fish farm and improve their lives. Also, if you have the opportunity in the future, you should teach the people of the mixed spirit continent the water element technique. After learning the water element technique, it will be more convenient for them to plant and water things. As long as you do these two things well, there will certainly be a place for you in the mixed spirit continent. You'll have a place in the mixed spirit continent. Don't worry, I've already made up my mind before coming here. I'm not afraid to tell you that I've collected some books on this subject when I knew that you were in the mixed spirit continent. Ha ha ha. How about it? Not bad, right? Good, Fatty. I didn't misjudge you. Speaking of which, if I didn't persuade you, you wouldn't have gone back. You must have had a hard time in the past 2 years. It's my fault, it's my fault. Alright, don't bring trouble to yourself. What's there to blame? If I didn't want to go back, would your persuasion work? Even if I didn't go back, wouldn't my family know about it? I still want to go back. It's not your fault. Isn't it better now? I can finally put down the things at home. Xiao Hai nodded and said, After breakfast, I'll give a lesson to the apprentices. You can listen and see what I say. In the future, you'll have to give lessons to others. I have nothing to do in the afternoon, so we'll go to the seaside and choose a place for you to build a fish farm. Fatty nodded and said, Alright, I'll listen to you. Hurry up and eat. I want to see what your lecture is like. After the group finished their breakfast, the apprentices also arrived. Xiao Hai began to lecture the apprentices. Xiao Hai didn't make any special preparations just because Fatty was present. Instead, he taught in an orderly manner, neither too fast nor too strange. Moreover, the lectures were combined with practical examples. Because of this, the class went very quickly. This was Fatty's first time listening to Xiao Hai's lecture. When he saw Xiao Hai's appearance, Fatty couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't think that Xiao Hai would have such a deep understanding of plants. When Xiao Hai finished his lecture, it was already noon. They casually took a bite to eat before riding the donkey cart towards Sea Spirit City. Xiao Hai was preparing to take Fatty to see Yu Jinglin. When the group arrived at Sea Spirit City, it was already dark. Sea Spirit City's gates were about to close, but when they saw that it was Xiao Hai, they immediately invited Xiao Hai to enter. The city. Their appearance was very respectful. Looking at the appearance of these soldiers, Fatty believed Zhao Hai's words. He believed that Zhao Hai must have helped Sea Spirit City a lot. Otherwise, these soldiers wouldn't be so polite to Zhao Hai. After entering Sea Spirit City, the group quickly arrived at the Yu Mansion. At this point, Yu Quan no longer needed to follow Zhao Hai around the manor. In any case, Yu Jinglin had already given the manor to Zhao Hai, so there was nothing for him to do. Now that the people of the Mixed Spirit Continent respected Zhao Hai, Yu Quan naturally didn't need to look after him. Because of this, when Zhao Hai's group arrived at the Yu Mansion, Yu Quan received the news and immediately ran out to greet Zhao Hai. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, Yu Quan immediately cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, why did you come to the city? What's the matter? Are these the friends you mentioned?" Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards Yu Quan and said, "Steward Yu, these are the friends I mentioned. They arrived yesterday. Today, after I finished teaching the children, I came to the city. I have some matters to discuss with the city lord." Although Yu Quan was Zhao Hai's slave, the outside world didn't know about their relationship. Therefore, in front of outsiders, the two acted as if they were ordinary friends. They didn't do anything excessive. When Yu Quan heard Zhao Hai, he quickly said, "All right, mister, please come with me. The city lord is at home today." Then he led Zhao Hai and the others into the courtyard. At this time, Yu Jinglin also came out. When he saw Zhao Hai, he laughed and greeted him. Then he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, how did you find the time to come to the city? What's the matter?" Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards Yu Jinglin and said, "I've seen the city lord. I really have something to do today. This is my friend, Jade Flood Dragon, this is Yu Dabin, and these two are my friends' wives. I came to the city lord today because of my friend." Yu Jinglin looked at Jade Flood Dragon and the others. Then he cupped his fist towards Jade Flood Dragon and said, "Mister's friend is also this Yu Jinglin's friend. Let's go inside and talk." Yu Jinglin also guessed Jade Flood Dragon's identity, especially when he heard Yu Dabin's name. Although the Mixed Spirit Continent didn't have a country, they were still in contact with the people of the Ruijing continent. Naturally, they knew about the countries of the other 5 continents. They also knew that Yu Dabin was a eunuch. Therefore, Jade Flood Dragon must be a member of the imperial family. However, this didn't affect Yu Jinglin. In the 5 spirit realms, besides the Mixed Spirit Continent, each of the other 5 continents had more than one country. Each country had a lot of imperial clans. Because of this, imperial clans weren't rare creatures. Moreover, the Mixed Spirit Continent and the other 5 continents had always been hostile. The imperial clans of the other continents weren't worth much in the Mixed Spirit Continent. Because of this, Yu Jinglin didn't care about Jade Flood Dragon's status. For him, Jade Flood Dragon's status wasn't as good as his friend's status. After Zhao Hai and the others entered the room with Yu Jinglin, they sat down as the host and guest. Then someone brought them tea. Yu Jinglin took a sip of the tea before he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, you said you have something to tell me." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Actually, I have 2 things to discuss today. First, there are a lot of people in the Mixed Spirit Continent who are related to water and ice. I want to ask the city lord to find these people and have the Jade Flood Dragon teach them some water magic. If they can cultivate it, then that would be the best. Later on, if the weather is dry, then they can use water magic to irrigate the land. If it rains too much, then they can also use it in battle. What do you think?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Actually, I have 2 things to discuss today. First, there are a lot of people in the Mixed Spirit Continent." When Yu Jinglin heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but light up as he said, "Good, that's a good idea. Mister is really thoughtful. This is indeed a good idea. Let's do as Mister says. I'll take care of this matter." "What about the second thing?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "The second thing is very simple. Although my friend's identity isn't ordinary, he's still a person from the Arctic continent. He's very knowledgeable about fish farming. Therefore, he wants to choose a fish farm on the coast and raise some fish. If he can do it well in the future, then he can have other people follow him and provide us with a large number of fish. What do you think, City Lord?" When Yu Jinglin heard Zhao Hai, he didn't think about it and immediately agreed. Right, we've thought about raising fish before, but we didn't succeed. First, it was because of the slave ships. Second, our skills weren't good enough. The fish we raised either ran away or died, resulting in a poor harvest. Now that we have someone to guide us, it's naturally the best. But what do you need us to do? When Yu Jinglin heard Zhao Hai, he didn't even think about it before he immediately agreed. Zhao Hai smiled and said, we really need the city lord's help. We also need to choose a fish farm to raise fish. So tomorrow, we'll go around the city and see if we can find a suitable fish farm. When Yu Jinglin heard Zhao Hai, he shook his head and said, I'm afraid that's not a good idea. We can build fish farms, but we can't build them around the city. Those slave ships would attack every once in a while. Even if we have fish farms, they would be destroyed by them. I think we should find a place a bit further away from the city. Right, Shelter Bay has a few good places. The city lord's residence isn't too far away, but it's also not too close. Although it can shelter from the wind, there are also reefs underneath. Because of this, ships wouldn't go near it. I think it's a good place to raise fish. I think it's a good place to raise fish. Zhao Hai nodded and said, then we'll go to Shelter Bay tomorrow. If it's really suitable for raising fish, then that would be great. If not, then we'll find another place. Yu Jinglin nodded. The Jade Flood Dragon looked at Yu Jinglin curiously and said, City Lord, does Sea Spirit City always get attacked by slave ships? Yu Jinglin looked at the Jade Flood Dragon, then he nodded and said, yes, it always happens. Generally, it happens once in a month or two. I really don't know where those guys get their energy from. The Jade Flood Dragon nodded and said, I've only heard about them before, but I haven't seen what they look like. Our Ice Jade City is in the interior of the Arctic continent, so we don't have a shipping industry. But when I went to the Thick Earth continent with Zhao Hai, I saw a pirate ship. Next time, if those slave ships attack the city, then I'll certainly come and help. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. He understood why the Jade Flood Dragon did this. This meant that the country he came from didn't have any slave ships. This would reduce the hostility Yu Jinglin and the others had towards him. Although Yu Jinglin and the others had been polite to the Jade Flood Dragon because of his relationship with them, Zhao Hai could still feel that Yu Jinglin and the others had some hostility towards the Jade Flood Dragon. This hostility wasn't only because the Jade Flood Dragon was from the Arctic continent, but also because he was a member of the imperial family. The Mixed Spirit continent had always been under attack by those slave ships. It was impossible to say that the royal family wasn't behind this. It was precisely because of this that Yu Jinglin and the others felt a trace of hostility towards the Jade Serpent. The Jade Serpent also sensed this, which was why it asked Yu Jinglin out of concern. It wanted to tell Yu Jinglin that even though he was a member of the royal family, his family really didn't have any feud with the Mixed Spirit continent because their country didn't have a shipping industry at all, let alone slave ships. Sure enough, as soon as he heard the Jade Flood Dragon, Yu Jinglin's hostility slowly disappeared. He smiled at the Jade Flood Dragon and said, all right. If the slave ships attack the city next time, then I'll have to ask Mr. to help us. We've suffered a lot from those water-type spells over the years. Because those guys attack from the sea, their water-type spells are much more powerful. We've suffered a lot. Naturally, the Jade Flood Dragon also noticed the change in Yu Jinglin's mood. He immediately smiled and said, all right. If the slave ships attack next time, then I'll certainly help. With the disappearance of Yu Jinglin's hostility, the atmosphere in the hall became a lot better. Yu Jinglin looked at Zhao Hai and said, Mister, we don't have to worry about food anymore. Mister, you don't have to work so hard. I heard that you're still teaching those children every day. It's too tiring. You should also pay attention to your rest. Zhao shook his head. How can they rest? It's winter now, and after the new year, the children will be sent here. When the time comes, these children will become little teachers. If they don't teach them now, then wouldn't it be a waste of time for the new children to come? Zhao said, shaking his head. Moreover, if I teach them well and let them teach those children, I can relax a little in the future. Otherwise, I will really be exhausted to death. The reason why Zhao Hai said this was because after Lu Ziyu and the others returned from the Lost Soul Empire, they made a decision. They would use the winter to select some children who had their souls planted in them. After the new year, they would send them to see Spirit City and have them study under Zhao Hai. They didn't need to return to the Lost Soul Empire to make this decision. Because of this, Zhao Hai was in a hurry to teach these apprentices. Just like Zhao Hai said, it was still uncertain whether the mixed spirit continent would agree to join the Lost Soul Empire or not. If he doesn't teach these apprentices, then the mixed spirit continent wouldn't join the Lost Soul Empire. If he doesn't teach these children, then he would have to teach them. Without the help of these apprentices, then he would be exhausted. When Yu Jinglin heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but sigh and said, "Mister, you've worked hard. I heard that the 7 great families are quarreling fiercely because of this matter. But after the new year, there should be a result. After all, this matter has a great impact on the mixed spirit continent. Everyone knows that this matter cannot be delayed." Zhao Hai nodded and didn't say anything. Jade Flood Dragon looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. It didn't know what matter could affect the entire mixed spirit continent. After having dinner, Zhao Hai and Jade Jiaolong sat in his room and drank tea. Yu Dabin and the others weren't present, so there were only the 2 of them in the room. After drinking a cup of tea, Jade Jiaolong looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Old Zhao, what did you mean by what you said to City Lord Yu? What's the matter?" Zhao Hai looked at Jade Jiaolong and smiled faintly, "It's nothing. Don't worry, I'll tell you when the time comes. It's a good thing." Jade Jiaolong looked at Zhao Hai, then he curled his lips and said, "If you don't want to tell me, then forget it. I don't want to know." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's a good thing, but it might not necessarily be a good thing for the people of the other continents." "Right, Fatty, let me ask you, if one day the Ice Jade country is attacked, or even destroyed, what would you do?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Yes, Fatty." When Jade Jiaolong heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What do you mean? Does the mixed spirit continent have the ability to attack the Ice Jade country?" Zhao Hai replied, "Don't worry about that for now. Just tell me, what would you do if that day comes?" Jade Jiaolong didn't answer, he just sat there blankly. After a while, he let out a long breath and said, "I've already left the Ice Jade country, I'm no longer a person of the country. What happens to the Ice Jade country has nothing to do with me." Zhao Hai looked at Jade Jiaolong and said, "Really? Then what about your imperial father? You don't care about him? No matter what, he's still your father. Do you really not care about him?" Jade Jiaolong let out a long breath. Then he leaned on his chair and looked at Zhao Hai, "How can I care about him? Will he listen to me? Moreover, do you think he thinks of me as his son? If he really treated me as his son, he wouldn't have done that. Sigh, forget it. Let's not talk about this. Things haven't reached that point yet. No one can say for sure." Zhao Hai looked at the Jade Flood Dragon and said, "If one day, the Arctic continent is attacked by other powers, almost all of the countries would perish. Moreover, people would find out that even if they resist, they would still die. But at this time, as long as you become the king of the Arctic continent and join that country, what would you do?" Zhao Hai looked at the Jade Flood Dragon and said, "What do you think?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, the Jade Serpent couldn't help but laugh. "Old Zhao, you're really daring. Ha ha ha, you want me to be a king of the entire Arctic continent. You're really funny." Zhao Hai looked at the Jade Flood Dragon and shook his head, "I'm not joking. If you surrender, you will be able to save countless lives. You might even be able to save your family. Will you do it?" "Right, why wouldn't I? I can beg my family and become a king. Why wouldn't I do it?" The Jade Flood Dragon said with an indifferent expression. Zhao Hai looked at the Jade Flood Dragon and smiled faintly, "But at that time, countless people would curse you as a traitor of the Arctic continent. Would you still do it under such circumstances?" The Jade Flood Dragon waved its hand and said, "Why would I care about them? If they want to curse me, then let them. I don't care about that, as long as I'm happy." Zhao Hai looked at the Jade Flood Dragon and couldn't help but smile. "Remember what you said, Fatty. Don't regret it later." The Jade Flood Dragon waved its hand, then it looked at Zhao Hai and said, "All right, you're speaking as if you're telling the truth. Let's think about the location for tomorrow. I don't even know if my fish farm can be built. And you're talking about becoming a king? Aren't you thinking too much? Xiaohai laughed and said, raising fish is actually very simple for you. You just need to choose the location. You can leave the rest to me. The Jade Flood Dragon smiled faintly and said, alright, I'm glad to hear that. Actually, I'm not confident. After all, I've never done it before. Xiaohai smiled and said, take your time. In any case, the people of the mixed spirit continent are already full. Fish is just something that gives them strength. The Jade Flood Dragon nodded, then it said, alright, let's not talk about this anymore. I'm going back to sleep. I still have to choose a location tomorrow. Let's go. Then it stood up and turned around to leave. Seeing the Jade Flood Dragon leave, Xiaohai couldn't help but smile. The reason why he had Lei Jun meet the Jade Flood Dragon and bring it to the mixed spirit continent was to prepare for the future. The Jade Flood Dragon was chosen by Xiaohai to be the spokesperson of the Arctic continent. In the future, they would certainly attack the Ice Ocean continent. And if he wanted the people of the Ice Ocean continent to submit to him as soon as possible, he would have to choose a representative from the Ice Ocean continent. Using the people of the Ice Ocean continent to rule the Ice Ocean continent would cause less backlash. And no one was more suitable than the Jade Flood Dragon. The Jade Flood Dragon was a member of the imperial family of the Ice Jade country. Having him manage the Arctic continent would give him more advantages. Because of this, Xiaohai said those words to the Jade Flood Dragon today. The next morning, after Xiaohai and the others got up and had breakfast, Yu Jinglin arranged a carriage and had Yu Quan take them to Shelter Bay to see the terrain. As long as the terrain was suitable, they would be able to establish a fish farm there in the future. This time, they took a donkey cart. After walking for several hours, they arrived at Shelter Bay. Xiaohai had been here before, so he was familiar with the terrain. However, he didn't think of using this place as a fish farm. But now, it seems that this place could really be used as a fish farm. Jade Flood Dragon was also very satisfied with this place. Although he was a member of the imperial family, fish farms were very common in the Arctic continent. Even the imperial palace had a fish farm. They were afraid that one day, someone would attack them and besiege the imperial palace. If that happened, they would run out of food. But with a fish farm in the imperial palace, they wouldn't need to worry about food. Because of this, Jade Flood Dragon wasn't a stranger to fish farms. However, he wasn't as proficient in fish farms as those who had been running fish farms for a long time. But this was already enough. Jade Flood Dragon looked at the wind Shelter Bay and said, good, this is a good place. The wind can be used as the wind. Moreover, the water in this bay seems to be very deep. It's running water, and the current is very slow. There are a lot of aquatic plants here, so the fishes can have something to eat. We don't need to feed them too much. We just need to block one end of the bay so that the big carnivorous fishes won't be able to enter this place. This place can be turned into a first-class fish farm. When he heard Jade Flood Dragon, Xiaohai nodded and said, what kind of fish do you want to raise here? How long will it take for them to mature? Jade Flood Dragon replied, I want to raise some broad-leaved fishes here. These fishes mainly eat aquatic plants and other plants. Moreover, they grow very fast. This is the best way to raise them. We can produce a batch of them every year. Moreover, the yield is quite high, making them easier to raise. Xiaohai nodded and said, alright, you have the final say in this matter. Alright, let's go down and take a look. I think there will be people coming down here. Let's see if they have boats. We'll get a small boat and look around the bay. We can make some modifications to the terrain and then go to the sea to catch some fish and bring them back to raise. Jade Flood Dragon nodded and said, alright, we should go down to the sea and take a look. If this place is really a fish farm, then the reefs in the sea must be cleaned up. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to catch fish in the future. You can catch some fish from the sea or you can raise them here. Xiaohai nodded, then he turned to Yu Quan and said, Steward Yu, let's go down and take a look. Then we'll get a boat and take a look at the sea. We need to take a careful look at the terrain here before we start raising fish. Yu Quan nodded, then he led the group down the hill and went down to the bay. Although people could be seen moving around the bay, they were mostly on the beach and didn't go down to the sea. This was something that couldn't be helped. This was because in the eyes of the people of the mixed spirit continent, the sea didn't belong to them, it belonged to the bandits. These bandits were the masters of the sea. When they came from the sea, they would catch them and sell them as slaves. Because of this, the sea was a very dangerous place for the people of the mixed spirit continent. Yu Jinglin asked the people on the beach. These people were also people from around Sea Spirit City. When they heard that Zhao Hai wanted to use a boat, they didn't say anything and directly ran towards their homes. Their movements were very fast. After an hour, 20 people carried a small boat to the beach and then lowered it into the sea. One of the men, who was about 40 years old, had an excited expression as he walked towards Zhao Hai. Then he gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, "I have seen Mr. We have already prepared the boat that Mr. wants to use. Mr., please." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Thank you for your hard work. You don't need to follow us, we can do it ourselves. After a while, you can take the boat back." When the man heard Zhao Hai, he quickly said, "Mister, you can row the boat yourself. Let us do it." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Don't worry. Didn't you see that my friend is a water soul user? He can control the boat. We're preparing to take a look at the bay. In the future, we might build a fish farm here. You don't need to follow us." When the man heard Zhao Hai, he didn't say anything else. Instead, he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Then we'll take our leave first. If Mr. needs anything, please tell us. We'll definitely get it for you." Then he gave another salute to Zhao Hai before he turned around and left. Yu Quan looked at the departing man, then he smiled bitterly and said, "I didn't think that my face wouldn't be as big as Mister's. When I told them to get a boat, none of them agreed. But when I told them that Mister needs one, they immediately went to get one." Yu Quan smiled bitterly and said, "Mister, you need one." Zhao Hai laughed and patted Yu Quan's shoulder. "Ha ha ha, of course. Don't you know who I am? Let's go. Today, we'll get rid of all the reefs in the bay, and then we'll transform the terrain. Tomorrow, we'll go out with the Navy's ship and catch some fish to put into the bay. With that, our fish farm will be complete. Fatty, this aspect depends on you, I still have other things to do." "I have other things to do." Jade Flood Dragon looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What other things can you do? Isn't the fish farm the most important thing right now?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I have a lot of things to do. You'll know when the time comes." Zhao Hai and the others were standing on the boat. Today, Yu and Inger didn't come. After all, Yu and Inger were women, it wasn't safe for them to follow the Jade Flood Dragon around. Moreover, the Jade Flood Dragon didn't want them to work too hard. Because of this, they were left in the Yu Mansion. The Yu Mansion also had maids and servants. Therefore, it wouldn't be a problem for them to stay in the mansion. Because of this, although the boat was small, it was still big enough to accommodate 4 people. At this time, the boat was being controlled by Zhao Hai. The boat moved forward like an arrow. While controlling the boat, Zhao Hai turned to the Jade Flood Dragon and said, "Fatty, how are you feeling? Did you find anything?" The Jade Flood Dragon looked at Zhao Hai impatiently and said, "Old Zhao, you're a tree soul, yet you're better than me in controlling boats. This is too annoying. Forget it, let's not talk about this. There are a lot of rocks below, let's go down and clear them out." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Old Zhao, you're a tree soul." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, let's go down. Steward Yu Dabin, you two wait on the boat. We'll go down and take a look." Then the boat stopped on the sea. Zhao Hai and the Jade Flood Dragon's figures moved and jumped into the water. They didn't give Yu Quan any chance to speak. Seeing the two running into the water, Yu Dabin was about to shout. But when the two disappeared, he couldn't help but shut his mouth. Yu Quan looked at Yu Dabin and smiled faintly. "Dabin, you don't need to worry. There aren't any powerful sea beasts in this bay. They'll be fine." Yu Dabin could only nod impatiently and said, "I also know that they will be fine. Forget it, let's wait here." Yu Quan smiled faintly and sat on the boat. Yu Dabin also sat down. On the other hand, Zhao Hai and Jade Flood Dragon were moving forward in the sea. They were protected by a transparent barrier that prevented the water from reaching them. This was a very simple water spell called the Water Divide spell. It allows one to move forward in the water, but not for a long time. Even water spell users couldn't use this spell to stay in the water for a long time. Zhao Hai and the others walked for a while and saw two huge reefs. Zhao Hai looked at the jade flood dragon, but the jade flood dragon rolled its eyes and looked at the sky. It didn't look at Zhao Hai. Seeing this, Zhao Hai knew that the jade flood dragon wouldn't make a move. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. Then he waved his hand and two yellow lights surrounded the two reefs. In the end, the two reefs slowly disappeared into the sea. At this time, the jade flood dragon turned its head to Zhao Hai and gave him a thumbs up. Zhao Hai rolled his eyes and ignored the jade flood dragon. The two continued to look for reefs in the sea. Just as the jade flood dragon said, there were a lot of marine plants in this area. Moreover, there were also a lot of big fish. Because no one had fished in this area for a long time, there were a lot of fish here. This made Zhao Hai very happy. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about this. He continued to look for reefs and even removed all of them. Along the way, the two took several breaths and took a rest. In the afternoon, they finally removed all of the reefs in the bay. Then Zhao Hai began to arrange some reefs on the other side of the bay. This wasn't a difficult task for someone who knew earth element techniques. Moreover, he didn't want to separate the bay from the sea. The gaps between the reefs were very large. They could only block some large fish, not small fish. This was also the jade flood dragon's request. The broadleaf fish that they wanted to raise were large fish. It was impossible for the seedlings of these fish to pass through the gaps. Moreover, the reproduction of these fish was very simple. They could reproduce on their own and produce seeds twice a year. Moreover, their seedlings had a special characteristic: they wouldn't leave their parents. In other words, as long as the area was tidied up and the seedlings were placed inside, then after a year, there would be countless broadleaf fish. Moreover, even if the broadleaf fish could leave, they wouldn't be able to do so because their parents were here. After all of this was done, the sky was already dark. Zhao Hai and the others returned to the seaside by boat. The people who delivered the boat to Zhao Hai were still waiting for them. However, they had a worried expression on their faces. When they saw that Zhao Hai and the others had returned, they couldn't help but smile. Zhao Hai got down from the boat and then turned to the leader and said, "Thank you, everyone. How far is your village from here?" The leader quickly replied, replying to Mr. Our Lianhai village is only about half an hour away by foot. We can transport the boat back ourselves. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's already late, so we can't return to see Spirit City. Let's go to your village and rest for the night. Do you welcome us?" "Great, of course we welcome you. It's our honor for Mr. to visit our village." "Mr., please. We'll carry the boat, Mr. doesn't need to worry about it." After saying that, the leader immediately arranged for people to carry the boat. The people in the village were also very excited. One must know that Zhao Hai was now in the vicinity of Sea Spirit City. He was an immortal existence. Being able to stay in their village for a night was a great thing for the villagers. Zhao Hai, Yu Jiaolong, and the others followed the villagers and headed towards their village. After about half an hour, they saw a small village. Because it was already late, the village was dark. However, oil lamps were still lit in the houses because the men of their families hadn't returned yet. Zhao Hai and the others followed the leader, the man named Lianqing, to his house. His house wasn't very big. It had a main house on the first floor and two side rooms. All of them were thatched cottages. There was nothing special about them. Lianqing had two children, both boys. The elder son was 18 years old and the younger son was 16 years old. Both of them weren't married yet. Lianqing's wife was about the same age as Lianqing. She was just an ordinary rural woman. Now that she saw so many important people suddenly arriving at her house, she couldn't help but feel nervous. She didn't know what to do. Zhao Hai didn't mind. After Lianqing had his wife prepare food for Zhao Hai and the others, he ran out and returned with some seafood. Although these things weren't good in the eyes of Zhao Hai and the others, they didn't say anything. This was because Zhao Hai knew that these were the best things that Lianqing could bring out. The food was quickly prepared. Zhao Hai and the others ate together with Lianqing. Originally, Lianqing didn't want to eat with Zhao Hai. He felt that he wasn't qualified. However, how could Zhao Hai agree? He pulled Lianqing to the table and ate together. After eating, Zhao Hai and the others sat in Lianqing's courtyard. Lianqing had his wife boil some water for Zhao Hai and the others. After Zhao Hai and the others drank a cup of water, Jade Flood Dragon turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Old Zhao, the fish farm is almost ready. Tomorrow, we'll go and catch some seedlings. This time is the broadleaf fish's season, so we'll catch some seedlings tomorrow. But since it's winter, the broadleaf fish's growth rate is quite slow. If you want to eat them, you'll have to wait until next year." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I'll have steward you take you to catch the breeding fish tomorrow." "I won't be going." Jade Flood Dragon looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and said, "You won't be going? Then what are you going to do? Do you have something else to do?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "You're right, I do have something to do. I looked at the fish farm that you chose today. There are a lot of aquatic plants there. However, it's still not enough to feed the broad-leaved fish. Especially when there are more broad-leaved fish, they'll need a lot of food. When that time comes, you'll have to put a lot of food into the water every day. Am I right?" Jade Flood Dragon nodded and said, "Right, I've already thought about it. Isn't Shelter Bay behind the fish farm? There are a lot of grasses and trees there. I can get some weeds and leaves to feed the fish." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Then you won't have time to teach other people water spells. Because of this, when I was in the sea, I brought some aquatic plants with me. After I go back, I'll improve them and make them grow faster. When the aquatic plants grow, they'll be enough for the broad-leaved fish to eat. You can use them to feed the fish and teach other people water spells. What do you think?" Jade Flood Dragon stared, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Old Zhao, are you joking? Do you think you can improve aquatic plants just because you want to? Don't worry, I know a bit about fish farming. Nothing will happen." Upon hearing Jade Flood Dragon, Zhao Hai, Yu Quan, and the others couldn't help but laugh. Even Lianqing was laughing. Jade Flood Dragon looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and said, "What are you laughing at? Did I say something wrong?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, You don't believe me. You've been eating mountain beans for the past 2 days, why don't you believe me? I said that I improved the mountain beans. If I can improve the mountain beans, then what can't I improve the aquatic plants? You don't need to worry, just leave this matter to me." Lianqing chimed in, "Right, mister. You should believe Mr. Zhao Hai. Do you know what the mountain beans looked like in the past? Mother, bring some of the mountain beans that we feed the pigs to this mister." Lianqing's wife nodded, then she turned around and entered the house. Before long, she returned with 2 handfuls of mountain beans and handed them to Lianqing. Lianqing took the mountain beans and brought them to Jade Flood Dragon. Jade Flood Dragon and the others have been eating mountain beans for the past 2 days, but they didn't know what they looked like before. Because of this, when they saw the fingernail-sized round balls in Lianqing's hand, they couldn't believe that they were mountain beans. Therefore, Jade Flood Dragon looked at Lianqing and said, "These are mountain beans?" Lianqing smiled and said, "Yes, these are mountain beans, unimproved ones. Mister has been eating them for the past few days, so you know what they look like now. Mister, you should believe Mr. Zhao Hai now, right? Mr. Zhao Hai has been a great benefactor to our mixed spirit continent." Jade Flood Dragon looked at Zhao Hai in disbelief, as if he didn't know Zhao Hai at all. Zhao Hai stood on the beach. Behind him were more than 100 students. All of these students were apprentice plant masters. They came from the villa and were called over by Yu Quan this morning. At this time, Jade Flood Dragon had already boarded a ship and was heading to the sea to catch broadleaf fish. These apprentice plant masters have been following Zhao Hai to study in the villa. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would call them over. Moreover, the person who called them over didn't say why they were called over. Therefore, all of them looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai looked at them, then he smiled faintly and said, "I called everyone here today because I have something to tell you. My friend Jade Flood Dragon is the ice soul that came to the villa a few days ago. He wants to establish a fish farm here and raise fish here in order to improve the living standards of the mixed spirit continent. We already prepared the fish farm yesterday, but I still called Big Kong over today. This is because raising fish requires food for the fish. Although there are aquatic plants in the sea, these plants aren't enough for the fish to eat. Therefore, our next task is to improve the aquatic plants and make them grow faster and more. This way, we won't need to artificially add food to the fish. Moreover, these aquatic plants can also be promoted. In the future, we can build more fish farms so that the people of the mixed spirit continent can eat fish. When the apprentice plant masters heard Zhao Hai, they stared for a moment before their faces were filled with excitement. Last time, Zhao Hai said that improving plants can solve the food problem of the mixed spirit continent, and he did it. This time, he said that he wants the people of the mixed spirit continent to eat fish. These apprentice plant masters believed that Zhao Hai could do it. Therefore, they were very happy to be able to participate in this matter. Zhao Hai looked at these people, then he smiled faintly and said, "That's why I said that plant masters are very important. For any continent, plant masters are very important. This is because whether it's humans or animals, they can't live without plants, and we plant masters deal with plants. What I taught you before is all about plant masters on the continent. This time, we'll be learning about plants in the water. Moreover, plants in the sea are very different from plants in fresh water. Today, you have to work hard to observe and carefully take notes, do you understand?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "That's why I said that plant masters are very important. For any continent, plant masters are very important. Do you understand?" The apprentice plant masters nodded, then they put down their wooden boxes. Zhao Hai also led them to the beach. There wasn't a lot of sand here, but there were a lot of stones. Zhao Hai didn't take these stones away, they were just enough for people to stand on. Then Zhao Hai took out several kinds of water plants from his body. These water plants were taken from the sea yesterday for today's experiment. Afterwards, Zhao began to do experiments while explaining to the apprentices. At the same time, he was constantly improving the seaweed. Every time he talked, he would let the apprentices try it themselves. This way, the apprentices would understand how to improve the seaweed, and they would know how to improve the seaweed. This way, they would be able to remember it more clearly. A day passed just like this. Last night, Zhao Hai and the others went to Lianhai village to stay. Since it wasn't far from the sea, Zhao Hai and the others didn't need to prepare a place to stay. They could also eat in the village, it was very convenient. However, Jade Flood Dragon and the others didn't come to the fish farm that day. Zhao Hai didn't care about it. This time, Jade Flood Dragon and the others went out to the sea to catch fish. But these fish weren't easy to catch, so it was normal for them to take a few days. Moreover, going out to the sea for a few days was already very short. The next morning, Zhao Hai led the apprentice plant masters to the seaside to do experiments. Zhao Hai didn't know much about marine plants. This was because although he did some underwater research, most of it was about freshwater plants. Although he also studied marine plants, he didn't know much about them. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't only teaching the apprentice plant masters about marine plants, he was also doing his own research. On the third day of Zhao Hai's experiment, Jade Flood Dragon and the others returned to Lianhai village. When Zhao Hai saw Jade Flood Dragon and several donkey carts, he immediately went forward to greet them. Jade Flood Dragon wanted to greet Zhao Hai, but Zhao Hai didn't pay any attention to him. He directly went to the donkey carts and looked inside. There were several huge wooden barrels inside, and there were several fishes inside. Upon seeing these fishes, Zhao Hai was startled. This was the first time he saw these fishes. Their heads were very small, but their bodies were very big and wide. With the addition of their tails, the fishes looked like deformed leaves. It was very strange. Moreover, each of these fishes weighed at least 300 jin. Some of the ones in the back even weighed 250 jin. Zhao Hai nodded with satisfaction, then he turned his head to the Jade Flood Dragon and smiled, "Fatty, it seems like you didn't slack off. That's rare. Ha ha ha. Let's go, we'll eat one today. I still don't know what this fish tastes like." The Jade Flood Dragon smiled and said, "Let's go. You still want to eat fish? I'll tell you, I worked hard to catch these fishes from the sea. How could I let you eat them? Just give up." The Jade Flood Dragon shouted at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, all right, all right." Zhao Hai looked at Jade Flood Dragon and laughed, "All right, fatty, I'm just kidding." Many of these fishes are already pregnant. Even if you want me to eat them, I wouldn't be willing. Let's go. Let's put the fishes in the sea as soon as possible. Although these barrels aren't small, they can't hold all of these fishes. Jade Flood Dragon didn't say anything to Zhao Hai and just nodded. Then he directed the people to drive the donkey cart towards the seaside. After arriving at the seaside, Jade Flood Dragon directed the people to move the wooden barrels to the seaside. Then they poured the fish inside the barrels into the sea. This place would be their fish farm in the future. In order to prevent the pregnant fishes from getting sick, Zhao Hai also injected a trace of natural energy into each of the fishes. Jade Flood Dragon didn't object to this. In fact, Jade Flood Dragon was also afraid that the pregnant fishes would get sick. If the pregnant fishes got sick, then they might die. But now that the broadleaf fishes were about to reach their breeding season, it would be a pity if the fishes died. After dealing with the fishes, it was already midnight. Zhao Hai and the others returned to Lianhai village and ate some food before going to sleep. The next morning, Zhao Hai led the apprentice plant masters to the seaside. Jade Flood Dragon also followed them. Not only did it want to see how Zhao Hai and the others improved the aquatic plants, but it also wanted to see how the broadleaf fishes were doing last night. After arriving at the seaside, Jade Flood Dragon looked at the broadleaf fishes that were put in last night. They were in good condition and were currently swimming around the fish farm. They were very lively. It seems like the natural energy that Zhao Hai injected last night was effective. After seeing that the fishes were fine, Jade Flood Dragon felt relieved. Then it turned its head and went to the place where Zhao Hai and the others were experimenting with the aquatic plants. Jade Flood Dragon watched Zhao Hai and the others observe and record the aquatic plants. The whole process was very boring. Zhao Hai didn't even have time to talk to Jade Flood Dragon. However, Jade Flood Dragon had to admit that Zhao Hai and the others' experiments were very effective. After each experiment, the aquatic plants would be better than the previous one. Although the progress was very small, Zhao Hai and the others were still taking notes seriously. They didn't relax at all. Jade Flood Dragon didn't know that one could be this serious when doing something. This made it very surprised. Most of the time, the aquatic plants didn't look any different from the previous one. However, Zhao Hai and the others were able to find the difference, even if the difference was very small. Jade Flood Dragon sat on the side and watched for a whole day. During the whole day, Zhao Hai and the others were constantly taking notes, discussing, recording, and experimenting. After the sky turned dark, everyone returned to the village. During dinner, Jade Flood Dragon looked at Zhao Hai with a strange expression. Zhao Hai looked at Jade Flood Dragon and asked, "Fatty, why are you looking at me like that? Tell me, what the hell are you thinking?" Jade Flood Dragon looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly. "Old Zhao, I didn't think that you would have this side of you. You're really good at hiding things." Zhao Hai looked at Jade Flood Dragon and asked, "What do you mean? What are you talking about?" Jade Flood Dragon looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. "I didn't think that you would be this focused on studying plants. You've been studying them all day. Old Zhao, you're amazing. Don't you feel bored?" Jade Flood Dragon smiled and said. Looking at Jade Flood Dragon, Zhao Hai couldn't help but shake his head and said, "What's there to be annoyed about? Of course not. In fact, what we're doing this time isn't very troublesome. Studying plants on the ground is troublesome. This is because the environment in the sea is almost the same. But on the ground, there's a lot of things that we need to consider." Jade Flood Dragon sighed and said, "To be honest, Old Zhao, I really admire you right now. I also believe that you can improve the Shan bean. Really, with how serious you are, I'm sure you can improve the seaweed as well." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Isn't this the way to do things? If you want to do something, you have to do your best, right? Alright, why are you talking so much today? What's the matter?" Jade Flood Dragon replied, "I'm just thinking about instant cast. Most people think that instant cast is very difficult to learn, but you managed to do it. I didn't understand at first, but now I do. The reason why instant cast is difficult to learn is because the learner isn't focused enough. Most of the time, it's easier said than done." Zhao smiled faintly and said, "Indeed, it's like a spell. The same spell, in the hands of different people, will have different effects. the difference may be in concentration. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Rest well, there are still a lot of things to do tomorrow. Zhao smiled faintly and said, yes, it's just like a spell. Jade Flood Dragon nodded. Then the group sped up their meal. After eating, they went to rest. But on the same night, Zhao Hai received several messages. Upon seeing these messages, Zhao Hai knew that the other 5 continents were in trouble. The next morning, after having breakfast, Zhao Hai, Jade Flood Dragon, and the others walked towards the seaside. Zhao Hai deliberately followed Jade Flood Dragon at the back. Besides Yudaban, there was no one else around. Seeing that the others couldn't hear them, Zhao Hai opened his mouth. Fatty, I received a message last night. The thick earth continent, the acute gold continent, the volcanic continent, and the Arctic continent were attacked at the same time. It's the Ghostface people. This time, the Ghostface people were very ruthless. They killed as soon as they went ashore, leaving no one alive. I heard that tens of thousands of people died in these continents yesterday. Several coastal cities were also massacred by the Ghostface people. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Yudaban, and Jade Flood Dragon couldn't help but stare. Then their expressions couldn't help but change. Jade Flood Dragon looked at Zhao Hai and said, why did Ghost Mask suddenly make a move? Is it because of that demonic god? Zhao Hai nodded and said, that should be the case. When we first discovered that the demon god was about to be released, they said that because their demon god had been locked up for too long, his strength had deteriorated greatly. He needed a lot of blood to recover. This blood forefinger isn't an animal, it's a human. Because of this, there were frequent incidents of ships being attacked by sea beasts. I think all of these incidents were caused by the Ghostface people. Later on, the Ghostface people caused a lot of trouble in the continents. Because of this, the Ghostface people joined forces and dealt with the Ghostface people. Only then did the Ghostface people become more and more bold. This shows that the demon god is about to recover. Otherwise, the Ghostface people wouldn't be so bold. Once the demon god fully recovers, I'm afraid an even greater disaster would be waiting for the people of the continents. Zhao Hai nodded and said, because of this, the Ghostface people became more and more bold. This shows that the demon god is about to recover. Otherwise, the Ghostface people wouldn't be so bold. Once the demon god fully recovers, I'm afraid an even greater disaster would be waiting for the people of the continents. Zhao Hai nodded and said, because of this, the Ghostface people became bolder and bolder. Jade Flood Dragon was silent for a moment. Then he looked ahead and sighed, we've done everything we can. What happens next is out of our control. Old Zhao, to be honest, I think I've done enough. In order to deliver the news, I went back home. After being imprisoned for so long, I don't want to care about this matter anymore. Zhao Hai nodded and said, you're right. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, this isn't a matter of whether we want to take care of it or not. We'll certainly encounter this matter in the future. If the Ghostface people attack the other 5 continents, then they might not let the Mixed Spirit continent go. What should we do then? Moreover, if the Ghostface people attack the Ice Jade country one day, what will you do? Can you really not care about your father? Can you do that? Jade Flood Dragon was silent. In fact, he had no way to answer Zhao Hai's question. This was because he didn't have an answer himself. Seeing that the Jade Flood Dragon was silent, Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He knew that this question was very difficult for the Jade Flood Dragon to answer. The Jade Flood Dragon had already left the Ice Jade country and didn't intend to return. It might be possible for the Jade Flood Dragon to not see his father for the rest of his life. After all, he was still angry with his father. However, it was impossible for the Jade Flood Dragon to ignore his father when his father was in danger. The Jade Flood Dragon was silent, but it didn't stop walking. When they arrived at the seaside, Zhao Hai followed the Jade Flood Dragon to look at the broad-leaved fishes. Because these fishes eat grass, they wouldn't fight in a place where there was plenty of food. Because of this, there was no need to worry about them. These fishes were growing very well. After looking at the fishes, Zhao Hai led the apprentices to study the aquatic plants. Meanwhile, the Jade Flood Dragon sat on the side and didn't say a word. After dark, Zhao Hai and the others returned to the village. After having dinner, Zhao Hai and the others sat in the courtyard. Zhao Hai looked at the Jade Flood Dragon and said, "Fatty, what do you think?" Jade Flood Dragon looked at Zhao Hai, then he sighed and said, "What else can I do? If the Ghost Face army invades the Ice Jade country one day, then I'll definitely return. No matter what, he's still my father. But if they aren't in danger, then I won't go back." Zhao Hai nodded and said. Zhao Hai looked at the Jade Flood Dragon, then he smiled faintly and said, "Good, good. If it was me, I would have done the same. But brother, remember what you said today." Hee hee. The Jade Flood Dragon looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What do you mean? I don't quite understand." Zhao Hai waved his hand, then he turned to Yu Quan and said, "Yu Quan, tell City Lord Yu what I know. Also, tell him about the Ghost Faces matter. It seems like we need to give those guys some pressure." Yu Quan nodded, then he said, "How about this, I'll report this to the higher-ups tomorrow. Tell them that Mr. Yu brought this information." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, let's just say that he brought the news. Did any ships arrive from the Ruijin continent recently?" Yu Quan shook his head and said, "Not recently. There haven't been any ships from the Ruijin continent for a while." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's no wonder. In the Acute Metal continent, some coastal areas have been attacked by the Ghost Face Alliance. It's normal for them to not have ships." Yu Quan nodded and said, "Not only that, I heard that the number of slave ships coming to the Mixed Spirit continent has decreased a lot." Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "It seems that Ghost Face's actions this time have caused quite a stir. But it's strange, why hasn't Tree Sprite continent been attacked? The Ghost Face Alliance should have their own forces in the Tree Sprite continent. Why haven't they attacked the Tree Sprite continent's people?" Yu Jiaolong added, "Old Zhao, I've heard a legend about the Tree Sprite continent, but I don't know if it's true. I didn't take it seriously before, but now it seems that this legend might have something to do with this matter." Zhao Hai looked at Yu Jiaolong with a puzzled expression. "What is it? Let's hear it." Yu Jiaolong replied, "I heard that the Tree Sprite continent can directly contact the Upper Realm. The Upper Realm can even send people to the Tree Sprite continent to help them. Even now, the Tree Sprite continent still has several powerful magic treasures bestowed by the Upper Realm. Of course, this is just a legend." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No legend is groundless. The Tree Sprite continent has never been attacked by Ghost Face. Perhaps it's because Ghost Face is very afraid of the Tree Sprite continent. I'm afraid that only people from the spiritual world can make Ghost Face's demon god so afraid. So it seems like this legend might be true." Yu Jiaolong nodded. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Old Zhao, have you thought about it? Compared to the other continents, the Mixed Spirit continent is weaker. If Ghost Face Zero attacks the Mixed Spirit continent, what should we do? The other continents would have a hard time dealing with that demon god, let alone the Mixed Spirit continent." Zhao Hai looked at Yu Quan, then he looked around and said, "You don't need to worry about this. If Ghost Face really comes, the Mixed Spirit continent will have a way to deal with it. In fact, I really hope that this will happen." Yu Jiaolong looked at Zhao Hai, then he frowned and said, "Old Zhao, what are you hiding from me? We've made a deal, we're brothers. Don't hide anything from me. Otherwise, don't blame me for getting angry." Zhao Hai looked at Yu Jiaolong and chuckled. Then he said, "Brother, it's not that I don't want to tell you. But I'm afraid that you won't believe me even if I tell you." Yu Jiaolong glared at him and said, "How do you know that I won't believe you? Tell me, since we've known each other, which one of your stories have I not believed? Are you going to tell me or not? If you don't, then don't blame me for getting angry." Zhao Hai looked at the Jade Flood Dragon and couldn't help but sigh. "Alright, I'll tell you. Listen carefully. Actually, the Mixed Spirit continent is currently making a decision. If they succeed, then the Mixed Spirit continent would become incomparably powerful. At the same time, the other 5 continents would be in danger. It's possible that they would surrender to the Mixed Spirit continent." Yu Jiaolong looked at Zhao Hai as if he was looking at an idiot. Obviously, he didn't believe Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Yu Jiaolong and smiled faintly. "I know that you don't believe me, and this matter is indeed hard to believe. But this matter should start with me. I came from the Ice Ocean continent, you know this. But you don't know that in the northern glaciers of the Ice Jade Nation, there's a cave that connects to another world." Yu Jiaolong looked at Zhao Hai with disbelief in his eyes. Zhao Hai looked at Yu Jialong and said, I found that cave during an adventure. After going down the cave, I finally arrived at another world. It was a small island. Later on, I came out of the island and finally met the people of that other world. It was a world of mixed spirits. Moreover, that world is very powerful. Then Zhao Hai told Yu Jialong about the Lost Soul Empire. Jade Flood Dragon didn't believe Zhao Hai's words at first. But as Zhao Hai continued to explain, his expression became more and more solemn. He knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't joke about this matter. At the same time, he also knew that it was impossible for Zhao Hai to fabricate a world that was similar to their world. But at the same time, Jade Flood Dragon didn't believe Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai finished, Yu Jialong looked at Zhao Hai and said, You mean to say that you can still go to that world? Zhao Hai nodded and said, Not just yet, I can go anytime. In fact, not long ago, I led some people from the Mixed Spirit Continent to the Lost Soul Empire. After seeing the situation of the empire, they came back to discuss it. I told City Lord Yu before that the discussion was very intense, but they still haven't made a final decision. In fact, some of the 7 great families of the Mixed Spirit Continent want to join the Lost Soul Empire while some don't. Because of this, the final decision has yet to be made. Yu Jialong said, Will the people of the Lost Soul Empire really let the Mixed Spirit Continent be autonomous as you said? Only without military power? Zhao Hai nodded and said, Yes, they will. This is because the Lost Soul Empire was established little by little. When I asked you before, if you were to become the king and then join another force to protect your family, this was also what I meant. If the people of the Lost Soul Empire don't know about the 5-spirit realm, then it's fine. But if they do, then they will certainly occupy the 5-spirit realm. What would you do then? With the strength of the 5-spirit realm, it would be impossible for them to resist the Lost Soul Empire. If the Lost Soul Empire were to attack the Ice Jade country, then what would you do? Your best option is to surrender to the Lost Soul Empire and then let the Ice Jade country and the Ice Ocean continent be autonomous. This way, you can protect your family. Yu Jialong didn't speak. He didn't think that what he thought was impossible would become a reality. At this time, he also understood why Zhao Hai said that he wanted the people of the Ghost Mask continent to attack the Mixed Spirit continent. Once the people of the Ghost Mask continent attack the Mixed Spirit continent, then the people of the Mixed Spirit continent wouldn't be able to stop them. And even if they could, they would have to pay a heavy price. In the past, the people of the Mixed Spirit continent fought to the death with the people of the other continents. This was mainly because they had no way out, no friends, and no reinforcements. Because of this, they had no choice but to fight to the death. But now, it was different. The people of the Mixed Spirit Continent had another choice. They can surrender to the Lost Soul Empire and become a member of the Empire. In that case, all the enemies of the Mixed Spirit Continent would become the enemy of the Lost Soul Empire. With such a powerful backer, the people of the Mixed Spirit Continent wouldn't need to fear anyone. If this was the case, then the situation of the 5-spirit realms would change. The other continents of the 5-spirit realms wouldn't be a match for the Lost Soul Empire. When the time comes, the other 5 continents would be trampled under the feet of the Mixed Spirit Continent. Yu Jialong knew that Zhao Hai wasn't lying to him. If that day really came, then things would be very troublesome. Zhao Hai's solution was the best solution. Yu Jialong looked at Zhao Hai and said, Old Zhao, you've been to the Lost Soul Empire. Do you think that they would discover the 5 spirit realms themselves? Zhao Hai nodded and said, Yes, they would. Do you know what's the most popular thing in the Lost Soul Empire right now? Exploration, exploration. The most popular thing in the Lost Soul Empire right now is exploration. They want to discover other planes and then attack them, turning them into the Lost Soul Empire. The higher-ups of the Lost Soul Empire were very supportive of this approach. As long as they discover something, they would give a lot of rewards. Because of this, the people of the Lost Soul Empire are very fond of exploration. The passage that leads to the 5 spirit realms isn't very difficult to find. Those people just haven't noticed it yet. Once they discover it, the army of the Lost Soul Empire would immediately arrive. At that time, we would be in a passive position. Jade Jialong didn't sleep well that night. He kept thinking about Zhao Hai's words. Just like Zhao Hai said, if they don't take the initiative to contact the Lost Soul Empire, then things would become troublesome if the Lost Soul Empire were to discover them. The next morning, Jade Flood Dragon still looked listless. Zhao Hai looked at Jade Flood Dragon and smiled faintly as he said, "Fatty, don't think too much about it. In any case, when the time comes, we will have to face it, right?" Jade Flood Dragon nodded and said, "Don't think too much about it." Jade Jiaolong sighed and said, "Right, no matter what, we have to face it." "Alright, let's not think about it. I can't worry about it right now. Let's go to the beach." Zhao Hai nodded. Then the two finished their breakfast and headed to the beach. At this time, Yu Quan returned to Sea Spirit City and told Yu Jinglin about what Zhao Hai told him last night. When Yu Jinglin heard the news, he immediately rushed to Shelter Bay and personally confirmed it with Zhao Hai. Then he immediately told the higher-ups of the 7 clans. The higher-ups of the 7 great families were still arguing about whether or not to join the Lost Soul Empire. Some of them still believed that they shouldn't join the Lost Soul Empire. This was because in their opinion, even if they didn't join the Lost Soul Empire, their lives would still be good. They believed that even if they didn't join the Lost Soul Empire, they would still be able to develop in the future. On the other hand, some of them believed that they should join the Lost Soul Empire. After joining the Lost Soul Empire, they would be able to gain the support of the Lost Soul Empire. At that time, they wouldn't need to fear anyone. At this time, Yu Jinglin told them the news. The higher-ups of the 7 clans also knew about the Ghost Face. In fact, the Ghost Face was the cleanest organization in the Mixed Spirit continent. This was because there were no Ghost Face people here. In the past, the Ghost Face was just an assassin organization. When they fought with the people of the other continents, not only did the people of the Mixed Spirit continent not care about it, they were even happy about it. However, they forgot that the people of the other continents were their enemies. But now, Yu Jinglin suddenly sent a message saying that the Ghost Face continent's conflict wasn't just because of hatred, but also because they wanted to dominate the world. For the people of the other continents, this wasn't a good thing. But for the people of the Mixed Spirit continent, this wasn't a good thing either. If the Ghost Face can attack the other continents, then they might also attack the Mixed Spirit continent. But with the current strength of the Mixed Spirit continent, it was almost impossible for them to destroy the Ghost Face. The higher-ups of the 7 clans weren't fools. They knew that the Mixed Spirit continent was the weakest continent compared to the other 5. If the Ghost Face really wanted to deal with them, then they would be in a lot of trouble. For a while, the debate between the 7 clans stopped. They were all analyzing what this information meant for them. In the end, some of the higher-ups of the 7 clans suggested that this information was given by Yu Jiaolong. And since Yu Jiaolong was Zhao Hai's friend, they couldn't fully believe this information. They would have to wait until the information was confirmed before making a decision. In fact, the higher-ups of the 7 clans knew that this information wasn't a lie. This was because they had ways to contact the outside world. If Yu Jiaolong lied to them with this information, then it would be exposed very quickly. If that happens, Yu Jiaolong would be in an even more awkward position. Zhao Hai wasn't interested in this. The reason why he hasn't attacked the 5 spirit realms yet was because he was waiting for the demon god of the Ghost Face to recover his strength. When that time comes, the 5 spirit realms would be in chaos. At that time, the Lost Soul Empire wouldn't even need to use the Mixed Spirit continent as their base. They could just appear from other continents. Zhao Hai believed that when that time comes, nobody in the 5 spirit realms would pay attention to them. Naturally, it would be better if they could use the Mixed Spirit continent as their base. Moreover, even if the people of the Mixed Spirit continent didn't agree to join the Lost Soul Empire, the Lost Soul Empire could still conquer it. The reason why they didn't send troops wasn't because they were afraid of the Mixed Spirit continent, they just didn't want to kill too many people. After all, the people of the Mixed Spirit continent were already very pitiful. Zhao Hai was still studying the aquatic plants. He discovered that the plants in the sea were more difficult to improve compared to those on the land. Even if there was an effect every time, the speed of improvement was very slow. Zhao Hai also studied this problem. In the end, he found out why. It was because the environment in the sea was much worse compared to the land. This harsh environment allowed the plants in the sea to evolve very well. Although there was still room for improvement, it was very difficult to do so. It was like a stone. If you want to carve it into something, then it would be very easy. But if you want to modify it, then the difficulty would increase. At this time, the jade flood dragon also focused its attention on the wide-leafed fishes. It knew that even if it understood what Zhao Hai was talking about, it wouldn't be able to use it. This was because the things that Zhao Hai talked about were based on natural energy, and the jade flood dragon didn't study natural energy. After a few days, Zhao Hai and the others finally made great progress in improving the aquatic plants. Not only did the newly improved aquatic plants grow faster, they were also very luxuriant. Most importantly, their reproduction speed was also very fast. They had basically met Zhao Hai's requirements. The jade flood dragon's progress was also very good. Several wide-leafed fishes had already started to produce seeds. After some time, these fishes would turn into small fishes. For the jade flood dragon, this was definitely a good thing. At this time, Zhao Hai received news that the ghost plane had stopped attacking the continents. They had completely retreated back to the islands and even abandoned some of the outer islands. Now, it wouldn't be easy for the continents to find them. Upon hearing this news, Zhao Hai knew that the 5 spirit realms would be in trouble soon. The reason why the ghost plane retreated was probably because their demon god had absorbed enough blood and was beginning to recover his strength. Once his strength is restored, the 5 spirit realms would be in for a bloodbath. But at this time, the mixed spirit continent still hasn't made a decision. This made Zhao Hai impatient. He gave the mixed spirit continent a chance, but they didn't seem to know how to cherish it. On this day, Zhao Hai brought the plant master apprentices to the seaside. They were going to plant the newly researched aquatic plants in the sea. Because of this, they brought along a small boat. Actually, it was very easy to plant the seaweed in the sea. You just need to grow the seaweed on some rocks and let the seaweed grow on the rocks. Then you throw the rocks into the sea and the rocks will sink to the bottom. This way, the seaweed can grow naturally in the water. It took Zhao Hai and the others a day to plant the aquatic plants. At night, they carried the boat back to Lianhai village. Upon arriving at the village, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because there were several bonfires in the village today. On the bonfires were some wild game as well as some big fish. This made Zhao Hai feel very surprised. While he was puzzled, Lu Ziyu and Old Wu appeared in the village and welcomed them. When Zhao Hai saw Lu Ziyu and the others, he knew that the matter was almost finished. Then Zhao Hai saw 2 people behind the 2. These 2 people were around 50 years old. Although they were wearing coarse linen clothes, their auras weren't ordinary. With a glance, one could see that they were people of high status. Although Zhao Hai hadn't seen these 2 people before, he knew that these 2 people were the patriarchs of the 7 great clans. However, Zhao Hai didn't express anything. Instead, he went over to Lu Ziyu and Old Wu to greet them. Then he cupped his fist and said, "Old Wu, brother Lu, you finally came out. Ha ha ha. Did you prepare dinner today?" "Good, very good. So many good things, I haven't eaten in a while." Lu Ziyu and Old Wu cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai. Then they laughed. Lu Ziyu smiled and said, "You've done a lot for the mixed spirit continent. It's only right to treat you to something good. Is this Mr. Yu Jiaolong? I want to thank Mr. Yu for building the fish farm. We came late today and prepared these things, so we didn't go to the beach. Tomorrow, we'll go to the beach to see the fish farm." Yu Jiaolong smiled faintly and said, "The 2 of you are too polite." At this time, Old Wu stepped aside, allowing the 2 people that Zhao Hai paid attention to come forward. Then Old Wu turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, let me introduce you. This is the Lin family's patriarch, Lin Qinggang. This is the Chen family's patriarch, Chen Wei." The 7 great families of the mixed spirit continent were Wu, Lu, Lin, Chen, Sun, Zhou, and Nangong. They were the true rulers of the mixed spirit continent. Now that the Lin and Chen families' patriarchs came, one could see how important this matter was to them. Zhao Hai quickly gave a salute to the 2 and said, "Zhao Hai has seen the 2 patriarchs. The 2 patriarchs are very polite." Lin Qinggang and Chen Wei also cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai. Then Lin Qinggang said, "Mr. is too polite. Just based on what Mr. has done for the mixed spirit continent, we should give Mr. a salute." How could we accept Mr. Salute? Chen Wei nodded and said, that's right. Mr. has done so much for the mixed spirit continent. We should give Mr. a salute. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, the two of you are too polite. I didn't do anything. Let's sit down and talk. We've been working all day, we're tired and hungry. Ha ha ha, of course, of course. Mister, please take a seat. Everyone, please take a seat. You are all heroes of the mixed spirit continent. When Lin Qinggang heard Zhao Hai, he immediately laughed. At the same time, he led Zhao Hai to a bonfire. Only Zhao Hai, Lu Ziyu, Old Wu, Lin Qinggang, and Chen Wei were present. Even Yu Jialong wasn't present. Yu Jialong knew that they would be talking about the mixed spirit continent and the Lost Soul Empire. He wasn't qualified to participate in this matter. After the group sat down, Zhao Hai looked at the roasted lamb on the bonfire and said, Patriarch Lin, Patriarch Chen, I won't be polite. I know why you two came. Although the mixed spirit continent is still safe, I don't know when the Devil Mask army will come. I need to be prepared. Therefore, you should give me some information so that I can make a decision. Should I go to the Lost Soul Empire or do everything I can to strengthen the defenses of the mixed spirit continent? Lin Qinggang looked at Zhao Hai and said, can Mr. increase the defenses of the mixed spirit continent? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, it's only temporary. We plant masters can refine mutated seeds. These mutated seeds only need to be activated with natural energy in order to fight like a warrior. However, the speed of these mutated seeds is very slow. However, these mutated seeds also have a weakness. If you don't nourish them with natural energy for a long time, they would turn into a tree and would no longer be able to fight. This process would only take about 2 months. Therefore, I can refine some mutated seeds to strengthen the defenses of the mixed spirit continent. However, these mutated seeds are consumable items, and I can't refine them all the time. Therefore, this kind of defense can only be temporary. Lin Qinggang nodded, then he looked at Chen Wei. Chen Wei looked at Lin Qinggang and said, Old Lin, you should speak. Lin. Qinggang nodded, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, Mr. Zhao, you didn't guess wrong, we have indeed made a decision. We have decided to join the Lost Soul Empire, but we need to meet the Emperor first and propose some conditions to him. Therefore, the two of us will go with you to the Lost Soul Empire and then make a decision. What do you think? Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Lin Qinggang. Zhao Hai didn't even think about it before he nodded and said, that's not a problem. We're almost done with the matters at the seaside. We can leave tomorrow. Naturally, this depends on when it's convenient for you. You can leave whenever you want. Lin Qinggang said in a deep voice, all right, then we'll set off. Mister, you don't have any problems here. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, I don't have any problems here. Let's go. The lamb is already roasted. Let's eat something and rest early. We'll set out tomorrow. Lin Qinggang and Chen Wei didn't say anything this time. They just smiled and nodded at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also smiled at the two and then began to eat. That night, everyone had a great time eating. Zhao Hai and the others had also agreed on who would go to Mihan Empire the next day. Zhao Hai and the other two family heads would definitely go. Lu Ziyu and Old Wu would also go. In addition to a few experts from the 7 major families, the last 2 people would be Yu Jialong and Yu Dabin. Originally, Zhao Hai didn't want to take Yu Jialong with him. But after Yu Jialong heard about it, he insisted on going. In the end, Zhao Hai had no choice but to let them go together. Zhao Hai also understood Yu Jialong's intention. He wanted to know about the situation in the Mihan Empire. If the situation in the Mihan Empire was really like what Zhao Hai said, then Yu Jialong would need to make plans early. Yu Jialong had already heard the conversation between Zhao Hai and Lin Qinggang. Now that the mixed spirit continent had agreed to join the Mihan Empire, if the Mihan Empire's army really came, then the situation in the 5 spirit realms would immediately change. Yu Jialong had no choice but to make plans early. The next morning, Zhao Hai and the others got up early. After having breakfast, Zhao Hai made arrangements for the apprentice planters to pay attention to the fish farm. After arranging everything, he led the group to the woods on Shelter Bay Mountain. After entering the woods, they found a place where no one was around. Zhao Hai then activated the transmission formation on his body and brought the group to the secret realm. This time, they appeared in the courtyard of the secret realm. After arriving, Mr. Zhao Hai and the others rested in the courtyard while Lu Ziyu went out to buy things for everyone. When Lu Ziyu returned to the courtyard, everyone was already prepared. Lin Qinggang and the others who came to the Mihun Empire for the first time had already learned how to fly with their swords. Zhao Hai looked at Lin Qinggang and the others, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Good, hee." Everyone has learned well. Alright, let's take a rest today. Tomorrow, I'll handle this matter. The Lost Soul Empire has an external affairs office, we can handle almost all external matters there. Tomorrow, I'll take you there. As for how you want to deal with it, I won't be participating. Lin Qinggang nodded and said, alright. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Lin Qinggang couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Mister, do you mean that you won't be taking care of this matter? Zhao Hai smiled and said, I won't be taking care of it, it's not up to me to take care of it. You should understand that I shouldn't be taking care of this matter. I'm only in charge of your place, I won't be taking care of anything else. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Lin Qinggang felt relieved. If Zhao Hai won't be taking care of this matter, then it means that he won't intervene. Because of this, they can take care of this matter by themselves tomorrow. As for how they handle this matter, it'll depend on their own abilities. The others didn't object. However, Jade Flood Dragon looked at Zhao Hai and said, Old Zhao, I'll go with you. You should know that I shouldn't be taking care of this matter. You can lead us to have some fun in the city. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, alright, then you can follow me tomorrow. The next morning, Zhao Hai led Lin Qinggang and the others to the Lost Soul Empire's External Affairs Office. Then Zhao Hai led Lin Qinggang and the others to the Lost Soul Empire's Foreign Affairs Office. After the two left the External Affairs Office, Jade Flood Dragon looked at the plants and muttered, this place is really beautiful. Old Zhao, where are we going today? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, there's no need to rush today. I have something to do today, you can come with me. Naturally, Jade Flood Dragon didn't object. It nodded and said, alright, we'll follow you. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned his hand and took out a formation. Then Zhao Hai opened the formation and said, Wen Hai, come and pick me up. Then he received the formation. Jade Flood Dragon looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, this is a communication formation. It allows two people to talk directly. Don't worry, someone will come and pick us up. Just as Zhao Hai's voice fell, a sword boat stopped in front of Zhao Hai. When Wen Hai and Safflower were standing on the boat. When Wen Hai kept his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, Boss. Safflower also gave a salute to Zhao Hai and called him young master. Zhao Hai nodded and stood on the boat. Then he turned his head and looked at the surprised Jade Flood Dragon and Yudaban. Then he smiled and said, Fatty, come on up. We still have a lot of things to do. I'll tell you more on the way. Upon hearing this, the Jade Flood Dragon nodded and then followed Yudaban's group onto the sword boat. The three entered the small cabin of the sword boat, when Wen Hai and Safflower followed along. There was also a person on the sword boat. This person was wearing a suit of armor. Naturally, he was in charge of controlling the sword boat. Zhao Hai sat in the cabin and looked at the restless Jade Flood Dragon and Yudaban. Then he smiled faintly and said, Fatty, I'm sorry. I've been lying to you for a long time. Let me introduce myself. I'm Zhao Hai, the king of the Lost Soul Empire. After he said that, Zhao Hai took a formation from his body and then closed it. After the formation was closed, Zhao Hai's appearance immediately changed. The soul above his head turned into a grass soul. At the same time, his body turned into a giant. The Jade Flood Dragon and Yudaban stared blankly at Zhao Hai. They couldn't accept this change for a while. Zhao Hai looked at the Jade Flood Dragon and smiled faintly. Fatty, do you remember the formation that I gave you that can change your appearance? Actually, that formation is the same as this one. I just modified it a bit. If you use this formation, then even if people touch you, they wouldn't be able to tell that you're not moving. Jade Flood Dragon let out a long breath. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, so what you told me before about you being from the 5 spiritual realms was false. You're from the Lost Soul Empire? Jiao Hai nodded and said, yes, I'm originally from the Lost Soul Empire. 3 years ago, an explorer from the Lost Soul Empire discovered a spatial passage to the 5 spirit realms. I used the spatial passage to go to the 5 spirit realms and appeared in the glaciers north of the Ice Jade country. After that, I appeared in Aurora City and began to understand the 5 spirit realms bit by bit. When I met you, I had just finished understanding the situation of the Ice Ocean continent and was preparing to head to the other continents. At this time, I met you on the ship. After saying that, Jiao Hai chuckled and said, Fatty, you know that I'm not a very qualified king. I can go out for a few months for trivial matters. Therefore, I'm only a nominal king in the Lost Soul Empire. My subordinates are in charge of the specific matters. Fortunately, my subordinates are very loyal, so I don't need to worry about anything. I like to travel around, make more friends, and then gather them together to chat and do things. I get along very well with you, so I consider you my friend. It's that simple, you can't doubt our friendship. Jade Flood Dragon suddenly smiled faintly and said, no, I've never doubted our friendship. I was very curious before, you aren't the king of the Lost Soul Empire, so why would you want me to become the king of the Arctic continent and then join the Lost Soul Empire as a governor? Now I understand. Haha, you're really good at hiding things. But I'm really curious, since the Lost Soul Empire is so powerful, why do you still want to go to the Mixed Spirit continent and spend so much effort to have the people there surrender? Can't you just send your warships directly? Jiao Hai shook his head and said, we can't do that because we don't want to kill too many people. There are some experts in the Mixed Spirit continent, but no matter what, those people aren't our opponents, nor can they cause too much damage to us. However, we really don't want to do that. The people of the Mixed Spirit continent are already pitiful enough, we can't just go there and conquer them directly. The people of the Mixed Spirit continent have been treated as slaves for too long, so they need respect. Therefore, I want them to join us. Of course, it can also be said that they're relying on us. No matter what, we hope that the matter of the Mixed Spirit continent can be resolved peacefully, not through war. Jade Flood Dragon said, even if you don't want to use war to deal with the Mixed Spirit continent, what about the other continents? People have transmission formations that can send them directly to the Mixed Spirit continent. Then they can also send them directly to the other continents. Why don't you just attack the other continents? Jiao Hai smiled faintly and said, it's the same reason. I don't want them to resist too fiercely. Fatty, let me ask you, if we suddenly attack the 5 spiritual realms, how would the other continents react? If they find out that they can't deal with us alone, and that we're going to conquer the 5 spiritual realms, what do you think they'll do? I think it should be very simple. They will definitely unite and form an alliance to fight against us. After all, for so many years, the 5 spiritual realms countries still don't control their people too much. Naturally, those people will not resist them. They will even listen to them and rise up to fight against us. Am I right? Jade Flood Dragon nodded and said, right, the 5 spiritual realms have been treating their people well. The people have also gotten used to their rule. Therefore, if you attack the 5 spiritual realms now, the people would certainly rebel against you. Jiao Hai nodded and said, right, I'm also worried about this. We can kill all the people in the 5 spiritual realms, but we can't do that. Because of this, I didn't attack the 5 spiritual realms directly. I wanted to sow discord and have the 5 spiritual realms fight first. Once the 5 spiritual realms are in chaos, the people wouldn't have a good time. Then we'll send our troops to pacify the chaos in the 5 spiritual realms as quickly as possible. At that time, the people would be reassured, and it would be very easy for us to control the 5 spiritual realms. At this point, Jiao Hai paused, then he continued, but then Ghostface appeared. I think that this is an opportunity. With Ghostface here, I don't need to do anything. Ghostface will take care of everything for me. When the time comes, the people of the 5 spirit realms would only have 2 choices. They can either submit to a man-eating monster or submit to a force that can make their lives better. What do you think the people of the 5 spirit realms would choose? Jiao Hai looked at Jiao Hai and said, what do you think? Jade Flood Dragon couldn't help but let out a long breath. What Jiao Hai said wasn't a choice at all. Even a fool would know what to do. It seems like Jiao Hai will win this time. The Jade Flood Dragon always thought that as long as one was a king, then the place they lived in would be very good and beautiful, just like their royal father. Although the Ice Jade country was located in the Arctic continent, and the resources there were very poor, the things their royal father used weren't any worse than the other kings. They might even be better in some aspects. But today, he found out that he was wrong. Zhao was a king, but he didn't seem to have a palace. He lived in a sky-supporting tree, and not only did he use the entire tree, he only occupied 2 floors of the tree. One floor was his living quarters, while the other was his office. Zhao Hai was a king, but he didn't seem to have a palace. When Jade Flood Dragon saw where Zhao Hai brought him, he couldn't help but stare. After entering the room and sitting down, Jade Flood Dragon looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Old Zhao, you live here? Aren't you a king?" Zhao Hai shrugged his shoulders and said, "I'm a king, no one would deny this. But I don't have a wife, and I don't always stay in the palace. Why would I need such a big house? Isn't it good?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes." Jade Flood Dragon looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. At the same time, he looked at Wen Hai. Zhao Hai just said that when he wasn't in the Lost Soul Empire, Wen Hai would be in charge of the empire. Jade Flood Dragon suspected that Zhao Hai was just a figurehead. Zhao Hai looked at the Jade Flood Dragon and couldn't help but smile. Then he turned his head to Wen Hai and said, "Wen Hai, you've been working hard these days. Today, the people from the Mixed Spirit Continent will be coming to us. You keep an eye on this matter. When they arrive, immediately bring them to me." Wen Hai nodded. When Wen Hai nodded, then he said, "Boss, I think it's about time. You've spent a lot of time in the 5-spirit realm. With so many things happening, I can't make decisions without you. Shouldn't you come back?" Looking at Wen Hai, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, I'll let you have a taste of being a king. If you ascend later than me in the future, then I'll give you the throne of the Lost Soul Empire." "I don't want to. I still want to ascend. Do you know that I haven't cultivated properly for a long time because I've been managing the domestic affairs? I don't want to be a king. Stop talking nonsense and get to work. Right, prepare some good food and wine. Fatty is my friend, I want to have a drink with him today." "All right, boss, then I'll arrange it." "Right, old Tang sent a letter. He said that some of our people left their homes when the ghost mask attacked. They want to go back now, but they're too conspicuous. He wants to know what you should do. Ask them what they think. If they don't agree, then send them back. Don't worry, those who are absolutely loyal to us, if they are willing to join us, then have them teach us some spells in our schools. Currently, we don't have enough people who use spells. Once we learn how to use spells, then have our own people study them. Those people have 5 souls, and our people are mixed souls, so the spells they use will certainly be different. You just need to give the order. Just give them the order." "Alright, I'll immediately give the order. Boss, the destructive force in the spiritual weapon realm is about to be cleared. People there can see the sun. This will have a great impact on the animals and plants in the spiritual weapon realm. What do you think we should do? Otherwise, you'll have to go and take a look yourself." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "There's no need for that. You can just watch. I've already seen the situation in the spiritual weapon realm. The intensity of the light there is already very good. Don't remove the destructive force for now. Let's leave it for a while and let the animals and plants adapt to the changes in the environment. Once they've adapted and there's nothing wrong, then we'll remove the destructive force bit by bit." "Right, boss. If the destructive force completely disappears in the future and the spiritual weapon realm regains its light, then the plants there won't be able to emit light. What should we do then? Those plants that emit light are very popular. A lot of people like to have a few pots of those plants in their homes at night. This way, they don't need to light magic lamps. They also say that the light emitted by those plants is softer and more comfortable. It would be a pity if they don't have those plants. You can have those plant masters study it. Actually, there's nothing special about it. It's nothing more than keeping some of the luminous elements in the plants. It's very simple. You can have them do some experiments." "Right, make sure to record the details of the experiments. I'll instruct them." Right, boss, can we start preparing now? Shouldn't we start preparing for the war? This time, the mixed spirit continent has come to rely on us. We need to be prepared. Yes, it's time to prepare. Prepare some food as well as some daily necessities. Give the administrative staff some things as well. This isn't the first time that we've done these things. Alright, you can go. Wen Wenhai nodded before he turned around and left. After Wen Wenhai left, Safflower delivered tea to Zhao Hai and Jade Jiao Dragon. Zhao Hai took a sip of the tea before he turned to Jade Jiao Dragon and said, "Fatty, come and have some tea. I don't have much to do right now. As long as I deal with some general matters, I don't need to take care of other things." Jade Jiao Dragon looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Old Zhao, I'm going to tell you something. Aren't you afraid that others will seize your power? If you let go like this, there might be problems." "Ha ha ha, Fatty, you don't know much about the Lost Soul Empire. It's not that easy to seize the power of the Lost Soul Empire. Let me tell you, if anyone dares to take over my position today, I'll kill them with a single word tomorrow. I can't guarantee anything else, but nobody in the Lost Soul Empire will betray me." Jade Jiao Dragon looked at Zhao Hai in disbelief. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Do you know why I'm so confident? First, because my prestige is very high, and no one can compare to me. Second, because my strength is very strong, and no one is my opponent. Third, because almost all of my subordinates are saved by me. I am their benefactor, and some of them are even my servants. They will not betray me. Do you understand now?" Jade Jiao Dragon nodded. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I'm afraid there are other governors who had the same status as me in the past, right?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, you're the first one. My Lost Soul Empire is very strong, so I don't need to do that. In the past, when the Lost Soul Empire wasn't strong, if I just made friends with them, then they wouldn't join my empire. But now that I'm strong, I don't need to do that. But the situation in the Five-Spirit Realm is a bit special. The spatial channel that leads to the Five-Spirit Realm isn't something that just anyone can pass through. To be honest, I didn't think that I would meet you in the Five-Spirit Realm. You're really lucky. You're really lucky." Jade Jiao Dragon didn't know what to say. He couldn't adapt to Zhao Hai's change in status. He didn't know what to say. Zhao Hai looked at the Jade Flood Dragon and smiled. "The Five Spirit Realms joining the Bewildering Soul Empire isn't a bad thing. Our Bewildering Soul Empire is very strong. We fought against a realm on the same level as the Magical Spirit Realm and won in the end. Because of this, the Five Spirit Realms joining the Bewildering Soul Empire can only bring benefits." "Right, I forgot to tell you something. The Sword Spirit Realm and the Magical Spirit Realm were originally one realm. But because the two realms didn't agree with each other, they clashed and became two different realms." Jade Flood Dragon nodded and said, "The Sword Spirit Realm and the Magical Spirit Realm were originally one realm. But because the two realms didn't agree with each other, they clashed and became two different realms." Jade Jiao Dragon stared. He looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Spiritual realm? Spiritual realm? One realm? I say, old Zhao, where did you hear that from? Is it accurate?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I'm sure it's true. Therefore, you can rest assured. Whether the five spiritual realms can contact the spiritual realm or not, our Lost Soul Empire has the strength to deal with them. You don't need to worry." Jade Jiao Dragon curled his lips and said, "What's the use of worrying? This isn't something that I can decide. But to be honest, I really don't want to be a governor." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "You promised me." "I don't want to be a king, it doesn't mean anything. But it's the same for you. If you don't want to be a king, then fewer people will die. If you don't want to be one, then more people will die. You tell me, do you have a choice?" Jade Jiao Dragon sighed and didn't say anything else. At this time, when Wenhai returned, he bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, I brought the people from the Mixed Spirit Continent. Do you want to meet them?" "Of course I want to meet them. Call them in." "Fatty, you should hide. It's not appropriate for you to meet them right now." Jade Jiao Dragon didn't say anything else. He just nodded before he turned around and left with Safflower. Before long, Lin Qinggang and Chen Wei came in with Wen Wenhai. When they saw Zhao Hai, they were stunned. Then they bowed to Zhao Hai and said, Lin Qinggang, Chen Wei, greet your majesty. Zhao Hai looked at the two and smiled faintly, have a seat. I heard that you're from the 5 spiritual realm. Do you want to join our Lost Soul Empire? What are the 5 spiritual realms like? Lin Qinggang and Chen Wei sat down. However, they were still very careful. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Lin Qinggang wanted to stand up. However, Zhao Hai waved his hand, allowing them to sit down. Zhao Hai looked at Lin Qinggang and said, tell me, there's no need to be polite. Lin Qinggang cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and then told him about the situation in the 5 spirit realms. However, he focused on the situation in the mixed spirit continent. He talked about how they were oppressed and how they finally found the Lost Soul Empire. And how they wanted to join the Lost Soul Empire. Zhao Hai listened quietly. He didn't reveal his identity. It wasn't because he was afraid that Lin Qinggang would know who he was, but because Zhao Hai wanted to see if Lin Qinggang and the others were honest. If Lin Qinggang and the others really did that, then Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite to them. After Lin Qinggang finished, Zhao Hai looked at Lin Qinggang and Chen Wei and said, so you came here to join the Lost Soul Empire and become one of our provinces. You want to be autonomous and hand over your military power, just like the other provinces of the Lost Soul Empire? Is that so? Lin Qinggang and Chen Wei looked at each other. Then they stood up and cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai and said, thank you, your majesty. We don't dare ask for too much. Zhao Hai looked at the two, then he suddenly laughed and said, good, good, very good. Fatty, come out. Just as Zhao Hai said this, the jade flood dragon came out from the back. When Lin Qinggang and Chen Wei saw the jade flood dragon, they couldn't help but stare. They couldn't believe that they would see the jade flood dragon here. They weren't very familiar with the jade flood dragon, they only knew that it was Zhao Hai's friend. Zhao Hai looked at Lin Qinggang and said, you aren't familiar with the Lost Soul Empire, so it's impossible for you to know my name. So I'll tell you today, my name is Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai. Lin Qinggang and Chen Wei stared, then they turned their heads to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he took out a formation and activated it. Then his height and appearance slowly changed to that of Zhao Hai during the Lost Soul Empire. Even his soul had changed. Lin Qinggang and the others stared blankly at Zhao Hai. For a moment, they couldn't understand why Zhao Hai would appear here. Zhao Hai looked at Lin Qinggang and the others, then he smiled faintly and said, sit down, I'll tell you slowly. Lin Qinggang and Chen Wei sat down and stared blankly at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he explained how they found the spatial channel, how they entered the 5 spirit realms, how they discovered the injustice of the miscellaneous spirit realm, and how they went to the miscellaneous spirit continent. After he finished speaking, Zhao Hai looked at Lin Qinggang and Chen Wei and said, I didn't order the Lost Soul Empire to attack the mixed spirit continent because I want to use a peaceful method to have the mixed spirit continent join the Lost Soul Empire. The reason why I didn't reveal my identity to the Lost Soul Empire was because I wanted to see if you're sincere about the mixed spirit continent. If you aren't, then I won't be polite to you. But if you are, then you wouldn't make excessive demands. Letting the mixed spirit continent become autonomous isn't impossible. Hee. Do you understand? Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Lin Qinggang and Chen Wei. Lin Qinggang and Chen Wei looked at each other. They could see the joy in each other's eyes. In fact, they should have done this. Before they came, they made 2 preparations. One was to raise more conditions, allowing the miscellaneous spirit continent to have more freedom. The other was to raise some ordinary conditions to show their sincerity. Originally, they wanted to propose more conditions, but after seeing the situation of the Lost Soul Empire, they decided to give up on that idea. This was because they were afraid that the Lost Soul Empire would come to settle accounts with them. If they put forward excessive conditions, then the Lost Soul Empire would feel that they were greedy and come to settle accounts with them. At that time, they would be in big trouble. Now it seems like their decision was correct. Zhao Hai has been in the miscellaneous spirit continent for a long time. He has always been kind to the people of the miscellaneous spirit continent. Even now, the people of the miscellaneous spirit continent have regarded him as one of their own. They even respected him as a god. If they put forward excessive conditions, then Zhao Hai would think that they weren't sincere about the miscellaneous spirit continent. In that case, Zhao Hai wouldn't let them off. Zhao Hai looked at Lin Qinggang and Chen Wei, then he smiled faintly and said, "All right, the two of you can rest assured. The miscellaneous spirit continent will be autonomous. Our lost soul empire will do our best to help the miscellaneous spirit continent. However, the rules of the miscellaneous spirit continent will follow the rules of the lost soul empire. There can be no exceptions. Do you agree?" At this time, what can Lin Qinggang and Chen Wei say? They simply didn't have any cards in their hands to fight against Zhao Hai. If they had any cards in their hands, then it would be the coordinates of the miscellaneous spirit continent. If the Lost Soul Empire didn't know the coordinates of the miscellaneous spirit continent, then these coordinates could be their trump card. They could use these coordinates to negotiate with Zhao Hai. But now, they discovered that this trump card was useless. Lin Qinggang and Chen Wei stood up at the same time, then they cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." "Ha ha ha, the two of you don't need to be so polite. Alright, the two of you can go back to the house. Although it's suitable for a temporary residence, it's not suitable for you. After you go back, take the others with you. I'll send people to take you to a new place to live. After that, we'll prepare some things before we head to the miscellaneous spirit continent. As long as we set up the transmission formation there, the various materials of the Lost Soul Empire can be transported to the miscellaneous spirit continent." Lin Qinggang and Chen Wei cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai and said, "Yes, thank you, Your Majesty." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "After you go back, you can tell them who I am. I have something to do in the next 2 days, so there will be other people who will come in contact with you. You don't need to worry. After we prepared everything, we'll immediately head to the miscellaneous spirit continent. Alright, the two of you can go back now." The two bowed towards Zhao Hai and then left the room. After they left, Zhao Hai turned to the Jade Flood Dragon and said, "It seems like they're very honest. I'm relieved. As long as we take over the miscellaneous spirit continent, the 5 spirit realm will be ours." Jade Flood Dragon looked at Zhao Hai and frowned, "But don't forget, there's still a demon god in the 5 spirit realm. Although this demon god hasn't appeared yet, you should know that he's someone who competed with the spirit realm. Now that he has appeared, he definitely wouldn't give up. You still need to be careful." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Don't forget that there's still a demon god in the 5 spirit realm." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, there won't be any problems. Leave it to me." At this time, Safflower came in and said to Zhao Hai, "Young master, the food and wine are ready. Let's eat now." Zhao Hai stood up and said, "Let's go, fatty. Today, I'll treat you to a good drink." To be honest, the food in the 5 spirit realm can only be regarded as ordinary. "Have a taste of our Lost Soul Empire's food." Then he led the Jade Flood Dragon to the dining hall. At this time, Lin Qinggang and Chen Wei followed the people from the Lost Soul Empire and returned to the courtyard. There were also several sword boats following them. Lu Ziyu and Old Wu also returned to the courtyard. Since they didn't need to send a lot of people this time, they stayed in the courtyard and waited for news. Now that they saw the two coming back, they immediately went to greet them. Lu Ziyu looked at the people from the Lost Soul Empire behind Lin Qinggang and knew that the matter was settled. However, he still immediately asked, "How was it? Did you succeed? What about Mr. Zhao Hai? What about the Jade Flood Dragon?" Lin Qinggang looked at Lu Ziyu and the others, he couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "Let's go in and talk. Everyone, there's nothing to clean up here. Please wait for a moment." The people from the Lost Soul Empire were very polite. The leader of the group smiled and said, "Alright, we'll wait here. When you want to leave, just let us know." Lin Qinggang nodded and then led the group into the room. Upon entering the room, Old Wu was puzzled and said, "Patriarch Lin, what's going on? Where's Mr. Zhao Hai? Why didn't he come back with us?" Lin Qinggang smiled bitterly and said, "Sit down, I'll tell you in detail. Mr. Zhao Hai really gave a lot of thought." Then Lin Qinggang told them about his meeting with Zhao Hai. Lu Ziyu and the others stared blankly at Lin Qinggang, they couldn't believe what they were hearing. After Lin Qinggang finished, Old Wu recovered, he looked at Lin Qinggang and said, "You're saying that Mr. Zhao Hai is the Lost Soul Empire's king?" It was the people from the Lost Soul Empire who discovered the 5 spirit realms. Then when Mr. Zhao Hai entered the 5 spirit realms, he discovered that we were miscellaneous spirits. So he wanted us to join the Lost Soul Empire. In order to avoid using force, he used this method? Am I right? Lin Qinggang nodded and said, right, that's what I meant. Mr. Zhao Hai is indeed the Lost Soul Empire's king. Moreover, we also saw the Jade Flood Dragon there. However, it seems like the Jade Flood Dragon only knew about Mr. Zhao Hai's identity a bit earlier than us. He's hiding very deeply. Lu Ziyu muttered, inconceivable, too inconceivable. Mr. Zhao Hai is the Lost Soul Empire's king. The Lost Soul Empire is so powerful, yet they actually have a king like him. Even the Lost Soul Empire was established by him. This is too inconceivable. How is this possible? Old Wu let out a long breath and said, this is normal. I've already suspected Mr. Zhao Hai's identity before. We also suspected that he was from the Lost Soul Empire. However, since he didn't do anything wrong to the miscellaneous spirit continent, joining the Lost Soul Empire wouldn't do any harm to the continent. Because of this, we didn't do anything to Mr. Zhao Hai. Right now, it's just that his identity is too noble. However, there's no harm in this, right? I think everyone knows how Mr. Zhao Hai treats the miscellaneous spirit continent. There's no need for me to say too much. Him being the Lost Soul Empire's king is a good thing for the miscellaneous spirit continent. Lin Qinggang nodded, then he said, before we came, Mr. Zhao Hai was thinking about building a fish farm for the mixed spirit continent and teaching the children how to become plant masters. And with all the things he did in the past, we can see that Mr. Zhao Hai doesn't have any malice towards the mixed spirit continent. He even wants to help us. Right, we saw Mr. Zhao Hai's true appearance today. He's a 2-meter-tall giant with a grass soul on his head. We heard about this, so we thought that it was his true appearance. When Lin Qinggang and the others finished talking, the sky was already dark. Lin Qinggang and the others finally decided to follow Zhao Hai's words and move to a suitable place for them. They left the house and followed the people from the Lost Soul Empire. They sat on their sword boats and arrived at a towering tree before they settled down. In the next 2 days, nobody restricted their freedom. They could visit all around Vegetable City. Zhao Hai even said that if they don't want to return to the mixed spirit continent, then they can go to any city in the Lost Soul Empire. As long as they register, they would be fine. Zhao Hai also said that if they don't want to return to the mixed spirit continent, then they can live in any city in the Lost Soul Empire. However, Lin Qinggang and the others didn't do this. They just looked around Vegetable City and then waited at the towering tree. In these 2 days, Lu Ziyu and the others became tour guides. They led Lin Qinggang and the others to visit Vegetable City. After seeing the city's situation, Lin Qinggang and the others became more confident in Zhao Hai. 2 days passed by quickly. In these 2 days, Lin Qinggang and the others were able to see the difference in Vegetable City. There were a lot of battleships in Vegetable City, a total of 500. There were also some cargo ships, about 500 of them. One must know that the Lost Soul Empire's cargo ships weren't ordinary cargo ships. They can carry a lot of things. This was because the cargo ships had a lot of cabins that were converted into spatial cabins. With 500 cargo ships, the amount of things that can be stored inside can be as high as the sea. In these 2 days, Lin Qinggang and the others didn't see Zhao Hai. They thought that after Zhao Hai told them his identity, he wouldn't come to see them. After all, Zhao Hai was a king. These things shouldn't be handled by Zhao Hai. Therefore, when they saw Zhao Hai in their room, they were stunned. Then Lin Qinggang and Chen Wei immediately led everyone to give a salute to Zhao Hai and said, "We have seen your majesty." Zhao Hai now looked the same as when he was in the mixed spirit continent. Yu Jialong and Yu Daban were standing beside Zhao Hai. Apart from them, there were also several experts from the Lost Soul Empire. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and smiled, "All right, we're all familiar with each other, there's no need to be polite. Let's get ready, we'll immediately head to the miscellaneous spirit continent. Once we get there, we'll set up a transmission formation so that the army can enter the miscellaneous spirit continent." Everyone nodded, then they stood beside Zhao Hai and the other Lost Soul Empire people. Seeing that everyone was in position, Zhao Hai turned to the others and said, "All right, everyone get ready, we'll set off immediately." Along with Zhao Hai's words, a white light flashed before everyone disappeared from the room. In the next moment, they appeared in the mixed spirit continent. This time, they appeared in the wind shelter bay. Just as they appeared in the wind shelter bay, they heard sounds of fighting. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai's expression couldn't help but change. Then he turned to the others and said, "Let's fly and see what's going on." After he said that, a sword appeared under Zhao Hai's feet. Then he flew up, followed by the others. It didn't take long for everyone to fly to the top of a tree. After looking around, they immediately discovered that there were several dozen ships anchored on the sea outside of Sea Spirit City. On these ships, there were some people holding magic staffs and using water element techniques to attack Sea Spirit City. Sea Spirit City was also fighting back. Sword Chi attacked the surface of the sea. From time to time, there were experts flying towards the ships. However, these people were stopped by the experts on the ships. In fact, Zhao Hai already knew about this situation. Yu Quan had already told him about it. However, he couldn't act as if he already knew about it. Otherwise, Yu Quan would be exposed. Whether or not the mixed spirit continent would join the Lost Soul Empire, letting the people here know that Yu Quan was one of his people wasn't a good thing. Letting them know that Yu Quan was one of his people would make them think that he didn't trust the mixed spirit continent. This would create a grudge in their hearts. Moreover, the impact on Yu Quan would be even greater. This was because Yu Quan was Yu Jinglin's most trusted person. If Yu Jinglin knew that his most trusted person had been sending information to Zhao Hai, he would feel that Yu Quan had betrayed him. This would make things even more difficult for Yu Quan in the future. Because of these reasons, Zhao Hai has been acting as if he didn't know about this matter. His current behavior was the same as those who had just discovered this matter. Zhao Hai looked at the slave ships on the sea and said, "It's these ferocious dogs again. Go, kill them all. I want those people dead, but leave the ships behind." The people from the Lost Soul Empire who were following behind Zhao Hai responded. Then they drove the swords under their feet and flew straight towards the ships. Lin Qinggang and the others were about to go and help when Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Let them go. We'll go to the city and avoid any misunderstandings." Then he stepped on his golden jade sword and flew straight towards Sea Spirit City. The people who came with Zhao Hai were all Broken River experts. Each of them had experienced hundreds of battles. Although they didn't have any experience in dealing with magical techniques, this wasn't a problem for them. Before long, they rushed towards the ships. When the people on the ships saw them, they immediately sent experts to meet them. However, these people were immediately cut down like vegetables. Then they began to attack the slave ships. 1 or 2 people were in charge of each ship. Before long, all the people on the ships were cleaned up. At this time, Zhao Hai's group flew towards Sea Spirit City. Yu Jinglin, Yu Quan, and the other experts of Sea Spirit City also came out. When they saw that it was Zhao Hai's group, they all felt relieved. Yu Jinglin immediately cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai's group and said, "Patriarch Lin, Patriarch Chen, Mr. Zhao Hai, you're back. Now isn't the time to talk. Wait for me to repel the attacks of those fellows. Then we can have a good chat." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's fine. Someone has already gone to deal with the slave ships. You don't need to worry. Let's go to your residence and have a good chat. Steward Yu Quan, please wait here. When the people on the swords arrive, you can bring them to City Lord Yu's residence." Yu Jinglin stared, then he looked at Lin Qinggang and Chen Wei. He saw that the two were standing behind Zhao Hai like subordinates. They didn't seem to have any opinions. Yu Jinglin couldn't help but stare. Then he nodded and said, "All right, let's go." Yu Jinglin knew that something must have happened. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Lin Qinggang and the others to treat Zhao Hai with that kind of attitude. However, Yu Jinglin was also a calm person. He wanted to know what happened. Before long, the group arrived at Yu Jinglin's residence. Zhao Hai, Lin Qinggang, Chen Wei, and Yu Jinglin went to the living room and sat down. Under Yu Jinglin's puzzled gaze, Lin Qinggang and Chen Wei had Zhao Hai sit in the main seat. After everyone was seated, Zhao Hai smiled faintly at Yu Jinglin and said, "City Lord Yu, I'll apologize first. I've deceived you before. Let's have Patriarch Lin and Patriarch Chen tell you the details." Yu Jinglin nodded and said, alright, I'll have to say it first. Lin Qinggang and Chen Wei smiled bitterly. Then they told Yu Jinglin about Zhao Hai's identity and the result of their trip. After they finished, Yu Jinglin stared at them blankly. After some time, he muttered, so it's like this, I should have thought about it. Then he suddenly stood up and stared at Zhao Hai. After some time, he laughed and cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, many thanks, Your Majesty. Your Majesty really gave a lot of thought to the mixed spirit continent. This you can't thank you enough. Zhao Hai quickly smiled and said, City Lord you're too polite. We can be considered old friends. I'm sorry for lying to you before. Yu Jinglin waved his hand and said, that doesn't matter. To be honest, if you didn't do this and just came here with your battleship, then we wouldn't be sitting here right now. Your Majesty, did you come here to arrange a large transmission formation? Have you decided on the location? Zhao Hai smiled and said, I've already chosen it. The surrounding rocky mountains are fine. As long as the ground is leveled, the place should be big enough. It shouldn't cause any damage to the land. Yu Jinglin nodded and said, alright, since you've chosen the location, then it's fine. It just so happens that the outside has been cleaned up. How about we go now? While they were talking, Yu Quan led the experts of the Lost Soul Empire into the mansion. However, Yu Quan and the others didn't disturb their conversation, they were led away by Yu Quan. Zhao Hai also stood up, then he nodded and said, alright, the earlier the warship enters the Lost Soul Empire, the earlier we can start our work. Alright, let's go. The others complied, then they stood up and followed Zhao Hai outside. When they arrived outside, the experts of the Lost Soul Empire were already waiting for them. Zhao Hai and the others stepped on their flying swords and flew out of Sea Spirit City. The others quickly followed, scaring the people of Sea Spirit City. Before long, everyone arrived at a small hill. Zhao Hai and the others began to clean up the hill. They needed to clear a large area in order to set up the transmission formation. Fortunately, the hill was mostly made of rocks. There was nothing on top of the hill, except for some rocks. And these rocks were useless to the people of the mixed spirit continent. With so many experts cleaning up the place, this was a very extravagant matter. However, Zhao Hai didn't care. He also used spells to help everyone clean up. Before long, the place was cleaned up. After the place was cleaned up, Zhao Hai and the others immediately began to set up the transmission formation. At this point, no one else could help. Only Zhao Hai and the others from the Lost Soul Empire were able to do it. A large transmission formation like this would take a long time to set up. Even if Zhao Hai and the others were fast, it still took them 3 hours to finish setting up the transmission formation. Moreover, they also needed to make some adjustments. After making some adjustments, Zhao Hai and the others did one last experiment. They placed a sword on the transmission formation and sent it over. After that, they waited patiently. Lin Qinggang and the others were nervous. After returning to the mixed spirit continent, they didn't contact the other patriarchs and just followed Zhao Hai to set up the transmission formation. This might seem reckless, but in fact, before they went to the Lost Soul Empire, they already agreed that they could represent the other patriarchs. Therefore, they didn't regret inviting Zhao Hai. But now that the transmission formation has been set up, they couldn't go back on their words. Zhao Hai and the others were standing on the side. Lin Qinggang and the others were very clear about the strength of the Lost Soul Empire. Even if they wanted to go back on their words, it would be impossible for them to destroy the transmission formation. Therefore, they could only wait. At this time, a white light flashed on the transmission formation as a huge battleship appeared. Then the people on the battleship gave Zhao Hai a salute and loudly said, Your Majesty, the First Fleet's battleship 501 is in position. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Alright, please take off. Choose a location and welcome the other battleships. The people on the battleship gave Zhao Hai another salute and said, Yes, Your Majesty. Then Zhao Hai turned to the people on the battleship and loudly said, Battleship, take off and look for a suitable location. The people on the battleship nodded. Then the battleship slowly rose up and rotated twice in the air before finally disappearing. Some people would say that your battleship has already taken off, so what's the point of looking for a suitable location? But in fact, even if the battleship took off, it still needed to look for a suitable location. This was because the number of battleships that came this time wasn't small, about 1,000 of them. In order for these battleships to be in a neat formation, they needed space. This space couldn't be too far away from the transmission formation, but it also couldn't be too close. If it was too far away, then it wouldn't be able to protect the transmission formation. If it was too close, then it would affect the movements of the other battleships. Because of this, it wasn't easy to choose a suitable location. Then the second battleship appeared. But this time, the captain didn't say anything to Zhao Hai. He just gave a salute to Zhao Hai before taking off. Then the third battleship did the same. As the battleships took off, Lin Qinggang and the others stood there and watched. Their eyes were filled with excitement. They were very happy because these battleships meant that the Mixed Spirit Continent would be safe. Although the Mixed Spirit Continent had already become the territory of the Lost Soul Empire, it didn't matter. As long as the people of the Mixed Spirit Continent could live the same life as the Lost Soul Empire, then wouldn't it be good even if it became the territory of the Mixed Spirit Continent? Moreover, the people from the Lost Soul Empire were all miscellaneous spirit cultivators, not pentaspirit cultivators. The people from the Lost Soul Empire wouldn't look down on them, they would only help them because they were the same people from the same country. Wasn't that good? Actually, Lin Qinggang and the others felt relieved. This was because they had been holding on for a long time. Now that they were people of the Lost Soul Empire, they would no longer need to. When all the battleships and cargo ships came out of the transmission formation, Zhao Hai turned his head and said, "Leave a battleship here to guard the transmission formation. As for the others, head to Sea Spirit City." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as the Ghost King ship appeared in front of him. Then he turned to Lin Qinggang and said, "Everyone, follow me to the ship." Naturally, Lin Qinggang and the others didn't have anything to say. Their figures moved as they followed Zhao Hai to the Ghost King ship. Then Zhao Hai immediately directed the ship to head towards Sea Spirit City. Before long, all the battleships and cargo ships arrived at Sea Spirit City. Sea Spirit City was in a state of chaos. Yu Jinglin had no choice but to come forward. Only then did the people of Sea Spirit City know that these battleships belonged to them. Moreover, they had joined a country called the Lost Soul Empire. At this time, Zhao Hai had already entered the Yu mansion with Lin Qinggang and the others. After sitting down, Zhao Hai turned to Lin Qinggang and Chen Wei and said, "Patriarch Lin, Patriarch Chen, the people of the Mixed Spirit Continent don't know about our arrival. Therefore, what you need to do next is to let the people of the continent know that you have joined the Lost Soul Empire. Let them know about the existence of the Lost Soul Empire. At the same time, set up transmission formations in all the cities. I will have them follow you in order to publicize the existence of the Lost Soul Empire as well as set up transmission formations everywhere." The two nodded. At the same time, they saluted Zhao Hai and said, "Yes, Your Majesty can rest assured. We will immediately arrange it." Zhao Hai nodded and said, 2 of the 500 battleships will be left in Sea Spirit City. As for the others, arrange people to follow the battleships to the various places of the continent. In the shortest time possible, let the people of the Mixed Spirit Continent know that they are now part of the Lost Soul Empire. Lin Qinggang and Chen Wei nodded, then Lin Qinggang said, "Although the Mixed Spirit Continent has joined the Lost Soul Empire, I don't plan to attack the other 5 continents for the next 2 years. This is because the other 5 continents have yet to become chaotic. What we need to do right now is to manage the Mixed Spirit Continent well. We need to make the people of the Mixed Spirit Continent accept their status as citizens of the Lost Soul Empire. At the same time, we need to get them used to the lifestyle of the Lost Soul Empire. The population of the Mixed Spirit Continent isn't small, so they can work in the other planes of the Lost Soul Empire. Naturally, all of this is voluntary. I'll contact the Lost Soul Empire and have them send some merchants over to let the people of the Mixed Spirit Continent experience the lifestyle of the Lost Soul Empire. At the same time, we need to buy the excess mountain beans of the Mixed Spirit Continent and make them into other things. Alright, let's get back to work." Everyone nodded before they turned around and left. After these people left, Zhao Hai followed the Jade Flood Dragon to the villa. When the apprentices of the villa saw the battleships, they were very surprised. This time, Zhao Hai went to the villa to tell them about the existence of the Lost Soul Empire. At the same time, he also wanted to tell them about his identity. Things went smoother than Zhao Hai imagined. The apprentices easily accepted Zhao Hai's identity. This made Zhao Hai surprised. After asking them, Zhao Hai learned that the reason why the apprentices accepted him so easily was because he was their master. It was that simple. In the mixed spirit continent, teachers were very respected. Not to mention, Zhao Hai had done a lot for the continent. Naturally, the apprentices wouldn't have any aversion towards Zhao Hai. Seeing this, Zhao Hai immediately arranged for them to study in the Lost Soul Empire's Plant Master Academy. After all, he wouldn't have much time to teach them in the future. Letting them study in the Lost Soul Empire would allow them to understand the Lost Soul Empire in advance. When they return, the people of the mixed spirit continent would be able to accept the Lost Soul Empire better. After sending the apprentices away, Zhao Hai went to see a person. This person was none other than Long Tianlin. Long Tianlin's position in the Lost Soul Empire was very high. He was the logistics minister of the Lost Soul Empire. This position wasn't something that ordinary people could occupy. But now that Long Tianlin had arrived in the mixed spirit continent, he was accompanied by a large number of officials from the Lost Soul Empire. These people were going to join the various cities of the continent. They wanted to integrate the cities of the continent with the Lost Soul Empire as soon as possible. This integration didn't only refer to legal integration or economic integration. It also referred to ideological integration. In short, they wanted the mixed spirit continent to integrate with the Lost Soul Empire as soon as possible. Zhao Hai knew that it wasn't easy to make the people of the mixed spirit continent accept the Lost Soul Empire. It was easy because the Lost Soul Empire didn't go to war with the mixed spirit continent. There was no enmity between the two continents. At the same time, the Lost Soul Empire would allow the people of the mixed spirit continent to live a better life. Because of this, it would be easier for the people of the mixed spirit continent to accept the Lost Soul Empire. However, that was just an acceptance. It wasn't easy for the people of the mixed spirit continent to truly integrate into the Lost Soul Empire. After all, the Lost Soul Empire was too unfamiliar to the people of the mixed spirit continent. It was as if it suddenly appeared out of nowhere. No one would be prepared for it. The reason why those forces joined the Lost Soul Empire was because the Lost Soul Empire had fought with them. Those people knew how strong the Lost Soul Empire was. Because of this, they didn't have any backlash after joining the Lost Soul Empire. However, the situation of the mixed spirit continent was different. For many years, the people of the mixed spirit continent had been oppressed by the people of the other 5 continents. Because of this, the people of the mixed spirit continent naturally rejected outsiders. Because of this, it would be very difficult to integrate the mixed spirit continent into the Lost Soul Empire. Because of this, officials of all levels were sent to the cities of the mixed spirit continent to manage the people of the continent. They wanted the people of the continent to get used to the existence of the Lost Soul Empire as soon as possible. With the arrival of Long Tianlin and the others, Lin Qinggang and the others also left with some battleships and cargo ships. At the same time, merchants from the Lost Soul Empire began to pass through the transmission formation and arrive at Sea Spirit City. They began to do business in the city. However, the people of the mixed spirit continent were still living in poverty. It can be said that they didn't have much money left. However, this didn't matter because they still had mountain beans, a lot of them. The merchants from the Lost Soul Empire were very good at doing business. These mountain beans were also good things. They can bring them back to the Lost Soul Empire, process them, and then sell them all over the Lost Soul Empire. This was also a way to make money. In this way, the people of Sea Spirit City suddenly discovered that they have money in their hands. They can use this money to buy food. They can also use this money to buy a lot of living materials that they didn't even think about before. This made the people of Sea Spirit City excited. They had never seen so many materials before. When did they become so rich? With the arrival of these merchants, a lot of employment opportunities were brought to Sea Spirit City. This was because some of the merchants found out that it would be better to do the processing locally rather than going back to the Lost Soul Empire for further processing. At the same time, Sea Spirit City also needed to be rebuilt. In the past, Sea Spirit City was too poor. The public facilities of the Lost Soul Empire weren't available in Sea Spirit City. All of these needed to be built. Although there were a lot of people in the Mixed Spirit Continent, they also had their own civilization, their own cities, and their own administrative system. However, in the eyes of the people from the Lost Soul Empire, the Mixed Spirit Continent was like a piece of white paper. They needed to paint on this white paper. If they want to paint a picture on this white paper, then the investment needed to be very high. Fortunately, the Lost Soul Empire had a solid foundation, so they didn't care about this at all. In addition, the Lost Soul Empire didn't have any wars in the past few years, and they encouraged people to take risks. Therefore, when they heard that a new transmission formation was opened, a large number of people from the Lost Soul Empire immediately came to the Mixed Spirit Continent. In addition to the officials organized by Zhao Hai, there were also a lot of people who requested to come to the Mixed Spirit Continent. Time passed by little by little. It has been half a month since the transmission formation was completed. During this time, a huge change occurred in Sea Spirit City. The warships of the Mixed Spirit Continent that were stationed outside Sea Spirit City were now all fishing boats. What they needed to do was to go out to sea and fish. The coastal defense of the Mixed Spirit Continent was completely handed over to the sword boats. Zhao Hai didn't immediately send the 100 Beast warships to take over the coastal defense of the Mixed Spirit Continent. This was because it wasn't necessary. Recently, because of Ghostface's matter, the number of slave ships from the other continents that appeared in the Mixed Spirit Continent became less and less. In the past half a month, there were only a few slave ships that entered the Mixed Spirit Continent. Even if they did, they were all destroyed by the sword boats. Because of this, the Mixed Spirit Continent's waters were now very peaceful. In the past half a month, the people of the Mixed Spirit Continent slowly came to know about the existence of the Lost Soul Empire. They knew that they had joined the Lost Soul Empire. With the efforts of the Lost Soul Empire's officials, the people of the Mixed Spirit Continent also came to know what kind of existence the Lost Soul Empire was. To be honest, this situation made the people of the Mixed Spirit Continent very surprised. They didn't think that they would suddenly join an incomparably powerful country. Moreover, this country was actually formed by mixed spirit cultivators. This was simply too shocking. The reason why the people of the Mixed Spirit Continent had this feeling was because the officials sent by the Lost Soul Empire were mostly mixed spirit cultivators. These people were specially selected from the Lost Soul Empire in order to make the people of the Mixed Spirit Continent accept the Lost Soul Empire as soon as possible. Now, it seems like the effect was very good. Besides these, there was another reason why the people of the Mixed Spirit Continent accepted the Lost Soul Empire so quickly. And this reason was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. It was his identity. His name was already known to the people of the Mixed Spirit Continent. Now that they heard that the Lost Soul Empire was the country where Zhao Hai was from, the people of the Mixed Spirit Continent found it easier to accept. Ding Chunming was an ordinary citizen of Rong City in a small city in the interior of the Mixed Spirit Continent. He didn't have much work in Rong City. When he was farming, he would go out of the city to help with the farming. Usually, he would do some chores in the city to make a living. His wife was a housewife, and the two of them lived a very poor life. A few years ago, they had their own children, so their life became even more poor. Now, their child was 5 years old, but he was very thin and small. He had a head of withered yellow hair, and it was obvious that he was malnourished. However, Ding Chunming had no choice. The entire Mixed Spirit Continent was like this. Compared to those who starved to death, he was considered lucky. However, in the past 2 years, Ding Chunming's family had been doing well. Ding Chunming was honest and worked hard. Many people liked to use him. Moreover, in the past 2 years, their Rong City had also planted mountain beans. Their family finally had enough food to eat, which made Ding Chunming very happy. On this day, Ding Chuanwan had just finished his breakfast and was about to go to work when he suddenly heard a voice, "Residents of Rong City, everyone pay attention. Residents of Rong City, everyone pay attention. I am the City Lord of Rong City, Lu Darong. I will now tell everyone a piece of news. From today onwards, our Mixed Spirit Continent will officially join the Lost Soul Empire. From today onwards, everyone from our mixed spirit continent will officially join the Lost Soul Empire. If there is anything you don't understand, you can go to the City Lord's mansion. Ding Chunming was stunned and couldn't help but raise his head to look at the sky because he realized that the voice seemed to be coming from the sky. Soon, he saw a small boat flying in the sky, and the voice came from the small boat. He could even see Lu Darong standing on the boat. Lu Darong was the city lord of Rong City. Ding Chuanwan knew Lu Darong, and Lu Darong was very good to the people of Rong City. Over the years, he had done a lot of things for Rong City. Usually, if he met him and talked to him, he wouldn't put on a high and mighty appearance, and would even chat and laugh with him. Ding Chunming looked at Lu Darong and saw a smile on Lu Darong's face. He didn't seem to be in any danger. Ding Chunming felt relieved, but at the same time, he became even more curious. He didn't know what Lu Darong meant. Since there was still some time, Ding Chunming went straight to the city lord's mansion. Before long, Ding Chunming arrived at the city lord's mansion. There were many people standing in front of the mansion. One of them was saying something in front of the gate. Ding Chunming stopped and quietly listened. The person didn't say much, he only explained that the mixed spirits had joined the Lost Soul Empire. The Lost Soul Empire was a powerful empire that came from another world. This empire was also made up of mixed spirits. And the plant master Zhao Hai that they were familiar with was someone from the Lost Soul Empire. He came here specifically to help them. Upon hearing what the person said, Ding Chunming's heart couldn't help but move. After listening for a while, Ding Chunming found out that they now have a transmission formation. They can use it to go to see Spirit City and then enter the Lost Soul Empire. There were a lot of job opportunities in the Lost Soul Empire. As long as they go there, they would be able to eat their fill and wear warm clothes. In fact, Ding Chunming was quite satisfied with his current life. In the past, they weren't able to eat their fill. But now, they can at least eat their fill. However, Ding Chunming still didn't get fat and didn't want to grow fat. Ding Chunming hoped that he could live a better life. In Ding Chunming's view, this was an opportunity. Ding Chunming only knew about Zhao Hai in the past 2 years. However, he still worshipped Zhao Hai. This was because it was because of Zhao Hai that they were able to eat their fill. Now that Ding Chunming knew that Zhao Hai was someone from the Lost Soul Empire, does this mean that the Lost Soul Empire had countless plant masters? Wouldn't there be no shortage of food? Thinking of this, Ding Chunming's heart couldn't help but burn. He suddenly had an impulse to go to the Lost Soul Empire and have a look. He wanted to live a better life. Thinking of this, Ding Chunming couldn't help but walk home. He wanted to discuss with his wife. If he wants to go to the Lost Soul Empire, then he can't go alone. His wife and children have to follow. After Ding Chunming returned home, he told his wife about going to the Lost Soul Empire. However, his wife didn't agree. In his wife's view, now that their family can eat their fill, their life will definitely get better and better. So why would they still want to go to the Lost Soul Empire? Wasn't it the same at home? Ding Chunming's mouth was a little clumsy, he didn't know how to convince his wife. In the end, this matter could only be left unsettled. However, a few days later, Ding Chunming suddenly discovered that a lot of new shops had opened in Rong City. Those shops had everything they could buy. They could send their family's mountain beans to the shops and then exchange them for some other things. And these merchants, without exception, all of them came from the Lost Soul Empire. Looking at those things, Ding Chunming was once again moved. When he returned home, he took out all the mountain beans in his house and sold them to those merchants. Needless to say, he really got a lot of money, a total of 5 gold coins and dozens of silver coins. After getting the money, Ding Chunming returned home and once again persuaded his wife to go with him to the Lost Soul Empire. His wife knew him very well. When she saw him mention this matter again, she knew that he had already made up his mind. His wife didn't object this time and agreed. However, his wife didn't want him to sell the house. The house had to stay no matter what. Ding Chunming was also reluctant to sell the house. In the end, he agreed to his wife's words. The two of them simply tidied up and put some household items in a basket. Then, they put them on a pole and left the house to the city lord's mansion. The biggest change in Tianrong City these days was that there were more shops. Other than that, there weren't any other changes. However, because Ding Chunming had always wanted to go to the Lost Soul Empire, he also inquired about some information. If you want to go to the Lost Soul Empire, you must first go to the City Lord's mansion. There, you can use the transmission formation to go to Hailing City. Then from there, you can go to the Lost Soul Empire. Ding Chunming and the others were now going to the City Lord's mansion. After that, they would go to Hailing City. When they arrived at the City Lord's mansion, Ding Chunming saw 2 armored men standing in front of the gate. They both had large swords on their backs and looked very impressive. When Ding Chunming's wife saw the 2 men, she couldn't help but feel a little scared. She pulled their child into her arms. Ding Chunming also put down his burden and walked up to them. The 2 men also noticed Ding Chunming. They didn't know what he wanted to do. Ding Chunming walked up to the 2 men and cupped his fists as he said, "My family wants to go to the Lost Soul Empire. Would you like to go to Hailing City from here and then go to the Lost Soul Empire?" When the 2 guards heard this, they stared blankly. This was because Ding Chunming was the first person in Rong City to say that he wanted to go to the Lost Soul Empire. Although Rong City has been in the Lost Soul Empire for several days now, nobody wanted to go there. They didn't expect that someone would want to go there today. However, they quickly recovered. One of them smiled and said, "You want to go to the Lost Soul Empire?" "That's right, you want to go to Hailing City from the City Lord's mansion. Then, you can go to the Lost Soul Empire from Hailing City. Please follow me." After that, one of the men led Ding Chunming to the City Lord's mansion. After the 2 entered the mansion, the man asked Ding Chunming to wait for a moment. Then, he went in and made a sound. Before long, a well-dressed man came out with Lu Darong. When Lu Darong came out, he couldn't help but stare when he saw Ding Chunming. Then, he smiled and said, "I was wondering who wanted to go to the Lost Soul Empire." "Chunming, it's you." "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to be so aggressive when you're usually so quiet." Ding Chunming immediately saluted Lu Darong and said, "City Lord, I just want to go to Mr. Zhao Hai's hometown to take a look. Mr. Zhao Hai is a plant master, so his hometown must have a lot of food. Maybe we can eat better there. That way, our children will be able to eat better in the future." Lu Darong looked at Ding Chunming and sighed. Then, he said in a deep voice, "What you said is reasonable. This is Mr. Ji, the Vice City Lord. This matter will be handled by him. Mr. Ji, his name is Ding Chunming. He's an honest man who works hard. He's famous in Rong City. Now, he wants to go to the Lost Soul Empire. I hope that Mr. Ji can take care of him in the future." Mr. Ji smiled and said, "City Lord is too polite. Now, they are all people of the Lost Soul Empire. To be honest, our Lost Soul Empire is lacking a lot of people. After going there, work won't be a problem. You don't need to worry about that." After Mr. Ji finished speaking with Lu Darong, he turned to Ding Chunming and said with a smile, "Mr. Ding, if you want to go to the Lost Soul Empire, I welcome you. Please come with me. I'll send you there." Ding Chunming nodded. He carried his burden, led his wife and children, and followed Mr. Ji into the City Lord's mansion. When they arrived at a courtyard behind the City Lord's mansion, the house in the courtyard had already been demolished. In the middle of the courtyard, there was a transmission array. Mr. Ji led the family of 3 to sit on the transmission array. Then, with a flash of white light, the 4 of them disappeared. In the next moment, they appeared in an even larger transmission plaza. Mr. Ji led them down from the transmission array and then walked into a room next to the plaza. There were many people in this room, but they were all behind the bar. Obviously, they were the staff here, and there weren't many people who actually came here to do things. Mr. Ji asked Ding Chunming to follow him to the bar counter and talk to the people at the bar counter. The people at the bar counter carefully asked about Ding Chunming's situation, including his address, age, family situation, and his wife's name, age, as well as his children. After asking, they gave him 3 metal plates. Ding Chunming was puzzled as he took the iron plate. Mr. Ji looked at him and smiled. "This iron plate is the identity of our Lost Soul Empire. It represents your family's identity. Let's go, we'll go to the transmission array outside the city." Although Ding Chunming didn't understand what it meant, he still put away the iron plate and followed Mr. G outside the door. At this time, there was already a small wooden boat parked outside the door. This small wooden boat was a civilian vehicle that could carry 10 people. Mr. G invited Ding Chunming and his wife to get on the boat, and the boat flew straight out of the city. Before long, the boat arrived outside the city. At this time, Ding Chunming and his wife finally noticed the transmission formation as well as the huge ship that was parked beside it. The ship was made entirely out of metal. It looked like a giant bronze beast. It was crawling beside the transmission formation, causing Ding Chunming and his wife to stare blankly. Mr. G looked at Ding Chunming and smiled faintly. This is our Lost Soul Empire's main warship, the 100 Beast warship. Hee, if you become a soldier in the future, then you might have the opportunity to take a look at this warship. But looking at your age, it seems like you've already passed the age of being a soldier. I'm afraid that you won't have the opportunity to do so in the future. However, if you go to the Lost Soul Empire, then you can take a look at the decommissioned wooden 100 Beast warships. Ding Chunming didn't pay attention to Mr. G's words, his gaze was already fixed on the warship. After some time, he opened his mouth and said, "Are there any conditions for becoming a soldier?" Mr. G smiled and said, "There aren't too many conditions. Since we're all cultivators, we don't have any age requirements. However, we have to go through some tests. Only those who pass the tests can become soldiers. In fact, in our Lost Soul Empire, becoming a soldier is definitely a good thing. This is because the Empire will send you a replacement card, and your family won't have to pay taxes. Because of this, a lot of people want to become soldiers." Ding Chunming nodded and didn't say anything. At this time, the boat stopped beside the transmission formation. Beside the transmission formation was a row of small houses with a lot of people inside. Mr. G led Ding Chunming into a room with a bar. There were 5 people sitting at the bar. Mr. G looked at one of them and explained Ding Chunming's situation. That person nodded, then he picked up a piece of paper and looked at it. Then he said to Mr. G, "In 2 hours, there will be a cargo ship returning to the Lost Soul Empire. Let them go with it. Currently, there are very few people in the mixed spirit continent who want to go to the Empire, so we can't arrange for them to go alone. However, once they arrive at the Empire, someone will immediately receive them and arrange suitable jobs for them." Mr. G nodded, then he turned to Ding Chunming and said, "Mr. Ding, you heard it. In 2 hours, there will be a cargo ship returning to the Empire. You can take that cargo ship back. I can only send you here. Once you arrive at the Empire, someone will receive you. You don't need to worry, you just need to wait here for 2 hours. Right, you can rest in the room next door, I'll take you there." Ding Chunming nodded, then he carried his load and followed Mr. G to the room next door. Sure enough, there was no one in the room, but there were many chairs for people to sit down and rest. Mr. G looked at Ding Chunming and said, "Mr. Ding, you can rest here first. When the time comes, someone will come and call you. I'll be going back first." Ding Chunming quickly stood up and saluted Mr. G. Mr. G also saluted back. Then he smiled and turned to leave. After Mr. G left, Ding Chunming turned to his wife and said, "It seems that after we arrive at the Lost Soul Empire, we'll have a job. I hope that we can earn more and give Bauer some nourishment." After saying that, Ding Chunming reached out and patted his child's head. His son looked around curiously. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye, but Ding Chunming and the others felt that time passed very slowly. Just as they were anxiously waiting, a whistling sound came from outside. Then a huge wooden ship stopped at the transmission formation. At this time, the door to the room where Ding Chunming and the others were resting was pushed open. A person said to Ding Chunming, "Mr. Ding? Please come with me. The cargo ship is here, you can take it back." Ding Chunming immediately responded, then he picked up his load and followed his wife out of the room. When they arrived outside the room, Ding Chunming was also stunned. This was because the ship that stopped at the transmission formation was really too big. At this time, the staff member led them to a small wooden ship and had them sit on it. Then the wooden ship started flying towards the large wooden ship. In the blink of an eye, Ding Chunming and his wife were already on the large wooden ship. The staff member said to someone on the ship, "Boss Qian, Mr. Ding is from the mixed spirit continent. He wants to go to the Empire to find a job. I'll have to trouble you to bring him over and hand him over to the reception staff of the Empire. Boss Qian was a fat man around 40 years old. He had a smile on his face. When he heard the staff member, he immediately smiled and said, "All right, no problem. Leave him to me. I'll guarantee that he'll be safely delivered." The staff member smiled and said, "Then I'll have to thank Boss Qian." After saying that, he turned around and boarded the wooden ship. Boss Qian looked at Ding Chunming and smiled, "Mr. Ding, you're the first person I know who wants to go to the Empire from the Mixed Spirit Continent. It'll take some time for the transmission formation to start. Why don't we have a chat?" Ding Chunming looked at Boss Qian nervously and said, "Boss Qian, thank you for bringing us. I'm just a poor person who wants to go to the Empire to find a life. I'm not qualified to chat with Boss Qian." Boss Qian smiled and said, "Mr. Ding, you're too polite. Our Lost Soul Empire doesn't like this. We're all equal. I don't know why Mr. Ding wants to go to the Empire to find a life. Now that the Mixed Spirit Continent has joined our Lost Soul Empire, we'll be a family in the future. Our lives will get better and better. Why does Mr. Ding want to go to the Empire?" Ding Chunming looked at his child and said with a smile, "For my child, the Mixed Spirit Continent will definitely get better and better. I know that. But my child is now growing up. I want him to live a better life, so I want to go to the Empire. It's Mr. Zhao Hai's hometown. There shouldn't be a shortage of food." When Boss Qian heard Ding Chunming's words, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Yes, Mr. Ding understands. The Empire has never lacked food, but it's worried about how to finish it. Right, there's one more thing to tell Mr. Ding. The Mr. Zhao Hai you mentioned is the king of our Lost Soul Empire. Hee, when you go to the Empire, you must call him His Majesty." When Ding Chunming heard Boss Qian's words, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then his face changed greatly. People from small places like them only know Zhao Hai's name. They don't know Zhao Hai's identity at all. In fact, most people in the Mixed Spirit Continent only know Zhao Hai's name. They know that Zhao Hai helped the Mixed Spirit Continent, but they don't know Zhao Hai's identity. This was the first time Ding Chunming knew Zhao Hai's identity. Boss Qian looked at Ding Chunming and smiled faintly, "Mr. Ding, you don't need to be surprised. His Majesty is a plant master. There's no mistake about it. The transmission formation is ready, we'll be leaving soon." Ding Chunming nodded foolishly. He was still shocked by this news. At this time, a white light flashed. In the next moment, Ding Chunming discovered that their surroundings had completely changed. In the Mixed Spirit Continent, if you want to see plants, besides crops in the fields, you can only see some weeds in the mountains. Other types of plants were rare. However, the place where they appeared was different. There were countless types of plants everywhere. And the place where they appeared was a huge square. Boss Qian looked at Ding Chunming and said with a smile, "Mr. Ding, now that we've arrived at the Empire, there's a reception room next to the square. You can go there and find the staff. Because we still have to transport the goods, we can't go with you." Ding Chunming quickly said, "Thank you, Boss Qian. I'm already very grateful. Boss Qian, please let me get off the ship. I can go there by myself." Boss Qian smiled and nodded. Then he called a staff member on the ship and had the person send Ding Chunming to the square with a small wooden boat. Then the person on the boat drove the small boat back to the ship, and the ship took off again. Ding Chunming carried his burden and led his wife and children out of the transmission formation. As soon as they arrived outside the transmission formation, they saw a person coming towards them. The person smiled at Ding Chunming and said, "Are you Mr. Ding Chunming?" Ding Chunming quickly nodded and said, "Yes, my Ding Chunming." The person smiled and said, "Mr. Ding, please come with me. I'm a staff member of the reception. I'll take Mr. Ding to go through some procedures. After the procedures are done, I'll arrange for Mr. Ding to rest." Ding Chunming nodded and followed the person to a wooden house next to them. This wooden house was made of some vines and looked very beautiful. After Ding Chunming entered the treehouse, he discovered that the space inside the treehouse was very large. This made him feel very surprised. The staff member led Ding Chunming to a rest area on the side, where there was a group of sofas and a tea table. the staff member asked Ding Chunming to sit down. Then he sat down and said to Ding Chunming with a smile, "Mr. Ding, I'm the receptionist in charge of receiving you. My name is Chu Chong Kong. I'd like to ask, Mr. Ding, what are you best at?" Ding Chunming was stunned and then said, "Does my strength count?" Chu Chong Kong smiled and said, "Of course. How can it not count? Mr. Ding, how strong are you? Is it because he was born with great strength, or because he cultivated a cultivation technique that increased his strength?" Ding Chunming said in a deep voice, "I was born with great strength. After cultivating, I became even stronger. Now I can lift a huge rock by myself, so people in Rong City like to work for me." Chu Chongkong's eyes lit up and said, "Mr. Ding, is it convenient for you to do a test with me? It's at the back of the room. In this way, I'll have a better understanding of your ability. If you feel tired, I can arrange for you to rest first, and then we can do the test." "No need. Let's do the test now." "I'm not tired at all," Ding Chunming immediately said. Chu Chongkong nodded and stood up. He said to Ding Chunming's wife and child, "Mrs. Ding, please wait here for a moment. I'll go with Mr. Ding to do the test. The test will be finished soon. Please don't worry." Ding Chunming also gave his wife a few words of advice, and then followed Chu Chongkong to the back of the room. There was a large place behind the room. There was a long but somewhat curved stone road, and many other things. Chu Chongkong led Ding Chunming to some barbells. Then he pointed to some barbells on the ground and said to Ding Chunming, "Mr. Ding, these barbells are what you want to test. Although these barbells don't look big, there are gravity arrays on them, so their weight is much greater than their size. Please try and see which one you can lift." Ding Chunming nodded and walked to a barbell. He glanced at it and saw the words 500 kilograms written on it. Ding Chunming grabbed the bar of the barbell and pulled it up hard. He lifted the barbell at once. Then he put it down and walked to another barbell. At this moment, Jai Zhongkong's voice came, "Mr. Ding, I forgot to tell you. Please don't use your own energy to support your body in these tests here. Only use your body's strength. Then, we will conduct a strength test after you use your energy." Ding Chunming nodded, but he still walked to another barbell. This gave Chu Chongkong a fright. This was because Ding Chunming's actions were very obvious. He didn't use his own energy when he picked up the 500-kilogram barbell. He used his body's strength to lift it. Chu Chongkong was surprised, but his eyes couldn't help but brighten. Very soon, Ding Chunming was done with the test. Without using any energy, he could only lift up to 5,000 jin of yubel. This was already a very shocking number. One must know that whether it was the soul world, the secret realm, or the 5 spiritual realms, everyone's physical condition was very good because of the abundant spiritual energy. An average adult's maximum strength was about 800 to 1,000 jin. But Ding Chunming's strength was actually at 5,000 jin. This was really too shocking. Ding Chunming's strength was around 5,000 jin. Then Ding Chunming used his own energy. After using his energy, his strength could reach up to 50,000 kilograms. This number was also very shocking. One must know that even a sky dance expert wouldn't necessarily be able to reach 50,000 kilograms of strength. But Ding Chunming wasn't a sky dance expert. For him to have this kind of strength was very surprising. After Ding Chunming finished his test, Chu Zhongkong led him back to his room. Chu Zhongkong also looked at Ding Chunming and found that other than breathing heavily, Ding Chunming wasn't sweating. This meant that Ding Chunming's endurance was really good. This made Chu Zhongkong even happier. After Mayor Kong invited Ding Chunming to sit down, he smiled and said to Ding Chunming, "I didn't expect Mr. Ding to be so talented. I can now provide you with some job opportunities. The first is to join the special recruitment team of the Lost Soul Empire Army and undergo training. After you complete your training, you will become a soldier of the Empire. When you join the special recruitment team, you will receive a monthly allowance of 50 gold coins. We will also arrange another job for your wife, and your child can be sent to the military school to study. The military will also arrange a house for you, and your child will be free of all tuition fees. The second job is to go to the military craftsman to make artifacts. You will receive 50 gold coins per month. You can also arrange a house for your family. However, your wife can't arrange a job for you. Your children can also go to school, but the school fees won't be waived. For now, these two jobs are the most suitable for you. Mayor Kong looked at Ding Chunming and said. Ding Chunming looked at Mayor Kong. He was puzzled as he said, "You mean to say that I can join the Empire's army? Can I really? If you become a soldier of the Empire, then you will receive the best training, and your children will also receive the best training. Moreover, the Empire's training method is different from other people. Other people might only look at the person's strength and potential, but the Empire is different. The Empire's training method is different. The Empire observes many aspects, such as alchemy talent, forging talent, magic formation talent, and so on. Not only children, but even adults, the Empire will also conduct regular tests. If they have talent in any aspect, then they will also receive special training." Ding Chunming excitedly said, "Can we really do this? I'm afraid it won't be easy for the Empire to do this." Ding Chunming came from the mixed spirit continent, so he was very clear that it wasn't easy for a force to provide for all of its members. Just like the Lost Soul Empire, the amount of resources needed was very large. Ding Chunming didn't know that the Lost Soul Empire would need a very large amount of resources. Mayor Kong nodded and said, "Of course you can. The Empire doesn't need to worry about supplies at all. Everyone can do what they like to do. Naturally, the Empire's policy is that the more you contribute, the more you get. No matter what you do, as long as you contribute enough, you can get more. Therefore, you don't need to worry about anything. Even if your talent and potential aren't good, as long as you work hard, your family can still live a good life." Jiao Hai nodded and said, "Of course you can." Ding Chunming nodded again and again. Seeing his expression, Mayor Kong continued, "There's one more thing that I want to make clear to you. If you become a soldier of the Empire, then you'll be in danger. Because soldiers have to fight, and fighting is dangerous. I hope you can understand this point. But I can also tell you that if you die for the Empire, then your family will be treated the same as when you were alive. Your monthly salary will be given to your family, and your children will also receive the best education. All of this is to prevent soldiers from worrying about their families, not just for you." Ding Chunming didn't care about this at all. He said, "What's so great about that? I can answer you right now. I want to become a soldier. I want to join the army." Mayor Kong looked at Ding Chunming and said, "You don't want to think about it? Being a soldier also has its dangers." Ding Chunming shook his head, then he smiled and said, "Mr. Chu, you might not know about the situation in the mixed spirit continent. In the mixed spirit continent, we have to deal with the attacks of the other 5 continents while we have to deal with the beasts inside. It can be said that in the mixed spirit continent, every adult is a soldier. Therefore, what you said isn't a problem in the mixed spirit continent. If you ask the people of the continent about this, then everyone would agree." Ding Chunming's wife nodded, she clearly agreed with this statement. Mayor Kong stared for a moment, then he smiled and said, "All right, if you really want to join the army, then leave the rest to me. I'll take you to do some registration and then arrange a house for you. Tomorrow, I'll take you to the special recruitment team. Your wife's job will also be settled in 3 days. Your child's school will also be settled in 3 days. Are you sure? You should know that the army isn't an ordinary place. You can't just enter and leave as you wish." "I've decided, I want to join the army." Ding Chunming didn't even think about it before he replied. Mayor Kong nodded and said, "All right, then let's go. We'll go register first and then arrange a place for you to live." After saying that, Chu Chongkong stood up and led Ding Chunming to the bar counter to register him. After Ding Chunming registered Chu Chongkong's information, Chu Chongkong led Ding Chunming to the outside of the room. While walking outside, Chu Chongkong said to Ding Chunming, "Mr. Ding, first of all, congratulations on your decision. Maybe the next time I see you, your status will be higher than mine. You should know that our Lost Soul Empire respects soldiers very much. As long as you perform well, you will receive the corresponding respect." Ding Chunming nodded. Then Chu Chongkong led Ding Chunming to a sword boat parked at the side. On the sword boat stood a soldier wearing armor and carrying a big sword on his back. Mayor Kong saluted the soldier and said, "Hello, Captain Li. This is Ding Chunming, Mr. Ding." He just came from the mixed spirit continent. We just conducted a test and found that his potential is very good. This is his test result. He chose to join the army and become a member of the special recruitment team. Then he took out a piece of paper and gave it to Captain Li. Captain Li took the piece of paper and glanced at it. Then he nodded and said, his potential is good. Let's get on the boat and leave. Ding Chunming nodded and led his wife and child onto the sword boat. After the family of 3 boarded the sword boat, Captain Li immediately started it up. Captain Li commanded the sword boat to fly away as he looked at Ding Chunming and said, Ding Chunming, your test results are very good. After entering the special recruitment team, even if you don't make any progress, you can still become an official soldier. But what I want to tell you is that the army is different from other places. The army's purpose is to protect the country as well as to make the lost soul empire stronger. Therefore, the training in the army will be very hard. We will stimulate all of your potential, so you need to be prepared to endure hardships. His Majesty said that a soldier who doesn't want to be a general isn't a good soldier. He didn't say that to encourage you to be ambitious, but to tell you that once you enter the army, you need to think about moving forward, you must keep moving forward, you must not stop. If one day you want to stop, then you won't be far from leaving the army. Ding Chunming nervously looked at Captain Li. This was because Captain Li was too serious. Ding Chunming was nervous, but he still nodded. Captain Li looked at Ding Chunming and said, I know that life in the mixed spirit continent is very hard, but after you join the army, your life will become better. You won't have to worry about making a living, and you won't have to worry about your family. At this time, people will change. Some people will feel that the empire has done them a great favor, and they want to repay the empire. Some people even want better treatment, so they start to train hard to improve themselves. This is something that we welcome. However, some people have changed their minds and become satisfied. They think that their current life is very good, and they don't want to take another step forward. Although these people can stay in the army, they won't be able to make any progress. They might even be eliminated by the army. I hope that you can become better. Whether it's to repay the empire's kindness or to improve your life, I hope that you can work hard and remember my words. Captain Li looked at Ding Chunming's expression and said, yes, I know that the mixed spirit continent is very hard, but after you join the army, your life will become better. You won't have to worry about making a living, and you won't have to worry about your family. At this time, people might change. Ding Chunming nodded and said, yes, Captain Li can rest assured. I will certainly work hard. Captain Li nodded. At this time, his sword boat had already left Plant City and arrived at a mountain outside the city. This mountain was a huge military camp. A lot of battleships were parked here. A lot of soldiers were busy. Some were training while others were busy with other things. The entire military camp was like a huge machine that was constantly running in an orderly manner. As soon as Captain Li and the others arrived above the military camp, 2 sword boats greeted them. Captain Li commanded his sword boat to stop. Then the people on the 2 sword boats gave Captain Li a salute and said, please show me your pass. Captain Li nodded and didn't say anything. He just took out an iron pass. One of the people on the 2 sword boats took out a formation and shined it on Captain Li's iron pass. Then he nodded and said, please. Then the 2 sword boats left. Captain Li controlled the sword boat to fly towards the military camp. Before long, they arrived at the military camp and stopped. Then Captain Li lowered the sword boat and led the 3 people off the sword boat. Ding Chunming looked at the military camp and immediately saw the difference between this place and other military camps. Compared to other places, this place was more like an ordinary residential area. There were a lot of people here who weren't wearing military uniforms. They were also chatting and laughing on the road. Some people were also busy with their own matters. It was just like an ordinary small city. Captain Li led Ding Chunming forward and said, this will be your home from now on. The people living here are all military families. They all have family members who work for the military, and they also work for the military. Your wife is the same, she will also be arranged to work in some of the military's factories. There are also schools here that can provide your children with the best education. Of course, if you feel that this place isn't good enough, you can also have your wife move to the city. There are also schools where your children can go to school. Of course, all of these expenses will be borne by the military. The reason why we arranged for your family members to live here is to make it more convenient for you to go home. Although you can't go home every day in the future, you can only go home a few times a month, but this place is still close, so it will be more convenient for you to go home. Ding Chunming quickly replied, "This place is very good, very good." Captain Li nodded and said, "Let's go." Before long, they arrived in front of a small building. This small building was also made of vines. It had 2 floors and was very beautiful. Captain Li led Ding Chunming inside. As soon as they entered the small building, they saw a 30-year-old man walking towards them. This man was very tall and sturdy, but his right arm was cut off, leaving only an empty sleeve. When the man saw Captain Li, he immediately laughed and said, "Little Li, I didn't expect you to have time to come here today. What's wrong? What's the matter?" When Captain Li heard the person call him Little Li, not only did he not get angry, he even smiled and said, "Old Captain, I've been assigned to the newcomer reception area. I'll be working there for a while. This is Ding Chunming, he came from the mixed spirit continent. After the test, he was found to have a lot of potential, so he was sent to the special recruitment team. So I brought him here and let him settle down here first." Jiao Hai nodded and said, "All right." When the big man heard Captain Li, he couldn't help but turn his head to look at Ding Chunming. Then he nodded and said, "All right, I've already received a notice from above. Let's go, follow me." After he said that, he walked out. Captain Li quickly followed behind him. Naturally, Ding Chunming and the others also followed behind. Before long, the group arrived in front of a row of houses. These houses were all made of vines and were very beautiful. The big man led the group into the house. The house was actually very simple. Upon entering, there was a long corridor. Because it was made of vines, it was very beautiful. The big man turned to Ding Chunming and said, "Ding Chunming, do you like to live on the first floor or the second floor?" Ding Chunming stared, then he asked, "What's the difference?" The big man smiled and said, "There's no difference, but the first floor is more convenient while the second floor is relatively quiet." Ding Chunming quickly said, "Then let's live on the first floor. The child is still young. I'm afraid that he'll fall when going up and down." The burly man nodded and led Ding Chunming down the corridor. Before long, they arrived in front of a room. There was a sign on the door with the number 105 written on it. The burly man took out a formation and placed it on the door. A white light flashed on the door, and then the door made of vines automatically moved aside like a curtain, revealing the room inside. The living room has tables and chairs. However, these tables and chairs are made of vines. If you take this formation, you can use the vines in the room to create whatever you want. You can also change the style of the furniture. Right, did you use any household artifacts in the miscellaneous spirit continent? Ding Chunming nodded and said, "Yes, this is the place. This house isn't very big, but it's enough. There are 2 rooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. It's enough for a family to live in. The living room has tables and chairs, but these tables and chairs are made of vines. You can take this formation and use the vines to create whatever you want." Ding Chunming shook his head. The big man nodded, then he led Ding Chunming and the others around the room. From the kitchen to the other artifacts in the room, he introduced them all. It took him more than an hour to finish the introduction. Naturally, he also taught Ding Chunming and the others how to use them. Only now did Ding Chunming and the others realize that this room was really well equipped. As long as they brought their own luggage and clothes, they could directly move in. They didn't need to borrow anything. Even a lot of food was prepared for them. Ding Chunming and the others had nothing to say, so they naturally stayed in the room. When Captain Li saw that Ding Chunming and the others were living in the room, he opened the door and said, "You have 3 days of leave, so you can settle down here. At the same time, you need to know where the shops are. These 10 gold coins are for your expenses this month. Next month, you will have your own replacement, so you won't have the money. If you don't understand anything, you can go out and ask someone else. Otherwise, you can go to the small building we went to before and look for the old captain, he's one of the managers here." The big man nodded and said, "Right, if you have any problems, you can directly look for me. If you can't find the small building you went to before, you can call someone and tell them that it's the manager's building. They will know where it is." Ding Chunming and his wife hurriedly expressed their thanks again. Captain Li and the big man then turned around and left. After they left, Ding Chunming and his wife immediately began to organize their things. They found a place to put their things away. It must be said that they didn't have much in their house. Aside from their luggage, there were only some pots and pans. However, many of these things were useless. Moreover, these things were already prepared for them. Even if they didn't bring anything, they could still live here without any problems. After organizing their things, Ding Chunming went to the window and looked outside. He discovered that there was a small courtyard outside. There were some things that could be planted inside. Outside was a grassland with some stones. Clearly, it was a place for people to walk. Ding Chunming turned to his wife and said, "I'll be going to the barracks in 2 days. You can take care of the house. Pay attention to your rest and take good care of Bao. I'll certainly work hard. In the future, we'll have a better life." His wife smiled and said, "We're already very good. We don't ask for too much. Food and vegetables have already been prepared for us. Tomorrow, we'll go out to buy some things and look around. There's no need for us to prepare anything." Ding Chunming nodded, then he let out a long breath and said, "I didn't expect that I would be able to become a soldier here. Although my strength was good in Korong City, they thought that I was just strong and wasn't very useful. I didn't expect that strength would become an advantage here." His wife was also puzzled as she said, "Right, I really don't know what they were thinking. Do they think that strength is enough? It's really strange." Ding Chunming replied, "No matter what, I'll do my best to stay in the army. You also heard that the treatment in the army is very good. Moreover, the Lost Soul Empire also takes care of the families of soldiers. This is enough for me." His wife nodded. Just like what they said before, they were always in danger in the mixed spirit continent. Although they weren't professional soldiers, they would still be called in during battles. Because of this, they weren't any less dangerous than real soldiers. Because of this, they weren't worried about Ding Chunming becoming a soldier here. Ding Chunming let out a long sigh and muttered, "If I didn't come to the Lost Soul Empire, I really wouldn't have thought that there would be another way for people to live. Look at the Lost Soul Empire, this is a place where people should live." His wife didn't say anything, she just smiled faintly and said, "I'll go and prepare some food. To be honest, I still don't understand how to use the household artifacts at home. I'll go and try them out." Ding Chunming didn't say anything, he just nodded. He was very curious about the Lost Soul Empire. He really wanted to know what kind of place it was. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. Ding Chunming and his wife did a lot of things in these 3 days. First of all, they already understood the situation around them. This was a camp that wasn't smaller than Rong City. Next to this camp was a military factory. Ding Chunming's wife was already arranged to work in the factory. The work wasn't hard, in fact, most of the work was done by the formation. There were very few things that they needed to work on. Ding Chunming's children also started to go to school. Their school wasn't far from the factory where his wife worked. His wife can send her children to school and then go to the factory to work. After work, she can go to the school to pick up her children. She wouldn't waste any time. Moreover, his children's Chinese food would be eaten in the school. Moreover, the school provided it for free. Everything was arranged very well. The last bit of worry in Ding Chunming's heart also disappeared. He felt that his decision to come to the Lost Soul Empire was really correct. 3 days passed. Ding Chunming's wife didn't go to work. His children also didn't go to school. The family was waiting for Captain Li at home because it was the day that Ding Chunming went to the military camp. At 9 o'clock in the morning, there was a knock on the door. Ding Chunming immediately went to open the door. Captain Li stood outside the door and looked at Ding Chunming and the others. He smiled and said to Ding Chunming, "Are you used to here? Have you arranged everything at home?" Ding Chunming immediately said, "Yes, I'm very used to it." "Thank you for your concern, Captain Li. There's nothing at home." shall we go now? Ding Chunming really wanted to go to the barracks as soon as possible. He was used to being busy, so he wasn't used to being idle all of a sudden. Moreover, he also wanted to go to the barracks as soon as possible to see if he could really become a soldier. If he couldn't become a soldier, then he wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. He wasn't an old man, so he wouldn't stay here forever. If he really wasn't suitable for this place, then he wouldn't stay here. Captain Li looked at Ding Chunming's wife and children, then he nodded and said, "Let's go." After saying that, he turned around and walked out. Ding Chunming hurriedly followed him. His wife and children also walked out with him. After arriving outside, Captain Li took Ding Chunming to the sword boat. Then, he started the sword boat and headed towards the barracks. Ding Chunming only had time to take a look at his wife and child before following Captain Li into the barracks. Before long, Captain Li stopped in front of a small camp. There weren't a lot of people in this camp, many of them were training. It can be seen that they were new recruits. These new recruits were very interesting. The youngest of them was in their teens, while the oldest was in their 30s. All of them were working very hard in their training. Just as Captain Li led Ding Chunming down from the sword boat, a soldier in armor immediately came over. He gave Captain Li a salute and said, "I've seen Captain Li." Captain Li returned the salute and said, "I'm here to send someone off. Ding Chunming, this is his information. From today onwards, he'll be joining the special recruitment team. Train him well. I'll be leaving." Then he gave the soldier a piece of paper. Then he turned around and boarded the sword boat before leaving. After Captain Li left, the person who spoke to Captain Li turned his head to look at Ding Chunming. Then he looked at the contents of the paper and nodded. Then he said to Ding Chunming, "Hello. I'm the chief instructor of the special recruitment camp. My surname is Tian, I'm called Tianji. You should call me chief instructor in the future." Ding Chunming quickly replied, "Yes, I've seen the chief instructor." Tianji looked at Ding Chunming and said in a deep voice, "Now that you have entered the military camp, you are a soldier. Come with me, I will take you to your place and collect your necessities. After that, it will be time for training." Ding Chunming nodded and followed Tianji into the military camp. Before long, they entered a room. This room was very big. Inside were single beds with blankets. Beside every bed was a cabinet. Tianji led Ding Chunming to a bed. This bed was also neatly folded. Tianji turned his head to Ding Chunming and said, "Ding Chunming, this bed is your bed. This side of the cabinet is also for you to use. In the cabinet, there's a set of armor, 2 sets of clothes, and 2 pairs of boots. The clothes and boots might not be suitable for you right now. You can tidy up your things first. Someone will send them over immediately. Once the clothes and boots are sent over, you can immediately change into them." Ding Chunming nodded. Then Tianji left the room. After Tianji left, Ding Chunming immediately opened the cabinet. In fact, he also brought some clothes. However, it was clear that he wouldn't be using them right now. Ding Chunming put his clothes inside and then looked at the clothes, armor, and boots. The clothes were black and made of coarse cloth. It was very thick and looked very sturdy. Underneath the coarse cloth was a very comfortable fine cloth. The armor was the same as what Tianji was wearing. It was a standard military armor. As for the boots, they weren't ordinary boots. On the outside of the boots, there was a layer of steel mesh. It was obvious that the defense wasn't low. Ding Chunming knew that besides the armor, the other things inside weren't suitable for him. Therefore, he didn't touch them. At this time, someone came in from outside. This person walked in front of Ding Chunming and said, "Are you Ding Chunming? Are you a newcomer today?" Ding Chunming immediately replied, "Yes, I'm Ding Chunming." The person nodded. Then he turned his hand and took out a few sets of clothes. On top of the clothes was a small iron plate with a chain attached to it. The person handed the things forward and said, "These are the clothes I prepared for you. Try them on. This iron plate is your military plate. From today onwards, you must always wear it on your body. Don't take it off. This is proof of your identity." Ding Chunming immediately took it. When the person saw Ding Chunming take it, he went to Ding Chunming's cabinet and took away the clothes that Ding Chunming couldn't wear. Ding Chunming immediately put the clothes inside. At the same time, he used the shortest amount of time to put them on. After putting on the clothes and armor, Ding Chunming immediately ran out of the room. At this time, Tianji was still waiting for Ding Chunming outside. Ding Chunming immediately stood in front of Tianji. Tianji looked at Ding Chunming's appearance, then he nodded and said, "Very good, you're dressed very neatly. Then I'll tell you why the special recruitment team exists. The empire has a lot of armies, and the special recruitment team is the last to be established. This proposal was put forward by His Majesty, so the special recruitment team was created. The special recruitment team is different from the ordinary army. In the ordinary army, everyone's training is the same, but the special recruitment team is different. In the special recruitment team, everyone's training is different. You will also have ordinary team training, and you will also know military discipline. However, your other training is completely different from the other armies. Each of you will have an individual training plan. Do you know what this means?" Tianji looked at Ding Chunming, and Ding Chunming shook his head. Tianji then said, "This means that the cost of training each of you is much greater than the cost of training other people. Training one of you can even train 10 qualified elite soldiers. Do you understand now?" Ding Chunming nodded, then he shook his head. Tianji looked at Ding Chunming and smiled faintly. "Do you want to say that you don't know why His Majesty did this?" Ding Chunming nodded. Tianji then said, "None of us knew. It wasn't until the first batch of special recruits were trained that we found out. Although these special recruits can't be considered as fully qualified soldiers, they were still strong enough to make people fear them. And these people are now the Empire's most elite soldiers. His Majesty even said that becoming the Empire's most elite army isn't their final destination. As for where their final destination is, I don't know." After saying this, Tianji stopped, then he looked at Ding Chunming and said, "Don't think that just because you did a simple test, you can be specially recruited. That's impossible. Only those who are particularly outstanding in certain aspects can be recruited. And in the future, you have hopes of being transferred to His Majesty's side and becoming his personal guard. Do you know how many people in the Empire's army yearn for this opportunity? But His Majesty still doesn't have a personal guard. Ding Chunming, I hope that you can train well. I hope that one day you can go to His Majesty's side and become his personal guard. You will use your life to protect His Majesty's safety. Do you understand?" Ding Chunming suddenly felt his blood heating up. Moreover, it was getting hotter and hotter. He felt as if his whole body was on fire. This feeling was too wonderful. He immediately said, "Yes, I understand, Chief Instructor." Tianji nodded, "All right, I understand." Tianji nodded and said, "All right, it's good that you understand. Then I won't say anything else. Let's begin the training. The first lesson is to stand in military posture. Military posture is very important to a soldier. This is because the correct posture can allow you to stand for a long time and conserve your energy. It also allows you to stand on guard, and when you get ambushed, you can immediately react. Because of this, military posture is very important. The next lesson is to stand in military posture. The duration is 2 hours. Then Tianji walked in front of Ding Chunming and gave him a demonstration of military posture. Ding Chunming did the same. Tianji corrected Ding Chunming's military posture until there were no mistakes. After that, Tianji stood there and accompanied Ding Chunming. Ding Chunming also stood there motionless for 2 hours. After 2 hours, Tianji said, "All right, you can rest." Ding Chunming immediately moved. This was also the magic of military posture. Even after standing for 2 hours, his body still didn't stiffen. Tianji said, "Let's go eat. After that, we'll have a special training for you in the afternoon." Ding Chunming nodded and then followed Tianji to eat. There was a canteen in the barracks. The food in the canteen was very good. There were a lot of dishes and a lot of staple food. Moreover, you can eat as much as you want. Nobody would care about you. Ding Chunming stood in a military posture for the entire morning. Naturally, he felt very hungry, so he ate a lot. After eating, Tianji gave him an hour to rest. Then he led Ding Chunming to the training ground. Upon arriving at the training ground, Ding Chunming stared. This was because the training ground was very special. His training ground wasn't outside, but inside a room. There were a lot of equipment in the room, all of which were used to train people's strength. Tianji looked at Ding Chunming and said, "This will be your training ground from now on. This is a gravity training ground. The gravity here is double that of the outside world. You have to start training here every day. When the time comes, you will be able to perform the second phase of training. Take this pill bottle. Take one of the pills inside after training every day. Remember, you must take it. Don't give it to anyone else, because this pill is only suitable for you. If you give it to someone else, it might be poisonous to them." Ding Chunming took the bottle and nodded. Then he walked into the training ground. As soon as he entered the training ground, he felt a strong pressure pressing down on him from the top. His body couldn't help but stop. However, his strength was much greater than an ordinary person's, so he could still move. However, Ding Chunming didn't immediately touch the equipment. Instead, he began to walk around the room, making himself more accustomed to the gravity. Tianji stood outside the room and looked at Ding Chunming. Seeing that Ding Chunming didn't immediately touch the equipment, Tianji couldn't help but nod. Ding Chunming was very smart. He knew that Ding Chunming hadn't adapted to the gravity, so he didn't touch the equipment. If he rashly touched the equipment, then he might injure himself. As for the bottle of medicine that Tianji gave Ding Chunming, it was a good thing. It was specially made to treat Ding Chunming's internal injuries. It can be said that it can cleanse the muscles and marrow. It was absolutely good stuff. One must know that even if Ding Chunming's talent was special, he would still have some internal injuries. Therefore, this medicine was necessary. However, if Ding Chunming knew about the effects of this medicine, then he wouldn't take it. Instead, he would leave it for his child. Therefore, in order to make Ding Chunming take the medicine, Tianji could only say that. Ding Chunming's training was actually very free. Tianji didn't give him a specific rule on how to train in the gravity training room. Therefore, Ding Chunming's training was very free. However, he didn't slack off. In the afternoon, he began to do some ordinary strength training. One must know that he was now under double gravity, which was very rare. After Ding Chunming trained for the entire afternoon, Tianji had dinner with Ding Chunming in the evening before letting him return to his room. When Ding Chunming returned to his room, there were already a few people inside. These people were obviously specially recruited. Moreover, they weren't children, each of them was quite old. It was clear that Tianji deliberately arranged for Ding Chunming, who already had a child, to be placed together with those who haven't grown up yet. Ding Chunming was afraid that he wouldn't have any common topics to talk about. Now that he was placed in a room with people who were about the same age as him, or even older than him, they would have some common topics to talk about. This way, everyone would be able to get familiar with each other as soon as possible. When these people saw Ding Chunming, they couldn't help but stare. Then a 40-year-old thin man stood up and walked in front of Ding Chunming. He looked at Ding Chunming from head to toe. Ding Chunming stared, but he still smiled faintly and said, "Big brother, what's the matter?" The man looked at Ding Chunming and smiled faintly. "Welcome to the special recruitment team. My name is Ling. I'm also a new member of the team. Brother, we'll be living under the same roof from now on. If there's anything, please take care of me." Ding Chunming originally thought that Ling was here to cause trouble for him. Now that he heard Ling, he felt relieved. He smiled and said, "Hello, I'm Ding Chunming. I just joined the special recruitment team today. My family is from the miscellaneous spirit continent. It's the miscellaneous spirit continent that we just discovered." Ding Chunming's words attracted everyone's attention. They didn't expect Ding Chunming to come from the 5 spirit realms. Naturally, they knew about the existence of the 5 spirit realms. They also knew that Zhao Hai had personally gone to the 5 spirit realms. However, they didn't expect to meet someone from the 5 spirit realms here. Everyone's curiosity was piqued. They immediately surrounded Ding Chunming and asked him about the 5 spirit realms. Ding Chunming also smiled and chatted with everyone, introducing the 5 spirit realms. He didn't talk about the miscellaneous spirit continent just because it was poor and weak. He was just talking about a fact. After all, the miscellaneous spirit continent was his hometown. He didn't feel that there was anything wrong with talking about his hometown. Even if his hometown was poor and backward, it was still his hometown. His roots were there. He wouldn't abandon his hometown. If he really did that, then he wouldn't even be as good as a dog. Everyone chatted until 9 o'clock in the evening. Only then did they lie down on their beds and fall asleep. This was because 9 o'clock in the evening was when the lights went out. Talking was forbidden in the living quarters. The next morning, Ding Chunming woke up early. After washing his face, he went to eat breakfast. Then he began his morning training. The morning training was still 2 hours of standing. After that, it was time for formation training. This was the same as the other members of the special recruitment team. It can be said that the morning was the time for the special recruitment team's collective training. In the afternoon, the members of the special recruitment team began to train separately. Ding Chunming's training location was still the gravity room. Tianji was still there, watching him. This training continued for 6 days. Ding Chunming took a day off and went home to see his wife and children. The next day, he returned to the barracks early. But this time, Tianji didn't look after him. He just gave him the training plan and let him train by himself. Ding Chunming's life was finally on the right track. End of chapter 4169. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.